Chapter 1. The Top 10 Most Sinister Ultramen 10th Place. Max. In a land of light, the plaza at the base of the Plasma Spar Tower was crowded with all the Ultraman warriors. On the elevated platform, 7 Ultraman warriors adorned in crimson capes stood proudly. The mighty Ultraman father, with his imposing twin horns, was delivering an impassioned speech, gesturing grandly. Indeed, today marked the decadal assembly of all Ultramen in the land of light. Suddenly, the azure sky began to ripple, and a colossal screen materialized before the audience. The countdown video, The Top 10 Most Sinister Ultramen, is about to play. Ultraman father hastily muted his microphone, and all the Ultramen turned their gazes towards the screen in unison. Captain, this Zoffy began, his words trailing off. Though he was uncertain about the sudden appearance of the screen, the word sinister conjured associations of darkness and treachery, terms that were in stark contrast to the noble ideals of the Ultraman warriors. Such an occurrence was wholly inappropriate for this momentous gathering of their kind. Ultraman father interrupted his thoughts with a wave of his hand, contemplating briefly before he spoke slowly. I do not know which alien is attempting to tarnish our esteemed Ultraman lineage. Yet we Ultraman warriors have always upheld righteousness, standing tall and proud, earning respect among the myriad races. Let the winds and rains assail us, I shall remain steadfast. Let us follow our own path, and let them speak as they will. Let us see what tricks they have up their sleeves in due time. We shall present the truth, and the rumors will crumble under their own weight. This serves as a perfect opportunity for our fellow Ultramen to witness that we have nothing to feel guilty about. Seeing the captain's confident demeanor, Zoffy nodded in agreement. After all, they Ultramen, with their integrity, need not fear shadows. They simply needed to respond to whatever challenges arose. Planet K-76. Leo once again defeated Zero with the combat techniques imparted by 7. Though he lacked a jeep, he fancied himself a bulldozer. Get up. There are no shortcuts to acquiring power. Zero pushed himself up from the ground, his body trembling slightly, yet he refused to concede easily. Suddenly, the vast screen in the sky unfurled like a canvas. The top 10 most sinister Ultramen. Leo felt a pang of confusion, quickly finding the notion somewhat ludicrous. How could Ultramen possibly be associated with such a term as sinister? Wait a moment. He recalled the times he had been struck down by the staff-wielding aliens. While that experience had spurred his growth and strength, the malice of those aliens was equally vivid in his memory. Perhaps his own illustrious deeds might be featured. It might indeed be enlightening for this young one to witness such things that could impart unexpected lessons. Zero, let's take a break and see what the screen has to reveal. Leo's suggestion resonated with Zero, who had already noticed the changes in the sky. At that moment, he felt no sense of wrongdoing. Who decided that Ultramen must always be virtuous? What was wrong with striving for strength by any means necessary? What of touching the energy core of the Plasma Spark Tower? At that moment, curiosity filled him regarding the celestial display. He yearned to comprehend the essence of this dark art. While agreeing, he did not forget to assist his girlfriend Big Mom in securing an exquisite viewing spot. In the cosmic prison, deep within the lightless confines, the entity known as Belial was firmly sealed away. He had languished in this prison for tens of thousands of years. He was perpetually consumed by the desire to escape and the urge to annihilate the Ultraman warriors led by the father of Ultra. Video countdown imminent. The top 10 most sinister Ultramen. Belial's crimson eyes fixated intently on the suddenly materialized celestial display, and then he erupted into maniacal applause and laughter. Indeed, the celestial display spoke the truth. Belial perceived the Ultramen of the Land of Light as a cadre of insidious, treacherous individuals. Though I know not who crafted this masterpiece, rest assured I shall reward you handsomely upon my escape. Kin, you foolish wretch, it appears there are many in the universe who share my disdain for you. But you must await my return. I shall personally bring about your demise. Ha ha! Within the stifling darkness of the prison, Belial's raucous laughter began to resonate. A surging tide of dark energy surged, erupting and violently battering the indomitable cosmic prison. Kingstar. Oh, this celestial display? The king of Ultras gazed with keen interest at the spectacle unfolding in the heavens. At his level, he found little intrigue in the words appearing within the celestial display, whether good or ill. It was merely a source of amusement. Yet this sudden manifestation imparted an undeniable sense of foreboding, compelling him to take heed. A great will that transcends the rules. The King of Ultras could not suppress a murmur to himself. It seems I must remain vigilant to the changes of this celestial display. Heisei Three Warriors Universe. For reasons well known, the Heisei trio consisted of 4 to 8 this moment. The four gathered together, scrutinizing the text within the celestial display and expressing their thoughts. The most sinister? There are even 10? Egel appeared somewhat astonished. Yet it seems to bear no relation to us. Egel reconsidered, acknowledging that apart from his penchant for embellishment, he was rather ordinary. I concur, you and I are the light of earth, while our elder brother represents the light of hope, and our second brother embodies the light of miracles. By all appearances, we are entirely unassociated with such a description as darkness. Gaia's analysis seemed quite sound, and Dinah and Tegan nodded in agreement. There may be other Ultramen unknown to us who would have thought that among our radiant and noble warriors, there exist those of ill repute. Dinah's tone turned somewhat grim as he recalled the unpleasant memories of evil Diga. Meanwhile, Dinah, Gaia, and Egel shared a sense of empathy, each harboring similar experiences. At the same time, Ultraman warriors, aliens, monsters, and all beings possessing intelligence across different universes beheld the strange phenomenon materializing in the sky. Countless formidable beings, each showcasing their unique prowess, yearned to unravel the true origins of the celestial screen. Yet, whether from the realm of light or the forces of darkness, none could glean even a hint, forced to bide their time in eager anticipation. However, they were not kept waiting for long, as the initial title was swiftly supplanted by newly emerging words. The 10 Most Enigmatic Ultramen. 10th place Max Ultraman. The classic crimson figure of Max Ultraman materialized within the celestial screen, followed by a resonant voice echoing through the visuals. Max Ultraman declared, "I'm a planetary civilization observer. I am merely a civil servant. I monitor the progress of civilizations on planetary orbits to ascertain their alignment with cosmic development. I shall not interfere with the movement of planets." What a revelation was this, truly what we were shown after such a grand unveiling. Was there any flaw in Max's statements? An ordinary civil servant. What mischief could he possibly conjure? How could he embody any shadowy essence? The spectators from various universes gazed skeptically at the authenticity of the celestial screen. Yet, they might have overlooked that the last individual to proclaim himself merely a civil servant was a certain stellar observer. Chapter 2. The original Can One Slay a Crayfish to Ascend? Well, I can. In the realm of light, the Ultra Warriors, upon discovering that the first subject of the retrospective was Max Ultraman, exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions betraying their confusion that wasn't this merely a conventional introduction of Max Ultraman? What connection did it have to anything sinister? Did they stumble upon some unknown scandal? On the podium, Father of Ultra beamed with satisfaction. While he could not claim to possess intimate knowledge of every Ultraman in the realm of light, he held a firm belief in the character of this rising star of the Cosmic Patrol Max. Ultraman. In his daily life, he was modest and humble, treating others with courtesy. As a civil servant, he approached his duties of observing planets with diligence, showing kindness and warmth towards humanity on Earth, a rare beacon of rationality. Upon returning from Earth, he even received personal commendation. One must ponder how such a fine young man could possibly be associated with a term like shadow. It seemed the celestial screen was merely playful, perhaps hesitant to overtly celebrate the illustrious deeds of our Ultra Warriors, choosing instead to set the stage under the guise of shadow for contrast. How exceedingly gracious! He felt a twinge of embarrassment. Father of Ultra, filled with paternal pride, waved at Max below, signaling him to ascend to the podium. Since this was a positive promotion, it was essential to exemplify the power of a role model, setting a standard for the many young Ultramen in attendance. Father of Ultra even contemplated whether to drape a cape over Max as a symbol of their recognition. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Max found himself somewhat bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. Reflecting on his past, he recalled a time when he had partaken in the rather embarrassing activity of square dancing. Yet, this seemed entirely unrelated to the notion of shadow. Was the celestial screen truly reliable? Thus, he could not help but glance back at his good friend, Gino Ultraman, seeking reassurance that he hadn't unwittingly committed some egregious faux pas during his time on Earth. However, Gino shook his head and cast an encouraging glance at him. The message was unmistakable. In prosperity and wealth, do not forget your comrades. Although Max felt somewhat perplexed, he could not disregard the captain's command and swiftly moved towards the podium. Meanwhile, the video on the celestial screen continued to unfold. In a city on Earth, one side was tranquil, while the other was a chaotic spectacle of cars and pedestrians inexplicably floating in midair, a stark contrast divided by a transparent barrier to that moment. A young man clad in a crimson battlesuit knowingly ventured into the perilous zone, boldly heading towards the anomalous area. Despite the disorientation caused by the weightlessness, he steeled himself, raising high the spark of Max from his bosom, subsequently placing it upon his left arm. A dazzling brilliance illuminated the air. A colossal red giant descended firmly upon the ground. None other than Max, the Ultraman. Opposite him, an alien resembling a cicada and a lobster brandished its pincers. You have finally arrived, Max Ultraman. It was the fiercely loyal Baltan alien. The father of Ultra nodded in satisfaction, reflecting that the celestial screen was astutely considerate, deliberately selecting a relatively feeble foe. An undoubtedly one-sided battle would further exemplify the might of our land of light. Behind him, the first Ultraman and Jack exchanged glances, both unable to conceal their discomfort. Defeating a weak little lobster to make the leaderboard, they each annihilated foes in an instant. Particularly, the elder brother, the first Ultraman, felt indignant. He had single-handedly vanquished 2 billion adversaries, making him an expert in this regard. If Max could ascend the ranks, then so could he. Ascend what? To offer oneself as a sacrifice? To endure punishment. The video continued to play. A S-Max Ultraman made his entrance. He immediately launched an assault on the dark Baltan alien. Yet his body felt as if ensnared in a mire, seemingly burdened by an insurmountable weight. Each step he took, every swing of his arm required immense exertion, proving exceedingly arduous. Seizing the opportunity, the Baltan alien unleashed a beam of red, freezing light from its pincers, instantly immobilizing both the cars and Max. Seeing his attack succeed, the Baltan alien could not suppress a cacophony of laughter. However, Max was not one to be easily subdued. A surge of crimson light erupted from within him, liberating him from his frozen state. Yet he remained ensnared by the alien's gravitational manipulation, every movement proving to be a laborious challenge. That is the gravitational assault of the Baltan alien. He possesses the ability to amplify or diminish gravity within a designated area. Max has been somewhat complacent, the first Ultraman observed as an expert, unable to resist pointing out the obvious. Behold, the floating cars and pedestrians are a result of reduced gravity, while Max's struggle stems from the intensified gravitational force. Hence, we Ultraman warriors must adapt to the varying environmental controls over our bodies. Though Jack's words were undeniably prudent, his tone conveyed a sense of nonchalance, clearly indicating that he did not regard the Baltan alien with much seriousness. Max, standing beside, felt a surge of frustration towards the two elderly figures, silently cursing their nonchalance. But, Max, the scientific prowess of your Ultrastar ultimately pales in comparison to the technological might of our Baltan star. The voice from the video continued to resonate, in an instant, the dark Baltan alien unleashed a torrent of orange destructive rays, causing sparks to fly and forcing Max to retreat in defeat. The dark Baltan alien, unrestrained, wielded telekinesis from the heart of the city, triggering a series of explosions that engulfed the surroundings in smoke and chaos. The father of Ultra felt a wave of darkness wash over him. That wasn't this supposed to be a resounding victory? If the shrimp-like aliens were to dominate, the scene would be utterly dire. Was the darkness that the heavens spoke of truly indicative of this reality? An unsettling panic crept into his heart. Yet, he maintained a front of composure, declaring, "The Baltan aliens are spouting nonsense. The technology of our land of light far surpasses theirs." He omitted any mention of Max's brutal beating, yet the implication lingered throughout his statement. Max, defeated and weary, found himself unable to continue the fight. However, the peace-loving miniature Baltan aliens transformed into adorable young maidens. Utilizing their advanced Baltan technology, they converted tap water into shimmering orbs of crystal, In a dazzling display of collaboration among 7 Earth youths, Max was revitalized, infused with energy, and transformed anew. His state was visibly more powerful than ever before. With a mighty leap, Max positioned himself in the path of the dark Baltan alien. His left fist was raised in caution, while his right hand rested atop his head, poised to unleash a strike against the arrogant Baltan alien. Unfazed by Max's vigilance, the dark Baltan alien continued to boast about their superior science. Then, as if to substantiate their claims, the dark Baltan alien, originally of a size comparable to Max at around 50 meters, began to swell dramatically. In an instant, it towered to approximately 350 meters. Max's formidable form appeared minuscule by comparison, dwarfed by the alien's towering stature. Max, for one who relies on light energy, it seems you can no longer transform to battle. What will you do now? Should you force yourself to become as colossal as I, your energy might not last even a minute. The sword you wield is but a mere mosquito bite to Muhat. Will you do? The dark Baltan alien's words reverberated with overwhelming authority, mocking not only Max but the entire land of light. The alien's taunts stirred a tempest within Max. He was no longer fighting solely to protect Earth. He was now battling to uphold the honor of the land of light. Chapter 3. A mere civil servant, yet he embodies immense might, manifesting countless avatars. Does this not border on the ominous? The words of the dark Baltan have ignited fervor among them. Max, press on. I have faith in you. Elder brother, swiftly vanquish that little lobster. Brother Jack, you too. Lend your assistance. In this moment, they stand united against a common foe, entirely oblivious to the fact that this confrontation has already transpired in the celestial tapestry above. However, the two elderly gentlemen, previously so assertive in their proclamations, now retreat to the back of the crowd, their bravado evaporated. The grandeur they had exhibited moments ago has been replaced with the sting of embarrassment. Their aged limbs are reluctant to endure the blows. These young Ultramen seem utterly ignorant of the virtues of respecting their elders. Clearly, a rigorous training session awaits them. Meanwhile, the father of Ultra regards Max with a mysterious smile. Although the anticipated impact of the announcement has not materialized, it unexpectedly fosters greater unity among the warriors of light. Thus, it seems that a few more blows to Max would not be detrimental. After all, he stands beside me, indicating a favorable outcome. Old Deng, do you possess any sense of decorum? The father of Ultra's words resonate with an almost divine clarity. In the scene, the colossal dark Baltan lunges at Max with its pincers. Max leaps into the air, executing a somersault to evade the formidable strike. Yet, as he regains his footing, the dark Baltan's enormous foot descends upon him like a mountain, despite his valiant efforts to resist the weight of the dark Baltan. Akin to the crushing force of Tai Shan, overwhelms him. He is instantly pinned beneath its foot. The dark Baltan repeatedly lifts and stomps, and with each relentless assault, Max is driven deeper into the earth, forming a pit several meters deep. Ha ha ha! The dark Baltan bellows with derisive laughter, reveling in the pleasure of toying with the Ultra Warrior. From the moment Max appeared, he has been comprehensively subdued by the dark Baltan, and the situation appears decidedly one-sided. The Ultramen of the Land of Light can scarcely bear to witness the spectacle. On the podium, the Ultra Brothers cast sympathetic glances toward Max, feeling his social demise. Particularly, Lord Zoffy, seemingly lost in thought, approaches and gently pats Max on the shoulder, imparting solemn wisdom. Fear not, for to become a worthy Ultra Warrior, one must grow accustomed to such trials. Max? He frantically questions in his mind. Wait, comrades, the video has not yet concluded. Why the haste? A brilliant crimson light erupts in the heavens. The arrogant dark Baltan has completely provoked Max. He begins to unleash his luminous energy without reservation. Previously subdued beneath the dark Baltan's foot, Max suddenly raises his hands to block the descending foot once more. His fiery red form rapidly expands, and in the blink of an eye, he transcends into a colossal stature of 300 meters. Instantly, the dark Baltan stumbles backward. The scene pauses, and at this moment, a conspicuous line of subtitles appears on the screen. How can a mere civil servant, an astronomer, grow to a colossal height of 300 meters? Isn't that quite suspicious? Why is it that despite unleashing all my energy in one breath, my body remains unchanged? I have tried this before. Not just you, but even the captain and the squad leaders would likely find it impossible. Imagine Max is battling the enemy and then suddenly grows to 300 meters, catching the adversary completely off guard. Thus, it seems rather cunning for a civil servant to achieve such a feat. Senior Max, I too wish to be as cunning as you. Listening to the discussions of the young Ultramen from below, the father of Ultra let out a slight sigh. Finding himself somewhat in agreement, to be honest, he also desired such abilities. Sometimes, the remarkable achievements of children can be rather vexatious, especially considering that Max's capability is unprecedented in the Land of Light. He found himself at a loss for words. As the Ultramen engaged in animated discussions, the sky once again lit up with images. In a familiar city, Max's figure reappears before everyone's eyes. The Dark Baltan, upon seeing Max, strides forward with determination to attack him. With a thunderous sound, its right claw descends menacingly. Max swiftly retreats a couple of steps to evade the onslaught. The Dark Baltan strikes again with its left claw, but Max remains calm, deftly dodging the blow. Another swing of the right claw comes, yet Max adeptly bends low to avoid it. Seizing the opening presented by the Dark Baltan's wide stance, Max delivers a powerful kick to its chest. Time and again, Max's formidable combat skills render the Dark Baltan utterly defenseless. After being kicked away once more, the Dark Baltan, in a moment of desperation, unleashes an orange destructive beam from its claws. However, Max had long anticipated the Dark Baltan's next move. Unfazed, he spreads his arms wide, and a colossal ultra barrier materializes before him, absorbing the full force of the Dark Baltan's lethal beam. Then, stepping back half a pace, he releases a burst of colorful sparks from his left hand, striking the barrier with a mighty punch. In the blink of an eye, both the Dark Baltan's beam and Max's barrier are transformed into a massive orange tornado, the Max Typhoon. In the terrified gaze of the Dark Baltan, the whirlwind rushes towards it, engulfing it and tearing it apart. "Bravo! What a splendid battle!" exclaimed 7 Ultraman, a former instructor of the Cosmic Patrol, unable to contain his admiration for the valiant civil servant. "Max, defeating such a formidable foe, you are indeed a commendable and respected Ultra warrior." The father of Ultra nodded in agreement. If Max's only capability was his growth, he felt there was still room for maneuver. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, the voice emanating from the screen interrupted him once more. "It is truly regrettable that, within the realm of our Dark Baltan science, the creation of clones is merely a rudimentary endeavor, executed with effortless ease." The Dark Baltan, now reduced to nothing more than a lobster head, continues to boast defiantly. His shattered form, torn apart by the Max Typhoon, ascends into the air to commence its reassembly. In an instant, he is restored to his former self. Following a resounding explosion of intense energy, a single Dark Baltan astonishingly bifurcates into countless others, completely saturating the sky and obscuring the sun. After initially grappling with panic, Max regains his resolute gaze. He first channels the energy from the Max Spark, then begins to spin rapidly in place. In this manner, he conjures numerous tangible clones, which dominate a different expanse of the sky, equally eclipsing the daylight. A chaotic melee ensues as countless clones engage in fierce combat with a multitude of Dark Baltans. The devastating powers of the Marcus Hum Cannon, the Marcus Hum Spear, and the Max Galaxy Cannon are unleashed in relentless succession. The entire area descends into utter disarray. Once more, the scene in the sky freezes as familiar. Mocking subtitles emerge, self-proclaimed a mere civil servant, yet capable of generating countless clones that perfectly mirror the original. How is this not sinister? Chapter 4, Leo Mux. Your cunning knows no bounds, attempting to steal my disciple. The Land of Light was instantly enveloped in a profound silence, only to erupt into a cacophony of voices moments later. Though the video abruptly ceased, the inhabitants had lost all interest in the impending battle's outcome. What honor does the Land of Light hold? Who cares? In an instant, The square was filled with Ultramen spinning in circles. I was dizzy from the whirling. Why could I not succeed? Alas, I too am of the Red Clan. I too am a civil servant. Simply put, you do not possess the same level of cunning as our esteemed predecessor Max. Countless avatars, all capable of executing ultimate moves. Does Max carry a plasma spark tower within him? With such an abundance of energy? In comparison to Max, I feel like a mere rookie. Cunning, exceedingly cunning. I am humbled. Max's reputation for cunning is well-deserved. I must learn. I aspire to be as cunning as our esteemed Max. The Ultramen draped in red cloaks upon the podium now fixated their gaze upon Max, their eyes ablaze with envy. If their earlier reaction to his supergiant transformation was merely fleeting intrigue, the sight of countless avatars now ignited pure jealousy and admiration. Brothers, united in spirit, and you, play mind games with them? Were it not for the revelation from the celestial screen, would you have intended to hide your talents for a lifetime, planning to conceal your prowess only to erupt in a stunning display and ascend to the rank of captain of the cosmic patrol? This boy Max, outwardly appearing honest and simple, harbors such cunning beneath the surface. Even Father of Ultra gazed intently at Max, whose hands seemed to have lost their place, feigning disinterest in acquiring such skills. This lad, merely visiting Earth, has already provided him with such surprises. If he were to remain longer, what further marvels would unfold? In the cosmic prison, Max, a civil servant? It seems a new contender has emerged since my confinement here. Belial, lacking enthusiasm, had anticipated encountering familiar faces. He yearned to mock them face to face upon his release, to confront them directly. Oh, supergiant transformation? Quite intriguing. If I were to master this ability, during my battle with that fool Kin, I could suddenly enlarge, catching him off guard, trampling him beneath my feet. The damage may be minimal, but the humiliation would be profound. Just envisioning that scene brings me immense satisfaction. When he witnessed Max's ability to manifest countless avatars, he immediately sat up, abandoning his earlier lethargy. This lad Max is sufficiently cunning. I appreciate that. Even if I were unprepared, facing such a technique would be no easy feat. However, if I were to learn this skill, when it comes time for me to vanquish the Land of Light, would I not be able to sweep through them alone? This Max is a true talent. His cunning is so remarkable that failing to plunge into darkness alongside me would be a waste. Ha 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 ha. Belial erupted into laughter, unable to suppress his applause. This celestial stage is becoming increasingly fascinating. It seems tailor-made for him. It is wholly assisting him in the search for allies. His anticipation for what the celestial screen will unveil next only continued to grow. On the K-76 planet, Leo was taken aback, standing there in shock. Max, his younger brother, appeared to be a man of robust features, yet he proved to be unexpectedly cunning. However, from a tactical perspective, such a surprising approach yielded impressive results. Ciro, did you observe the battle between Max and the Baltan aliens? Max's combat skills, Leo elaborated for an extended period, yet Ciro absorbed none of it. His mind was consumed by visions of colossal transformations and countless clones. With a watermelon at hand, who would concern themselves with trivial fighting techniques? Leo, I wish to learn that. Ciro exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Excuse me? Can you elaborate? Leo felt a sense of accomplishment in his teaching. Ciro seemed inspired by the spectacle, affirming that his decision to let him watch was indeed prudent. It was the ability to grow immensely and instantly conjure numerous clones. If he could master such formidable skills, the plasma spar tower might not even be necessary. Kid, I see you are challenging the Combat King. Leo. Noticing Leo's prolonged silence, Ciro cast a surprised glance his way, realizing the old man seemed to be at a loss. His tone was laced with disdain. What am I even training with you for? I might as well return to the Land of Light and have Max teach me the art of cunning. That seems far more worthwhile than your lessons. As he spoke, Ciro prepared to take flight. Leo felt overwhelmed. Was Max truly stealing his promising disciple? Was he to lose him so easily? It was utterly infuriating. Upon returning to the Land of Light, he must challenge Max to a duel in the arena, making him understand the fury of the Combat King. Moreover, if Ciro were to return without proper guidance, it would reflect poorly on his mentorship, leaving him unable to face the captain and his comrades, as well as the expectations of the stick aliens. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. What was this celestial realm about? It was supposed to be an opportunity to educate that insufferable brat Zero. "You shall not leave," Leo declared, launching a flying kick. In the cosmos, various monsters trembled in fear. Imagine, they were initially engaged in combat with an Ultraman of comparable size. Then suddenly, the Ultraman grew to a staggering height of 300 meters, pinning them to the ground and rubbing them in the dirt. Subsequently, he could produce thousands of clones capable of unleashing lethal attacks, subjecting them to a brutal onslaught. Just the thought sent shivers down their spines. Max claimed to be merely a civil servant, yet he was more cunning than the monsters themselves. Whoever said that Ultramen were straightforward warriors? They may have been foolish, but they were not naive. They resolved to etch Max's sly visage into their memories, determined to flee upon encountering him in the future. Yet one must ponder, would fleeing truly prove effective against Max? In the next moment, the celestial realm began to reveal the answer. The familiar silhouette of Max descended upon an open space, with a colossal silver mechanical beast towering behind him in the heart of the city. Gently, he set down the woman cradled in his hands and, without hesitation, surged towards the monstrous entity. The heavens aptly provided context. The million Bussaku, standing at a staggering height of 990 meters and weighing 99 million tons, was engineered by the Delos civilization to ensure a 100 probability of vanquishing Max Ultraman, resembling a fortress-like ultimate mechanical beast. Standing at the foot of the million Bussaku, Max appeared no larger than an ant gazing up at an elephant, a stark representation of their disparity. He was confronted by what could be deemed the most formidable adversary in history. Despite the urgent alarm of his flashing timer, Max charged forward with unwavering resolve. The million Bussaku immediately launched its counterattack, its 4 blue eyes unleashing a barrage of purple destructive orbs, each comparable in size to Max himself, emanating a terrifying heat akin to that of the sun. Yet its immense size was both an advantage and a disadvantage. A larger target is easier to evade. True to expectation, Max deftly dodged all the energy blasts. He then soared into the air, skillfully avoiding the mechanical arms of the million Bussaku, and promptly retrieved his head spear to fire upon it. Simultaneously, he activated his Ultraman telekinesis, causing the spear to multiply into countless replicas that assailed the million Bussaku from all directions. However, such a fearsome assault proved ineffectual against the mechanical beast's formidable frame. Instead, Max found himself ensnared by the purple currents emitted from the creature's head, which swiftly pulled him closer. Thick chains ensnared his arms and legs tightly, rendering him immobile. In a final act of desperation, Max chose to separate from his human form. The sound of his flashing timer grew, increasingly faint before abruptly ceasing, his once brilliant eyes dimming as he transformed into a bronze statue in the blink of an eye. Max Ultraman had been defeated. Chapter 5. Father of Ultra. The celestial canvas celebrates the virtues of Max. In the land of light, the Ultramen were deeply engrossed in fervent discussions about Max's myriad incarnations. Suddenly, they were presented with the next segment of a video featuring Max, a monstrous creature measuring 990 meters. Such an immense beast would defy even the colossal transformation of our esteemed predecessor, Max. Why, in his shadowy state, does he not continue to proliferate his countless avatars? Even if there were 50,000 pigs, capturing them would take 3 days and nights, let alone. I feel that the imagery of Max bound as a crucifix, transformed into a bronze statue, perfectly embodies the essence of shadowy. I have made my decision. I, too, shall become a crucifix statue to pay homage to our esteemed Max. Upon hearing the terms crucifix and statue, the Ultraman brothers on the dais could not suppress a shiver. They tightened their crimson capes, as if seeking a modicum of warmth. Alas, the familiar scenes on the celestial canvas stirred long-buried memories within them. The father of Ultra gazed at Max with eyes brimming with compassion. This child, having endured hardships while on Earth for these many years, has faced trials indeed. Even when confronted with life-threatening peril, he never forgets to ensure the safety of humanity. Such a warrior, who embodies the spirit of Ultra, is indeed a champion of our land of light. It is astounding that the celestial canvas would dare to label him as shadowy. I even found the notion somewhat credible earlier. Yet now, it appears the celestial canvas has spoken in error, and I have unjustly accused him. And those little Ultramen, how they revel in the frivolity. Though the notion of being transformed into a statue by death is indeed morbid, do they truly wish to emulate this fate? To become crucifix statues and provoke our esteemed leader? Fear not, child, for all is well. I firmly believe you are not a shadowy Ultraman. The father of Ultra approached and patted Max on the shoulder, offering him words of encouragement. Yet, he found it curious that Max's gaze seemed unexpectedly evasive. The father dismissed it as mere shyness, not pondering further. As for the impending battle against the million-strong Bodhisattva, either Gino would intervene or humanity's hope would merge with Max. This was a traditional Ultraman skill, and he had little faith that Max would conjure up any unforeseen complications. How much darker could it truly get? However, the father of Ultra may have overlooked one crucial detail, if one merely schemes the surface. It is doubtful that the celestial canvas would have deemed it necessary to reveal anything at all. The video from the celestial canvas continued to unfold. Max's human form, the young man he had previously rescued, was now aboard a fighter jet, hurtling towards the relentless, destructive light projectiles unleashed by the million Bodhisattva, descending rapidly from an altitude of 10,000 meters. Then, he opened the cockpit of the aircraft, shouting, "I am also Max." Ignoring his companion's pleas, he leaped from the plane, plummeting freely from several thousand meters above. His singular aim was the already petrified Max. With a crisp and resounding cry of the phoenix, he transformed into a resplendent, multicolored bird, merging seamlessly with Max's radiant spark. Rejuvenated with newfound energy and emboldened by courage, Max finally revived. In an instant, he broke free from the shackles of the million Bodhisattva and landed once again upon the earth. Then, amidst a dazzling display of crimson light, Max unleashed his energy once more, achieving a colossal size that surpassed his previous form in battle against the Dark Baltan, reaching an astounding height of 999 meters, nearly equal to the formidable million Bodhisattva. This was greater than the towering Burj Khalifa. This time, the light projectiles from the million Bodhisattva were akin to mere pebbles, effortlessly blocked by Max using the Max Galaxy. As the million Bodhisattva charged, Max leapt into the air, his luminous sword slicing effortlessly through its form. The body of the million Bodhisattva sustained grave injuries, crackling with electricity. The Maxium sword's duplicates fired. Max employed the same technique again, but this time, the results were incomparable. The projectiles from every direction struck the massive form of the million Bodhisattva, leaving it battered and scarred. The fortress pulsed with an unnatural red glow, teetering on the brink of collapse. Max would not let this golden opportunity slip away. He swung the Max Galaxy sword from his right arm. The extended blade surged from Earth into the cosmos. With this strike, it pierced through the nebula. Max swung his arm, the colossal beam of light severing the million Bodhisattva in two. The million Bodhisattva disintegrated into fragments, dissipating in the wind. The video concluded here, replaced by a caption. A mere bureaucrat, growing to 999 meters? A sword spanning galaxies? Is this not sinister? Max, humility in shadows. Max, now eager to escape the venue, wished to hide his head like an ostrich. The scrutiny of the heavens was too harsh, exposing all his secrets. Under its guidance, even he felt a sense of ominousness. Observing the reactions on the celestial screen and the fervent discussions among the Ultramen, the father of Ultra felt a whirlwind of emotions. He finally comprehended why Max's gaze had seemed evasive earlier. To grow to 999 meters was something even he had never heard of or witnessed. Not to mention that colossal sword capable of obliterating a planet with a single strike. This was beyond the capabilities of the Land of Light. Initially, he had been overwhelmed, but then, without pretense, Max revealed his trump card, annihilating such a terrifying foe in the blink of an eye. Even he had to commend the cunning. Well executed. He had thought Max was wrong by the heavens, but now it was irrefutably confirmed. Nevertheless, the father of Ultra was still pondering strategies. He hoped to alter the prevailing ominous atmosphere in the Land of Light and to reshape the universe's perception of the Ultraman, which had been adversely influenced by the celestial scrutiny. In the cosmos, a myriad of monsters now find themselves genuinely intimidated. Just moments ago, they contemplated that if they could not defeat Max, the silver coin, they might as well avoid provoking him. Surely, they could simply take a detour upon encountering him. However, now behold, the length of a few tens of thousands of light years of laser swords raises the question. Are you afraid? Max, I grant you a head start of 2.5 minutes. At this moment, they truly feel like weeping. Max is exceedingly cunning. They cannot hope to contend with his colossal form, towering at 999 meters, nor can they escape his endless barrage of laser swords. He leaves no avenue for survival for us monsters. In a land of light, confronted by the eager Ultramen in the square, all yearning to grasp the essence of Max's cunning, even the combined efforts of the Ultraman brothers to pacify them prove futile. The beleaguered father of Ultra finally speaks. Everyone, please be quiet. The authority he has cultivated over the years holds significant weight, and the restless crowd swiftly falls silent. All the Ultras, in unison, direct their gaze toward the father of Ultra. I completely understand everyone's impatience. The father of Ultra clears his throat a few times. However, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. The sky is not criticizing the actions of Max Ultraman as being overly cunning. In truth, the sky is praising the virtues of Max Ultraman. Chapter 6. Distorting Truths. Can the Father of Ultra wash this away? Upon the utterance of the Father of Ultra, an instant silence enveloped the square, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The Ultramen present were left in a state of utter astonishment, their mouths agape. While even the Ultraman brothers, led by Zoffy, displayed expressions of bewilderment. Max, the subject of the discourse, gazed at the father of Ultra with incredulity. The hearts of the Ultramen brimmed with questions. How could the captain articulate such statements? And with such composure, no less. Was this not sheer nonsense? Zoffy and the other Ultramen murmured, Captain, you truly possess the wisdom of age. In extraordinary times, one must speak with extraordinary insight and employ unconventional methods. Max interjected, Wait, is the captain referring to me? How could I possibly be virtuous? The first virtue worthy of emulation is humility. Despite Max's remarkable capabilities, he remains unassuming and modest, never flaunting his talents, exemplifying the essence of humility. The corners of the father of Ultra's mouth twitched slightly, aware that his explanation might be a stretch. Nevertheless, the Ultramen in the square, observing his earnest demeanor and recalling Max's typical behavior, nodded in agreement. However, where there is support, dissent is sure to follow. Gino could not restrain himself, asking, Captain, could you enlighten us with something we are unaware of? What virtues did you perceive from the heavens? As Max's closest ally, Gino found himself equally perplexed. The father of Ultra, a seasoned veteran of countless centuries, maintained an air of nonchalance. Such inquiries had long been anticipated, and he had meticulously prepared his response. With a gentle, downward motion of his hands, he continued at a leisurely pace. The second virtue, deserving of our attention, is the art of concealment and the wisdom of timing. As Ultra Warriors, we encounter myriad adversaries, and thus, we cannot afford to reveal all our abilities from the outset. Such exposure could lead our enemies to decipher our strengths and ultimately place us in peril. This notion is corroborated by the experiences of Mebius and the first generation. It is far more advantageous to remain discreet, catching the enemy off guard and delivering a decisive blow when the moment is ripe. Observe how well Max exemplifies this principle. His ability to grow to colossal proportions and summon countless duplicates delivered a staggering blow to Dark Baltan. His immense stature and the galaxy-spanning light sword effectively vanquished adversaries, such as the million-strong Basaku. Mebius and the Ultramen exchanged glances, reminiscing about their past encounters with the Cosmic Alliance. At that time, they had been thoroughly analyzed by the aliens of the Alliance, leading to their eventual defeat one by one. Were it not for humanity's trust, hope, and the timely intervention of Zoffy and Taro, the consequences would have been dire. Although they found the father of Ultra's explanations somewhat tenuous, they graciously nodded in affirmation, observing their instructors in unified agreement. The Ultramen in the square began to engage in discussion. Truly, the captain possesses a comprehensive understanding of matters. The essence of surprise in battle lies in employing cunning tactics, particularly ambushes. Indeed, when confronting monsters, one must resort to unscrupulous means. Captain, let us invite the esteemed Max to be our instructor. The current mentors, such as Taro, are far too principled. They lack the necessary cunning. Yes, Captain, our desire to improve is immense, and, as you have stated, employing cunning strategies is more advantageous for our combat. Listening to the clamorous voices of the Ultramen in the plaza, Father of Ultra felt a mix of exasperation and concern. While I do advocate for a touch of cunning, it is essential that you do not voice it so openly. How will the myriad races of the universe perceive our light kingdom? We are not a realm of deceit, nor a band of rogues. Father of Ultra took a deep breath, forcibly calming his inner turmoil, and promptly redirected the conversation. The third virtue worthy of emulation is the relentless pursuit of self-improvement. One must learn throughout life. Indeed, upon uttering these words, Father of Ultra captivated the attention of the assembled Ultramen, eager to witness how the captain would navigate this discussion. We must look beyond mere appearances and not fixate solely on Max's various abilities. Such an approach risks superficiality, preventing us from grasping the deeper core issues. With an air of profundity, Father of Ultra continued, "Why has Max been able to transcend himself in battle after battle, overcoming formidable foes to protect Earth? Have any of you pondered this question? Of course, it is because he has never ceased his quest for knowledge since departing the Light Kingdom, continuously striving to enhance his skills." Father of Ultra's voice resonated with sincerity. Regardless of whether the Ultramen below believed him, he had already embraced this truth. The pursuit of knowledge is endless, dear children. It is through our tireless learning that we, the Ultra race, can confront various crises. This is the unassailable path that has allowed us to stand firm within the cosmos. Once more, Father of Ultra elevated the dialogue to the level of the Light Kingdom. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, his eyes reflecting contemplation. He seemed to recall the myriad challenges faced by the Light Kingdom since the sun extinguished. The rustling of his cape behind him added an air of grandeur to his presence. Yet, the applause was sparse and rather tepid, indicating that only Max, the subject of this discourse, was genuinely supportive. Max felt invigorated by Father of Ultra's insights. He longed to record the captain's wise words and replay them in the Light Kingdom for 3 days and nights. Just wait and see who dares to label him as cunning. He is Max, the humble, cautious, self-reliant, and ever-learning figure. Meanwhile, the Ultramen in the plaza wore expressions of skepticism. Had it not been for the footage from the sky, I might have almost believed it. The captain spoke at length, but failed to explain the origin of Max's cunning abilities. Does our Light Kingdom possess such capabilities? I am anxiously awaiting a response. I too, after listening for so long, only heard the notion of learning. So, what is the issue with us emulating Max's cunning? There is no fault, my friend, as long as one can vanquish the monsters, who is not worth emulating. Upon hearing the Ultraman's banter directed at him, the Father of Ultra's expression abruptly fell. His dignified demeanor could no longer be maintained. Yet, as one disturbance subsided, another arose. A continuous wave of cheers erupted from the gathered Ultramen in the square. The Father of Ultra turned towards the source of the commotion, and his vision darkened in disbelief. Max, unbeknownst to him, had stealthily darted into the open space of the square. There, he unleashed his energy with full force, instantaneously transforming into a colossal giant towering at 999 meters. But this was just the beginning. He rapidly multiplied himself, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of enormous Maxes emerged. Each one wielded a colossal sword that spanned the galaxy in their right hand, as if proclaiming, "Am I not handsome? Max, humble, cautious, self-reliant, and eager to learn?" In that moment, Max resembled a young man who had long suppressed his true self, suddenly receiving validation from his elders and eagerly beginning to express himself. The square was filled with mimicking figures, and a land of light erupted into chaos. Above, the sky shimmered, and what should have been a mere disturbance in a land of light transformed into a spectacle. Chapter 7. Diga. I truly have no recollection at all. Cosmic Prison. Belial was initially astonished by Max's galactic greatsword. He was gesturing, envisioning the scenario where he would emerge to engage Max in a few bouts once he acquired the ultimate combat apparatus. Then, the silent celestial screen abruptly flickered to life once more. Belial chuckled. Could it be that this fellow named Max has even darker experiences? Or perhaps the screen intends to recount the tales of other nefarious Ultramen. I sincerely hope for someone familiar. Then I could revel in a good mockery. Ha ha! Suddenly, Belial's laughter was cut short. His countenance twisted in discomfort, akin to consuming a dead fly. The figure that appeared on the screen was indeed an acquaintance, one so unforgettable that it haunted him eternally. It was his former comrade, now adversary, father of Ultra, Yin Ultraman, also referred to as the Valiant One. The true implication of the screen was to extol Max's virtues. The imagery depicted Father of Ultra praising Max's admirable qualities like a sovereign surveying his realm. TMD, Father of Ultra truly has a knack for nonsense. The Labrando alien within Belial could not restrain a vehement curse. Simple banter, exquisite enjoyment. Belial, this is your erstwhile companion. It is no wonder you have remained fixated on him. After cursing Father of Ultra, Labrando could not resist a taunt towards Belial. Silence. Belial bellowed in fury. Labrando chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. After millennia apart, Cain has become increasingly hypocritical. This charlatan now possesses an uncanny ability to distort truth and speak fabrications with open eyes. I can hardly contain my desire to rend his grotesque horns to shreds with my claws. Belial found himself both amused and enraged by the indoctrination enforced by Father of Ultra, wishing he could obliterate the figure on the screen. As he observed a throng of young Ultramen clamoring to learn darkness, while Father of Ultra wore a troubled expression, he erupted in boisterous laughter. Yes, precisely. Infuriate that despicable scoundrel Cain. Learn indeed. Once I emerge to reunify the land of light, you shall be my most loyal adherents. And a fool like Max, both dim-witted and sinister, would prove to be an invaluable asset. I relish the thought of the land of light cloaked in darkness. Perhaps it should be renamed the Land of Shadows. Ha 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 ha. Planet K-76. The farce within the Land of Light was also witnessed in its entirety by Leo and Zero. The master and disciple were thoroughly engrossed. Zero touched the nearby Big Mon, allowing Father of Ultra's words to flow in one ear and out the other. However, he meticulously scrutinized Max's public display of strength, fearing he might miss a single moment. With Leo's stringent oversight, he found himself unable to return to the Land of Light. This was indeed his optimal opportunity to glean knowledge. He even pondered how magnificent it would be to employ such a cunning tactic against an opponent in battle. Meanwhile, Leo wiped his eyes. He felt as if he were meeting Father of Ultra for the very first time today, encountering this towering figure anew. A sense of frustration welled within him, particularly towards Max and Zero, those seemingly lackluster fellows. Just look at the captain, tirelessly worrying over you, uttering countless insincere words. The more Leo pondered, the angrier he became. Zero, let us go again. Here comes my attack. Again? No, please, old man. My chest still aches from that flying kick Leo just delivered. Zero was anxious. He wished to practice Max's moves a bit more. On Planet King, the King of Ultra observed the scene where Father of Ultra was desperately trying to explain himself, and he could not help but burst into laughter. Lacking formal training, he had keen insight into the happenings of the Land of Light, and understanding the context made the situation even more amusing. It was indeed a predicament for him. Yet, I can't help but feel that his explanations only served to complicate matters further, provoking the little Ultra's rebellious spirit. Furthermore, Max's antics only exacerbated the situation. Cain had inadvertently created a dilemma for himself. He would have plenty to contend with in the future, haha. My lord, should we not assist in clarifying the matter? Astra inquired, puzzled. It appeared that the grand screen only broadcasted the events from the Land of Light, leaving them oblivious to the happenings on their side. Given that the screen was arranged this way, it surely had its own significance. Let's observe the unfolding events with patience. The King of Ultra seemed to revel in the spectacle, enjoying the unfolding drama without a hint of concern. After all, unless it was a matter of life and death, he would never intervene. In the cosmos, various extraterrestrial beings and monsters were initially anxious about the capabilities exhibited by Max. How could one Ultra be more sinister than us monsters? However, when the grand screen displayed Father of Ultra transforming his darkness into Ultra virtue, they could no longer contain their laughter. I was wondering why that Max was so devious. Now I see it's a case of the apple not falling far from the tree. If the Land of Light were to be destroyed, the remnants would undoubtedly be the stubborn mouth of Father of Ultra. Damn, Max is indeed too sinister, transforming so extensively. Does he intend to intimidate us? Perhaps we should unite and eliminate this Max fellow? You go ahead. I fear his colossal blade of 400,000 meters. Who would have thought that the little Ultras from the Land of Light were so eager to learn? I believe I could impart a modicum of deviousness to them. They could not only recognize insidious adversaries, but also enjoy the antics of the captain of the Land of Light. Although the origins of the grand screen and its other capabilities remained a mystery, the mere fact that it provided entertainment was enough to endear them to it. In the Heisei era, the trio of mischief makers, Dinah, Gaia, and Diga, were also unable to contain themselves. They lamented how devious Max was, managing to confront such opponents with just one form, leaving them feeling inferior. Upon witnessing Father of Ultra assert that it was indeed Ultra virtue, they exchanged glances, bewildered. What is this Land of Light? It appears to be the homeland of Ultraman, and I truly wish to visit it. Dana, filled with yearning, could not help but soar into the sky to touch the celestial canopy. However, is it truly appropriate for us to merely spectate? Dinah and Gaia exchanged glances, their expressions laden with concern as they observed Father of Ultra, who seemed to be awkwardly fidgeting, his feet nearly digging into the ground. Egil cast a sidelong glance at them, thinking to himself that they had been the loudest in laughter moments before. Just then, the celestial screen, which had temporarily paused, began to unveil a new image. Top 10 Most Sinister Ultramen, number 9, Ultraman Trigger. The screen displayed the intertwined silver, red, and purple figure of Ultraman Trigger. Egil glanced at the screen and then at his elder brother Dinah, the resemblance growing stronger with each passing moment. Dana and Gaia also exhibited expressions of uncertainty as they scrutinized Dinah. Could it be that Trigger is, in fact, your long-lost brother? Or even your own son? Dana prodded Dinah, unable to contain his curiosity. Meanwhile, Dinah remained transfixed by the video, his mind racing through memories of the past. Could it be that this is the body I inadvertently left behind in some distant world? Yet, why do I have no recollection of it whatsoever? Chapter 8, The Most Sinister Ultraman, 9th. Ultraman Trigger. The video in the firmament continued to play. The morning sunlight cascaded through the clouds, casting a serene and tranquil scene over the bustling metropolis. Suddenly, the previously calm sky of the city center opened up to reveal a golden portal. Immediately thereafter, a colossal mechanical beast, Diaborg, crashed down to the ground, sending clouds of dust soaring high into the air. With a deafening roar, the mechanical creature unleashed its cacophonous cries, as it had been commanded to wreak havoc. Upon its emergence, the enormous cannons mounted on its arms and the thrusters on its back erupted with crimson and azure flames. Laser beams blazed forth. Wherever they struck, buildings crumbled like brittle twigs, while pedestrians scurried frantically for safety. The victory team received the alarm and sprang into action without delay. As Keisuke, SHG, and JG worked to evacuate the civilians, they simultaneously launched a counterattack against Diaborg, the monstrous entity, driven by a will to annihilate, unleashed a torrent of firepower, shattering one building after another, leaving debris in its wake. Keisuke and SHG focused intently on assaulting the beast, oblivious to the imminent arrival of death. At this critical juncture, JG, without a moment's hesitation, dashed toward his comrades while transforming instantly. In a dazzling flash of light, Ultraman Trigger made his grand entrance. With a powerful strike, he sent the debris that was about to crush his allies soaring away. In the land of light, Father of Ultra and the Ultra Brothers were preoccupied with subduing the chaos wreaked by the monstrous entities. At that moment, the firmament exhibited new activity. The tumultuous square fell silent in an instant. Father of Ultra let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, he had managed to evade the troublesome situation posed by Max, that mischievous brat. Moreover, he speculated that, given enough time, other Ultramen would forget about the incident entirely. Ultraman Trigger, Father of Ultra, gazed at the unfamiliar figure in the firmament, pondering whether it was an Ultraman of which he was unaware. He cast a questioning glance towards Zoffy and the others, only to receive the same negative response. A sense of calm washed over Father of Ultra. Although this being was indeed an Ultraman, at least it was not a warrior of the Land of Light, which was a positive development. However, he couldn't shake the thought that if the 10th Max was so sinister, then the 9th must be even more so. He was left wondering what these little Ultramen would be clamoring to imitate next. Moreover, he had already attempted to shut down the firmament, only to find it indestructible. It was visible at any moment, even from anywhere in the cosmos of the Land of Light. He instantly abandoned the idea of dispersing the assembly of Ultramen. Before the imposing figure of their commanding leader, these mischievous little ones were already causing a ruckus. If he truly disbanded them, it would surely lead to chaos. Father of Ultra felt a sense of weariness. Yet even so, he could only direct his gaze towards the firmament, observing more intently than anyone else. He could not simply stand by and watch as the little Ultramen grew indifferent. After all, he was their commander. He was determined to safeguard the home of the Land of Light. Trigger promptly advanced to engage Diaborg in battle. However, the formidable metallic body of Diaborg serves as the ultimate defense. The Triga light beam strikes him without causing any pain, while the Triga punches and kicks only result in self-inflicted discomfort. Moreover, in a pure contest of strength, he is entirely led by the mechanical beast, even his shield shattering under a single claw strike. Seizing the opportunity, Diaborg presses the barrel of his gun against Triga's right shoulder. With a resounding bang, Triga emits a cry of anguish, his body propelled through the air by the tremendous force, ultimately crashing into a building. The victory team's aircraft, witnessing Triga's fall, rushes to provide support, striving to restrain Diaborg. Finally granted a moment to breathe, Triga hesitates briefly before transforming into his aerial purple form. Armed with the aerial bow, Triga hovers mid-air, evading attacks while attempting to close in on the beast. Yet, his intentions appear to have been anticipated by Diaborg. Just as Triga approaches, he is struck by a precisely aimed beam from Diaborg, sending him flying once more. Regaining his footing, Triga resolutely declares in his mental realm, "I must harness the power of the eternal core, illuminating the cosmos, the light of the ancient era." Triga Ultraman, a blinding golden radiance envelopes Triga, the soaring energy showcasing the explosive power of this form. Seemingly unable to control the ferocious power of this transformation, Triga eagerly launches an assault on Diaborg. The radiant blade in his hand strikes Diaborg's form 5 times in quick succession, each blow igniting sparks and crackling with electricity. The machine gun that had previously troubled Triga now feels like a mere tickle upon impact. Finally, with a decisive stroke, he cleaves the once mighty Diaborg in two. The backlash from the immense energy of the eternal core forces Jin Zhongjian to revert from his transformation, battered and groaning as he collapses to the ground. P.S. The eternal core is a double-edged sword. Its immense power can grant strength, yet its overwhelming nature may lead to loss of control, harming the user's body. In the cosmic prison, once again disappointed by the absence of familiar faces, Belial observes the spectacle with keen interest. Having been surprised multiple times by the celestial display, the eternal core, Belial fixates on the golden glowing energy radiating from a screen. Even through the barrier, he senses its unparalleled might. Triga, this power is beyond your grasp. Allow me to safeguard it for you. His gaze is filled with greed, his tone unmistakably domineering. Should he seize the eternal core, escaping the cosmic prison, invading the land of light, and even challenging the king of Ultra would all be within reach. At that moment, ruling this universe would be but a formality. In the Heisei era, Diga gazes at his older brother Diga, his eyes filled with mischief and intrigue. Composite, aerial, and radiant forms. Do you truly believe these are not your kind? Gaia and a guru exchanged a glance, fully aware of the dangers of provoking Dana. Thus they shielded Dana, striving to distance themselves from this treacherous locale. There was no choice. The celestial curtain might inadvertently unveil the elder brother's little secret. Furthermore, Dana's incessant provocations left them genuinely fearful that their elder brother might resort to silencing him, leaving them drenched in blood. Diga wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Having cast aside too much, he could hardly recall the details. However, he believed that Diga was merely a victim of misunderstanding. You are overthinking this. Diga cast a warning glance at Dana. The source of my radiant form's power is the eternal core. While the essence of my brilliance emanates from the light of hope, they are fundamentally different. As for the composite and aerial forms, they might merely be coincidences from other timelines. Moreover, the most crucial point remains. I would never exhibit the same shadowy demeanor as Diga. After all, he stands as the 9th on the celestial rankings. Wouldn't you agree? Gaia and Aguru nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grains, while the rebellious Dana initially intended to retort. Yet, under the weight of their elder brother's gaze and the palpable pressure of a hand resting on his shoulder, he managed a smile that was more pitiable than tears, silently acquiescing. He was indeed a willing participant, certainly not coerced. Chapter 9. The Eternal Core? The Ambitions of Tartarus. In a land of light, the father of Ultra intently observed the footage displayed upon the celestial screen, leaving no detail overlooked. Following this meticulous scrutiny, he exhaled a deep sigh of relief. The Ultraman, known as Diga, appeared to engage in battle with the mechanical beast in a manner that seemed quite ordinary. The only aspect that raised suspicion was his reliance on the formidable power known as the Eternal Core after encountering 2 setbacks, which allowed him to swiftly vanquish the monster. Yet this was akin to the Ultra Warriors of their realm harnessing the energy of plasma sparks, thus it was not entirely unfathomable. Indeed, the Ultramen gathered in the plaza remained wholly focused, exhibiting no signs of disruption. Nonetheless, the Eternal Core represented an undeniable energy that warranted serious investigation. As the captain of the Land of Light, he resolved to dispatch a team to thoroughly examine this phenomenon, ensuring it did not fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions. The father of Ultra promptly summoned Zafi to convey his thoughts. Simultaneously, his gaze upon the celestial screen grew increasingly reverential. This screen granted them foresight into possible dangers and opportunities, a capability that alone was deserving of admiration. Meanwhile, the other Ultramen harbored their own contemplations. Mebius gazed upon the devastation wrought upon the city and contemplated his Mebium aura, reflecting that if Ryu were present, he would undoubtedly express his ire. In contrast, Ace's attention fixated on the moment when Diga cleaved through Diablo, a sensation of restlessness stirring within him. The footage continued to unfold. G. Nakamura was seen being assisted by his comrades as he was taken away for treatment. The screen displayed a message alongside. Diga is the true body. His injury is equivalent to that of G. Nakamura. Elsewhere in the city, a golden portal to another dimension materialized. The ultimate life forms, Absolute Tartarus and Diablo, emerged side by side, exuding an aura of mystery and strength. Tartarus, arms crossed, fixated on the direction in which Gene Nakamura had vanished, conspiratorially declared, "Ah, so this is the power of the Eternal Core. It's in your hands now, Diablo." The two then vanished into the golden portal. Moments later, as the portal reopened, Diablo, adorned with prominent horns and radiating an imposing presence, arrogantly stepped forth, proclaiming his desire to confront Diga in a decisive battle. The scene shifted back to Gene Nakamura, who, upon receiving this news, disregarded his severely injured state, wrapped like a dumpling, and, despite his teammates' protests, resolutely surged forward, enduring the pain. As Diga appeared, Diablo swiftly advanced to engage him in a contest of strength. The overwhelming force of Diablo forced Diga into retreat. Consequently, Diga decisively transformed into his powerful form, swiftly altering the tide of battle. A fierce exchange ensued between the two, with neither able to gain the upper hand in terms of strength. Yet, it became evident that Diablo's true aim was to seize the eternal core rather than merely contend with Diga. As the ultimate warrior, he felt an overwhelming pride. Merely engaging in a stalemate against the gravely injured Diga would indeed be a source of ridicule. Cosmic Phantom Beast Fist Ultimate Technique. Bull-breaking fist, Diablo bellowed. His fists clenched tightly as a stampede of colossal bull phantoms charged directly at Diga. Behind Diga lay the lights of countless homes. Retreat was not an option. He too summoned the lethal waves of Delahium and Diablo's ultimate attack. Regrettably, his severely wounded body could not unleash the full might of the light, and Diablo's assault was inherently area damage. The ensuing violent explosions sent Diga crashing to the ground, wailing in agony. Yet he was far from defeated. In Diga's mental realm, the excruciating pain contorted the face of Shin Nakamura into a grimace. Nevertheless, he once more grasped the shining key. Even at the cost of my own life, I shall protect everyone. The indomitable will of Shin Nakamura triumphed over his battered form, and he rose again, striving to forcibly transform into the eternal shining form. Radiant golden light erupted, and torrents of wild energy surged into his shattered body. He fought with everything he had. However, such fervor did not equate to mastery over the power of the eternal core. Indeed, his shining timer flickered incessantly, as if he would collapse at any moment. Ultraman Father observed this scene with profound emotion. The Land of Light, bolstered by the advanced technology of Ultraman Eagle, faced no concerns. Yet Diga did not exhibit the characteristics of boundless life. While he did not endorse the reckless sacrifice of life in battle, he held a deep respect for Diga's resolute spirit and protective resolve. Truly, the sinister Max was merely an anomaly. The heavens still cared for us. This reassured him, alleviating the need to further preserve his dignity. Yet, the two ultimate beings named Tartarus and Diablo struck him as unexpectedly familiar, possessing powers derived from the same source as the Ultraman. However, given their intentions to seize the eternal core, they were likely foes rather than allies. Such adversaries must be approached with utmost caution. In the Heisei universe, Dinah nudged Diga with his elbow. "Brother, it seems your cousin is in dire straits. What do you think of sitting on a treasure trove without utilizing it?" Dinah, sensing his brother's pressure, referred to Diga as a cousin instead of the son of Dinah. Diga crossed his arms, lost in thought, seemingly contemplating a strategy. After a moment, under the expectant gazes of Dinah, Gaia, and Eagle, Diga solemnly offered his response. "I believe that when facing an adversary like Diablo, who bears horns, severing those horns is paramount and essential." Dinah and the others remained speechless for a long time. Indeed, as the elder brother, he spoke the truth. He was the master of severing horns. As for the reckless sacrifice of life, such concerns were trivial for the three rogues of the Heisei era. They never needed to ponder such insignificant matters. In the parallel dimension, the kingdom, Absolute Tartarus gazed quietly at the celestial dome. Not long ago, the cascade energy released by Agelawada had exhibited an unexpected anomaly. As the source of their evolution, power, and life, Agelawada was undeniably crucial. Their ultimate clan had employed various methods, yet none could alter this predicament. Following this trajectory, the collapse of Agelawada was merely a matter of time. Both the kingdom and the absolute people faced the looming threat of death. The invasion of the Land of Light was undoubtedly the optimal choice, as their plasma spar towers could seamlessly replace Agelawada. However, seizing the Land of Light was no trifling endeavor. The Land of Light stood firm in the cosmos, built upon the countless corpses of beasts and extraterrestrials. Just when Tartarus found himself at an impasse, the celestial dome manifested. Counting down the top 10 most enigmatic Ultramen, for the impending adversary. He naturally focused intently on the spectacle. Indeed, the celestial dome revealed to him the strength of Max, a formidable force beyond the Ultraman brothers. This knowledge would enable him to prepare adequately, preventing any unforeseen tricks for Max. Moreover, the celestial dome unveiled another side of the proud Ultraman father. While he found amusement, he simultaneously accumulated more information about the Land of Light. He even caught sight of himself and Diablo in the celestial dome's video. This revelation was both surprising and delightful. Although it posed a risk of premature identity exposure, securing the eternal core would render the kingdom's revival plan, the invasion of the Land of Light, and even the dominion over the universe, entirely feasible. No one understood the might of the eternal core better than he. Furthermore, he was acutely aware, since he had no recollection of the events portrayed by the celestial dome, he confidently deduced that what was being shown were future occurrences. The past, the future, parallel timelines. The significance of the celestial dome in his heart had reached an unparalleled zenith. It must be revered. At this moment, Absolute Diablo stood beside him. Am I truly only evenly matched in power with an injured foe? This celestial dome is an affront to the ultimate warrior of Absolute Diablo. The tone of Little Golden Bull was rife with indignation. Tartarus, displeased with Diablo's disrespectful remarks towards the celestial dome, reprimanded him sternly. Silence. Foolish one, pay attention. Chapter 10. The Special Training of the Land of Light. Dancing after the beating. The video in the sky continues to play. Although transformed into the eternally radiant Diga, the tumultuous energy is far beyond the control of the current Jinzhong Jinwu. While Diga has gained immense power, he finds himself in a position of mere passive defense against Diablo's relentless assault. At this moment, his body is already at its limit. In the blink of an eye, Diablo seizes upon a weakness, firmly locking Diga's arms behind his back. I accept this, Diablo proclaims, audaciously absorbing the energy from Diga's core, derived from the eternal core. A golden radiance rises from within Diga, forming a golden vortex above them before flowing into Diablo's being. Diga, feeling the ebb of his strength, struggles in vain, emitting a cry of helplessness and anguish. Just when Diga's life hangs by a thread, a crisp shout pierces the air as several light spears descend from the heavens, hurtling towards Diablo's arms. Stung by the ambush, Diablo releases his grip on Diga. Who is it? Who has come to Diga's aid at such a critical moment? The red light in the sky rapidly expands, and in an instant, a warrior clad in red and silver lands gracefully on the ground. I am Ultraman Ribbit of the Galaxy Rescue Team, here to rescue the Eternal Core. Indeed, you have followed me, Ribbit. Diablo appears unfazed by the emergence of the Ultraman before him. Naturally, I'm here to thwart your ambitions. No sooner has Ribbit spoken than he charges at Diablo, engaging in a fierce struggle. The two exchange blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. In the pivotal moment, Tartarus steps forth from a golden portal, whisking Diablo away and bringing an end to the battle. Meanwhile, Diga, gravely injured, has reverted from his transformation and lies amidst the rubble in self-reproach. In the Land of Light, Father of Ultra had initially felt sympathy for Diga's plight. However, his expression suddenly darkened. He had thought the matter pertained solely to the parallel universe's Diga. Who can explain the sudden appearance of the Galaxy Rescue Team and Ribbit? Moreover, he is a civilian? Is it true that we cannot escape in the Land of Light? In the plaza, the Ultramen instinctively create a space around Ribbit, surrounding him like stars around the moon. Although Zoffy, the captain of the Cosmic Patrol, had heard of Ribbit, he knew that he hardly matched the imposing figure seen in the video. Thus, he brought the bewildered Ribbit before the Father of Ultra. With the warmest tone, the Father of Ultra inquired, "Ribbit, can you explain the events depicted in the sky?" Under the scrutinizing gaze of the esteemed figure and the captain, Ribbit, who had never faced such a situation before, felt a wave of trepidation. He stammered nervously, nearly to the point of tears. "Captain, I truly do not know." The Father of Ultra and Zoffy exchanged glances, realizing that Ribbit had no reason to lie. If it is not the past, then it must be the future. The father of Ultra instantly grasped the gravity of the situation and gazed at the celestial screen with reverence. If one could foresee the risks and opportunities of the future through this screen, could it also be a means to alter the course of destiny? With this thought, any residual aversion he held towards the celestial screen dissipated entirely. Even if the younger Ultraman were to witness unfavorable outcomes, the safety of the land of light and the universe took precedence. He could bear the weight of his reputation. After all, only those within the land of light were privy to his decisions, and none would dare openly criticize him, except for that Zoffy. Moreover, since Libet had already gone to assist the Eternal Core, it seemed they would be able to respond promptly in the future. Surely, the timeline of Diga would remain unscathed. The ambitions and schemes of the Absolution clan would likely come to naught. Reflecting on this, the father of Ultra felt a renewed sense of optimism for the future. He waved his hand at Libet and gently said, "All right, my child, return and study the celestial screen diligently. I entrust Diga to you from here on." The youthful Libet, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly retreated to the crowd. In any case, this would serve as leverage for him to boast to his peers in the future. Meanwhile, Jinwoo and Libet's human embodiment arrived at a gymnasium. Jinwoo, you have yet to unlock your true power. Even possessing formidable strength is meaningless if you cannot control it. Allow me to assist you in shaping your destiny. Libet wore a smile, yet his demeanor was devoid of any leniency. Prepare yourself. This training will be arduous. Libet intended to expedite Jinwoo's mastery of the Eternal Core's power through intensive training. However, this so-called special training proved to be quite overwhelming for Jinwoo, who was already burdened by injuries. Every move he attempted was deftly countered by Libet, who struck him mercilessly across various parts of his body. It was a one-sided assault, leaving Jinwoo in further agony. After knocking Jinwoo down once more, Libet seemed to recognize the severity of his actions. He promptly called over Kitsumi-ai and helped the fallen Jinwoo to his feet. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "I see you are troubled by your fate. Why not empty your mind and follow my lead?" Libet earnestly initiated an aerobics routine. "Join in. This is how we conduct our special training in the land of light." The celestial narration aptly interjected, "Is this the special training from the land of light? Beating the injured followed by aerobics? How peculiar." The father of Ultra felt an ominous premonition upon witnessing Libet and Jinwoo in the gymnasium, and as the footage progressed, his foreboding proved to be accurate. The movements of Libet closely resemble the rigorous training sessions conducted by Taro. As long as one can endure, the training persists relentlessly. However, this rascal is truly underestimating the gravity of the situation. He is not merely a citizen of the Land of Light, but has just emerged from 2 grueling battles. Severely injured, is it not a tad absurd to rush into combat without providing any medical assistance? Such inflexibility and rigid adherence to protocol could leave others with the impression that we, from the Land of Light, take advantage of the wounded. Yet, as Libet began to twirl in an enchanting dance, the entire Land of Light erupted in excitement. Oh, how surprising it is to discover Libet's remarkable dancing skills. Reboot, where did you acquire such peculiar training? Instructor Taro, I too yearn for specialized training. I find myself bewildered by my own fate. So could you possibly lead us in an aerobics session? There was no need for Libet to take the lead, as a multitude of ultras in the square spontaneously began to sway their bodies. Several boisterous young ultras even urged Chief Instructor Taro to step forward and take the lead in the dance. The square transformed into a whirlwind of chaotic revelry. No copying, no dancing. The very thought of the Land of Light engaging in daily dance routines made Ultraman Father's blood boil. He reconsidered his previous belief that with Libet, the timeline of Diga would remain unscathed. And who was responsible for the absurd claim that this was a specialized training from the Land of Light? Reboot, the very harbinger of disgrace for the reputation of the Land of Light. Chapter 11. The Proud Lion Dances Seductively. Cosmic Prison. At this moment, Belial was laughing uncontrollably. Indeed, it was true. Dancing after beating the injured. This is the unique training of your Light Nation. Even I, Lord Belial, disdain to strike those who are wounded. That fool Ribbit resembles me even more in darkness. Look at your serious dance. Want to drive the hypocritical fellow Jian to his wit's end? Ha ha ha. Belial felt that his existence over the past 100,000 years had been in vain, for the joy he derived today surpassed all he had experienced in his lifetime. Planet K-76. Leo had just witnessed 2 battles of Diga. With his discerning eye as the king of combat, he naturally noted numerous shortcomings. Thus, he took General Diga as a negative example to educate Zero on combat techniques. However, Zero was evidently not a docile student. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the Eternal Core. It seemed to possess an energy rivaling that of the Plasma Spark Tower, and more importantly, it was even easier to approach and control. Diga was truly a waste. How could he be harmed by the very power he wielded? If it were me, such a problem would never arise. Furthermore, this fellow named Diablo merely blustered. With such meager strength, he dared to contend for the Eternal Core against me. Zero was utterly oblivious to the concept of humility, hurling insults equally at all. As Leo observed, he saw Ribbit once again engage in intensive training with Diga. All right, Zero, have you remembered the key points I just mentioned? Now let us seize the moment and conduct our own training. Without waiting for Zero's consent, he assumed a stance and launched an immediate attack. In the face of Leo's tempestuous onslaught, Zero's condition was even more dire than Diga's. This was due to Leo's far superior prowess compared to Ribbit, and also because Zero was distracted. Suddenly, Zero caught sight of a change in the sky, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Old Leo, since this is special training, why not go all the way? After all, I am quite confused about my own life, he said as he pointed toward the screen, displaying Ribbit and Shin Nakamura performing aerobics, his eyes brimming with mockery. He was eager to see how Leo would respond. As the king of combat, Leo took pride in his fighting skills and was unfazed by Zero's questions, but he dreaded Zero's lack of cooperation. He thought to himself, I must see what is transpiring on the screen. Could it possibly confound me, the king of combat? Upon looking, Leo was left dumbfounded. How could Ribbit engage in such embarrassing movements? What a disgrace. The pride of Prince L77 would never allow him to perform such acts. Zero, meanwhile, added fuel to the fire. Oh, old Leo, is this not our special training from the Light Nation? Are you now unable to perform it? Or do you simply not wish to? He claims to be the deputy chief instructor, yet I believe it would be better to hand that role to Libbit. Leo, listening to Zero's sarcastic remarks, felt an overwhelming frustration. However, since it was he who proposed the special training, as a man of honor, he vowed to see it through, even if it meant enduring humiliation. Otherwise, he could only imagine how Zero would mock him in the future. Thus, the once proud and dignified lion, the wandering prince of L77, the deputy chief instructor of the Land of Light, and the king of combat, Leo Ultraman, begrudgingly shook his rear amidst tears. Zero took great delight in Leo's predicament, reveling in his triumph. He mimicked Leo's movements while providing unsolicited commentary. TSK, Libbit should come learn from you. Old man Leo, truly deserving of the title King of Combat. Your movements are far more elegant. In the future, the Land of Light could surely be led by you in dance. This statement became the final straw for Leo. His composure shattered. He turned on his heel. Zero, don't you dare run. Taste my Leo flying kick. And you, Libbit, just wait. Meanwhile, in the kingdom, Tartarus and Diablo stared in disbelief at Libbit's comical dance. Tartarus expressed his dissatisfaction. Diablo, you are truly useless. How could you possibly lose to someone like Libbit? Diablo, indignant, retorted, nonsense. Had you not interfered, I would have surely defeated such a disgraceful opponent. He could not fathom what Tartarus was truly afraid of. Tartarus, uninterested in further discourse with such a fool, reflected on the deeper implications. It seemed that the Cosmic Rescue Team's Libbit would thwart their future attempts to seize the Eternal Core, as the Land of Light had already discovered their plans. Truly, a troublesome bunch. Thankfully, with the exposure of the Celestial Canopy, I can freely access a wealth of information from the Land of Light, even the hidden details. Moreover, if Libbit claims this is their special training, could the strength of the Ultra Warriors be related? Diablo, relay the orders. Let our absolute warriors undergo Libet-style training. Tartarus commanded in a grave tone. Diablo stared at Tartarus in utter disbelief, struggling to accept the absurdity of the directive. Tartarus, this jest is hardly amusing. Are you certain you want our honorable warriors to learn those shameful moves of Libet? Indeed, once training is complete, you, Diablo, will lead them in dance. This is all for the glorious revival of our kingdom. Tartarus asserted with unwavering authority. Diablo's face darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot. He vowed that the next time he encountered Libet, he would beat him to a pulp. As the video from the celestial canopy resumed, Diablo stood before several buildings. His demeanor one of furious exasperation, as if he had just experienced some bizarre incident. Suddenly, several beams of light struck him in quick succession, and then, with a flash of brilliance in the sky, the trained Dijia arrived. Digia's assault thoroughly enraged Diablo, igniting a fiery wrath within him. Let us determine the victor, Diablo. Unfazed after his rigorous training, Shin Nakamoto resolutely drew forth the key of eternal radiance. Unlike the previous instances where energy dissipated, this time devoid of distractions, Shin Nakamoto truly harnessed the energy of the eternal core for the first time. Divine brilliance contained. Although Diablo sensed the change in Dijia, he did not hesitate to launch his attack. Previously, even the unrestrained Dijia could suppress Diablo. Now, with complete mastery over the eternal core's energy, every strike rendered Diablo utterly defenseless. Dijia, showing no mercy to his foe, repelled Diablo once more and unleashed a radiant explosion. The golden shockwave, imbued with explosive energy, inflicted immense pain upon Diablo. Meanwhile, the victory team activated the Narsdes, unleashing overwhelming firepower upon Diablo. Libet, seizing the opportune moment, transformed as well. Together, they aimed to deliver a decisive blow. Diablo found himself besieged by the combined assaults of the eternal radiance Dijia and Libet, struggling to defend against the relentless onslaught. Time and again, Digia's skills struck him, and were it not for his formidable physique, any other individual would have perished on the spot. Yet, Diablo too was ensnared by Digia's relentless barrage, rendered immobile and stiff. Now is the moment. Super Nars Cannon, Libet's Galaxium Ray, Eternal Radiance, Digia's Eternal Geraldis. Struck by these three powerful beams, Diablo was reduced to his heart form, meeting his demise on the spot. As the sky darkened, Digia and Libet exchanged a fist bump in farewell, and then Libet vanished into the horizon, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Chapter 12. The Dark Triga's Ruthless Assault. Are these four battles truly confined to a single day? The screen continues to play the footage incessantly. As the scene shifts, darkness envelopes the city. A solitary figure emerges in the silent streets, a giant clad in black armor, with a ferocious gaze, resembling Triga Ultraman. Note, Dark Triga. The ancient giant of darkness embodies the shadowy aspect of Triga Ultraman. Meanwhile, Jin Zhong Jinwu, having hoped for a period of recuperation after the triathlon battles, is abruptly summoned by a call to action. Upon witnessing the havoc wreaked by Dark Triga in the city, Jin Zhong's expression shifts dramatically. He fights to suppress the pain coursing through his body and resolutely transforms into Triga, confronting the menace in the urban landscape. The powerful Triga attempts to thwart Dark Triga. However, Dark Triga's state is utterly frenzied. Instead of gaining the upper hand, Triga finds himself relentlessly pounded by Dark Triga's fierce assaults. Old wounds have yet to heal, and new injuries are inflicted. Lightning. Dark Triga unleashes a torrent of blue electric sparks, exponentially enhancing his speed. Triga struggles to even catch a glimpse of his adversary before being struck repeatedly. In response, Triga shifts to his aerial form, aiming to match Dark Triga's velocity. Ascending into the air, aerial Triga seeks to evade the Dark Giant's onslaught. Yet, he encounters an insurmountable obstacle. With a swift teleportation, Dark Triga crashes down upon the airborne Triga, sending him crashing to the ground. Boom! The towering building crumbles under the weight of the giant's descent. Dark Triga, relentless. positions himself atop Triga, unleashing a barrage of vicious blows to Triga's chest. However, just as the final punch approaches a mere inch from Triga's face, it comes to an abrupt halt. Dark Triga's timer flickers with a red light as he clutches his head, retreating in apparent agony. Subsequently, he vanishes before Triga's bewildered gaze. In a land of light, Ultraman Father watches the two segments of footage in one breath. A sense of curiosity stirs within him. What could be the significance of Dark Triga's emergence? Surely it cannot be solely for the purpose of mercilessly assaulting Triga? On another note, while Triga, the Ultraman warrior, has faced considerable suffering, his actions remain commendable, resonating with the spirit of Ultraman. It seems Triga is in no way tainted by darkness. Is the screen presenting a retrospective evaluation? Thus, was Max merely an anomaly? Indeed, it is remarkable that within the Ultraman lineage, a unique figure like Max could even exist. Ultraman Father clears his throat, preparing to extol General Triga's virtues to dispel the negative impressions left by Max. At that moment, Seven interjects. Has anyone noticed that Triga's 4 battles and a special training session all transpired within the span of a single day? Seven's words awaken Ultraman Father from his reverie, prompting him to recall the events. The battles between Diga and the mechanical beasts took place in the morning, followed by the confrontation with Diablo at noon. The intensive training with Libet occurred in the afternoon, and the defeat of Diablo transpired at dusk. Even into the night, Diga faced a brutal onslaught from the Dark Diga. It was essentially an exhausting marathon of battles. Due to an intense focus on combat, it was instinctively perceived as a series of events occurring at different times. Upon reflection, the reality is quite chilling. Indeed, a single day comprised of 4 intense battles, coupled with the antics of Libet without any respite. Zoffy compared his experience to that of Diga and slowly shook his head. Even we, the Ultra Brothers, might find such endurance unattainable. It seems that since morning, Diga had been nursing injuries, and the relentless high-intensity battles along with the eternal core exacerbated his condition. The original Ultra also shook his head, expressing bewilderment at the resilience of today's youth. Diga's experiences that day were nothing short of hellish, yet thankfully, it should have reached a conclusion. Jack exhaled a sigh of relief, albeit nervously. The discussions among the Ultra Brothers did not escape the notice of the assembled Ultras in the plaza. Rather, every word was heard clearly. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. I initially believed Diga to be unremarkable, yet he proved to be remarkably resilient. If the Ultra Brothers can achieve this, we too must strive like Diga, pushing our limits and making progress. Let us commence from a day of 4 battles, followed by a session of aerobics. Following Max, Diga has become the new object of admiration. After all, besides the ability to grow and multiply, endurance and perseverance are equally vital. Meanwhile, the Ultra Father listened to the chatter below, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow. How close he had come to being misled by the Fade. He knew well that the heavens would not be so benevolent or straightforward. When something seems amiss, there is surely something nefarious at play. Thankfully, he maintained his composure and refrained from boasting about Diga. Looking back now, this young warrior, despite carrying significant injuries, could still engage in a series of high-intensity battles and even show signs of improvement. Imagine, you temporarily defeat him, yet cannot bring him down, only to have him rise again, dragging those injuries, and then turn the tide against you. Such an opponent is beyond comprehension. His sinister nature is compounded by his experiences. The commander, Ultra Father, nearly fell victim to Diga's cunning. Fortunately, matters concerning him should be on hold for the time being. Now, I must gather my thoughts and consider how to assist him. In the Heisei era, after a brief period of tranquility, Dinah began to stir trouble once more. TSK, this Diga truly has it rough. Oh, brother, has the Dark Diga emerged? He is essentially a counterfeit of you. Noticing Dinah's disdainful expression, which indicated a desire to ignore him, Dinah pressed on. Brother, since the Dark Diga has appeared, could there be a Camilla Ultraman as well? By the way, What exactly is the nature of your relationship with her? Perhaps this could be an opportunity for the younger brothers to gain some insight. Moreover, keeping questions bottled up often leads to complications. Camilla Ultraman, Gaia, and Aguru exchanged a glance, observing the mischievous demeanor of Dana, which suggested that something was amiss. What was the nature of her relationship with her elder brother? What was the underlying story? The two of them simultaneously glanced at Diga and then at Dana, their minds weaving an elaborate narrative that could rival a lengthy novel. Chimera was undoubtedly a source of profound pain for Diga, while Dana seemed to have an uncanny knack for provoking sensitive topics, deliberately stepping on landmines. It was akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom, an invitation to disaster. Diga regarded Dana with a gentle demeanor, beckoning him closer. "Come here, Dana. I have something to share with you." With the elder brother's permission, Dana joyfully rushed towards Diga, leaving Gaia and Aguru behind, quietly envious of his fortune. However, it wasn't long before distant sounds of punches and kicks echoed, accompanied by Dana's desperate cries for mercy. Faintly, the words "I was wrong, I want to do it again" reached Gaia and Aguru's ears. They immediately turned their attention inward, genuinely wishing to remain uninformed. Simultaneously, they silently prayed, "May Dana's folly not bring harm to the innocent." Just then, the scene in the sky began to shift once more. Chapter 13. An opponent that devours all. A stifling battle. It was yet another morning, and Jinzhong Jinwu, along with his two teammates, hurried to the scene of an incident for investigation. A colossal, peculiar black sphere, emanating a faint energy signature, lay quietly in the clearing. As the trio deliberated on sampling, suddenly, a tempest of formidable energy surged forth from the opposite side of the black sphere. Jinzhong Jinwu immediately raced towards the source of the energy fluctuations, only to witness a fierce confrontation between two titans, the Dark Telestria and Hitrom. Hitrom, the Dark Giant, known for his cunning strategies, possessed a devious and treacherous nature, seeking revenge against Telestria and plotting to seize the Eternal Core. Jinzhong Jinwu found it perplexing. Just last night, he had been soundly beaten by the Dark Telestria and believed they were allies. Yet today, the Dark Telestria was locked in combat with Hitrom. On the battlefield, the Dark Telestria, consumed by rage, had lost all semblance of composure, his every move easily anticipated by Hitrom, who toyed with him effortlessly. "You resemble a wild beast," Hitrom remarked, his interest waning as the simple act of toying with the Dark Telestria no longer brought him satisfaction. His gaze then fell upon the dormant black sphere, and an idea sparked within him, a far more intriguing endeavor. With the infusion of crimson energy, Hitrom awakened the slumbering beast within the black sphere. Let the beast play with the beast, he chuckled heartily, leaving behind a trail of scornful laughter as he exited the battlefield, leaving the Dark Telestria in a state of impotent fury. The Dark Telestria intended to pursue, but found the black sphere ensnared in a web of crimson energy. With a thunderous explosion, a creature, cloaked entirely in darkness and armed with razor-sharp teeth, burst forth. It writhed and emitted a chilling, spine-tingling wail, lunging at the Dark Telestria with its gaping maw, reeking of foulness. This creature, known as the cosmic legendary beast, Destruction Oga, was reputed to possess an insatiable appetite, devouring anything that crossed its path. Upon its emergence, it immediately showcased its voracious nature, disregarding the Dark Telestria's futile attempts to fend it off. Attacking with the ferocity of a wild beast, the Dark Telestria found himself evading the creature's menacing jaws, only to be subsequently drawn into the depths of the earth by the creature's gravitational control. In the confined space beneath, the Dark Telestria would have no room to evade, destined to become the creature's feast. Meanwhile, Jinzhong Jinwu, caught in the chaos of the collapsing ground, was swept away towards the gaping maw of Destruction Oga, on the verge of becoming the beast's next meal. It seemed that Telestria's fate was sealed. However, descending from above, the Telestria delivered a powerful blow to Destruction Oga's massive head, engaging fiercely in combat, even gaining an upper hand. However, no one could have anticipated the sudden turn of events. The activation was complete, and chaos ensued. The raspy voice of Dark Diga was laced with madness. A dazzling red light erupted abruptly, sending the unsuspecting Diga and the annihilating Oga hurtling to the ground. A grievous blow to my comrades. More outrageous was the fact that as Diga struggled to rise, he was struck down by Dark Diga, who emerged from the depths, forcefully slamming him against a towering building. The impact. The energy wave from Dark Diga collided with Diga, propelling him violently away, crashing into the dining Oga, displeased by the interruption of its meal. Oga turned to unleash its wrath upon Diga. Seizing the opportunity, Dark Diga prepared to launch another ferocious attack against Diga. It seemed every assault was directed at my ally. Just in the nick of time, the victory team intervened to halt Dark Diga. Diga then seized the moment to unleash the Zapi Li Ao Ray to obliterate the annihilating Oga. Yet, he was subsequently engulfed by the creature, renowned for devouring everything. It continued to consume the energy of the victory team's machines and the towering edifices of the city. Fortunately, Diga, through the victory team's analysis, discovered that the energy storage pouch of Oga was its Achilles heel. After dispelling the interference from Dark Diga, he resolutely transformed into the eternal radiant form. Ultimately, with the cooperation of the victory team, he vanquished the annihilating Oga once and for all. In the land of light, Father of Ultra and the Ultra Brothers watched Diga's relentless struggle with a sense of disbelief. They had presumed that the intense battle of the previous day had reached its zenith, yet it appeared that his limits were far beyond their expectations. Each confrontation seemed to exceed 3 minutes. The original Ultraman couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Diga. Although the annihilating Oga sounded terrifying, the existence of a weakness suggested that it should not have been a formidable battle. However, Seven interjected, slowly shaking his head. Father of Ultra then turned his gaze towards Dark Diga, the source of the ongoing turmoil. Though Diga was aiding him, Dark Diga seemed to be under the influence of hallucinogenic mushrooms, relentlessly attacking his allies. Were I in Diga's position, I too would feel suffocated and despondent. Jack expressed a sigh of sympathy. Indeed, everyone nodded in agreement. The lurking dark giants and the absurdians, the unending battles, and the successive injuries, not to mention the incessant annoyance caused by Dark Diga. If Diga did not resort to cunning tactics, they would struggle to devise a strategy. I now find myself understanding and empathizing with Diga. Ace shared a mutual recognition, not merely because he witnessed Diga's blade cleaving Diabolique. Father of Ultra also felt a deep sense of reflection. Once a radiant and righteous boy, he had been compelled by circumstance to adopt such a shadowed demeanor. Nonetheless, thankfully, the monsters lay vanquished, Dark Diga was exhausted, and everything was beginning to turn for the better. After enduring 2 days of torment from the underworld, it seems that this ordeal is finally coming to an end. General Tliget can at last take a well-deserved rest. The sentiments of Father of Ultra resonate with the majority of the inhabitants of the Land of Light. Young Ultraman aspires to learn from his resilience even after facing dire peril, and expresses genuine concern and empathy for his plight. Just as everyone breathes a collective sigh of relief, the video from the celestial canopy begins to play once more. The corpse of the deceased, Demise Uga, suddenly emits a chilling sound of friction. It appears that something terrifying is gestating, preparing to break free. In the blink of an eye, a ferocious beast emerges, a creature of deep blue, adorned with bony spikes, crowned with sharp horns, and possessing blood-red eyes, the legendary beast of the new universe, the Demise Serpent. P.S. This entity, a relative of the demon lord beast Maggot Serpent, has absorbed the energy of Demise Uga and, through death, has been reborn and further evolved, becoming a formidable adversary at the pinnacle of the demon-beast hierarchy. Father of Ultra. No. Is there yet another master? Is this never-ending? Chapter 14. Diga. I only wish to vanquish you all, or be vanquished by you. Planet K-76. This monstrous being appears significantly more formidable than before. After chastising Zero, Leo's gaze upon the footage in the heavens bore a trace of solemnity. Zero, having witnessed Leo's performance, experienced a bittersweet mixture of pain and pleasure. In that moment, he set aside his previous disdain for Diga, pondering to himself that Tiga's plight seemed even more arduous than his own. Though Leo occasionally delivered a thrashing, it was always measured, never lethal. Yet, this young Diga faced an average of 3 battles a day. Each adversary posed a substantial threat. Mechanical beasts, absolute beings, dark giants. And now the devastating demon beast. It could be said he was either fighting for his life or on the brink of doing so. How would I fare in such a predicament? Zero, pay close attention and learn well. Tiga's spirit and resolve are worthy of emulation. Do not fixate solely on the shadow and external forces. True strength emanates from within. In this instance, Zero surprisingly refrained from directly retorting to Leo, conceding that Diga indeed possessed qualities worthy of admiration. However, he could not reconcile with the notion of eschewing external forces and shadows. If you are indeed capable, great lion, return the king of Ultra's mantle to him. Yet, such words were beyond Zero's courage to utter after receiving a beating. The two continued to fix their gaze upon the celestial screen. Confronted by an unexpectedly terrifying foe, Diga's energy was nearly depleted, and the timer flickered incessantly. Meanwhile, the dark Diga fared little better. Despite this, Diga relentlessly squeezed the final vestiges of energy from his body, striving to unleash his most devastating skills. The victory team, likewise, dared not relent, directing a barrage of firepower at the demise serpent. Unexpectedly, the previously frenzied dark Diga charged recklessly at the demise serpent. In the face of the onslaught from 3 directions, the demise serpent remained unfazed, casually tossing its tail to send dark Diga flying. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a semicircular red force field, absorbing all distant light attacks. Seizing upon Diga's momentary distraction, the demise serpent concentrated a dark red energy vortex above its head, and a beam of destruction-laden light struck Diga, reducing him to a mere silhouette. The beam showed no signs of hesitation, sweeping through the city and obliterating everything in its path. Even dark Diga, upon contact, was disintegrated into red light particles. A caption appeared in the blank expanse of the heavens. Only by dismantling Diga can his battle be halted. Is this not shadowy? The Land of Light, Father of Ultra, gazed anxiously at the celestial screen. While he was indeed concerned about the screen's commentary, his primary focus was on Diga's condition. Although there had been instances of disintegration during his battle with Diabolos, the current state of being dismantled was an entirely different matter. Moreover, in terms of presence, the oppressive aura of the cataclysmic serpent is far more formidable than that of Diabolo. How will Diga turn the tide? Come on, Diga. You must defeat the cataclysmic serpent. Isn't it merely a matter of life and death? After all, it's only the first time, and the countless times thereafter, Diga will continue to press on. Libet, do you already know how arduous the upcoming battle will be, prompting you to flee in advance? The little ones from the Land of Light have begun to rally spontaneously in support of Diga. Although Diga's plight is quite grim, his indomitable spirit has inspired many. In the cosmos, the vigilance of various extraterrestrial beings and monsters towards Diga has escalated to a level surpassing that of Max. After all, Max only transforms into his gigantic form when facing opponents of equal caliber, wielding his colossal weapon of 400,000 meters. But Diga is different. He embodies the quintessential spirit of a lion that spares no effort even when pouncing on a rabbit, even at the cost of his own injury. He will activate his eternal radiance form to confront his foes. As the saying goes, the foolish fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are unyielding. Diga is indeed the epitome of an unyielding warrior. Each encounter with formidable adversaries is met with a resolution to face death head-on. Crucially, he resembles an indestructible cockroach. Despite being a bandaged warrior, he continues to endure high-intensity challenges daily. To encapsulate his essence in a single phrase, I either wish to vanquish you all or be vanquished by you. Such a tenacious and formidable opponent is one they fervently wish to avoid. There is a saying, your adversary often knows you better than you know yourself. Currently, Diga embodies this truth. The monsters and extraterrestrials are convinced that someone as formidable as Diga will undoubtedly return as a king. Even Ultraman believes in him. As for the cataclysmic serpent, Diga is merely toying with you. They will wish the cataclysmic serpent good luck. The footage in the sky continues to play. The victory team employs a special beam to petrify the cataclysmic serpent, but its effect lasts only 20 hours. In the blink of an eye, it is already the following morning. Gene Nakamoto and the victory team are diligently strategizing. They aim to strike at the moment the monster resurrects, before it can deploy its force field, unleashing powerful firepower to obliterate it instantly. Boom! At last, a relentless barrage of artillery is unleashed upon the cataclysmic serpent. The skyward flames engulf its massive form entirely. However, such an assault is merely child's play for a beast renowned across the cosmos. The eye upon its abdomen glows with a sinister red light, absorbing all the explosive energy. Then, employing the same tactic once more, a dark crimson vortex ignites above its head, and the explosive energy devastates everything in its line of sight. Humanity's attacks are converted into nourishment for him, ultimately wielded against humanity itself. How heart-wrenching! Wherever his beams reach, explosions and flames erupt in response. The suffering of countless souls, a veritable hell on earth. As Gene Nakamoto directs his assault against the cataclysmic serpent, he also receives orders for an attack angle. Zhong Jinwu was eager to transform and immediately thwart the rampage of the destruction serpent. Yet, he understood that the primary objective was to shatter the serpent's horn. Otherwise, a forced transformation would only lead to his own disintegration. Suddenly, a black fist appeared, striking the destruction serpent's head with tremendous force, followed by a series of 3 kicks that sent the creature crashing to the ground. The serpent emitted a piercing wail of agony. It was none other than Dark Diga. Seizing the moment, Dark Diga pinned the serpent's head down and unleashed a flurry of punches to vent his pent-up fury. Meanwhile, the victory team sought to capitalize on this moment of distraction to shatter the serpent's colossal horn. However, the destruction serpent was not to be trifled with. Dark Diga's actions provoked it to an unprecedented rage, as its crimson eyes flashed with multiple bursts of red light. In the next instant, the surrounding space erupted with a powerful sonic explosion. The cacophony of deafening blasts resonated continuously, leaving both Dark Diga and the poised Victory Falcon severely battered under the serpent's onslaught. The victory team's battle plan had been declared a failure, revealing a lack of coordination in their efforts. Chapter 15. Diga, your driving skills are unsatisfactory to my elder brother, yet your reckless maneuvers are favored by my younger brother. Unfortunately, the Victory Falcon plummeted directly to the ground. However, fortune smiled upon us as it landed right beside Monica Kenwu. In an instant, Kenwu realized that this was his finest and perhaps final opportunity. Without hesitation, he stepped into the battered aircraft and immediately switched to manual mode. Unsteadily soaring back into the skies, he launched a desperate assault on the destruction serpent, navigating through the incessant bursts of blinding light and evading the onslaught of reflective beams. Kenwu, fueled by his fearless courage and exceptional piloting skills, deftly maneuvered during the critical moment when the Dark Diga restrained the destruction serpent. He charged directly toward the serpent's colossal horn. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the destruction serpent emitted a heart-wrenching howl, collapsing heavily to the ground, its massive horn breaking in the process. Before Kenwu could revel in his triumph, he was once again struck by a punch from the Dark Diga, sending him reeling in the cockpit. Feeling the violent turbulence, Kenwu swiftly completed his transformation. In the Heisei world, the beleaguered Dinah, suffering from numerous bumps and bruises courtesy of Diga, remained unrepentant. After all, there is but a distinction between the first act of folly and countless repetitions thereafter. My dear brother, with such driving skills, it may take you a century to catch up. Where have you been? Diga cast a disdainful glance at him. This fellow was merely a few steps away from disaster. For reasons well known, their human forms, Daegu and Asuka, were both deemed champions of catastrophe. Yet, if one were to speak of true misfortune, Shinshiro would claim the second spot. no one dared to assert the first. Although Diga harbored some dissatisfaction with Kenwa's remarkable piloting, he still held a deep appreciation for his audacious actions. "Oh, you two brothers are truly ruthless. The aircraft is our companion. How can you be so heartless? Unlike me, who feels a pang of sympathy for the machine? I have never crashed once." The boastful Aguru, perhaps infected by Dinah's bravado, also could not resist the temptation to show off. Diga and Dinah, who had been playfully bickering, now turned their gazes, filled with evident animosity, towards Aguru. Gaia hurriedly stepped in to mediate, thinking, "Why can't you be more composed and steady like me?" Brothers, do not heed his nonsense. In truth, his human form has never piloted a craft, so there is no question of crashing. Oh look, a new female giant has appeared. Upon hearing this, Dinah, like a cat catching the scent of fish, quickly stole a glance at Diga. He then feigned nonchalance, casting his eyes towards the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, his subtle actions have been entirely observed by Diga. Gathering, let us hope for something grand. The video in the sky continued to play. A circle of dark incantations entwined with purplish-red energy suddenly emerged, followed by a deep crimson beam descending from above. It blasted both Diga and Dark Diga away. Shortly thereafter, a slender figure, adorned in golden and white, descended from the heavens. The enchanting warrior, Carmira. P.S. The leader of the Dark Giant possesses a cruel disposition and formidable strength. Once a beloved of Tariga, she harbors an intense passion intertwined with resentment for him. Sword enlightenment. Sword enlightenment. True midway sword enlightenment, as the skies foretold. The moment Carmira appeared, she unleashed a fervent and vengeful cry, each utterance more frenzied than the last. Without hesitation, she advanced swiftly, launching a fierce assault against Tariga. Although he occasionally countered with Iron Mountain, he ultimately found himself at a disadvantage. Soon, Carmira succeeded in bringing Tariga to his knees. And just as she intended to pursue him further, she was unexpectedly seized by the Dark Tariga lurking nearby. While Tariga was momentarily spared from Carmira's relentless onslaught, he was caught off guard by an attack from behind. A powerful shockwave from a violent explosion sent him hurtling through the air. It was the previously overlooked ruinous serpent. Now devoid of its horn, the ruinous serpent appeared even more ferocious, seeking vengeance for its lost pride. Tariga, too, was eager to confront this brutal adversary. As for Carmira and Dark Tariga, their domestic affairs could be settled in due time. The hornless, ruinous serpent, akin to a toothless tiger, posed no significant threat to the well-energized Tariga. Eternal Radiance Tariga, in the face of the ruinous serpent's fierce lightning attack. Tariga unleashed a multitude of light projectiles from an aerial bow, completely neutralizing the assault. With Eternal Dash, Tariga concentrated his energy into the Radiant Blade, executing a 360-degree spin that instantaneously dismembered the ruinous serpent. The once mighty New Universe legendary demon was thus vanquished by Tariga's sword, though it appeared effortless. The energy expended by Tariga was considerable. From this single strike, he was compelled to revert from eternal radiance to his composite form. Simultaneously, the luminous timer on his chest incessantly blared alarms. Meanwhile, the Dark Tariga, entangled with Carmira, was unceremoniously kicked to the ground like a defeated dog. Carmira approached slowly, effortlessly swatting away Tariga's obstructive sword, her right hand caressing his face as if it were a cherished treasure. "I have kept you waiting." True midway sword enlightenment Carmira's voice was laced with a maddened tenderness, exuding a disturbingly obsessive aura. Oblivious to her affections, Tariga pushed her hand away, continuing his relentless onslaught with his sword. Yet, at this moment, he was no match for Carmira, who easily disarmed him, sending his sword flying into the hands of Dark Tariga. In the Heisei world, Dina observed the frenzied Carmira, pondering silently. If Tariga was a version of his elder brother, did that not imply that Carmira was his brother's former girlfriend? In a universe so strikingly similar, it was likely that Carmira shared the same pathological traits as Carmira, explaining why his brother refrained from mentioning her. After all, what dignity is there in being beaten by an ex-girlfriend daily? Men, after all, shed tears when speaking too much, noticing Diga nodding and then shaking his head repeatedly. Dina assumed he was reminiscing about the past. Believing he understood his elder brother, Dana offered a comforting embrace to the bewildered Tiga. "It's all right, brother. Everything is past. The next one will be more obedient." Tiga responded with confusion. "What are you saying, Dana? I am a devoted person." Alas, poor Tariga indeed faced a dismal fate. Day in and day out, he was embroiled in endless battles and unceasing chaos. His dark side relentlessly pursued him, as did his former girlfriend. What heinous act had he committed? Gaia could not help but ponder deeply. Now, his sword lay in the hands of Dark Tariga. Given Dark Tariga's unstable mental condition, it was likely that, at any moment, it could be unleashed upon Tariga's head. Truly tragic. A guru shook his head, unable to bear witnessing the unfolding events. The two shared a silent understanding and deliberately averted their gaze from Tiga, while indulging in gossip was vital. Preserving their own lives was paramount. However, as the celestial video continued to play, the developments once again took an unexpected turn. Chapter 16. Concern for the mother of Ultraman? The father of Ultraman has fainted from anger. Upon acquiring the composite sword, the Dark Tiga immediately soared into the air, his form crackling with an abundance of blue electric sparks. As he harnessed the power of the Seagog within, the blade of the composite sword transformed into a sharp, red energy spike. With a thunderous strike, he descended with tremendous force, aiming directly at Carmira. Carmira, taken aback, could not fathom the madness driving this foe to such desperation. Nevertheless, it did not deter her from unleashing her full power without reservation. Although the figure before her was Dark Tiga, he was not the true Tiga. With a flick of her right hand, she summoned her light staff, converting it into a violet beam that clashed against Dark Tiga's blue energy. The cataclysmic collision unleashed a violent explosion, blindingly bright and overwhelming. As the smoke cleared, Dark Tiga had vanished without a trace, leaving only the composite sword embedded in the ground. Carmira emerged unscathed from the haze, her demeanor rife with disdain for Dark Tiga. A mere counterfeit, yet suddenly, her left shoulder emitted purple energy particles, revealing that the previous clash had not been as effortless as she claimed. "True Tiga, your skills are woefully inadequate. Let's intensify our fervor." The sting of pain heightened Carmira's madness, her demeanor increasingly erratic and feverish. Torn between love and hate, she both yearned for closeness with Tiga and wished to flay him alive. Carmira assumed a combative stance, ready to eliminate Tiga once and for all, when she was abruptly halted by the appearance of Dagon. Overwhelmed by her emotions, Carmira coldly reprimanded Dagon, disregarding everything around her. Did you not see those people? At Dagon's urging, Carmira finally noticed the insignificant insects she had once scorned. The members of the victory team stood resolutely before Tiga, aligning to insert the Jedon key into the victory hypergun. 6 fiery orbs, each 1,000,000 degrees, prepared to unleash their might. This is the strength of humanity. Underestimating them would lead to dire consequences. We must retreat for the victory in our hearts. Dagon remained exceptionally composed, once again urging her. Carmira assessed the oncoming victory team and her own injuries, ultimately scoffing in frustration before vanishing into thin air. The video footage in the sky concluded, replaced by a series of subtitles. In just 2 short days, Tiga has engaged in a total of 7 high-intensity battles against formidable foes, including Diabolique, Dark Tiga, the Annihilation Ogre, the Annihilation Serpent, and Carmira, enduring even a brutal training session at the hands of Libet. One must wonder, how many Ultramen could survive such a hellish 48 hours and remain vibrant? Tiga has been either injured or on the brink of injury. Yet even so, he treats the use of the Eternal Core as an everyday affair. Faced with the onslaught of his former lover, Tariga remained passive. Yet when the devastating serpent's gust merely brushed against him, he retaliated with formidable force, dismantling it utterly. This version of Tariga exudes an almost sinister aura. In the cosmos, various extraterrestrial beings and monsters gasped in astonishment. Although they had previously recognized Tariga as an exceptionally formidable and reckless adversary. They could not help but collectively condemn him. This Diga is a hypocritical wretch, devoid of humanity. In the face of his ex-girlfriend, Carmilla's assault, your counterattack is feeble and ineffective. What gives? Are you two flirting in front of us, a multitude? Yet when the devastating serpent merely sends a gust your way, you transform into an eternal luminary, unleashing a grand attack that rends it to pieces. Reduced to dust. The audacity. Carmilla embodies life. Do we monsters not possess life as well? Who stands up for us monsters? Diga, you insignificant coward. Diga, you despicable fiend. On planet K-76, Zero contemplated the closing remarks on the celestial screen, deep in thought. Old Leo, do you think I should also seek a girlfriend, only to abandon her later? It might serve as motivation for my improvement, lest I fall victim to domestic abuse. Leo cast a sideways glance at the creature perched on Zero's shoulder, pondering that he already had a girlfriend. Moreover, he was taken aback by the idea of Zero aspiring to be a scoundrel. The youth of today, he mused, but if the Cane Star people found out, wouldn't they come after me? Recalling that painful memory, Leo felt a twinge of discomfort. Zero abandoned that foolish notion. A heart devoid of women wields a sword with ease. It is precisely Diga's merciful nature towards Carmilla that led him into peril, ultimately requiring the aid of a victory team to prevail. Instead of dwelling on this, we should train harder. Leo resolutely halted Zero, not out of fear of the Cane Star people. In the land of light, Father of Ultra observed the concluding remarks on the celestial screen. A weight finally lifted from his heart. The grueling 48 hours for Diga had come to an end. Had it continued, he would have been at a loss for resolution. Meanwhile, Zoffy gazed at the screen with increasingly bright eyes. I believe this young man, Diga, has the potential to become a cornerstone of our cosmic patrol. The series of adversaries Diga faced during those 48 hours were anything but weak, yet he overcame each one, demonstrating his prowess. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is his unwavering dedication to work tirelessly without complaint. Ahem, Captain Zoffy clearly values Diga's sense of responsibility. Such a chosen one should undoubtedly contribute to the cosmic patrol for the sake of universal peace. Ace, upon hearing Zoffy, was equally enlightened and rushed forward to grasp Zoffy's hand. Brother, great minds think alike. Once Diga joins our cosmic patrol, I shall take charge of his training. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly assist him in advancing further in the art of vanquishing monsters. Ace holds a profound admiration for Diga's formidable prowess in cleaving the Diabolos and dismembering the cataclysmic serpent. It is a remarkable manifestation of unwavering camaraderie. He yearns to impart all his accumulated wisdom to Diga. Meanwhile, the other small ultras in the plaza are engrossed in fervent discussions. I shall not be outdone in my lifetime. I have resolved to emulate Diga's experience of battling 7 opponents for 48 hours. It is decided, Zoffy, the first generation, 7. Jack, Ace, Taro, and Mebius, you shall be my challengers. Let us not forget to allow Ribbit to give you another thrashing in between, followed by a dance. Without the energy of the eternal core, how can you risk your life in battle? That plasma spark tower seems rather appealing. No, you all misunderstand. Diga's complexity stems from the presence of a former lover who simultaneously inspires love and resentment, constantly propelling him forward. Makes sense. Princess Yulian, would you indulge me in a romantic endeavor? Mother of Ultra, please. Enough. I shall not permit it. The Father of Ultra feels his blood pressure rising. You wish to engage in a relentless battle against the Ultra Brothers. If you seek your own demise, so be it. You covet the Plasma Spark Tower, yet it may choose to ignore you, and it too shall endure. You express your affection for Yulian. Ah, young love, he tolerates that as well. However, Taro is already of a considerable age, and yet someone still harbors thoughts of the Mother of Ultra. This time, Uncle can endure, but Auntie cannot. Diga has already set such a precedent in the Land of Light before even arriving. If he were to join the Cosmic Patrol, what chaos would ensue in the Land of Light? The Father of Ultra shall not allow it. Diga, you cunning individual, I, the Father of Ultra, shall not coexist peacefully with you. Chapter 17. I have General Libet, ready to confront the father of Ultra. In the cosmic prison, Belial. This dark giant, named Carl Mira, possesses a captivating physique and formidable power. Should a union occur between you two, complemented by my Rebrando genes, it would undeniably yield the most promising dark warrior in the universe. Perhaps it could evolve to rival the legendary warrior Noah Ultraman. The voice of the Rebrando echoed ominously, laced with a hint of seduction. A flicker of intrigue sparked in Belial's deep crimson eyes. The proposal from Rebrando was indeed tempting. Furthermore, if Carl Mira were to seize the eternal core as her dowry, it would be even more perfect. Would that not bring him closer to his ambition of universal dominion? Yet, as Belial cast a slow glance around the pitch-black prison, he could not help but curse the father of Ultra. It was all Ken's fault, condemning him to languish in this dim, cosmic prison for countless years. Now, more than Carl Mira, he yearned to witness Ken, that insufferable fellow, wearing a troubled expression, stubbornly maintaining his facade. A shadowy figure like Trigger would surely relish the sight of Ken, the hypocrite, attempting to cleanse himself of guilt. He gazed expectantly at the heavens. Although escape was impossible, he could still revel in the misfortunes of Ken and Ultraman. Watching the image of the land of light crumble would not be in vain. In the land of light, the father of Ultra had just vehemently reprimanded a group of young Ultramen harboring unwholesome thoughts, managing to suppress the tense atmosphere in the square. Despite his inner fury directed at Trigger, he felt compelled to uphold his responsibilities as a leader and curb the detrimental influence of romantic entanglements within the land of light. Therefore, he endeavored to publicly vindicate Trigger. Such was the burden of his role as the captain. Clearing his throat, the father of Ultra proclaimed, "Children, do not be misled by Trigger's surface appearance. We must perceive the essence of the matter beneath the facade. Trigger embodies numerous virtues worthy of your collective emulation and advancement." Taro, who had been contemplating whether Trigger's growth stemmed from Carl Mira's relentless encouragement, recalled his dear friend, Torquia, fallen into darkness yet possessing immense strength. Torquia, like Carl Mira, held a complex relationship of love and hate, perfectly aligning with the notion of progress through urging. One need not be overly rigid regarding matters of gender. However, the father of Ultra's words abruptly severed his perilous thoughts. He remembered the odd looks his father and brothers cast upon him during the days spent in Tarikia's company, their suspicions regarding Taro's inclinations weighing heavily upon him. Taro, feeling somewhat guilty, promptly quelled his wandering thoughts and focused intently on the father of Ultra's address. The first virtue worthy of your study is unwavering conviction. Trigger engaged in 7 consecutive high-intensity battles over 48 hours. Without a powerful will and steadfast belief, he would have succumbed to the pain time and again. The father of Ultra's remarks exemplified a tendency to disregard the facts while excessively promoting secondary conflicts. Undoubtedly, unwavering faith holds great significance. However, one must first possess the essence of life to endure. Were it not for the relentless onslaught of entities such as Tabos, theatrical boss, and ultimate life forms, an ordinary individual would have succumbed long ago. Where then lies the steadfast belief? It is only through the material foundation of life that the consciousness of faith can manifest. The words of Father Ultraman appear to be an intentional jest. Consider the resolve of General Diga. Does he not embody a robust spirit and an unwavering commitment to protect humanity? Indeed, he is strong and resolute. Although the smaller Ultramen in the square find the situation somewhat peculiar, they cannot quite discern the issue at hand. They even perceive a surprising wisdom in Father Ultraman's words. Nodding in agreement, we, the Ultra Warriors, are purely idealistic. As long as our belief persists, life remains eternal, and our battles continue. Observing the raucous group, Father Ultraman notices that this time, no one dares to voice dissent, deluding himself into believing that his teachings have garnered approval. He feels a surge of joy and renewed vigor. The second virtue worthy of emulation is the ability to learn. When Diga first confronted Diablo, he found himself in a most precarious predicament, possessing formidable power, yet lacking the knowledge of its application. However, through rigorous training with Ribbit, he persevered, continually striving for improvement. Speaking of Ribbit's training, Father Ultraman's tone noticeably softens. The memory of that experience brings him a sense of embarrassment. Ultimately, everyone witnessed the ease with which Diga vanquished Diablo. Thus, the training in our land of light proves to be highly effective. Henceforth, let us all endeavor to learn and grow through training, eschewing any misguided paths. Noticing the success of his previous tactic, Father Ultraman resorts to it once more, simultaneously extolling the virtues of training in the land of light, attempting to steer the younger Ultramen towards the righteous path. Yet employing the same tactic a second time is fraught with difficulty. The initial success was a fortunate anomaly. Indeed, dissent soon arises. Captain, your statement lacks accuracy. You are conflating concepts. Upon utterance, this remark incites a fervor among the crowd. All eyes turn to see who dares to challenge the captain so boldly. It is none other than Ribbit, the very individual at the center of this matter. Father Ultraman gazes at Ribbit with a mixture of benevolence and challenge. This young one seeks to test the mettle of my Ultraman fist. The 6 cloaked elders behind him glare in unison, while the Ultra Brothers recognize Father Ultraman's fabrications. They understand that the captain seeks to curb the errant winds plaguing the land of light. His intentions are well-meaning. Yet now, Ribbit audaciously dares to question the captain's authority. The one who stands out often becomes the target. They are eager to witness what this young one will articulate. Under the scrutiny of so many, Ribbit responds with calmness and poise. From a young age, we have been taught to be honest Ultramen. I feel that the captain's remarks somewhat sidestep the issue, overly emphasizing my role in Diga's endeavors. The father of Ultra gazed contemplatively at Ribbit, pondering to himself, this impudent lad, reluctant to accept praise. Has honesty led you to this predicament? The crux of the matter lies in Diga possessing the power of the eternal core. My specialized training merely expedites his mastery of that strength. To be clear, I do not question the captain's assertion regarding Diga's commendable aptitude for learning. On the contrary, I firmly believe that Diga's formidable capacity for acquisition would inevitably allow him to grasp the power of the eternal core, even without my assistance. Upon noticing the stern expressions of the instructors, Ribbit hurriedly added, "We must take immediate precautions." Yet, his utterance only served to deepen the predicament. The young Ultras, who had previously been in the dark, swiftly understood the implication. Indeed, had Diga not unleashed his eternal radiance form to vanquish the first mechanical beast? Precisely. If Diga lacked such immense power, then no amount of enhanced training would significantly elevate Ribbit's capabilities. Absolutely. Captain, I propose we promptly allocate energy from the plasma spark tower to us. Following that, we shall engage in specialized training. I am confident that with our learning prowess, we too can swiftly master it, much like Diga, observing the fervent atmosphere in the square and casting a glance at the seemingly innocent Ribbit. The father of Ultra felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over him. All he desired was to succumb to slumber, overwhelmed by the chaos of the hearts around him. Leading the team had become a daunting endeavor. My dear brother has suffered heartbreak, and dear friends, I find myself in a dismal state, unable to compose my thoughts. Chapter 18. The Darkened Canopy? Everyone can communicate with bullet screens. Within the confines of the cosmic prison, Belial observed the visibly distressed countenance of Father of Ultra, erupting into hearty laughter as he clapped his hands against the ground. What fine display by Ribbit! How splendidly he confronted the situation! Belial found himself increasingly admiring this young fellow. Not only had Ribbit engaged in fisticuffs, but he also performed peculiar dances that tarnished the image of the land of light. Now, he had audaciously put the illustrious Ken in an awkward position. Given Belial's insight into Ken, he suspected that not only would Ken refrain from punishing Ribbit, but he might even commend his candor. The mere thought of Ken's outwardly cheerful demeanor contrasting with his inner turmoil thrilled Belial to the point of trembling. He could hardly wait to continue watching. In the land of light, Father of Ultra had, as Belial anticipated, composed himself and was now extolling Ribbit's honesty and fearless stance against authority. Ribbit appeared somewhat bashful, genuinely mistaking the praise for sincere compliment. Little did he know, Father of Ultra had quietly resolved that once the event concluded, his doorstep would welcome two kneeling guests, one being the boastful Max, the other the oblivious Ribbit. Yet, despite the need for reprimand, he paid no heed to the incessant chatter of the little ultras in the square. He continued, articulating the third virtue of Diga, the imperative of unity. It was not only crucial for internal cohesion within the Land of Light, but, more importantly, for solidarity with humanity. Though they may seem feeble, their creativity and the light that emerges when they unite cannot be overlooked, even by us. When we ultras and humanity stand together, unimaginable miracles can occur, just as Diga, on the brink of defeat by Chimera, was saved by the timely intervention of the seemingly powerless humans. Countless examples abound. From the original Ultraman to Mebius, their narratives are rich with such experiences. It is precisely through their unity with humanity that they have repeatedly safeguarded the Earth's tranquility. Unity is also the essence that maintains our cohesion in the Land of Light, enabling us to navigate through various perils. Father of Ultra's tone resonated with sincerity and earnestness, devoid of pretense, brimming with anticipation for the little ultras. Although the younger ultras had not personally experienced such events, they had grown up hearing tales of valor. For instance, the victory of the Guts team over Jeddah, or the transformation of Mebius into the Phoenix Mebius through the bonds with his teammates. Of course, the unity that led to the demise of the Ace Killer team by the Ultraman brothers was a delicate subject, and the brothers were particularly discreet about it. Though the little ultras were mischievous and eager to learn from everything they encountered, they also represented a blank slate, easily swayed by reasoned arguments. Thus, the majority of the younger ultras accepted the fundamental virtue of unity. Only a few voices murmured quietly in dissent, questioning if the captain's remarks implied that Diga was merely a fortunate victor, with humanity claiming the MVP title. Certainly, the voices of skepticism were swiftly drowned in the crowd. Otherwise, we might have witnessed another addition to the ranks of the kneeling guests. Thus, through the diligent efforts of the Father of Ultra, the impression of the little Ultraman from the Land of Light regarding Trigger has been subtly altered. An Ultraman imbued with a sense of unity amidst the overall darkness. As for the concerns surrounding issues such as resilience, excessive investments, grueling overtime, and double standards against adversaries, the Father of Ultra is not unwilling to clarify. Rather, he finds it exceedingly challenging to do so. He has exhausted his mind to fabricate a few virtues, one of which was even influenced by the rhythmic cadence of Libert. If the upcoming evaluations continue in this manner, he believes he might as well retire early. He is truly fatigued. Can't the heavens offer a more positive assessment? He genuinely does not wish to hear a chorus of little Ultramen clamoring for growth, for plasma spark towers, or for defeating 7 foes with such nonsensical demands. On planet K-76, Leo shook his head at the antics of the little Ultramen from the Land of Light. Do you truly believe you can combat 7 foes? Perhaps your leisurely routine and insufficient training intensity have led to this delusion. It would be prudent to dispatch a jeep to them to raise their training regimen. Or perhaps, like Zero, they should periodically engage in Leo's flying kick exercises to strengthen their physiques. Zero, if this continues, it seems you will soon have some classmates. Leo cast a sidelong glance at Zero, whose mind was filled with misguided thoughts, and mocked him. Isn't that rather splendid? Zero's response piqued Leo's curiosity. Does this lad believe that with more comrades, he would be overwhelmed less, and that shared burdens would lessen his own hardships? If so, he is gravely mistaken. Considering my relationship with 7, I shall indeed look after you more closely, Zero. Just as the Father of Ultra has taught, I will unite the Ultramen sent here. Then, we shall consolidate our strength to first deal with you, old Leo. Afterward, we shall assault the Land of Light, usurping the Father of Ultra's position and dividing the plasma spark towers. Old man, what do you think of my adeptness in learning and uniting virtues? Zero brazenly conspired aloud, blissfully unaware of the consequences. Leo, you've learned quite well, but Do not replicate such learning again. 0. Do you take me for a fool? I shall break your legs first. Let us see how you speak of unity then. 0. While running scoffed. These duplicitous adults. When you say not to learn, they lament your lack of progress. Yet when you do learn, they are unwilling. In the cosmos, various extraterrestrial beings and monsters observe the father of Ultra's desperate attempts to restore his dignity, finding amusement in the spectacle. When they witnessed Liber confronting the father of Ultra head-on, they erupted in laughter. What determination? What learning? Nonsense. To put it plainly, it is merely triggers resilience and fortuitous advantages. The people of the Land of Light are indeed benevolent. If one of my subordinates dared to question me, I would dispose of him on the spot. Such hypocrisy. The father of Ultra must be fuming, his horns likely ask you, yet he must swallow his pride. This delights me immensely. The extraterrestrial spectators reveled at the sight of the father of Ultra eloquently defending himself. Deeply troubled, they realized that their reputation had been gradually tarnished by the father of Ultra. The Land of Light was portrayed as virtuous, while they, the aliens, were unjustly labeled as dark and malevolent. Indeed, the words of the heavenly screen rang true. The Land of Light was inhabited by a cadre of shadowy ultras, with Max and Trigger standing out as the foremost among them. Suddenly, however, the screen went dark. They were left in shock, unsure of what had transpired, momentarily at a loss for action. Simultaneously, all screens across the universe malfunctioned. Reactions varied widely among the crowd. In the cosmic prison, Belial seethed with rage. He had just finished enjoying Ken's antics and was eagerly anticipating the next installment featuring another shadowy ultra. Yet now, the screen had inexplicably gone dark. He suspected that it was Ken, that hypocritical and vain wretch, behind this mischief. In his fury, he struck the wall, wishing he could slay the father of Ultra at that very moment to vent his frustrations. Meanwhile, several rogues from the Heisei era were taken aback. They recalled how they had previously exerted every effort, unable to even touch the screen. They speculated about who could possibly possess the power to disrupt the screens and foresee the future. Observing the sudden blackout, the father of Ultra felt a surge of joy. If the screen ceased its broadcasting, perhaps he could delay his retirement. However, before he could savor his happiness for even a minute, the screen burst forth with color once more. Almost immediately, a line of subtitles appeared, proclaiming, "Multiversal consciousness detected. The screen has automatically upgraded. Now, all beings present where the screen resides can engage in bullet chat." The father of Ultra's expression instantly fell. Chapter 19. The 8th most sinister Ultraman. The Ultra Beast feels no pain. Is communication possible? Upon seeing the words on the celestial screen, father of Ultra's expression soured into one of despair. This was a disaster. Not only had the broadcast not been canceled, but it had also intensified. The ability to send comments meant that everyone could mock the Land of Light during the video playback. These young Ultras had already caused him considerable distress. Father of Ultra dared not open his eyes, hoping this was merely a figment of his imagination. Suddenly, the tranquil screen displayed the first comment. "Diga, who just called me a layabout in the Land of Light. Step forward. Look me in the eye." At this moment, father of Ultra's last shred of hope was utterly shattered. Communication was indeed possible? The Ultraman brothers, led by Zoffy, eagerly began to experiment. Consequently, the comments on the screen multiplied and grew increasingly elaborate. "Gino, I said it. On what grounds do you place yourself above my brother Max? I stand up for him. Dinah, Diga, what is your relationship with my dear brother Diga? Zoffy, Gino, be quiet. This is hardly a glorious matter. Why are you even arguing? Belial, Ken, is this the unity your Land of Light prides itself on? How utterly laughable. Belial, I have been unlawfully imprisoned by this band of ruffians from the Land of Light in a cosmic prison for tens of thousands of years. Is there a kind soul willing to rescue me? I promise to grant you a universe upon my release. Ace, Diga, I see your swordsmanship is commendable. Would you be interested in advancing further? I could offer you some guidance. Zoffy, Belial, be silent. I shall weld the prison doors shut. Belial, oh Zoffy, you've really made a name for yourself, haven't you? Is it the star upon your chest, that emboldens you? Bacterian, Zophi, what's the matter? Wasn't it you who devised the plan to eliminate Ultramen? Dark Baltan, Max, the technology of your land of light can never rival that of our Baltan. Carmilla, Diga is busy, do not disturb. Max, if you have the guts, come here and feel the might of my 400,000 meter blade. Libet, is anyone interested in the specialized training of the land of light? Apprentices welcome. Belial, a mere bureaucrat, supersized, with thousands of avatars. Wielding the infinite light sword Max. As long as the monsters endure, the battles persist, and Tiga's life force remains unyielding. I can hardly wait to see what underhanded tricks the next Ultraman will employ. Zero, Belial, you are a fool. As for why Father of Ultra remained silent, the moment he learned communication was possible, he had already retreated into himself. The video on the screen resumed its playback. The 8th most sinister Ultraman, Ace Ultraman. Following this, the screen showcased Ace's gentle visage, featuring his iconic large ears. Zophi gazed upon the title, his heart lifting with joy. This time it was certain. While he may not be familiar with others, Ace was undoubtedly the younger brother he had watched grow up and cherished dearly. With his square face and benevolent expression, he evoked instant fondness. How could he possibly be associated with anything sinister? Thus, Zophi hurriedly conveyed the news to Father of Ultra. Upon hearing that the next subject of scrutiny was Ace, Father of Ultra instantly felt invigorated. He knew his child well. It appeared that the celestial screen had taken advantage of the upgrading phase to commence a reverse assessment. This could potentially turn the tide for the land of light and the Ultraman's reputation. Father of Ultra straightened his back and cast an approving glance at Ace. Soon, with the celestial footage as evidence, how could Belial continue to slander? However, in the face of Father of Ultra's admiring gaze, Ace surprisingly seemed somewhat evasive. Under normal circumstances, he would be more than willing to earn his father's recognition. Yet, according to the previous patterns of celestial assessments, his inclusion on the list likely boded ill. Could it be related to those matters? Ace harbored an unsettling premonition. On planet K-76-0, having foolishly emulated virtue, was once again reprimanded by Leo. At this moment, he lay despondently on the ground. Who is this Belial? Why does he speak so contemptuously? Just seeing his name makes my hands itch. Zero pondered with confusion. Oh, Leo replied with an expression of surprise. I thought you'd feel a sense of kinship upon seeing his name. Is this perhaps what they mean by the younger generation pushing the older generation aside, leaving the latter to perish on the shore? Enough with the riddles, Leo. Who else could it be? Naturally, it is your predecessor, the last to touch the plasma spark tower, only to be ultimately expelled by the land of light due to energy backlash. Leo's tone held a teasing note. So Belial was merely a failure. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't have succumbed to backlash. Zero had long been vexed by his failure to touch the plasma spark tower, and hearing about Belial's success followed by failure left him disdainful of the old predecessor. Give him an opportunity, and he proves useless. Smack! Leo shot Zero a glare and, with a touch of exasperation, withdrew his foot. This rascal, always dreaming up nonsense. Old man, does he seem quite gentle to you? Was he also rather dark in his past? Zero inquired with curiosity. Smack! Leo struck again. Do not speak ill of your elders behind their backs. Zero rubbed his backside, gazing at Leo with a look filled with resentment. From my understanding of Ace, it should be a reverse assessment. Leo stated with uncertainty, directing his gaze towards the celestial screen. In the Reiwa era, Zeta was overjoyed upon seeing Ace's name on the list, his fists clenched in excitement. He appeared utterly proud. Ace was, after all, his adoptive father. Diga, you must agree. Zeta urged Diga eagerly. Even among the Ultraman brothers, Ace is formidable, and he ranks above you. Trust me, this time it must be a positive assessment of Ace. Diga looked at Zeta with a hint of speechlessness. He longed for Zeta to open his eyes and witness the nature of the celestial assessment. The top 10 most sinister Ultramen. Although this individual named Ace appears to embody the essence of a good-natured person, his ascent to prominence suggests that he possesses undisclosed, extraordinary abilities pertaining to the celestial realm. Zeta is still pressuring me to become his disciple. Does he truly wish for me to embark on a path of darkness from which there is no return? He, the radiant and cheerful young man, would never consent to such a fate. Beside him, Decker, Yake, and Blazer also shook their heads in disapproval, clearly sharing the same skepticism. At that moment, a voice resonated from the celestial canvas. Ace Ultraman. Any creature that is attacked will experience pain, fear, or display vulnerabilities. However, the super beasts are devoid of such sensations. They possess no capacity for pain. In a land of light, the father of Ultra, who had just begun to relax, was instantly filled with trepidation upon hearing the voice from the celestial canvas. Father of Ultra, Zophi. Both the father of Ultra and Zophi gazed at Ace with incredulity. What nonsense is this, Ace? Super beasts do not feel pain. Do you hear yourself? Meanwhile, the gathered Ultras in the square looked at Ace with eager anticipation, all hoping that their esteemed elder would once again bring forth a delightful surprise. Ace. Indeed, as Ace reflected on his past actions, a sense of panic enveloped him. What one fears often comes to pass, and this time, it seemed he was in dire straits. Chapter 20. With a square face and a Bodhisattva countenance, one raises their hand and unleashes a laser beam. In the cosmic prison, Belial was frantically bombarding Ultraman Father with vitriol. However, to his bewilderment, all the disparaging comments he had made about Ultraman Father's hypocrisy and relentless attempts at vindication had mysteriously vanished, as if an invisible hand had detected the keywords and promptly silenced them. A flicker of contemplation crossed Belial's eyes. He then beheld the gentle visage of Ace upon the celestial screen, evidently a member of the Silver Clan. Upon hearing that Ace's super beast was devoid of pain, Belial could not restrain himself and burst into laughter. What a macabeist! Is this truly the rhetoric one would expect from the Ultraman, who has always prided himself on compassion? The celestial display was, as ever, delightfully entertaining. Would this not lead to the complete collapse of the Light Kingdom's image? He envisioned the impending torrent of comments that would assail Jin and the Light Kingdom. Belial could not help but revel in this misfortune. He hastily sent a comment. Belial, the Silver Clan is indeed the aristocracy of the Light Kingdom. Ace's visage must exude kindness. Yet why do his words reek of the underworld? Zophi, Belial, you wretched cur. Ace, silence mutt. Ultraman Father. Ultraman Father felt utterly exhausted. His hopes had once again been dashed, and this time, it was at the hands of his own progeny. Now, being verbally assaulted by the traitor Belial, his blood pressure surged anew. Although Zophi and Ace promptly retaliated, what are the whispers among the cosmic races? He could not quell the celestial discourse. He silently prayed that Ace, the unfortunate lad, would not overstep, allowing him, as the elder, some opportunity for redemption and to mitigate the damage to their reputation. In contrast to the Light Kingdom's image, he was prepared to sacrifice his own dignity. The celestial video began to play at a leisurely pace. On Earth, in a ravaged urban area, stood a colossal beast, with a large head and long horns. Adorned with pointed spikes on its forehead, and a flying sword atop its head, its golden red eyes and 4 protruding fangs added to its ferocity. This was the killer super beast, Baraba. P.S. The residual abilities of the Yabo people, manifested through vengeful energy, fused with the powers of Beklon and Strongbow King, render Baraba more formidable and vicious than ever before. The beast slightly leaned back, and then the flying sword shot into the sky. It traced a graceful arc, bearing unstoppable momentum as it hurtled toward Zeta Ultraman. There was no evasion possible. The Ultraman warrior seemed to be on the brink of doom. Just at that critical juncture, a crimson ring-shaped blade repelled the flying sword, successfully saving Zeta from peril. Do not concede so easily, Zeta. The circular decapitating blade. The arrival of the blade precedes its wielder. Then, a red light points sword from the horizon. In the blink of an eye, as it grew larger, it ultimately transformed into a colossal crimson sphere that descended upon the battlefield. Following this, as the smoke dissipated, a visage with a square jawline emerged. It was Ace Ultraman. Witnessing the scene of Ace rescuing his comrades with unity and camaraderie, Father of Ultra could not help but exhale in relief, though a trace of confusion lingered within him. How was it that another Ultraman, one he had never encountered before, had appeared? Moreover, Ace seemed to recognize him. His gaze instinctively shifted towards Ace, who, equally perplexed, felt a sense of familiarity towards this Ultraman named Zeta, yet could not recall any specific memories of him. He raised his hands towards Father of Ultra, saying, "This must pertain to the future." Father of Ultra pondered the dilemma. The uncertainties of the future left him no choice but to improvise. Zafy remained optimistic. Since Zeta was coming to the rescue against the super beast created by the Yabo people, it seemed that the situation might indeed be a reversal of fortunes. Ace's introduction appeared merely to serve a preliminary purpose. The original Ultraman and Taro nodded in agreement, having spent much time together. They trusted that Ace would not lead them astray. Thus, messages floated across the screen. "Taro, this is clearly a perfectly normal rescue. I felt compassion and kindness through the actions of my brother Ace. Belial, oh, if Ribbit can also come to the rescue of Tiga, does that mean Tiga is not untrustworthy? Or is Ace about to engage in some special training? I must say, I am quite looking forward to it." "Ace, Belial, cease your barking." In the cosmic prison, Belial observed the messages regarding Ace, unable to suppress a cold laugh. The circular guillotine was hardly a legitimate skill. He was confident that the screen would not be devoid of purpose. It wouldn't be long before his allies, the Yabo people, and a multitude of super beasts would arrive on the battlefield to humiliate the Land of Light and the Ultraman alongside him. "Let us see, Ken and Ace." The screen continued to display footage. Upon Ace's appearance, Baraba's demeanor shifted to one of frenzy, unleashing a furious roar filled with resentment. "Ace! Ace! D!" The intense hatred propelled Baraba, his right arm spiked hammer, flying toward Ace like a released arrow. Ace faced Baraba's aggressive assault without fear, effortlessly swatting the hook aside. He then raised both hands above his head, and a blue laser burst forth from the Ultraman star on his forehead. It was the impact laser. However, Baraba deflected it with the sickle in his left hand, preventing any significant damage. Ace took 2 steps forward and articulated a memorable statement worthy of recitation. "Any creature subjected to attack will feel pain, fear, or reveal a vulnerability. However, super beasts do not experience such sensations." Upon hearing Ace's words, Baraba was instantly consumed by rage. His arms flailed wildly, his entire being trembling with fury at Ace's proclamation. He immediately unleashed a torrent of superheated flames from his nostrils towards Ace. Only by vanquishing Ace can his fury be quelled. Naturally, Ace would not be easily struck by such an assault. He deftly evaded Baraba's fiery onslaught with a series of agile flips. Not to be outdone, Ace immediately launched a counterattack. With his right hand raised high and his left hand extended downward, a crescent-shaped blade of light surged toward Baraba with a fierce howl. The vertical guillotine. However, Baraba, empowered by the resentments of the ABO people, amalgamating the abilities of Balakan and King Qianhua, was now a force to be reckoned with. With a mighty swing of his scythe-like left arm, he shattered Ace's luminous blade. In quick succession, missiles erupted from Baraba's nostrils. Unperturbed, Ace unleashed beams of light energy from both hands, tracing a rectangle in the air. The ultra-new barrier, a pale blue wall of light, intercepted the relentless barrage of missiles from Baraba. Moreover, Ace effortlessly propped the barrier with one hand, while the other continuously released crescent-shaped energy orbs toward Baraba. The cutting light. Sparks flew as Baraba was sent reeling back. Even more astonishingly, while maintaining the barrier with one hand and firing energy orbs with the other, Ace managed to advance step by step toward Baraba. Then, with a flourish, he cast aside the barrier, seamlessly transitioning the post-skill recovery into the preparation for his next move. Initiating without delay, the Metallium Beam. In a frantic response, Baraba unleashed a bolt of yellow lightning from his eyes to counter Ace's ultimate attack. After a brief stalemate, Baraba was struck by Ace's Metallium Beam. Instantly disoriented, his aura diminished drastically. The square-faced, Bodhisattva-like figure raised his hand to unleash a laser beam. Spectators from all corners of the universe were left utterly astounded. Chapter 21. With a mere 11 skills failing to illuminate, how could Ace possibly be deemed sinister? Planet K-76. Zero stood with arms crossed, deep in thought. Old Leo. It seems the Elder Ace was indeed correct. Despite his relentless barrage, that super beast didn't utter a sound. This indicates that the beast truly lacks the sensation of pain. Moreover, I find his combat style to be utterly dazzling. Ever since Ace made his entrance, he has not ceased employing his skills. The myriad of vibrant abilities he showcases far surpasses the starkness of barehanded combat, does it not? As he spoke, Zero animatedly gestured, his right hand rising while his left descended, mimicking Ace's vertical guillotine stance. Leo, witnessing this, nearly felt his blood pressure spike. No coping. Zero, that mischievous lad, had only recently begun to change under his guidance. Yet since the emergence of the celestial dome, his gaze had once again fixated on the plasma spark tower. He was still pondering rebellion. He yearned to learn Max's gigantic transformation, to master the myriad clones. Now, he even aspired to pilfer the forbidden techniques of the Land of Light, truly unafraid of languishing in juvenile detention. Moreover, what vexed Leo most was that this rascal had no regard for his prowess as the king of combat. The more he pondered, the more his frustration intensified. This cannot stand. Zero must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, he will continuously entertain such nonsensical thoughts. And Ace, relying on his status as a master, carelessly employs skills and forbidden arts as if they were free for all. Does he believe everyone is like him? Just because a super beast lacks pain does not mean one can unleash attacks indiscriminately. How foolish of him to have trusted Ace so much. Those who wield light have hearts, they're truly dark. At that moment, the video from the Celestial Dome continued to play. Taking advantage of the situation, Ace intends to press the attack. Fight swiftly, Zeta. Ace encouraged Zeta while channeling ultra telekinesis and light energy, materializing an incredibly sharp long blade that he grasped firmly. Ace's blade. Besides light, I possess a modicum of swordsmanship. Inspired by his elder brother, Zeta summoned his resolve and immediately transformed into beta impact form. Armed with a long spear, Zeta stood shoulder to shoulder with Ace. In perfect synchrony, Ace and Zeta launched an assault on Baraba, attacking from opposite sides. Ace struck with a slash, while Zeta thrust with precision. Their collaboration was so seamless, it appeared they had rehearsed countless times, causing Baraba considerable distress. Yet Baraba was no mere pushover. Seizing the opportunity, he parried Ace's long blade with his scythe, then swung his other hand wielding a wolf-toothed hammer down with ferocity. Crack! Ace's long blade shattered upon impact. However, Ace remained unfazed. He had a modicum of knowledge in hand-to-hand combat. He braced against Baraba's chest, his muscles surging with power, astonishingly pushing back the formidable super beast, which weighed an impressive 85,000 tons. While grappling with Baraba's hammer, Ace adeptly instructed Zeta, do not let your guard down. Continue your assault until he ceases all movement. As soon as Ace's voice fell, he swiftly turned and shook off Balaba's grip, delivering a series of precise strikes to Balaba's chest with his palm edge, followed by a powerful knee thrust, ultimately sending Balaba sprawling away. Seizing the opportunity, Zeta leaped into the air, forcefully kicking Balaba to the ground. Infuriated by his misfortune, Balaba resorted to his old tricks, unleashing the flying swords from above. Ace, evading the attack entirely, immediately retaliated by launching energy projectiles from his right palm. The cutting beam struck with precision. With Ace keeping Balaba occupied, Zeta soared into the air, unyielding as he unleashed his beta laser in retaliation. Seeing his efforts thwarted, Balaba descended into madness. Golden lightning and searing flames erupted chaotically, initiating indiscriminate assaults. Ace, observing this, deftly evaded into the air. Timer shooting. Another beam struck Balaba's body. It must be noted that Balaba, a remnant of the ABO people infused with the powers of other super beasts, exhibited astonishingly formidable defense. Zeta was once again hit by a missile fired from Balaba's nostrils, crashing heavily to the ground. Zeta, concentrate your energy into the ultra hole atop your head. Ace reminded him amidst the chaos. In response to Balaba's super ultimate move, the interdimensional lightning, Ace boldly advanced, erecting a new ultra barrier to absorb the terrifying purple lightning. D. Balaba cackled maniacally, convinced of his impending victory. ABO people, you once said that the victor would bear the grudges of the defeated. But so what? Until true peace reigns in the universe, we Ultra Warriors shall continue our fight. Ace responded calmly and steadily. Meanwhile, Zeta had completed his energy accumulation as instructed. Observing this, Ace released the barrier and crossed his arms before his chest. Multiple white binding light rings swiftly ensnared Balaba, rendering him immobile. Stopping rings. Following this, Ace transmitted the energy of Space Q into Zeta's Ultra Hole. Ultimately, with Ace's assistance, Zeta harnessed his Zeus Dim energy to unleash his super ultimate move, Space Z. A radiant orb of rainbow energy cleaved Balaba in two, annihilating him completely. Remarkably, throughout this ordeal, Ace's timer remained unlit. As the video on the celestial screen paused, a line of subtitles appeared, with a square face and a Bodhisattva-like demeanor. Unleashing laser beams with a mere hand gesture, a seemingly ordinary rescue operation, employing just 11 simple skills without ever lighting up. One must wonder, is Ace Ultraman truly sinister? In the Reiwa era, Zeta strutted before his companions, wearing a triumphant expression, embodying the essence of an MVP. See? What I just say? If it's Brother Ace, it must be right. Zeta, my friend, having a brother like Ace to look after you certainly seems to make your life quite comfortable. Yake appears a bit envious. After all, Ace could easily handle things on his own. Yet now, it seems he is feeding you with utmost care. Zeta, you fortunate beneficiary of effortless victories. Looking into my eyes, Blaze exhibits a hint of envy as well. Indeed, everyone shares the sentiment that while Ace's combat style may be somewhat cunning, it is precisely the kind of cunning they admire. For someone like Ultraman, who typically reserves skills and ultimate moves until the very end, who wouldn't wish to utilize their skills as freely as Ace does, employing as many as 11 in a single battle. What's more, the lights remain unlit, and he appears utterly composed, as if unleashing 20 more skills would be a trivial matter. Much like Diga, who can eradicate great serpents with a single move. It looks impressive, but in reality, the moment Carmira arrives, he falters. If only he could wield his skills as effortlessly as Ace does. With his formidable strength as a general, wouldn't he have already triumphed? Thus, a message streaks across the cosmic canvas. Diga, Ace, my esteemed senior, I was foolish earlier. May I still seek your guidance? Chapter 22. Is Ace a reverse inventory? Is the image of the land of light secure? In a land of light, the expression on the face of Father of Ultra appeared somewhat more amiable than before. Ace, despite continuously unleashing skills during the battle, resembled Max with his colossal transformations. Myriad clones and the galactic sword. Though his tactics were undeniably cunning, they could also be regarded as a mark of exceptional talent, with ample room for improvement. In the square, the younger Ultramen gazed at him with envy, clamoring with questions. Senior Ace, how can one be as versatile as you? Senior Ace, could you instruct us on how to maintain an uninterrupted flow of light? Senior Ace, I too possess an Ultra Hole. Might I experience your space Q? Taro, observing his older brother Ace enveloped by the adoration of the younger Ultramen, felt a pang of bitterness. It was worth noting that he, the official instructor, had never received such veneration. Why was the heavens not recognizing his splendid rescue efforts? Where was the respect due to a prince of the land of light? Furthermore, Ace had gone to rescue his beloved younger brother Zeta. It seemed the younger Ultramen had misallocated their admiration. Nevertheless, Taro felt a sense of relief. While Ace's seemingly cost-free combat style was somewhat devious, at least it had not led the younger Ultraman astray. Ace, my dear disciple Diga, hurry to the land of light. Ace, I take apprentices. No Belial allowed. Ace swiftly sent out 2 messages, his face beaming with joy as he was surrounded by the younger Ultramen. Ace, indeed, was the protagonist. Even the heavens, usually chaotic, seemed to favor him. The messages he sent detonated like deep-sea explosives, causing the comments in the heavens to flash rapidly. Belial, Ace, are you pretending? Belial, what kind of plastic bag are you that can boast so much? Belial, attention all cosmic races, behold this self-proclaimed righteous Ultraman, who has been directly called out by the heavens for his deceit, shamelessly taking pride in it. Truly outrageous. Belial, ahem, spit. Though Ace's remarks were not particularly harmful, they were laden with insult. Belial's defenses crumbled. Sparks flew from his hands as he unleashed a barrage of attacks on Ace, flooding the heavens with his comments. Ace, Belial, you are simply envious. This is my talent. Belial, is this how the younger generation in the land of light treats their elders? The first one I shall slay upon my escape will be you. Yapple, Ace, you speak nonsense. Any creature, when attacking, feels compassion, sympathy, or halts its assault. However, Ace feels none of that. Yapple, by the way, Belial, since Ace insulted you, why not join me in eliminating that scoundrel Ace first? Baraba, for my peanuts. For my peanuts. Zarabu, Belial, wait for me to rescue you. Father of Ultra, Zarabu, I advise you to tread carefully. The heavens are not a lawless domain. The security of the cosmic prison has reached its zenith. Father Ultraman gazed at the chaotic barrage of comments, feeling quite agitated. How had he not noticed before how much Ace revels in the limelight? Moreover, he had the audacity to provoke Belial. Yet, on the brighter side, after this bout of jesting, fewer eyes were drawn to Ace's insidious actions. Within the cosmic prison, Belial did not exhibit the rage suggested by the comments. To his dismay, he had not anticipated that under the leadership of Ken, the land of light had flourished so remarkably over the years. With Max in the forefront, and now Ace, the silver coin with infinite abilities, emerging, it was disconcerting even for someone of his stature. Belial's expression was one of disdain. He was perturbed that the one he held in contempt, Ken, possessed such leadership qualities. Thankfully, the audit from the heavenly curtain had been prematurely disclosed. Otherwise, had he emerged from confinement to confront the land of light, he might have been outmaneuvered. Returning to the matter at hand, one could only hope that the Zarabians were not jesting. Otherwise, Belial wore a mocking grin, and his chilling laughter reverberated throughout the cosmic prison, sending shivers down spines. At that moment, the heavenly curtain continued to display its video. In a desolate wilderness, the sky suddenly fractured, followed by a bolt of lightning descending from above. Then, a colossal monster emerged. Its front was adorned in blue, while its rear was cloaked in orange armor, with the most distinctive feature being the immense horn atop its head. The horned super beast, Bakushim. It roared as it advanced towards the structures in the hilly terrain. Under the directives of the Aberrans, Bakushim had a singular purpose: to obliterate the TAC base. Soon, a brilliant radiance began to illuminate the sky. Ace soared through the heavens and landed firmly on Bakushim's path. Upon spotting his greatest adversary, Bakushim was ecstatic, flailing his limbs in excitement. He immediately launched an attack on Ace. From his nostrils, a plume of white smoke billowed forth, followed by several missiles hurtling directly towards Ace. Such an irrational display was entirely typical for a super beast, as they were not merely monstrous entities, but biological weapons engineered by the Aberrans. Ace deftly evaded Bakushim's missiles with a series of graceful flips. Frustrated by his failure, Bakushim shook his body and lunged at Ace. Naturally, Ace would not relent. He leaped high into the air, performing 2.5 rotations before executing a rapid downward kick towards Bakushim. The tremendous force, coupled with Ace's weight, left Bakushim dazed, crashing heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Ace pounced forward, pinning Bakushim down, while delivering powerful punches with his massive fists. For a moment, he held the upper hand. However, Bakushim was not one to be easily subdued. With a sudden surge of strength, he rose to his feet, lifting Ace effortlessly. He then swung his powerful arms, delivering a devastating blow to Ace's waist, sending him sprawling. Although Ace found himself at a disadvantage, such an assault posed no real threat to him, prompting him to charge forward once more. However, at that moment, Baxim unexpectedly pivoted, delivering a sharp strike to Ace's back. Sensing the imminent danger, Ace hesitated. In that fleeting moment of indecision, Baxim seized the opportunity, swinging his long tail and knocking Ace to the ground. Following this, Baxim let out a triumphant roar and sprinted towards Ace, the situation appearing increasingly dire for Ace. Meanwhile, the Kingdom of Light was in an uproar. The multitude of little Ultramen who had previously surrounded Ace now cast skeptical glances in his direction. What happened to the formidable power you displayed against Balabala just moments ago? Wasn't it effortless for you to defeat Balabala? Now you seem utterly defeated. Ace, are you merely acting for us? Ace cleared his throat and replied, "Do not be anxious. Every formidable warrior begins their journey from a place of weakness, accumulating experience along the way. Amir Baxim is hardly my match. Calm yourselves. The main event is yet to come." Upon hearing these words, Father of Ultra nodded slightly, finding Ace's remarks quite appropriate. He had not only elucidated the situation to the little Ultramen, but also imparted the valuable lesson of growth through battle. A thoughtful child indeed. Coupled with the current reverse analysis from the cosmic backdrop, the reputation of the Kingdom of Light remained intact. Thus, Father of Ultra gazed upon the celestial canvas with renewed anticipation. Chapter 23. Do Ultra Beasts feel pain? Ace's initial experience of decapitation. Ace, driven back relentlessly by the footsteps of Bakusim, found himself in a most precarious situation, rolling on the ground to evade. Bakusim, seemingly unfazed, appeared to relish the thrill of a cat-and-mouse game. However, unbeknownst to him, his actions had thoroughly provoked Ace. Suddenly, Ace halted his rolling, pivoted his body, and seized Bakusim's shoulders. With a surge of strength from both hands and feet, he hurled Bakusim away. Ace lunged once more, pinning down the struggling Bakusim, and then fiercely clawed at his thigh. Bakusim, in agony, let out a piercing scream and began to struggle vigorously. With a powerful slap, he knocked Ace off his back. Yet, Ace was far from giving up. This time, he mounted Bakusim's back, tearing at his spine. However, in terms of sheer strength, the Ultra Beast still held the advantage over the Ultraman. With a display of muscular might, Bakusim stood up, tossing Ace aside. Seizing the opportunity, Ace imparted his wisdom to a group of young Ultramen, asserting that when confronting a species such as the Ultra Beast, one must never relent, seizing every chance to keep them subdued. But, Ace-senpai, why did I hear the anguished cries of the Ultra Beast? Did you not say they are devoid of pain? One oblivious young Ultraman inquired, voicing his confusion. Ahem. Ace coughed awkwardly and replied with grave seriousness. You must have misheard. Now, let us return our focus to the spectacle above. Boom. Bakusim unleashed two fiery serpents from his hands, flames raging at a staggering temperature of 70,000 degrees Celsius. Such heat would be challenging for even the bravest of warriors to withstand, and Ace, caught off guard, suffered a substantial blow. His flashing timer began to blink ominously. Bakusim, ecstatic, let out a triumphant cry before launching another pair of fire serpents, intent on roasting Ace alive. But how could Ace allow himself to fall in the same spot twice? He spread his arms, tracing a rectangle, and summoned a blue energy that transformed into a luminous barrier, completely shielding him from Bakusim's scorching flames. The new Ultraman barrier. Seeing Ace unscathed from his onslaught, Bakusim, infuriated, flailed his arms and head in frustration. With a fierce roar, he bent low, aiming his enormous horn at Ace. Horn Missile. This was his signature move as a horned Ultra Beast, his most formidable attack. As the missile hurtled towards him, Ace swiftly sidestepped, only to be taken aback as it veered around and dove back towards him. The horn missile possessed tracking capabilities. Ace quickly assessed the situation, bringing his hands together at his waist and unleashing a cutting beam that struck the missile with precision. In an instant, a terrifying explosion erupted. With Bakusim's assault thwarted once more, Ace turned his gaze toward the Ultra Beast itself. At this moment, the hornless Bakshium resembled a toothless tiger, imposing yet devoid of threat. Ace, with unwavering resolve, gathered energy in his hands and unleashed a brilliant white energy sphere that struck Bakshium with tremendous force. Ace's spark. Subsequently, he concentrated the light energy to form a serrated disk of light, which swiftly sliced through Bakshium's neck. The Ultra Disc Blade. Baxium barely had time to emit a cry before being decisively beheaded. The colossal body swayed and fell to the ground. Silence. The once clamorous land of light fell eerily quiet. The small Ultramen clustered around Ace instinctively stepped back, some trembling and on the verge of tears. Father of Ultra gazed at his seemingly benevolent child with astonishment. Indeed, as he had stated, the main spectacle lay ahead. Ace had truly delivered a genuine surprise. Although Max and Trigger had previously engaged in battles with sword strikes against monsters, none had been as direct as Ace's swift decapitation. The scene was shockingly brutal, drenched in blood. Now, it remained to be seen how the various races of the universe would narrate this event in the Land of Light. Ace, could you elucidate this matter? Zophi asked incredulously. Brother Zophi, I believe such a resolution is more efficient for dealing with Ultra Beasts. Otherwise, considering the energy they harbor, the resulting explosion would be. Ace explained hesitantly. Silence. Zophi interrupted sharply, cutting off Ace's explanation. He hoped this would mark the end of it. The earlier video had led him to believe that Ace was rescuing his junior and mentoring Zeta during the battle, which he now realized was a misguided assumption. Ace, feeling guilty, stole a glance at Father of Ultra and Zophi. It seems Zophi's hopes might be dashed. Such a beheading scene was indeed. In the Reiwa era, Trigger cast a resentful glance at Zeta. Is this the Ace brother you glorified? Good heavens, this is even more excessive than my own actions. And you encourage me to seek his guidance? Are you hoping for my demise, Zeta? So that the name Reiwa Dina would uncontestedly belong to you? Zeta waved his hands at his companions repeatedly. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The celestial screen must have made an error. Oh, but just now, we saw the footage of you fighting alongside Ace, and you didn't claim any error then, Yako remarked. Initially envious of Trigger for having such a warm mentor as Ace, but now casting a sympathetic glance at him. Ha! Zeta chuckled awkwardly. It must have been a mistake on Ace's part. A mistake, everyone understands, right? I believe it will surely be clarified soon. Zeta insisted stubbornly, holding steadfast to the memory of the kind-hearted Ace who had raised him. Everyone look, the celestial screen is playing a new video. Trust me, it must be Ace's shining moment. After a brief silence, the celestial screen resumed its playback. The scene shifts once more. On Earth, amidst a city engulfed in smoke and chaos, a colossal beast emerges, adorned with two massive horns and a mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. Its hands bear eyes and mouths, exuding a rather menacing aura. With four sturdy legs planted firmly on the ground and two tails gracefully swaying in the air, it exudes an imposing presence. This is the transformation into the super beast Brocken. A fusion of a crocodile and a cosmic monster, it possesses an agility that belies its massive size, representing the most formidable adversary that Ace faced upon his arrival on Earth. However, this creature, far more terrifying than Bakshimu, currently has its right arm severed at the base. In agony, Brocken swiftly approaches its creator, Ultraman Ace. In a brief confrontation, Brocken, utilizing its immense strength, overwhelms Ace, leaving him gasping for breath. Even Ace's ultimate attack, the Materium Ray, is effortlessly evaded by Brocken. Yet, Brocken's serpentine beam strikes Ace, triggering the alarm on his timer, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Writhing in anguish, in a land of light, the young Ultraman watches this scene in shock. Could it be that such a powerful predecessor, Ace, is about to fall in this manner? Meanwhile, Zophi and the others find themselves reminiscing about a hauntingly familiar scene. As they contemplate the impending events, they instinctively wish to shield their faces. Chapter 24. On the 100 Methods and Key Points of Dismemberment. In the Heisei era, this creature known as Brocken is considerably more formidable than Baxim, placing Ultraman Ace in peril. The expression on Aguru's face is one of grave concern. If it were the Ace who faced Baraba, he would have easily triumphed. However, now, confronted with an opponent whose strength and speed surpass his own, and with the threat of a lethal strike looming, the outlook is bleak. Gaia's unspoken thoughts resonate with the others. Relying solely on Ace seems destined for defeat. It appears that the next step will involve human intervention or perhaps the arrival of other Ultramen to lend assistance. This is precisely what Father of Ultra referred to as unity. I have observed that the Land of Light enjoys orchestrating collective justice in their battles. Projecting an air of having discerned the plot and the unfolding events. Brother, what are you gazing at? Why are you so silent? Dinah inquired, noticing Diga lost in thought as he stared at the sky. Gaia and a guru turned their attention towards Diga as well, recognizing him as an ancient warrior, undoubtedly well-versed and privy to knowledge they lacked. With utmost seriousness and a furrowed brow, Diga uttered, "Why does Ace keep transforming?" Dinah, Gaia, a guru. Yet, the progression of events took the Heisei trio entirely by surprise. The video playing in the sky continued its display. On the ground, Ace lay in agony, gazing skyward. Suddenly, the serene heavens flickered with peculiar lights, revealing strange characters. Following this, the images of Zoffy, the first Ultraman, 7, and Jack executing their signature moves appeared one by one. Stunt, strike, slash. As if drawing strength from the characters or the imagery, Ace, albeit with great effort, rose to his feet. Subsequently, he adeptly evaded another beam of light shot by Brocken. Raising his arms high above his head, Ace summoned a tremendous energy from the Ultra dimension, which converged in his hands. He then clasped his hands together, compressing this formidable energy until it transformed into a serrated light disc. The Ultra Decapitation Blade. Note, the Ultra Decapitation Blade is a forbidden technique of the Land of Light. Ace must obtain the consent of the Ultra Brothers to unleash it. With a fierce cry, Ace hurled the serrated light disc towards Brocken at great speed. The disc, during its flight, split into 2, then 3, attacking Brocken from 3 distinct directions. These 3 light discs ravaged Brocken mercilessly. The exquisitely compressed light energy was razor-sharp, and Brocken found himself utterly incapable of resistance. In an instant, his head, arms, and tails were severed completely. He was dismembered, torn asunder. Moreover, the residual energy of the Ultra Decapitation Blade ignited Brocken's remains in a cataclysmic explosion. A tremendous explosion shattered the once mighty Brocken, transforming the scene into one reminiscent of dismemberment and carnage. In the Land of Light, Father of Ultra gazed upon the brutal images unfolding in the sky. His eyes first turned towards Ace, then slowly traversed from Zoffy to Jack. His trembling hands betrayed a profound inner turmoil. He had initially presumed Ace's actions were solitary. Unaware, they were the result of a collective conspiracy. Only Taro, being still a child at that time, had narrowly escaped such a fate. The more he observed his children, the more estranged he felt. No wonder you assert that the Ultra Beasts lack the sensation of pain. With such a sharp blade and mastery of forbidden techniques, accompanied by others providing cover, the Ultra Beasts seemed to perish without a trace of agony. Such a spectacle need only occur once, rendering countless years of promotion by the Land of Light utterly futile. Am I the only one who finds Ace's Ultra Decapitating Blade remarkably cool? Fear not, you are not alone. If I were to find myself in dire straits, obtaining an Ultra signature, and swiftly slaying a monster with a decisive decapitation, leaving a trail of destruction in my wake, the mere thought is exhilarating. Yet, I wonder, why is there no mention of Taro the instructor in the consensus? Was he ostracized? Is there perhaps a faction among the Ultra Brothers? You may not grasp this. At that time, Taro was likely just a younger brother in the most literal sense. Ultra Decapitating Blade. If you wish to learn, then learn. Commander, I request the lifting of restrictions. Upon hearing the discussions in the square, Father of Ultra nearly lost his composure. This group of youngsters, despite repeated admonitions, seemed to excel only in emulating the worst behaviors. Do they dare to conspire collectively? That would tarnish the reputation of our Ultra Brotherhood. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments flashing across the sky further agitated his nerves. Belial, first decapitation, then dismemberment, and all orchestrated by a group. Is this the so-called benevolent and friendly Ultra of the Land of Light? How utterly absurd. Belial, as for the Ultra Brothers, I suggest they rename themselves the Dismemberment Squad. It would be far more fitting, haha. Bakshiam, who says I lack the sensation of pain? I certainly screamed loudly when decapitated. Brocken, can your pain compare to mine? I was literally torn into pieces. Ajin, it's not that the Ultra Beasts lack pain. It's that Ace, that scoundrel, believes they do. Let's eliminate him. Ace. Strangely enough, this time, no one from the Land of Light dared to refute the claims. In the celestial display, the video continued to play. Vertical, decapitating blade. Ace unleashed a crescent-shaped beam, cleaving the Matronian JR in twain. The alien's entrails spilled onto the ground. A grotesque and bloody sight indeed. Circular decapitating blade. Ace released energy from his hands, forming an X-shaped decapitating blade in the air before him. Two crescent-shaped cutting force fields converged to create a cross-shaped decapitating blade, which howled forth. It severed the Ultra Beast Sabatanda into 4 pieces. Horizontal decapitating blade. Vertical decapitating blade. Ace executed the transformation technique of the Ultra Decapitation blade not once, but twice. First, he severed the head of the Super Beast Bardbalin, and then he cleaved its body in twain. The denizens of the Land of Light, initially appalled by the gruesome spectacle, eventually grew accustomed to it. It seemed that without Ace's dismemberment, they felt something was amiss. Gazing upon Ace's benevolent visage juxtaposed with the scattered remains evoked a striking contrast, instilling a sense of reverence in their eyes. After all, no one wishes to provoke a maniac who finds joy in dismemberment. Furthermore, Ace had already demonstrated countless variations of the forbidden Ultra Decapitation blade. With such determination, there is nothing he cannot achieve. As they continued to watch the video, Ace revealed the most merciful of his techniques, the multi-decapitation blade. Their exclamations of astonishment echoed, realizing they had underestimated Ace. He always manages to conjure something novel. Might not the esteemed Ace consider authoring a book? I have even conceived a title for him. The Super Beast Lack of Pain, 100 Methods and Insights on Dismemberment by Ace. Chapter 25, A Resounding Ultraman Execution Blade. Select your beastly remnants. Ace is the shadow of mercy. The video on the celestial screen continued to play. Ace and the Super Beast, Unidango, were locked in a fierce battle. Both sides exchanged blows, the combat reaching a stalemate. After escaping Unidango's web, Ace leaped backward to create distance. He then extended his arms horizontally, unleashing energy from his head, abdomen, and hands. In an instant, powerful light energy coalesced into 4 cross-shaped light blades, aimed at Unidango. The multiple execution blades, accompanied by the piercing light blades, the Super Beast Unidango was utterly dismembered. His condition was even more tragic than that of Sabodin and Bardbaron. Yet, Unidango did not perish. His body flew into the distance, and in the blink of an eye, reassembled and revived. This was the first time Ace's execution blade had failed to yield results. Ace re-engaged in combat with Unidango, who now held the upper hand. Ultimately, with the assistance of humanity, Ultraman Ace seized the opportunity to use the immobilizing flash, halting Unidango's movements. Ultraman Shower. Ace unleashed a dissolving liquid from his hands, reducing Unidango to nothing but remnants. The citizens of the Land of Light erupted in astonishment. However, before they could react, the celestial screen began to play the next segment of the video. On a desolate planet, the first generation and Jack were battling Mold. The first generation and Jack struck Mold with hand chops, consecutively slashing at his body. Then both simultaneously executed side kicks, sending Mold flying. Following this, they unleashed the 8-segment light wheel, attacking Mold from both the front and back. The scene shifted. Meanwhile, Taro and Judah were also engaged in a fierce struggle. Taro dodged Judah's attack and intercepted his greatsword. A flurry of rapid punches struck Judah's chest. Then, as Judah attempted to counter, Taro swiftly evaded backward while releasing the Stralum Ray. A wave of light struck Judah's face. Sensing Ace approaching in the distance, Judah unleashed a terrifying sword energy that cleaved through the air. A formidable energy formed a crescent-shaped light blade. Ace leapt gracefully to avoid it. Without a moment's hesitation, Ace coalesced the 8-segment light wheel in his right hand. Under Taro's puzzled gaze, he brought it crashing down upon Judah's head. The blade struck Judah's neck like a relentless saw, igniting a shower of sparks. Simultaneously, his left hand launched a cutting beam. In the cosmos, all the super beasts were left utterly dumbfounded, witnessing their kind being dispatched one after another by Ace's various execution blades. Either slain, dismembered, or even completely dissolved, they felt an involuntary pain in their necks, arms, and thighs. Anyone who claimed that Ultramen were embodiments of mercy and justice would find the super beast race the first to protest. Damn it, Ace even claimed that they, the super beasts, lacked the sensation of pain. Such nonsense. They were eager to heed the call of the Ibo people and obliterate that wretched Ace, lest they too succumb to the fate of their kin. However, upon contemplating the audacity of Ace, who dared to confront Zoda, their spirits waned. Ultimately, they resolved to steer clear of Ace, the wielder of the light saw. The land of light lay shrouded in silence. Father Ultraman, Zophi, and the other Ultraman brothers, along with a multitude of Ultras in the square, turned their gaze towards Ace, particularly Zophi and his compatriots, who recalled how Ace had relentlessly sought their signatures. It seemed they had unwittingly become accomplices. While Ace cast aside his image, Zophi, as the captain of the Cosmic Guard, maintained a posture of compassion. They yearned for a satisfactory explanation. At this juncture, Ace raised his hands in resignation and sighed deeply. "I have my own burdens to bear," he lamented. The crowd clearly found his dismissive explanation inadequate. As I mentioned earlier, any creature under attack experiences pain, fear, or reveals vulnerabilities. Yet, the super beasts are devoid of such sensations. They were forcibly altered by the Ibo people using the super beast manufacturing machine, merging earth creatures with cosmic monsters. Under the control of the Ibo, they were compelled to wreak havoc, and in truth, they too suffered internally. Thus, in an effort to alleviate their anguish, I wielded my sharpest and most adept guillotine, ensuring their swift release. My actions stem from profound compassion. I am helping them. Ace expressed his heartfelt sorrow, donning an air of benevolence that could lead one to mistake him for a celestial Bodhisattva. Coupled with his seemingly aggrieved words, he portrayed himself as a misunderstood soul, wronged by the world. Father Ultraman, Zophi, Taro. The crowd was left in utter bewilderment. Ace, can you possibly be more absurd in your assertions? Do you expect those super beasts you have decapitated to thank you, Ace? The mere thought conjured images of hellish torment, leaving them aghast. Dare you speak such words to the Ibwa and those super beasts with a clear conscience? But why did I witness some super beasts emitting cries of pain in the footage? The original Ultraman could not contain his curiosity. Brother Original, the super beasts are cunning. They feign pain to elicit my sympathy. Ace seemed to anticipate this inquiry, responding swiftly to the skepticism. The Original shook his head, unconvinced by Ace's fabrications. Ultimately, whether the super beasts possessed the capacity for pain was inconsequential. What mattered was Ace's belief that they did not. Ideally, they should lack pain. Even if they did, it bore no relevance to Ace. And besides, can their suffering compare to the anguish I felt on the day I lost Nang Zizi? While you lost me your lives, I, Ace, lost my one true love. Very well, let us set aside the matter of the super beasts. Can you elucidate the issue of you cleaving Zoda's head with the 8-pointed light wheel and severing his neck? Zophi, filled with a sense of frustration akin to seeing a student fail to reach their potential, addressed Ace. Without comparison, there can be no pain. The first generation and Jack's approach to dealing with Mold's 8-part light wheel is a perfectly reasonable long-range attack. Yet, why must you, Ace, resort to theatrics? Why must you enhance the intensity for Zoda? Why the brute force and relentless sawing? Are you perhaps addicted to dismemberment? Without comparison, how will others perceive the giants of light from our land of light? Ace, at a loss for words, fumbled nervously, casting anxious glances around him. He attempted to cast a pleading look towards Father Ultraman, who was similarly scrutinizing him, hoping Ace would articulate a coherent explanation. This would provide him with a sense of direction and confidence when the time came. Wouldn't it? Everyone look, there's a new development in the sky, Ace exclaimed, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately tilted their heads to gaze at the celestial display. Slowly, Several lines of subtitles emerged in the sky. A super beast devoid of pain. A lethal Ultraman execution. Choose your pieces from the remains of the super beast. Ace. An Ultraman whose lifelong pursuit is the art of decapitation and dismemberment. With a square face and a benevolent demeanor, he unleashes laser beams with a mere gesture. Dismemberment and decapitation are his daily fare, as the 8-part light wheel dazzles overhead. Ace, the Shadow of Mercy. Chapter 26. Has the Kingdom of Light been renamed to the Meat Processing Plant? Director Ace and Deputy Director Ultraman Father. In the Heisei era. Hiss. Gaia and Egil simultaneously gasped in astonishment. Although they believed Ace had been brought to the brink of death by Brocken, they were certain a turning point would emerge. It was likely as Dana had suggested, either human assistance or the intervention of other Ultramen. They never anticipated that the rescue would indeed come, albeit in the form of mere signatures from several Ultramen. In an instant, Ace was revitalized, delivering a powerful strike that dismembered the monstrous beast. As they continued to watch the footage, they witnessed the beheading, dismemberment, and fragmentation of various super beasts. Dana and Diga were equally astonished. Brother, you merely lost a few horns. This senior Ace is truly ruthless. Dana, no longer playful, promptly addressed Ace as senior. Despite Ace's ominous reputation, he ranked only 8th on the celestial scoreboard. One could only imagine the severity of those ranked above him. Henceforth, I shall show respect when encountering Ace, and you must also regard me with reverence. For my brother is also a benevolent Ultraman. Diga concentrated, conjuring an 8-pointed light wheel in his right hand, grinning as he gazed at Dana's neck. The super beasts feel no pain. I wonder if you do. Dana felt a chill run down his spine. Goosebumps erupting all over. Planet K-76. Leo observed the final, merciful evaluation displayed on the celestial screen, and an ominous premonition stirred within him. Old Leo, brace yourself. In the next moment, his foreboding was realized. Following the sound, he turned to see Zero conjuring an 8-pointed light wheel in his right hand, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. The intent was unmistakably clear, directly aimed at his neck. Leo's blood pressure surged, fury igniting within him. Although he could not master the forbidden technique of the Ultraman decapitating blade, he was indeed being treated like a mere puppet. Leo raised his hand, sending Zero's wheel flying, then delivered a powerful blow that left Zero dazed. Zero, looking aggrieved, protested, "Old Leo, didn't you tell me to learn some combat skills from Ace? Now that I've truly learned, you are displeased. How contradictory." Leo, exasperated, wore an expression of disappointment. "You fool." The proper usage of the 8-pointed light wheel was demonstrated by the first and Jack. Must you transform into some sort of light chainsaw? But I'm merely applying it flexibly. I believe this method provides a strong impact. Just look at how it has caused trouble for Judah. Furthermore, the celestial screen proclaimed that Ace was benevolent. As Zero spoke, he conjured another 8-pointed light wheel in each hand, resembling a prodigy surpassing his mentor. "Be silent. Do not employ that." Leo, visibly displeased, inwardly cursed Ace for failing to exemplify stability and impart a positive influence on the younger generation. What nonsense about super beasts lacking pain, infinite skills, dismemberment, and light chainsaws. The portrayal of the Land of Light is utterly tarnished. A cosmic prison. Hey, Belial, that Ace fellow is far more ruthless than you. Are you not planning to eliminate him? If you do, you would be the most formidable individual in the Land of Light. Lebrando's voice echoed with a hint of seduction. The Ultra Beast lacks the sensation of pain. It is imperative to discipline Ace and discern whether he possesses the capacity for pain or compassion. However, Belial clapped his hands joyfully. Excellent. What a remarkable Ace. Such benevolence. No. It would be a pity to eliminate him. Keeping him around to tarnish the Land of Light's reputation and to undermine its image is far more advantageous. Such a person ought to be utilized to the fullest. It would be a waste to employ his skills against Ultra Beasts. Once I escape and conquer the Land of Light, I shall establish a meat processing plant and appoint Ace as its director. Belial's wicked sense of humor was in full bloom. By the way, their S also can. Ace's compassion is truly akin to his. Ha ha ha. I wonder what Ken will have to say now. Belial erupted in manic laughter, taking pride in his fanciful ideas. In the Reiwa era, at that moment, Zeta found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of Diga and the others, wishing desperately to disappear into the ground. Zeta, you've caused me great suffering. Is there any way I can retract my words? Diga lamented, regretting his unfortunate acquaintance with someone as troublesome as Zeta. Yako cast a sympathetic glance towards Diga, while Blaze pondered what the taste would be like if these ultra beasts were to be transformed into skewers, and how they would compare to monsters in terms of flavor. Moreover, Ace had kindly prepared them, showing an extraordinary level of thoughtfulness. This fellow is indeed a hidden schemer. Zeta fell silent, reminiscing about his adoptive father and the character of his dearest brother Ace. He felt quite embarrassed at that moment and replied to Diga in a whisper, Brother Ace is a man of his word. Could you speak a bit more softly? If it weren't for my ultra hearing, I might have almost caught what you said. Diga retorted with irritation. He then contemplated Zeta's words. A man of his word? I requested to be his disciple, and Ace agreed, generously offering his knowledge. If I retract my words, does that signify my doom? If the ultra beast is devoid of pain, how would Ace treat me as one? I fear pain. I dread Ace's ultra executioner. Furthermore, Ace is far too cunning. I have no desire to become a benevolent butcher like him. The chainsaw of light. Help me. In the land of light, Ace's attempt to change the topic and redirect attention was a colossal failure. The little Ultramen immediately began to stir restlessly. Ace, can we truly choose any piece of the Ultra Beast remains? I wish to select one as a memento. Ace, may I have the head of Bakshimu? I want Brocken's tail. I desire the flying sword atop Balaba's head. Not allowed. None of it is permitted. The father of Ultra was infuriated. What purpose did those gruesome, filthy remains of the Ultra Beasts serve? Was it not enough that we, the inhabitants of a land of light, displayed our compassion? At that moment, several striking messages streaked across the sky. Belial, Ken, I foresee the land of light being renamed the meat processing plant. The position of director undoubtedly belongs to Ace. Belial, as for you, I fear you may only serve as an assistant director, considering your sole experience lies in the kidneys of the ambulance. When it comes to benevolence, you are no match for Ace. Ha ha! Zoda, the giant of light? Truly, such compassion. To wield such a massive saw against my neck, treating me as if I were a soulless ultra beast devoid of sensation? Yaporin, Zoda, show some respect. Ultra beasts do possess the capacity for pain. No, wait. Ultra beasts are not mere creatures. No, indeed, ultra beasts are creatures. No. Yaporin, damn you, Ace. I shall end your life. Ampelon, Belial, you are speaking nonsense. The sky was abuzz with excitement, and the plaza of the Land of Light was equally lively. Under the admonition of the father of Ultra, the little Ultramen grew even bolder. They all gathered energy in their right hands to form a radiant eight-pointed wheel. In an instant, the entire Land of Light was filled with the buzzing and whirring of chainsaws. No longer a dismemberment fanatic, now he had become a chainsaw wielder. The cacophony left the father of Ultra's head spinning. He glanced at the sky, then at the plaza, and finally shot a fierce glare at his troublesome and overly compassionate son, Ace. Silence and despair. He truly longed for a moment of reprieve from the incessant whirring of the chainsaw. Chapter 27. Has Belial been silenced? Ace truly possesses great love. The father of Ultra observed the increasingly mocking barrage on the celestial screen, noting the subtle signs of rebellion among the young Ultraman in the square. Though he had mentally berated Ace, this unfilial child, with fervent disdain, he recognized the necessity to step forward in this critical moment. There was no alternative. This was his duty as a father and, as the captain of the Land of Light, he could sacrifice his own dignity. But the reputation of the Land of Light must not be tarnished. Any salvageable remnant was worth pursuing. Father of Ultra, I have something to say. Please lend me your ears. Simultaneously, the Ultra brothers descended to apprehend the most raucous young Ultraman, administering a severe reprimand to set an example. The young Ultraman, now cowed, began to grasp the gravity of his actions. Consequently, the barrage on the celestial screen diminished, as the audience tacitly awaited the profound insights from the Father of Ultra. Father of Ultra. In truth, there has been a misunderstanding. Just as the celestial screen states, Ultraman Ace is, in fact, benevolent. Belial, look, this hypocrite has begun his nonsense again. Father of Ultra. Belial, could you exhibit a modicum of decorum? Are you not aware that one should remain silent when others are speaking? Belial, what nonsense about decorum? I lost that several millennia ago. The Father of Ultra felt a surge of irritation, yet found himself powerless against Belial. He secretly wished for a means to silence him. In the next moment, the celestial screen displayed a message. Belial is prohibited from sending messages for 10 minutes due to violations of relevant regulations. Zoda. Tregear. Yapo. Zofi. In a cosmic prison, Belial was utterly bewildered. He repeatedly attempted to send messages, but every effort was met with failure. What sorcery was this? Wasn't the celestial screen specifically targeting the land of light and the ultras? How had he been silenced instead? What regulations had he violated? He had hurled insults previously without facing such consequences. Celestial screen? This is unjust. At least let me understand the reason behind this. Echoes of Belial's frustrated roars reverberated through the cosmic prison. Do not inquire further. The answer lies within the regulations. In the land of light, the Father of Ultra was elated. He could temporarily disregard the bothersome Belial, who relished in creating discord. Furthermore, he had only just contemplated silencing Belial when, lo and behold, it had come to fruition. Did this imply that he possessed some authority over the celestial screen? The Father of Ultra could not suppress his delight at this notion. It was no wonder he entertained such thoughts. The coincidence was simply too remarkable. Gazing at the few unfortunate souls on the celestial screen, he mused that if he could silence them, his endeavors would encounter significantly less resistance. Thus, he declared, Father of Ultra, silence Zoda, silence Yapo, silence. However, 1 minute passed, then 3 minutes. If this continued, Belial would soon be unbound. Yet, the celestial screen remained obstinately unchanged. Under the curious gazes of the assembled Ultra beings, Father of Ultra found himself in an awkward predicament, feeling as if he might literally dig a 3-bedroom apartment into the ground. All he desired was to conceal his aged visage with the cloak draped behind him, for the embarrassment was overwhelming. The other Ultras were taken aback by his peculiar utterance, fearing that he might follow in Belial's ignominious footsteps. While the potential harm was minimal, the insult was profoundly stinging. How humiliating! Fortunately, the celestial screen displayed no alterations, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, they unleashed a torrent of verbal jabs at Father of Ultra. Joda, I never realized Father of Ultra possessed such a sense of humor. You should consider a career in comedy. Absolutely hilarious. Yabo, indeed, the land of light is filled with hypocrites, always eager to silence the victims when trouble arises. Balaba, how utterly embarrassing, old Deng. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Dark Baltan, although the technology of the land of light pales in comparison to ours, they certainly cannot compete with us in the realm of comedy. What could Father of Ultra do? He felt utterly despondent, gazing mournfully at the celestial screen, genuinely at a loss. He was like a mute tasting bitter gall, unable to articulate his suffering. All he could do was feign nonchalance and act as if nothing were amiss. Father of Ultra. In truth, the videos displayed on the celestial screen illustrate Ace's virtues. Father of Ultra. Allow me to share some insights that the screen has not revealed. Father of Ultra. First and foremost, Ace is undeniably compassionate. Father of Ultra. The Ultra Beasts are a fusion of cosmic and terrestrial organisms, crafted by the Yabo people as biological weapons. It is well known that merging two entirely disparate species is an arduous task. The Yabo's forced amalgamation inflicts immense suffering on both species involved. Contrary to Ace's claim, Ultra Beasts do possess the capacity for pain. However, the Yabo have stripped them of this sensation to enhance their combat effectiveness and further their imperialistic ambitions. This also entails the eradication of the Ultra Beast's emotions. Thus, the Yabo are the true culprits behind all this suffering. Our ace Ultraman, unable to bear witness to the relentless torment endured by the Ultra Beasts, chose to end their lives as an act of liberation. The use of the Ultra Guillotine was merely a means to ensure a swift and merciful death, sparing them from prolonged agony. For this, Ace has even been branded as cruel and a butcher. Therefore, Ace embodies true compassion and love. It is profoundly moving. Yabo, father of Ultra, you dare. Once more, a message appeared on the celestial screen. Yabo has been restricted from sending messages for 10 minutes due to violations of relevant regulations. Seeing the Yabo silenced, Father of Ultra found no joy in the outcome. Indeed, his words could salvage the precarious image of the land of light in the eyes of the many races. However, he could not shake the thought of what might follow. In the land of light, a group of Ultramen, clamoring to become dismembering fiends, was causing some distress. However, given the situation, he had no choice but to press on. Father of Ultra. Furthermore, another virtue of Ace is his relentless pursuit of mastery. Father of Ultra. Observe. Ace's usage of the Ultra decapitating sword is not static. Rather, it is characterized by constant variation. There are vertical strikes, horizontal slashes, circular motions, and so forth. You may be curious as to why Ace adopts such an approach. Under the guidance of the Father of Ultra, the denizens of the land of light gazed at Ace with puzzled expressions. Indeed, why does Ace employ these techniques? To conserve energy? Or perhaps to appear more stylish and formidable? Ace himself wore an expression of bewilderment. Wasn't it simply to facilitate a quicker and more efficient way to vanquish the Ultra Beasts? What other interpretations could his father possibly have? The trio from the Heisei era also bore looks of confusion. While their skills had variations, none had transformed as extensively as Ace. Meanwhile, the group from the Reiwa era fixated on Zeta, hoping to extract an explanation from him. Zoda and the Iporians appeared equally perplexed, contemplating the assertions made by the Father of Ultra. Even Belial, who had consistently harbored disdain for the Land of Light and the Father of Ultra, found himself deep in thought. After a brief pause, the Father of Ultra slowly revealed his answer. Chapter 28. Is Zero honest? Is Gaia renowned? Father of Ultra. Ace has been tirelessly exploring various methods of utilizing the Ultra Guillotine, all for the benefit of the super beasts. Father of Ultra. He employs different techniques tailored to each type of super beast, solely to ensure they can end their suffering in the most dignified and fulfilling manner. Thus, many have misinterpreted Ace's noble intentions. How could such a compassionate Ace not be deemed merciful? Upon finishing his statement, the Father of Ultra gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, embodying a figure of profound empathy. Yet, in truth, he was merely masking the twitching corners of his mouth. Diga. Joda. Bracken. Should I be thanking Ace then? Seiru. Blazer. Listen closely. Do the words of the Father of Ultra resonate as human? A seasoned actor is indeed a seasoned actor. He quickly adjusted his demeanor. Seizing the opportunity, while everyone remained in a daze, he promptly presented his third commendation of Ace. Father of Ultra. Moreover, Ace is exceptionally generous in assisting his juniors. Father of Ultra. His guidance to Zeta has been comprehensive and unreserved. It is evident that he could single-handedly defeat Balaba. However, he chose instead to mentor Zeta throughout the battle. Ultimately, he even entrusted his space Q to Zeta. Therefore, Ace is truly a benevolent friend, and I implore all beings in the universe to trust Ace and our Light Kingdom. Do not be swayed by ill-intentioned individuals. In the Light Kingdom, as soon as the Father of Ultra's words concluded, the square erupted once more with the buzzing sound of chainsaws. As anticipated, the young Ultramen wielded their 8-pointed light wheels, spinning them with reverence directed towards Ace. Upon hearing the familiar noise, Taro's head throbbed, and he immediately rushed forward to quell the commotion. Oh dear, Instructor Taro, what are you doing? Indeed, we are merely following the captain's instructions, exploring the various uses of the 8-pointed light wheel. Or do you wish to be labeled as a disobedient offspring, defying the captain's orders? With such a label cast upon him, Taro's movements slowed considerably. After all, how could he oppose the endorsement of the Father of Ultra? Shall we henceforth call the Light Kingdom the Meat Processing Plant? Such an unappealing name, lacking in character. I propose we call ourselves the Chainsaw Sect. We are the Light Chainsaw Warriors. Excellent, full of spirit. Senior Ace shall henceforth be the patriarch of our Chainsaw Sect. The very scenario the father of Ultra dreaded was unfolding before him. He could not help but sigh, fearing the Light Kingdom might truly become a meat processing plant. Yet, viewing it from another angle, if these young Ultramen truly mastered diverse combat techniques through this, wouldn't it enhance their chances of defending Earth and safeguarding all races against invasions? The father of Ultra found himself uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. At that moment, a flurry of messages suddenly flooded the celestial screen. Belial, you truly possess a remarkable talent for nonsense. Even if your words flow like honey, they cannot alter the grim reality of Ace's repeated decapitations. This sanguine truth remains unshaken. Belial, if Ace were indeed benevolent, then I would be the supreme paragon of virtue in the universe. Yet here I am, languishing in a cosmic prison. Belial, bring forth a super beast to deliver a resounding slap to my face. Having spent 10 minutes in the confines of a dark chamber, Belial, now exasperated, punctuated every utterance with exclamations of frustration. Simple insults became an exquisite indulgence. Brocken, the Yabo people forcibly created us, subjecting us to immense suffering. Yet Ace's brutal executions bring us further agony. They dare to label it as an act of goodwill? Bah! Both the Yabo and Ace are not to be trusted. Unitango, well said. I endured my initial torment at the hands of the Yabo, only to experience a second wave of suffering through Ace's merciless dismemberment. Ultimately, I was dissolved into nothingness by Ace's hand, suffering yet again. The father of Ultra speaks with a forked tongue. His words are as hard as iron. Zoda, and what of my plight? Is my ordeal with the 8-part light will merely an exploration of its utility? Is it a dignified and pleasant conclusion to my suffering? Zafi, congratulations, Zoda. You've mastered the art of interrupting. Ace, silence all of you. Should the super beast continue its prattle, the executioner's blade shall be at the ready. And you, Belial, I shall soon carve you into a mere stick of humanity. Ace, Trigger, when shall you grace the land of light with your presence? Father of Ultra, the entire celestial realm had descended into chaos. Where had the Yabo vanished? Even in the face of betrayal by his super beast, he remained unseen. Undoubtedly, he was seething with rage, yet he found himself silenced. In the Reiwa era, Trigger was utterly bewildered. Could it be that Ace, in such tumultuous circumstances, still remembered this insignificant presence? It appears that alongside his shadowy persona, he must also embody the quality of unwavering loyalty, standing steadfast against adversity. Zeta, this is all your fault. I warn you, should I face the consequences, you shall not escape either. We shall both endure Ace's rigorous training together. Trigger gritted his teeth in anger, wishing to bite Zeta in retaliation. Zeta, with a reluctant expression, protested, Must we? I am not particularly acquainted with Ace. Why not consider my master Ultraman Zero? Rest assured, my master is always forthright and never exhibits the capricious nature of Ace. Zeta truly was an exemplary son. If Ace, who nurtured him for millennia, were to learn of this, he might swiftly bring down the 8-part light wheel upon Zeta's head. Is that so? Trigger regarded Zeta with skepticism. This fellow speaks not a word of truth. Moments ago, he extolled Ace, yet now he feigns ignorance. How irresponsible to lead him into a trap. In the Heisei era, the trio of miscreants did not engage in the verbal skirmish above. While Father of Ultra's remarks may have been somewhat askew, I believe there is a kernel of truth within them. Gaia, after a brief contemplation, shared his perspective. Oh, pray tell, how so? Dana's eyes sparkled with recognition. He found himself in agreement with some of the words spoken by Father of Ultra. The assertion that Ace is adept at research resonated deeply with him, signifying a valuable lesson for us all. A singular skill, when employed with a slight alteration in approach, can swiftly and efficiently vanquish adversaries. After all, not everyone possesses Max's remarkable ability for colossal transformation or the relentless tactics of Diga. Such techniques become particularly crucial in moments when our energy is scarce. Gaia articulated his thoughts, while Egil nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Diga merely shook his head. Indeed, with his myriad of unique abilities, he hardly concerns himself with such matters. However, I believe Father of Ultra's point regarding Ace's virtue of supporting his juniors is profoundly accurate. Ace, though immensely capable, remains modest, refraining from overshadowing others and generously bestowing opportunities upon his successor, Zeta. This stands in stark contrast to certain individuals who seek to draw attention in others' domains. As Dana reached this juncture, he cast a discreet glance at his elder brother Diga, the implication unmistakable. Diga shot him a piercing look, causing Dana to immediately shift his focus, feigning ignorance as if he had uttered nothing. Ace's cunning leaves the rest of us feeling inadequate. The prospect of a seventh contender is truly uncertain. Diga's thoughts were interrupted as a familiar figure emerged against the backdrop of the sky. He turned to witness Gaia, who stood in stunned disbelief, his expression one of incredulity, and the words lodged in his throat. Gaia? Seventh place in the top 10 cunning Ultramen. Ultraman Gaia. Chapter 29. Child of the Earth? The rebellious child Gaia. Driambius was filled with trepidation. Diga and Dinah exchanged bewildered glances at Gaia, then at a guru. The universe they inhabited was distinct from the land of light, and they were unaware of Gaia's true actions. Perhaps only a guru, hailing from the same universe, had a slight understanding. After pondering for some time, the imposing guru could not fathom the situation, so he prodded Gaia. What have you done? Why is the celestial dome scrutinizing you? It was then that the dazed Gaia seemed to awaken from a dream. I haven't done anything. He urgently grasped the guru's arm. You are well aware of my experiences. I am not malevolent. You must vouch for me. The celestial dome must have made a grave mistake. Aguru nodded reassuringly. Based on his understanding of Gaia, a warrior born from the power of Mother Earth, he was inherently benevolent. Could it be a reverse scrutiny? Diga speculated, unable to believe that his subordinate could commit any outrageous acts. If that were the case, you might find yourself in the limelight. Dinah gazed at Gaia with a hint of envy, wondering why such a fortuitous opportunity did not fall to him. Upon hearing this, Gaia felt a flicker of joy. He knew that the preceding warriors, Max, Diga, and Ace, each had their own shadows. Genuine shadows. If a sudden reversal occurred in his case, creating a stark contrast, wouldn't he be welcomed and revered wherever he went? Perhaps his popularity would surpass that of his elder brothers. Gaia rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his excitement. In a land of light, upon noticing the new scrutiny target in the celestial dome, the furrowed brow of the father of Ultra relaxed. The small Ultras in the plaza ceased their chainsaw antics, and the assault from various factions on the celestial dome subsided. Ace's predicament could finally reach a conclusion, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Once all was resolved, he would settle accounts with Max, Ace, and those rebellious little Ultras. Gaia? The father of Ultra observed the red and silver warrior within the celestial dome. Though the appearance resembled that of the land of light, the name was unfamiliar. He cast a puzzled glance at Zoffy. At that moment, Zoffy exhaled deeply as well. However, unlike the father of Ultra's concerns for the image of the land of light, Zoffy was more anxious about being scrutinized by the celestial dome. He recalled how Ace, typically characterized by his noble visage, had transformed into a dismemberment enthusiast, reveling in the act of decapitation within the celestial dome. He had become the subject of ridicule among the various races in the universe and a negative role model for many young Ultras. It was likely that he had caught the attention of the Captain's watchful eye. Reflecting on his past actions filled him with dread. The once invincible Zoffy had fallen, being engulfed by flames as Captain Inferno, thwarting the plans to exterminate the Ultras and facing Shafurin, among others. Now, he was genuinely afraid. When Zoffy noticed the father of Ultra's inquiry, he carefully contemplated before promptly providing his answer. It is not the Ultraman warriors from our land of light, but rather beings like Diga from other dimensions or the future. As I spoke, the screen began to play a video. Ultraman Gaia, the native guardian of Earth. is the red giant of the Earth's light. A guardian? Initially, I felt a twinge of anxiety upon seeing the Ultraman from another dimension, but the mention of guardianship quickly assuaged my worries. It is well known that these Ultramen take it upon themselves to protect the Earth, safeguard human lives, and defend humanity's home. Thus, if he is indeed a guardian, it stands to reason that this one named Gaia is not so far removed from virtue. With this thought in mind, the Ultraman father turned his expectant gaze once again towards the screen. In a bustling urban area on Earth, a blue crystalline entity descends from the heavens, and a ferocious monster bursts forth. The cosmic beast Gobu begins to wreak havoc in the city with its massive, razor-sharp claws. At that moment, a dazzling red light illuminated the sky, and with a tremendous crash, the red-silver-clad Ultraman Gaia plummeted heavily to the ground. Instantly, a deep pit emerged where he landed, with dust rising to great heights and the surrounding structures trembling as if on the brink of collapse. The magma beast, underground monster Jiru, erupted from the depths. Jiru unleashed molten projectiles from its abdomen, wantonly destroying the lively city. Once again, Ultraman Gaia descended from the sky, crashing down onto the earth. This time, the ground trembled even more violently, with dust swirling chaotically, and the earth caving in, causing nearby buildings and vehicles to sink into the abyss. In the dead of night, the hyperspace wave monster Mizade appeared in the city. Under the moonlight, Ultraman Gaia executed a backflip, landing firmly on the ground. The same intense tremors, the same swirling dust, and the same fissures in the earth. This time, as Ultraman Gaia sprinted towards Mizade, each step he took created a deep crater, sending soil flying for dozens of meters, causing the nearby structures to sway uncontrollably. Such videos played repeatedly, each of Ultraman Gaia's arrivals testing the endurance of the Earth's buildings and vegetation, as well as the resolve of road maintenance workers. Finally, the screen presented a summary of these scenes. Named a guardian, yet in truth, a harbinger of destruction. A child of the Earth? A rebellious child of the Earth. Is Gaia truly so ominous? In the land of light, Ultraman Father was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Is this truly how the so-called guardian of the Earth protects humanity's home? Zoffy could not help but shake his head. Given their size and power, they were far too overwhelming for Earth. Thus, when sending someone to Earth, they would always emphasize the need to restrain their strength. This distinction is what sets them apart from the monsters that wreak havoc without restraint. Much like him, every time he employs the M87 beam, he refrains from utilizing its maximum power, fearing that a momentary lapse could unleash catastrophic devastation upon humanity and the Earth. Conversely, Gaia makes quite the spectacle each time he makes an entrance, creating an uproar of monumental proportions. Indeed, it occurs every single time. It would be prudent to bring him to the land of light for some much-needed education. Just then, a cacophony erupted from the plaza. Such a grand entrance is undeniably impressive. Being impressive is a lifelong endeavor. Indeed, I feel as though we have already overwhelmed the monster with sheer presence. Confidence and courage abound. Ha ha ha. If we could descend from the heavens and create such a commotion, imagine if we were to land directly atop the monster's head. What a sight that would be. Father of Ultra, Zoffy, Mebius. No copying. Anyone daring to imitate this should first inquire about my iron fist. Before the Father of Ultra could speak, Mebius preemptively admonished, albeit with a hint of bravado masking his unease. The Father of Ultra cast a surprised glance at Mebius, inwardly affirming, what a good child, stepping up to shoulder the responsibilities of a mentor. Yet, under the Father of Ultra's gaze, Mebius appeared visibly uncomfortable, as if burdened by an unseen weight. As for the source of his unease, one might need to consult Ryu Asakura to uncover the truth. Chapter 30. Zero surpasses his predecessor. The rift between brothers Gaia and Aguru, cosmic prison. The smile on Belial's face has not wavered since Gaia's appearance. His hands rhythmically clapped against the walls and floor. Initially, he felt a twinge of displeasure upon seeing terms like guardian. After all, as an Ultraman hailing from the land of light, He is all too familiar with the ethos of protecting Earth and the universe. Yet, to his astonishment, the heavens bestowed upon him yet another surprise. They never fail to impress him. This being named Gaia wreaks havoc upon the city and the land, rivaling the devastation caused by monsters. One might mistakenly think he had come to invade Earth alongside the beasts, truly deserving of the title child of the Earth's rebellion. Such a character must be preserved. Even mercy and guardianship can be twisted. How can you still claim that your Ultramen are not sinister? Hypocritical. It would be better to plunge into darkness as unabashedly as I do. Feeling Belial's resolve, the dark energy within him solidified further. No, he must deliver a barrage of mocking comments to Ken shortly. Planet K-76. After watching the video, Leo's expression fell. How had he never noticed there were so many disgraces among the Ultramen? Even the most fundamental duty of safeguarding Earth could be turned into a jest by the heavens. This being named Gaia exists only in other dimensions. Otherwise, Leo would have to teach him a lesson on how to temper his power. Turning his head, Leo found Zero had vanished without a trace, a wave of foreboding washing over him. Indeed, the next moment, with a thunderous roar, the surface of planet K-76 began to tremble violently. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Zero had commenced his imitation show once more. Following the sound, Leo observed that Zero seemed dissatisfied with his previous descent. This time, he soared to a height of 1,000 meters. Then, with a somersault, his legs burst forth with crimson light, emanating explosive energy, and just like Gaia, he struck down towards the ground with immense force. With a resounding crash, the hard surface of planet K-76 was forcibly transformed into a colossal pit. Gaia, perfect score. Zero appeared quite pleased with his performance. He had once again surpassed expectations. Leo, your Leo flying kick, if utilized during an entrance landing, would yield surprisingly excellent results. Zero's voice brimmed with excitement, clearly taking pride in his ingenious idea. Indeed, he had employed all the ultimate techniques Leo had imparted to him for better visual impact and greater might. After all, the power of the Leo flying kick is akin to the simultaneous detonation of 10,000 tons of TNT. Although Zero's execution was somewhat diminished, the resultant pit, hundreds of meters in diameter and depth, was still formidable. However, Leo's mood was far from pleasant. In a gentle tone, he addressed Zero. Zero, step aside. I believe there is still considerable room for improvement in your stance. Allow me to demonstrate once for you. Oh. Though Zero found it somewhat peculiar that the elder Leo had undergone a transformation, he perceived it as a fortuitous development. Without hesitation, Zero approached Leo. In the next instant, Leo soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters, channeling energy into his feet, which erupted in a dazzling red light. The true Leo flying kick. Zero mused. This kick will undoubtedly be magnificent. In the Heisei era, Gaia, after viewing his own footage, nodded in satisfaction. Previously, he had not thought much of the first-person perspective, but now, observing it from a third-person viewpoint, he found it exceptionally impressive. Hey, Gaia, Dina prodded, aren't you going to comment on your title as the Earth's wayward child? He poked at Gaia, who appeared to be nodding and grinning foolishly, wondering if the lad was too overwhelmed to respond. After all, failing to uphold his guardianship and causing such a spectacle across the multiverse would surely lead humanity to steer clear of him. Speaking of which, he seemed to be the lightest among us brothers. How could he cause an earthquake with every arrival? More monstrous than the monsters themselves. Truly, it was a waste of the power bestowed upon him by Mother Earth. Calling him a wayward child was hardly an exaggeration. Moreover, the will of the Earth seemed excessively indulgent towards him. Why had it not disciplined him more harshly? What is there to say? This is nothing short of slander. Gaia retorted nonchalantly. I am birthed from the power of the Earth. Each of my grand entrances is simply a response from Mother Earth. Diga and Dina exchanged skeptical glances, seeking confirmation from a guru. Sure, that's what you say, but the destruction of vegetation, buildings, and vehicles upon your arrival cannot be fabricated, a guru shot back mercilessly. You only take advantage of Mother Earth's indulgence. At this, Gaia became visibly displeased. What happened to our camaraderie? Why do you undermine me? He exclaimed. If you lack compassion, do not expect me to show any mercy. Where were you? It's merely that the sky did not broadcast your arrival. Yet your landings still wreak havoc. I could argue that it is a response from the will of the earth, while some, representing the will of the ocean, create disturbances that rival mine, which can only be intentional. With a sigh, Gaia lamented, some individuals simply enjoy posturing. Can't they be as grounded as I am? Hey, Agura momentarily faltered, then retorted with a sarcastic tone, at least I'm not on the worst list. Besides, judging by the sky-s display, someone's video is far from over. Diga and Dina reveled in the unfolding drama, eagerly anticipating a confrontation as tensions rose. These two troublemakers showed no inclination to intervene. Rather, they fanned the flames of discord. Gaia, Aguru is backstabbing you. Aguru, Gaia mocks you, claiming you're deliberately posturing. What's the rush? I still recall how someone styled the ocean's hair. Aguru continued. It's merely the ocean's gentle indulgence towards you. Perhaps by the end, your ranking will still surpass mine. Gaia let out a cold snort and began recounting amusing anecdotes about Egel. He then fixed a piercing gaze upon Egel, who, undeterred, met Gaia's stare with equal intensity, igniting sparks between them. It seemed as though they were on the verge of a heated exchange, reminiscent of their previous confrontations. Just then, a series of comments began to scroll across the celestial canvas. Belial, Gaia is truly filial. The will of the earth has bestowed upon you strength. And this is how you choose to protect it? A wayward son indeed. Jin, what can you possibly say now? Ginazor, I ask you, Mebius. What have you safeguarded? Zoda, the best defense is a good offense. Therefore, Gaia's method of protecting the city is to demolish it before the monsters can wreak havoc. Does that not ensure the city's safety amidst the chaos? Arborian, Zoda, indeed, language is an art form. Taro, how is it that our light country and Mebius have come into this? Ciro, Gaia, if you could add a flying kick when you land, it will be even more impressive. Egel, Belial, cease your nonsense. The sound of Gaia landing is a direct response from the will of the earth. Upon witnessing this, Gaia felt deeply moved. Indeed, in times of need, one could always rely on their brothers. With resolute eyes, he stepped forward and grasped Egel's hand tightly, brimming with camaraderie. Brothers may quarrel within the walls, but they stand united against external insults. Egel, with a haughty huff, turned his head away, every gesture exuding an air of proud defiance. Diga and Dina, seeing that the amusement had waned, shook their heads in mild disappointment. Chapter 31. The Revelation of Mebius. The gigantic beast Zolium. In a land of light, Father Ultraman fixed his gaze upon Mebius. He pondered why this young man was acting so out of character. Perhaps he was harboring a guilty conscience due to past transgressions. Mebius, confess sincerely, and you shall be treated leniently. Resist, and you shall face severe consequences. Tyro, as Mebius's mentor, could not restrain his inquiries. Mebius felt a wave of dread wash over him. He thought to himself that it was all the fault of that accursed Dinozol, who had to dredge up this trivial matter. Now, under the scrutiny of the captain and instructor Tyro, with the eyes of the entire land of light upon him, he wished for nothing more than to vanish. In truth, there was little to disclose. Mebius spoke in a hushed tone, fearful of drawing too much attention and suffering social embarrassment. After all, he was no longer the reckless youth he once was. He was now a figure of authority. During my battle with Dinozol, I aimed to demonstrate the combat techniques of the Land of Light by utilizing cover to shield myself from his attacks. Ultimately, I easily defeated the beast. Of course, some destruction to the city was unavoidable. Mebius endeavored to downplay the gravity of the situation, feigning regret over the city's devastation. In the end, someone placed the blame on me, questioning, "What have you truly protected?" The circumstances seemed rather mundane. However, Father Ultraman, adept at discerning the nuances of the situation, observed Mebius's unnatural demeanor and the image of Gaia, the rebellious child of the earth, in the sky. He ventured a hypothesis, his voice tinged with solemnity. So, you could have swiftly resolved the matter with Dinozol, but instead chose to showcase your combat prowess? Surely, The cover you refer to must have been the buildings within the city, which ultimately became a wasteland. You didn't walk away from this situation with a sense of pride, did you? Father Ultraman's relentless questioning left Mebius utterly astonished. See, Captain, allow me to defend myself. No, please let me explain. Mebius stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Tyro initially believed that his father was overthinking the situation. How could a disciple he had trained commit such egregious acts? Gaia may not have received the education of a land of light, but Mebius had always been a paragon of virtue. Yet, witnessing Mebius's flustered state, Tyro fell silent, feeling utterly humiliated as a mentor. How could such a person possibly guide young Ultramen? It was a disservice to their future. Enough, Mebius. You need not elaborate further. Tyro interjected decisively. Captain, leave this matter to me. Rest assured, I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Tyro's voice carried a chilling undertone, reminiscent of the arduous training days that haunted Mebius's memory. He felt deeply wronged. After all, the battle on Earth had its share of errors, which were only natural. He had clearly understood his mistake after hearing Longsand's furious rebuke, and such incidents had not recurred since. Who could have anticipated that this would come back to haunt him? Beside him, his good friend Hikari shrugged his shoulders, casting a look of helplessness and a plea for self-preservation. Father of Ultra nodded slightly. He had faith in Taro's capabilities. Moreover, it was fortunate that this matter had not been revealed to the public. Otherwise, how would humanity perceive their light country? It was evident that stringent assessments were necessary in the teachings of guardianship moving forward. Father of Ultra silently resolved to instill in the Ultramen the understanding that safeguarding was not merely about maintaining peace on Earth, but equally about protecting human lives and their homes. Such situations must be prevented from occurring again. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments on the screen continued unabated. Regardless of how Gaia and Egel explained, Belial and others adamantly maintained that the torn Earth, the ruined buildings, trees, and vehicles were all tangible realities. Ironically, these monsters and extraterrestrials, who usually annihilate stars without a second thought, had now become exemplars of morality, which was both amusing and absurd. At that moment, a new video began to play on the screen. On a night on Earth, a colorful beam of light shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous and twisted wormhole formed in the dark night. It seemed to carry the scent of doom. Following this, a colossal head, resembling both a serpent and a dragon, emerged from the wormhole, its steel teeth capable of shredding anything. Adorned with a blue crystal atop its head, it exuded a mysterious yet perilous aura. Behold the beast Zolom. P.S. The vanguard monster of the origin of extinction. Proud of its immense body, its estimated length is 13,000 kilometers. Upon witnessing the introduction of the light country, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. If one were to merely observe the video, the scale might not be immediately apparent. However, the comparative data revealed the truth. It was crucial to remember that the 990-meter-tall Million Bisaku, defeated by Max, had already instilled fear in their hearts. Yet now, in the face of the 13,000 long Zolom, Million Bisaku appeared as insignificant as an ant. Was it truly possible to conquer such a gigantic foe? Max's tone was laced with disbelief. His own ability to grow to colossal proportions seemed trivial in comparison, and he wondered if the Galaxy Light Sword would even prove effective. Their attacks might well be futile. The first generation was equally astonished. Were all the monsters faced by other Ultramen in parallel universes so grotesquely powerful? Moreover, it was most alarming that even the all-knowing screen could only speculate, implying that Zolom's size could be even greater. Seven took a deep breath and offered his insights. The other Ultramen felt a chill run down their spines. Indeed, how were they to confront such an adversary? A sense of unease crept into the hearts of Father of Ultra and the Ultra Brothers. Meanwhile, the video on the screen continued to unfold. Faced with such a terrifying enemy, Gaia, as human form, Takamori Moku, wore a grave expression, disregarding his own injuries as he prepared to transform and confront the threat. However, He was halted by Eagle's human form, Fujimiya Hiroshi. The atmosphere between the two was charged with tension. Gauss Meng's expression was one of urgency. He was unwilling to engage in futile internal strife. Thus, he candidly informed Fujimiya Hiroya, "That monster has come to Earth by harnessing our power." "What do you mean?" Fujimiya Hiroya clearly refused to believe it. He had been waiting, anticipating a confrontation between the two of them. Now, the quantum computer you designed has spiraled out of control. Fujimiya Hiroya's face was etched with disbelief until Gauss Meng presented the ironclad truth through the communicator. On the screen, a computer emanated a yellow glow. Its pulse waveform synchronized with Zolium. Fujimiya Hiroya felt his convictions begin to crumble, questioning his very existence. If Crisis were being manipulated by the entity of fundamental annihilation, then his steadfastness had been rendered a mere farce. Yet, under the weight of Gauss Meng's explanations and undeniable evidence, he had no choice but to believe. With his hands clasped over his head, on the brink of collapse, he shouted in a frenzy. Then, he wrapped his arms tightly around himself, trembling in fear of the entity of fundamental annihilation. At that moment, the fighter jets in the sky initiated an assault on Zolium. However, countless laser missiles merely sparked a few embers, yielding no significant effect. Instead, they found themselves perilously threatened by Zolium's fiery onslaught. Fujimiya Hiroya remained in a state of confusion, murmuring to himself in self-doubt. Meanwhile, Gauss Meng strode forward with unwavering determination. "Though I may not fully understand, we must press on. We have no choice but to gamble everything for what is precious." Ignoring his pain, Gauss Meng vigorously swung his arm, clutching the blue gem cone. Yet, at that moment, Fujimiya Hiroya once again halted his movement. What could he possibly intend to do? Chapter 32. The Emergence of Gaia's Supreme Might. Does Taro aspire to be a filial son? Witnessing this scene, several Ultramen from the Land of Light expressed their discontent towards Fujimiya Hiroshi. This Fujimiya, or rather, Ultraman Eagle, amidst imminent peril, chooses to engage in internal strife? Indeed, it appears that he excels in domestic conflicts but falters in external battles. If he is unwilling to take action, why obstruct Gaia? It is utterly perplexing. Ultraman Father remained silent, listening to the discussions in the square. He discerned that while some Ultramen may exhibit a touch of malice, they could still differentiate between right and wrong when faced with significant issues. The video from the heavens continued to play. Even with the power of an Ultraman, how long can such a body endure? Fujimiya Hiroshi articulated his thoughts amidst Takayama, Main's bewilderment. Not far from them, the superheated flames of Zorim cascaded from the sky. Intense explosions and surging flames filled the air. There was no time left for hesitation. Feeling betrayed, and having lost his Ultraman spirit, Fujimiya Hiroshi activated his blue bracelet on his right wrist. A brilliant azure light materialized before Takayama Main, hoping to harness Eagle's energy to improve their odds. Fujimiya Hiroshi turned away, eventually vanishing amidst a torrent of descending heavenly fire. Sensing his friend's turmoil, Takayama Main transformed his fury into strength. He extended his right hand, tightly gripping the blue jewel, the radiant red light symbolizing the earth, and the azure light representing the ocean simultaneously burst forth. Having acquired the light of the ocean, Gaia appeared more robust than ever. His chest armor now transformed into a hue that represented Eagle's power, black. His body color scheme shifted from red and silver to a magnificent blend of red, silver, black, and gold. Gaia Ultraman V2. Merely from a visual perspective, it possessed an overwhelming power, far surpassing that of V1. The Ultraman who had previously questioned Fujimiya now felt a pang of guilt within. It turned out he did not seek to hinder Gaia, but rather to bestow his own strength. Indeed, were I in his position, faced with betrayal from someone I trusted and believed in, I too would struggle to muster the will to fight. V2 appears formidable. Surely it can vanquish Zorim. Indeed, our Ultramen must unleash their true potential. Ultraman Father, overhearing the younger Ultramen diverting the topic yet again, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It was a sight difficult to behold. Without a moment's hesitation, Gaia extended his arms and soared towards Zoram with great speed. He then bent his left arm into a fist while extending his right arm horizontally, forming a T-shape to channel energy. Subsequently, an orange beam of intense heat surged towards the pointed crown of Zoram. Quantum stream. Alas, even a V2's ultimate attack was ensnared by Zoram's blue crystal, known as the light capture head, proving utterly ineffective. Conversely, Gaia was struck by the superheated flames expelled by Zoram. The tremendous force and searing heat propelled Gaia forcefully to the ground. Soon after, a relentless barrage of flames rained down, forcing Gaia to roll and evade in a desperate struggle. Hiss! A sighed. Is it truly impossible to triumph, even now? Zolam possessed an unimaginably massive form and remarkable defensive capabilities, augmented by his ability to capture light. Zophie hesitated for a moment before continuing. I fear that only by unleashing the full extent of the M87 beam, or with Taro wielding the cosmic miracle ray, can we hope to vanquish him. Seven nodded gravely, his expression laden with concern. Gaia is in peril. How will he? Before Seven could finish his thought, the scene in the heavens began to shift anew. Yet, even so, Gaia has not surrendered. He raised his hands above his head and merged the light of the earth with the light of the ocean, releasing an immense surge of energy. A dazzling crimson radiance enveloped the scene. A robust, formidable figure, with muscle lines flowing with an intimidating grace, emerged. Gaia's supreme form made its grand entrance. With unwavering determination in his eyes, Gaia soared once more towards Zolam. This time, he charged through Zolam's colossal, jagged metallic teeth with a fearless resolve, piercing deep into Zolam's very being. Subsequently, Gaia raised his right hand high, his wrists deftly maneuvering as he gathered a vast amount of photon energy in the blink of an eye. His palms converged, right hand shifting downward, unleashing a kaleidoscopic beam of devastating light. Photon stream. This was the most formidable technique of Gaia's supreme form, unyielding and monumental, and Zolam, regardless of his size, fell before its might in a single strike. Silence enveloped the Light Kingdom. The inhabitants scarcely had time to react. One moment, Gaia V2 was struggling, and the next, he activated his supreme form and obliterated Zolam in an instant. It was as if he had transformed from a mere ant, vulnerable to slaughter, into a soaring dragon in the blink of an eye. This stark contrast left everyone speechless, especially Zophie and Seven, who had not anticipated such a swift reversal. Even Father Ultra was taken aback. He had believed in Gaia's eventual victory, yet he had expected a grueling battle, never imagining it would be so effortless. Gaia truly deserved his renowned status, possessing a formidable power. Hikaru, after imparting your knightly essence to me, I have not seen such strength in either of us. Are we perhaps inadequate? Mebius prodded his close companion Hikaru, a look of existential doubt clouding his face. If anyone is inadequate, it is you. I held nothing back, and it is not my fault if you cannot measure up. Aguang shot a disdainful glance at Mebius, having generously shared his energy. No, it is not as you perceive. Taro's contemplative gaze suggested he had discerned something profound. The light of the earth and the light of the ocean both emanated from the will of the earth, sharing a common origin. Thus, they could merge perfectly and transcend their original forms, yielding several times their original strength. Your knightly essences cannot achieve such an effect. Are you implying, Instructor Taro, that if I and my father's powers achieve perfect amalgamation, I too could possess several times the strength I once had? A young Ultraman's eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance. Unacceptable. Taro was momentarily rendered speechless. What a dutiful son. From the scene, it was evident that Fujimiya Hiro had devoted all of Agel's strength to Gaia, an unreserved offering that was essential for Gaia to achieve fusion and transcendence. Naturally, this meant he had relinquished his ability to transform into an Ultraman. You wish to imitate this? Do you secretly wish for your father's demise? Taro scoffed. Your father is truly fortunate to have you, such a devoted son. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, Taro could not help but cast a glance at the distant father of Ultra. If only it were possible, then I... No, no, no. Taro immediately shook his head, banishing the perilous thoughts from his mind. He was not the sort to pursue power at any cost. As for why such thoughts emerged, Taro attributed it to the malign influence of Max, Trigger, Ace, and Gaia, these insidious Ultramen. They first corrupted the young Ultraman and then infected him with their negativity. Proximity to the wicked breeds wickedness. Henceforth, he must keep a considerable distance from these insidious Ultramen. Meanwhile, on the platform, the father of Ultra suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A fleeting sense of danger, akin to a stab in the back, sent shivers through him. Yet, it was but a momentary sensation, likely a consequence of witnessing the tumultuous emotions of those treacherous Ultramen. He then turned his gaze back to the heavens, eager to discern what further insidious traits Gaia might possess. In his view, while Gaia's supreme form obliterating an enormous Zoraime was indeed astonishing, such prowess paled in comparison to that of the individuals behind him. So, Gaia, where else do you harbor your treachery? Chapter 33. Gaia pays tribute to Captain Flamehead, the supreme one-handed flame mountain. In the Heisei era, Gaia stood with his arms crossed, stroking his chin, nodding in satisfaction. I have some recollection of that monstrous creature, Zoraime. It is indeed quite formidable. I dare say even the eldest and second brothers would find it challenging to contend with. How is it that such a powerful beast was so easily vanquished by me? Alas, some individuals are destined to be protagonists, and even their attempts to remain low-key are futile. As Gaia spoke, he shook his head, wearing a look of profound regret. Dinah? Diga. Wait, did you even manage to contain it? The two felt an uncontrollable urge to confront him. Aguru rolled his eyes at Gaia and remarked, without my oceanic light, could you have accessed the supreme form and so effortlessly defeated Zoraime? Aguru, this time I must speak fairly, Dinah interjected. It was you who lost your composure and fled at the critical moment, and yet you utter such words? Were it not for Gaia's utmost efforts in subduing the monster, what would have happened had the consequences been dire? Would you have been able to face the trust and power bestowed upon you by the oceanic will? As Ultra Warriors, we must bravely confront any challenge, for we have precious things to protect. Upon hearing Dinah's words, Diga recalled certain memories. Although his human form, Diga, often grappled with confusion, he never faltered in his resolve to fight or protect, even against foes like Dijia Elad II or Ziegler, who were universally reviled. Thus, Aguru's human form, Hiranori, has been too fortunate, lacking the mental fortitude to overcome setbacks without fear. Aguru, while Dinah may not always articulate himself well, I find merit in his words. Diga voiced his agreement. Seeing the most mature and composed elder brother speak, Aguru felt a twinge of shame and lowered his head. Although this matter had transpired long ago, it still weighed heavily on his heart. Gaia, noticing his brother's despondency, spoke gently. All right, brothers, what is done is done. Moreover, Aguru has acknowledged his mistakes and is genuinely striving to amend them. Let us not dwell on the past. Let us return our gaze to the heavens. With Gaia mediating, Diga and Dinah found it inappropriate to press Aguru further, and the topic was put to rest. They then turned their attention back to the sky. Coincidentally, the sky was currently displaying a new video segment. A coastal mountain, seemingly ordinary, was oddly embedded with a stone-like object radiating intense heat. Inscribed upon its front were characters resembling the ancient script of Flame Mountain. It was enveloped in waves of red light, seemingly gathering strength, as it incessantly released heat waves. The temperature in the region steadily climbed, causing the city's inhabitants to sweat profusely. The lightning team was dispatched to investigate the anomaly. The heat-emitting object suddenly stirred and broke free from the mountainside. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a monstrous creature resembling a shovel-nosed bug, complete with hands and feet and a massive claw atop its head. Accompanying this metamorphosis was an alarming rise in its body temperature, releasing an increasingly extravagant amount of heat. Naturally, it commanded the fiery mountains with its powers. Standing at a staggering height of 62 meters and weighing 87 tons. It possessed the ability to melt ice and snow, cleansing the Earth and causing the planet's temperature to escalate continuously. Its formidable form, coupled with impenetrable defenses, rendered the attacks of the Lightning Squad utterly ineffective. Instead, the fiery mountain erupted with explosive heat flames from its abdomen, while its massive horns discharged crimson lightning, obliterating surrounding structures and igniting the flora of the mountainous terrain in a fierce blaze. In my dreams, I envisioned the mountainous figure morphing into Gaia Ultraman Type V2 to confront this menace. I witnessed Gaia Ultraman deliver a stunning side kick to the creature's head. Knocking it back, the fiery mountain quickly regained its footing, bending low and raising its sharp claw to strike at Gaia. With an elegant somersault, Gaia evaded the attack and unleashed a flurry of kicks upon various parts of the mountain's body. Ultimately, seizing the creature's head, Gaia activated his incredible strength, hurling the fiery mountain forcefully to the ground. In terms of martial prowess, Gaia dominated the encounter, delivering a one-sided assault. Yet, the fiery mountain was not without its own strengths. Seizing the opportunity, it clamped Gaia's legs with its massive claw, crushing them mercilessly. With a swift motion, it flung Gaia away. Taking advantage of Gaia's momentary vulnerability, the fiery mountain unleashed a series of high-temperature flames and crimson lightning from its abdomen and claws, relentlessly assaulting Gaia. Caught off guard, Gaia was ignited by the searing flames, the intense burn inflicting unbearable agony upon him. In the land of light, witnessing this scene, the captain of the Cosmic Patrol, the esteemed Zoffy, was instantly reminded of some haunting memories. He felt a profound sense of empathy, or rather, a tribute to his own past suffering. A flicker of concern crept into his heart. When he had been ignited, there had been a lake nearby. But now Gaia was engulfed in flames. What could he possibly do? Only those who have experienced such torment can truly comprehend the anguish of being consumed by fire. Zoffy, in his kindness, wished to shelter others from the rain, having endured the downpour himself. The footage in the sky continued to play. The flames engulfing Gaia finally extinguished. Yet he remained half kneeling on the ground, in pain. Once more, the fiery mountain unleashed crimson lightning from its claw, tormenting Gaia, refusing to endure any longer. Gaia mustered his strength to rise. Accompanied by a brilliant red light, he transformed once again into his supreme form, effortlessly deflecting the lightning aimed at him. His robust physique radiated strength and security. As the fiery mountain charged forward, propelled by its massive weight of 87,000 tons, Gaia nonchalantly extended his right arm, halting its advance. Sensing a momentary pause in the assault, the fiery mountain unleashed its full might in a fierce thrust. Gaia, with a swift sidestep, caused the mountain to lose its balance, sending it crashing forward under the force of inertia. The flaming mountain slid across the ground for several kilometers before Gaia executed a somersault, landing directly in its path. Only by grasping the colossal pincers of the flaming mountain with his own hands did he manage to halt its advance. Subsequently, Gaia delivered a powerful kick to the mountain's leg, suspending it momentarily in midair. With a sudden surge of strength from his muscular arms, he flipped the flaming mountain several times. Seizing it by the head with one hand and the waist with the other, he violently slammed it to the ground. Ultimately, he effortlessly lifted the 87,000-ton behemoth above his head with just one hand, treating the massive flaming mountain like a mere toy, twirling in the air with ease and without any resistance. Truly, it was a spectacle of dizzying proportions. After being hurled away once more, the flaming mountain struggled to rise, disoriented for quite some time. Surprisingly, Gaia refrained from launching another attack. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly and pointed his right index finger at the flaming mountain, declaring, "I must protect the Earth, so you need to leave at once." Meanwhile, intense discussions erupted within the realm of light. My goodness, Gaia possesses terrifying strength. The 80,000-ton monster was toyed with by him single-handedly. Is 80,000 tons really that manageable? Surely the Ultraman brothers, with their hundreds of thousands of tons of strength, could achieve the same, right? Why doesn't Gaia eliminate the flaming mountain entirely? Is he being overly merciful? However, it is indeed rare for someone like Gaia to lift the flaming mountain with one hand and play with it in our realm of light. Tyro, with a serious expression, felt it imperative to seize this opportunity to impart a lesson to the young Ultraman. Upon hearing Tyro's voice, the young Ultraman eagerly turned his gaze toward him, anticipating his further words. Chapter 34. The Taro classroom is now in session. Is the Gaia in the video a fake? Taro instructor, please do not keep us in suspense. What do you mean? We must not allow the ambitions of others to eclipse our own glory. Even if my arm strength reaches an astonishing 80,000 tons, I believe I could muster the will to lift the Inferno Mountain. Thus, I am akin to the Supreme Gaia. Seeing that Taro remained silent for an extended period, the young Ultraman grew impatient and began urging Taro to elucidate. Firstly, let us clarify that theory and practice are two distinct realms. The arm strength we typically measure is often referenced against inanimate objects. Taro organized his thoughts and spoke up to quell the commotion from little A. For instance, I may be able to lift a vessel weighing 160,000 tons, but that does not imply I can lift a monster of comparable mass. Monsters are alive. They move and struggle, thereby dispersing our strength, which cannot be fully exerted. Thus, in actual combat, managing to lift an opponent who possesses half of our arm strength is already a formidable challenge. Little A reflected on his usual training, where lifting equipment required only focused exertion of maximum strength. However, when it comes to combat, the considerations multiply, making even lifting an opponent lighter than the equipment an arduous task. They nodded in eager agreement. Moreover, Gaia effortlessly lifted the Inferno Mountain, which weighs over 80,000 tons, presenting a difficulty that escalates exponentially. To further illustrate, he even spun the Inferno Mountain in midair with one hand, concluding with a single punch that sent it flying hundreds of meters away. The strength required for such feats increases exponentially. Therefore, I assert that few can toy with the Inferno Mountain as effortlessly as Gaia does, even in our land of light. Upon hearing Taro's explanation, the young Ultramen suddenly became acutely aware of their ignorance, recognizing Gaia's truly terrifying power. The purpose of my discourse is to remind everyone that theory does not equate to reality. One must exercise caution and act within one's capabilities in actual combat. Do you understand? Taro utilized Gaia's video to impart a vivid lesson to the young Ultramen. Observing their serious expressions, it was evident that they genuinely absorbed Taro's words. The father of Ultra watched the events unfold in the square with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Truly, he is my capable son. Selecting him as an instructor was undoubtedly the right choice, and he feels assured in trusting the future of the Land of Light to Taro. The video continued to broadcast in the sky. Upon hearing Gaia's warning, the Inferno Mountain bowed repeatedly, acknowledging its wrongdoing. Then, without hesitation, it turned to leave, seemingly genuinely intimidated by Gaia. Suddenly, the Inferno Mountain spun around, once again unleashing a torrent of searing flames from its abdomen towards Gaia. It had feigned retreat as a ruse to deceive Gaia, aiming to catch him off guard for a surprise attack. Such cunning. However, Gaia, seasoned by countless battles, would not be so easily deceived by the Inferno Mountain's petty trickery. At the moment the flames erupted, Gaia immediately raised both hands to gather photon energy. Then, with hands interlaced before his chest, he unleashed a torrent of destructive photon streams that forcefully cleaved through the flames of the Inferno Mountain, pushing them back and ultimately striking the mountain's very being. The creature, having attempted a deceitful maneuver, found itself scorched by its own flames, writhing in agony upon the ground. Given the opportunity, you proved to be ineffectual. With no further hesitation, Gaia merged his hands, leaping into the air with the ferocity of a drill, launching a formidable assault upon the Inferno Mountain, a supreme offensive technique. Within the blink of an eye, the creature was obliterated. In the Land of Light, the beast known as Inferno Mountain was not particularly powerful, yet it possessed a degree of cunning that could thwart us if we grew complacent, commented the first generation succinctly. Indeed, I should be capable of victory, but I could never achieve it with the same ease and nonchalance as Gaia in the video, sighed 7 as he assessed his own abilities. The last instance in which Gaia effortlessly annihilated Zalem had showcased his terrifying lethality. Now, against Inferno Mountain, he revealed his overwhelming might once more. One could only wonder what other powers he might possess. Should this continue, I believe a reassessment of our rankings is in order, Ace declared earnestly, eager to prove himself despite it being the list of the Dark Ultramen. Both Ultraman Father and Zoffy exchanged knowing glances with Ace, silently questioning the merit of such a rivalry. As they conversed, new footage began to unfold on the celestial screen. At a certain base on Earth, throngs of personnel clad in ex-IG uniforms were frantically fleeing, clutching documents as they escaped the facility. Suddenly, a crimson beam surged skyward, transforming into Gaia in his V1 form, landing steadily on an open expanse. The ground remained undisturbed, and the surrounding structures stood firm. However, 6 fighter jets flew past in formation, betraying an unusual intent. Soon after, the Lightning team and the Crow team received orders from the base, and the pilots, gritting their teeth, launched an assault on Ultraman Gaia. Countless beams of light poured forth, forcing Gaia to raise his hands in a desperate attempt to shield himself. Then, as a fighter jet from the Lightning team miscalculated its maneuver near Gaia, it was deftly seized by him. In an instant, a violent collision erupted, sparking a fierce blaze as the pilot and aircraft found themselves in grave peril. The Ultramen watching in the land of light were left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. They could only operate on Earth for 3 minutes and transformed to battle only upon the emergence of a monster. Yet where was the beast? How had Gaia appeared unscathed? Indeed, why did the human aircraft suddenly attack Gaia? Poor Gaia. Instructor Taro, do you have any insight into this matter? Taro questioned, appeared somewhat perplexed. Not only he, but even Ultraman Father and the Ultraman brothers shared in the confusion, though they harbored some suspicions. The scant information presented by the celestial tapestry rendered them hesitant to make hasty judgments. Meanwhile, the recently chastised Morabius revealed a glimmer of fury in his gaze as he proclaimed with unwavering conviction, the being depicted on screen is a counterfeit of Gaia Ultraman. Oh, Morabius, how can you be so certain? Inquired Father of Ultra, perplexed. The appearance of this Ultraman bears a striking resemblance to Gaia. The younger Ultras shifted their attention to Morabius, eager to glean answers from him. It is because I have encountered a similar scenario that remains vividly etched in my memory. When I was safeguarding Earth, I was impersonated by a Zarabian who wreaked havoc throughout the city in a bid to sow discord between us Ultras and humanity. Morabius's voice brimmed with animosity, recalling how the Zarabians nearly shattered the trust between him and humankind, almost leading to irreparable consequences. The lesson had been painfully profound, and he had etched it deeply into his heart. Upon hearing Morabius's statement, the initial brothers, including Ultraman and 7, immediately recalled the incident. It was a conspiracy orchestrated by the Cosmic Alliance to liberate the Arbors and Solace. That time, the false Morabius indeed caused significant turmoil. They nodded in agreement. There was also the case of the barbarians masquerading as Astra. However, this is merely your intuition. It may not warrant such a conclusion, Zoffy remarked, his tone tinged with hesitation. Having experienced both events firsthand, he felt compelled to exercise caution. Captain Zoffy, I possess evidence, Morabius asserted decisively, instantly igniting the curiosity of his fellow Ultras and drawing their collective gaze. They were left pondering what revelation Morabius had unearthed to inspire such steadfast certainty. Chapter 35. Gaia's Fierce Battle with Mimith. You wretched cur, let us now reminisce about the scenes from the past when Ultraman Gaia made his grand entrance. Morabius did not attempt to feign profundity or keep us in suspense. I recall that with each appearance, he would cause the very earth to shatter and crack. Even structures and vegetation would fall victim to his unintentional collateral damage. At that time, the heavens themselves mocked him as the wayward child of the earth. Taro, reflecting on this, chimed in. Indeed, yet now, The Gaia depicted on screen descends gracefully to the ground, not even stirring a speck of dirt. Such a stark contrast compels me to assert that the present Ultraman Gaia is but a monster in disguise. Mirabeus boldly laid bare his thoughts, prompting the other Ultras to nod in agreement. His reasoning was sound and convincing. Such was Gaia's reputation. It was akin to the moment in Demigods and Semi-Devils when Su Zhu's lineage was revealed, causing all eyes to involuntarily turn towards Duan Zhongshan. I dare say Gaia could never have imagined that one day he would benefit from the infamy of being the Earth's wayward child. The imposter Gaia could not have foreseen that he would be unmasked for his lack of destruction upon the Earth. In a twist of fate, the false Ultraman guarded the Earth while the true Ultraman wreaked havoc upon it. Such an irony would leave even the father of Ultra in a state of bemusement. The video on the celestial screen continued to play, and soon Mirabeus' speculation would be put to the test. A brilliant amalgamation of red and blue light erupted from the sky. Then a colossal crimson figure descended, crashing to the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, dust billowing into the air. The true Ultraman Gaia, his most discernible distinction from the imposter, lay in his chest armor. The authentic Gaia, having fused with the light of the ocean, bore the V2 form, with his armor tinted in the black hue that symbolizes the might of the sea. Conversely, the imposter remained in Gaia's initial V1 form. Mirabeus' assessment, it seems, hit the mark. As soon as the true Gaia appeared, he unleashed a luminous projectile from his palm, striking the imposter. Taken by surprise, the false Gaia was hit, and pain compelled him to stumble backward, relinquishing the battle machine he had clutched tightly. The genuine and the counterfeit Gaia stood in opposition. Ultimately, the imposter, lacking the confidence of the true warrior, faltered. Thus, the false Gaia could no longer contain himself. He immediately concentrated a vast amount of photon energy at his head, while adopting a half-squatted stance. In the blink of an eye, a massive red blade of light surged forth, aimed at the true Gaia. Photon Ice Blade, also known as the Foolish Hairbeam. Faced with this sudden lethal assault, the true Gaia remained undaunted. He mirrored the imposter's actions, gathering energy and fearlessly directing his own blade of light to clash with the false Gaia's Photon Ice Blade. Photon Shattering Strike. Moreover, as Gaia unleashed his attack, he stored energy a second time, amplifying the potency of his beam. In an instant, he repelled the imposter's Photon Ice Blade, delivering an unreservedly devastating blow of superheated energy to the imposter's body, accompanied by a cry of anguish. The false Gaia was sent flying thousands of meters by the blow, crashing heavily to the ground. The outcome was unmistakable. Severely injured, the false Gaia could no longer maintain the facade of Gaia. His form began to reveal a pitch-black hue, appearing as though it had been splashed with acid. Subsequently, under the furious assault from the Lightning Team and the Crow Team, he let out wretched cries, ultimately revealing his true appearance. A spiky, dark humanoid life form emerged. The metallic life form, Mimos. In a twist of fate, the soul of Crisis reconstituted the remnants of Apate and Alguros, forming a spectral, yet formidable metallic life form. Enraged, Mimos swiftly engaged in combat with Gaia. He unleashed a powerful punch, only to have it blocked by Gaia, who retaliated with a strike to his abdomen. After rolling to evade Gaia's sweeping right leg, Mimos retaliated with a kick that connected with Gaia's legs. Seizing the moment, he attempted a horizontal sweep against Gaia, but Gaia deftly bent to avoid the attack. Then, Gaia seized Mimos' outstretched right hand, delivering a punch to his chest before forcefully throwing him to the ground. Mimos quickly regained his footing, swinging his right arm and executing a series of spinning kicks. However, Gaia effortlessly dodged with 2 agile backflips. In an unexpected turn, Mimos found himself exposed, allowing Gaia to close the distance and land a flying kick to his chest, sending him reeling backward. Yet, Mimos was far from defenseless. He grasped Gaia's arms, pulling him back while simultaneously leaning backward and channeling his strength, throwing Gaia off balance in retaliation. In their pure physical prowess and combat skills, Mimos and Gaia were evenly matched, resulting in a balanced confrontation. As Gaia rose again, he immediately gathered energy in his hands, transforming it into a blue orb of light in the blink of an eye, then thrusting his fists toward Mimos. This was the Executor, a skill inherited from a guru's ocean light. The orb was swift, precise, and fierce, causing Mimos to stagger back, emitting anguished cries. Yet this strike was not fatal. Once steadied, Mimos detached the spikes from his back, launching them into the air like a barrage of darts aimed at Gaia. The sharp edges glinted menacingly. Gaia, still recovering from the use of his skill, barely managed to evade the first projectile. However, four newly formed darts followed in rapid succession, relentless in their pursuit. Mimos detached all the spikes from his back and legs as projectiles, a basic maneuver for a metallic life form. Gaia found himself overwhelmed by the onslaught of increasingly rapid darts, unable to dodge in time. The sharp, tracking projectiles inflicted excruciating pain, sparks flying. Seeing his attack succeed, Mimos transformed his right hand into a fork-like appendage, swiftly launching it toward Gaia's neck. The forceful fork struck Gaia, knocking him to the ground, embedding deeply into the earth. Mimos further manipulated the darts, swirling in the sky. Within moments, four more forks materialized. As he plunged downward, Gaia found his wrists and ankles ensnared. He was bound to the ground by 5 forks, reminiscent of a crucifix. In such a position, he was utterly powerless, unable to move despite his frantic struggles. Gaia, the Ultraman, was in peril. On planet K-76, frustration welled up within. How unexpected it was for this metallic foe to wield such a trick as throwing darts. If only I were there, I would let him experience the sting of my head dart, said Zero, his irritation palpable, as he admired Gaia's steadfast and valiant fighting spirit. Glancing sideways, he noted the somber demeanor of Leo, who had grown increasingly dark since the false Gaia revealed his true identity. Under normal circumstances, Leo would have been incessantly analyzing the battle between Ultraman and monsters on the celestial screen. Zero found it peculiar. "Hey Leo, what's the matter with you? Are you frightened by just a mere tin man?" Leo, roused from his reverie by Zero's call, murmured under his breath, "Bobber, you wretched fiend." Indeed, he felt a twinge of fear, but not towards Mimos. Rather, the scenes unfolding on the screen evoked memories of the past, memories that filled him with dread. Once, the Babar aliens had disguised themselves as his brother Astra, stealing the Ultraman keys from the Land of Light. This treachery led to infighting among the Ultraman brothers and nearly sparked a collision between the Land of Light and Earth. No one could fathom the inner turmoil he endured during that time. Thus, whenever he encountered monsters or aliens masquerading as Ultramen, he would experience a visceral reaction, an overwhelming fury. His hatred for the Babar aliens intensified, vowing that the next time he encountered them, he would unleash his Leo kick to ensure they felt true suffering. Then, he would grant them a chance to endure his kick once more, until his own anger dissipated, and he could finally forget that haunting shadow. "Mimos, you vile wretch." Leo's wrath extended not only to the Babar aliens, but also to the Tin Man impersonating Gaia. However, in his moment of venting, Leo neglected the presence of the mischievous Zero, who was all too eager to learn from his elder. Zero's eyes widened in shock. "Wow, I never anticipated the proud lion. Leo could hurl insults with such ferocity and ease. It's as if he has done this countless times." Zero teased, "Wretched fiend? That is something you, Leo, taught me. You can't pin this one on me. Leo, you truly are civilized." He laughed heartily, realizing too late. Leo listened to Zero's laughter and couldn't help but chuckle in return, a genuine smile breaking through. "To think you overheard me is one thing, but you're reveling in it? Where does that leave my dignity as the great lion?" Zero, come here. Chapter 36, The Supreme Ninefold Slam. Is the Heisei wrestling king a succubus? The smile on Zero's face abruptly froze. At this moment, he instinctively felt a twinge of fear at Leo's sardonic expression. "What are you planning, old man Leo? My chest still aches from that flying kick you just unleashed." Zero retreated repeatedly, filled with reluctance. However, Leo had made up his mind. Since this little rascal derived joy from his suffering, he would treat him like a barbarian. With a swift motion, Leo launched into the air, the familiar crimson glow surrounding him once more. "Ah, Leo, you scoundrel!" Sero's anguished cry echoed as he vanished into the sky like a wisp of smoke. Having vented his frustrations on the barbarian, Leo felt immensely relieved. He redirected his gaze towards the heavens, eager to witness how Gaia would deal with that scoundrel, Mimos. The footage on the sky screen continued to unfold. Mimos, who had firmly ensnared Gaia, danced with joy, leisurely approaching Gaia as if savoring the taste of victory. Meanwhile, the members of the Lightning team and the Crow team, witnessing Gaia's predicament, wasted no time launching a relentless assault on Mimos. Though their beams had limited lethality against Mimos, they effectively delayed his advance, granting Gaia precious moments to recover. Gaia radiated a dazzling crimson aura as his muscles surged with power, freeing himself from the shackles that bound his wrists and ankles. With a swift motion, he executed a nimble flip and stood tall once more. Bathed in brilliant light, the formidable and fierce Supreme Gaia re-emerged in an instant. Oblivious to the impending danger, Mimos charged at Gaia with reckless abandon once again. Yet, the supreme form of Gaia was no longer in a playful mood. With both hands gripping Mimos' chest, Gaia's muscles exploded with strength as he executed a powerful slam that sent Mimos crashing to the ground. In Mimos' dazed state, Gaia seized his head, hoisting his body up before delivering a punishing shoulder throw into the ground. Gaia swiftly moved in again, gripping Mimos' head while sweeping his right leg to trip him down. Mimos was tossed around like a mere toy in the hands of the supreme Gaia. Without pausing, Gaia lifted Mimos once more, raising him high before forcefully slamming him back to the ground. An upright drop. Following that, Gaia clutched Mimos' head again, executing another devastating suplex. In the midst of it all, Mimos attempted to counterattack. But with Gaia having activated his supreme form, any resistance was futile, merely fueling Gaia's excitement further. Gaia twisted Mimos' right leg, flipping him upside down in midair before smashing him down onto the ground with a crushing leg drop. Subsequently, Gaia lifted the fallen Mimos once more, utilizing the force of his backward momentum to execute a devastating slam, causing Mimos' spine to crash violently against the ground. This was Gaia's signature move, the Gaia backdrop. Without delay, Gaia performed a somersault, landing before Mimos, who writhed in agony on the ground. Gripping Mimos firmly, he used one of Mimos' legs as a pivot, elevating his body before hurling him with tremendous force. Gaia's whip-like throw sent a cloud of dust billowing across the earth. But that was not the end. Amid Mimos' relentless struggles, Gaia hoisted him above his head, the muscles in his arms surging with overwhelming strength, and with a single motion, he flung Mimos several hundred meters away. The sheer power and force of the impact caused even a metallic being like Mimos to tremble violently, unable to rise for a long time. This series of 9 slams epitomized the perfect application of Gaia's supreme throwing technique in combat. Each throw was a testament to power and impact, serving as a veritable textbook on grappling techniques. After executing this display, Gaia felt a significant portion of his fury dissipate. He began to gather energy between his hands, ultimately using photon streams to reduce Mimos to ashes. The metallic life form Mimos scattered into the air like dust in the wind. In the Heisei era, both Diga and Dana watched with fervor. Indeed, it was the raw power and impact that was truly exhilarating. Why stop at 9 slams? Why not 1,000 more? These two, one embodying the malevolent Diga and the other the artificial Dana Terranoid, shared a mutual disdain for those who impersonated Ultraman. Though they may not harbor the same deep-seated hatred as Leo, they found such imposters exceedingly irksome. Witnessing Gaia utilize his primal grappling prowess against the deceitful Mimos was immensely satisfying, almost prompting them to wish they could take his place. Brother, I believe you could easily become our Heisei wrestling champion, and Mimos could be dubbed the legendary Resilient King, Dana remarked teasingly after watching the footage, tinged with a hint of regret. No. Although Gaia verbally declined the title, his posture exuded confidence, as if to say he was unrivaled. Clearly, He was quite pleased with the moniker of Heisei Wrestling King. According to the law of conservation of smiles, where there's joy for some, there's discontent for others. A guru could speak up for Gaia when he was besieged, but witnessing Gaia bask in the spotlight before him was more painful than death. He feared for his brother's hardships, yet dreaded the thought of his brother driving a luxury vehicle. What wrestling king? Did anyone consult me on this? A guru scoffed, displaying a hint of disdain. Diga and Dana, ever the instigators of chaos, exchanged knowing glances upon hearing this. It seemed another spectacle was about to unfold. Oh, a guru, we're all brothers here. Don't take a title so seriously. Diga, as the elder brother, naturally stepped in as the peacemaker. That is not right, brother. Issues should be resolved promptly. It's essential to preserve our brotherly bond. In literature, there is no first or second. In martial arts, there is no hierarchy. I propose a contest between the two of you, while my elder brother and I shall serve as judges. Dina spoke with an air of grandeur, feigning a deep concern for our brotherly bond. In truth, these two mischief makers were merely playing their roles. One is the good cop, and the other is the bad cop, secretly stoking the flames of conflict, all for the sake of their own amusement. Very well. A guru, without hesitation, accepted the challenge. No problem. Today, I shall demonstrate the prowess of the Heisei Wrestling King, and you will be utterly subdued. Gaia displayed no fear. The clash was imminent. In a land of light, dream bayous reveled in the adoration of the little ones. However, this admiration soon shifted to Gaia, who loomed majestically in the sky. Wow! Senior Gaia's throws are so fluid and decisive, radiating a sense of power and impact that embodies the beauty of violence. Indeed, in comparison to Senior Gaia, both Instructor Taro and Instructor Dream Bayou's throws seemed feeble and lacking in masculinity, were it not for their metallic forms. Ordinary monsters would have been utterly crushed by Senior Gaia's might. Captain, could we possibly invite Senior Gaia to our land of light to teach us the art of throwing techniques? That wouldn't be too inappropriate, would it? Upon hearing this, Taro and Dream Bayous exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of despair. Who taught these little ones to be so sycophantic? It's acceptable to praise Gaia, but let us not drag them into it. And to think Gaia could charm the little ones with just a short video. What a beguiler. Gaia, we shall not stand idly by in opposition to you. Chapter 37. The Land of Light does not harbor idleness. The Land of Light boasts the most stringent security. Is this an exhibition of Gaia's combat skills? The Supreme Nine grapple. I truly feel inferior. Ace murmured, reflecting on the disparity between himself and Gaia's formidable physique. He held a deep admiration for Gaia's brutal elegance in grappling. Meanwhile, Father of Ultra, hearing the calls of the little Ultramen, remained silent, lost in contemplation. He felt that, judging by the segments of video showcasing Gaia displayed on the celestial screen, while each of Gaia's battles delivered a potent visual impact, they seemed excessively righteous. He couldn't shake the feeling that it resembled a reverse inventory. It was indeed only on Earth that the term the prodigal son of the Earth was coined, which was a matter easily resolved. At that moment, a barrage of comments swept across the screen. Babarelian, my most disguised skills are lacking. My disguise as Astra was nothing short of exquisite. Right, Leo? Leo, Bobarel, you scoundrel. Astra, Bobarel, you scoundrel. Ciro, Bobarel, you scoundrel. Leo and Astra hurled insults due to their enmity and provocation from Bobarel, but what of Ciro's involvement? Belial, well said. It seems I'm not the only one to have discarded the so-called ultra spirit. Ha. Zerubian, Mebius. Next time, I will continue to disguise as you on Earth. Mebius, Zerub, you scoundrel. Belial, is this truly the land of light? It is exceedingly civilized. You have me in stitches. Zerubian, Belial, do not fret. When I masquerade as the first generation to rescue you, we shall vanquish this hypocritical land of light together. Belial, if possible, I hope you will disguise yourself as Father of Ultra to rescue me. Zerubian, I accept, but I must ask, do you not find Father of Ultra's horns rather unsightly? Zoffy, Taro, Father of Ultra? My friends, are you conspiring audibly on the celestial screen? truly believing that we in the land of light are oblivious? Gaia, why is no one discussing me? Is the Heisei wrestling king not worth a conversation? Zophie, Belial, you are rather arrogant. Our land of light does not harbor idleness. Belial, quite right. You insidious Max, the lethal trigger, the benevolent ace, and now the prodigal son Gaia. Who among you can outplay us? Zero, Belial, you scoundrel. 7, Leo, can you not keep Zero in check? Taro, Belial, do not underestimate the security forces of our land of light. Babarelian, security in the land of light? If such a thing existed, would I have been able to steal the Ultra Keys? That is the best joke I have heard today. The land of light. The little Ultras gazed at the incessantly flashing barrage on the celestial screen, their faces adorned with perplexity. Captain Zophie, have our Ultra Keys been stolen again? Is the security of our land of light truly so feeble? Little Ultraman, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired of Zophie. Well, Zophie hesitated, for this was not a matter of pride. He recalled his own audacious questioning of the Ultra King, a youthful indiscretion that now filled him with dread at the thought of uttering such words again. Given 100 opportunities, he would not dare speak them. Thus, Zophie preferred to sidestep the topic. Do not pay heed to the alien slander. Our land of light boasts the most formidable warriors in the universe, and our security is both comprehensive and robust. But who is Belial, and why does he persistently target us? The inquisitive little Ultraman posed yet another question that had long troubled them. The name Belial was a frequent presence in their discussions, notorious for his relentless assaults on the land of light, sparking their curiosity. Well, the matter of Belial is rather delicate. On one hand, he made significant contributions to the land of light, and on the other, it involves betrayal and descent into darkness, as well as the affair concerning the plasma spark tower. Zophie preferred to remain reticent. Belial is a nefarious adversary. However, this foe is currently imprisoned in a cosmic prison. Zophie, in an effort to maintain his amiable persona, reluctantly answered the two questions. Yet, inevitably, his responses were mere platitudes. Zophie, you scoundrel! A brave little Ultraman from the square, displeased with Zophie's evasive answers, resorted to the Leo tone. The outburst was akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. Following a brief silence, the square erupted with cries of Zophie being a scoundrel. Zophie's face darkened, and he fell on the verge of tears. Silence. Yet, his attempts to quell the uproar were drowned out by the cacophony of cries. What could Zophie do? He felt utterly despairing. After all, the law does not punish the multitude. He turned his gaze towards the instigator above. The Leo? It was this rascal who had set the tone. Otherwise, how could he? The esteemed captain of the Cosmic Patrol and the second in command of the Land of Light endure such indignity? The more Zophie pondered, the angrier he became. Unable to restrain himself, he sent a message. Zophie, Leo, you rascal, can you not be more civil? What have you turned the future of the Land of Light into? Leo, suddenly berated by Zophie, was left bewildered. He could comprehend the reprimand from 7 earlier, but what had prompted his brother Zophie to chastise him so? Hadn't he been diligently teaching Zero on planet K-76? How did this relate to the future of the Land of Light? Was it merely because of his remarks about the barbarians? Yet, Zophie was aware of the circumstances surrounding his actions. He had always believed his brother understood his emotional state at that time. Sometimes, men resort to profanity as a means of expressing their feelings. Why was Zophie taking it to such an extreme, especially in a public forum like this? How could Leo maintain his standing in a land of light after this? Leo felt an overwhelming sense of injustice and deep-seated grievance. Zophie, what on earth has transpired? He inquired, though his messages vanished into the abyss, ignored by Zophie, who was preoccupied with quelling the insurrection of the rebellious little owls. In the cosmic prison, the darkness within Belial's crimson eyes was palpable. Why compel you to masquerade as Ken? The answer was simple. It was to ensure that once you liberated me, my acts of vengeance would be executed with greater ease and satisfaction. Foolish Zarabians, do they truly believe they can survive long enough to negotiate with me? The moment I regain my freedom, I shall relish the opportunity to rend apart the very being I despise most. Ken, is there anything more gratifying than that? Though merely a substitute, one day I shall personally bring about Kin's demise. The Zarabian impersonating Kin serves merely as a token of interest, and I find that quite acceptable. He chuckled wickedly, envisioning his malevolent fantasies while allowing a chilling laugh to escape his lips. What else could one do but indulge in such daydreams? After all, during the countless years of solitude within the cosmic prison, one must find ways to occupy their mind. Life must hold some promise to endure the present torment. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Belial redirected his gaze toward the source of his current amusement, the celestial canvas before him. Gaia, the wrestling king of the Heisei era? Such a grand title. Let me take a closer look at your true merits. Chapter 38. Iron-headed child bravely faces Leo's flying kick. The discovery of the father of Ultraman. In a land of light, under the valiant efforts of the father of Ultraman and the Ultraman brothers, the tumultuous situation involving the scolding of Zoffy was narrowly quelled. Of course, at this juncture, the grand screen that began to play videos played a pivotal role. Had it not been for the new footage capturing the majority of people's attention, the mischievous little ultras would likely have continued their ruckus indefinitely. The video on the screen continued to unfold. On Earth at night, the cosmic monster Gorgeman appeared in the city. The moment Gaia V2 emerged, before he could respond, he was ensnared in a cocoon spun by Gorgeman. Moments later, Gaia transformed into the supreme form and burst forth from the chrysalis. Subsequently, the supreme Gaia unleashed a one-sided onslaught upon Gorgeman, ultimately obliterating it with a photon stream. The vanguard monster of the root cause of annihilation, the cosmic ninja Kiroshibaga, emerged from a wormhole. It then soared from outer space to Earth to engage Gaia in a decisive battle. In hand-to-hand combat, Gaia V2 was overwhelmed by Kiroshibaga, who pierced him with the rotating drill of its left hand. Gaia's cutting light bullets were thwarted by rocks hurled up from the ground by Kiroshibaga, which subsequently launched a surprise attack from beneath the surface. Thereafter, Kiroshibaga utilized the technique to create 3 clones, encircling Gaia while incessantly firing small Shibagas that latched onto Gaia's body, absorbing his powers and detonating like timed bombs. Kiroshibaga relentlessly charged at Gaia with its body, employing its cunning abilities to keep Gaia V2 in a precarious position, deeply suppressed. Hiroshi Fujimiya hurled a bomb that destroyed Kiroshibaga's clones, but he was also knocked unconscious by the immense backlash. The injury of his friend ignited Gaia's fury, compelling him to transform into the supreme form. Once in this form, the battlefield dynamic was instantly reversed. The once dominant Kiroshibaga, who had mercilessly beaten Gaia V2, now found itself utterly powerless against the supreme Gaia, which was now in complete control. Ultimately, the supreme Gaia soared thousands of meters into the sky, simultaneously unleashing radiant energy from its right foot, executing a supersonic flying kick that decisively ended Kiroshibaga. Transformed through cellular modification by the root cause of annihilation, the silver-eyed Tiger King Isaac returned to Earth through a wormhole, emerging as a terrifying monster. Isaac easily dispatched the Ultraman Eagle, who had come to halt his rampage, hoping to restore tranquility. To prevent further destruction, Kazan Mu swiftly transformed into Ultraman Gaia to confront Isaac. Beneath the night sky, Gaia V2 and the silver-eyed Tiger King Isaac engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Yet, faced with the frenzied Tiger King and his incredible speed and formidable strength, Gaia V2 found his attacks consistently dodged by Isaac, who relentlessly struck him down. Gaia V2 was thoroughly suppressed, utterly bereft of the ability to retaliate. In the face of adversity, Gaia immediately transformed into its supreme form. Likewise, as soon as Gaia's supreme form manifested, it swiftly turned the tide of the battle, which had previously been one-sided in Isaac's favor. To the untrained eye, it appeared as if both parties were engaged in a fierce and indecisive exchange. However, in reality, Gaia, out of sympathy for Isaac, unconsciously refrained from unleashing its full power. The moment Gaia hesitated to release the photon stream upon hearing Isaac's yearning for survival served as the clearest testament to this. Thus, Gaia and the Tiger King Isaac embarked on a primal, feral, and unadulterated melee. In utmost respect for the artist tiger, after an exhilarating and pure hand-to-hand combat, the silver-eyed tiger, King Isaac, launched a leap, while Gaia retaliated with a supreme flying kick. Following a violent collision and explosion, Isaac, who had braved the supreme flying kick, was utterly obliterated into mere particles of light. On planet K-76, witnessing the spectacle, Sero burst into uproarious laughter. Old Leo, Gaia's supreme flying kick possesses power that rivals your Leo kick. And this little tiger is truly foolish, utterly dim-witted. Any creature with a modicum of sense would know to flee from such devastating force. To face it head-on is nothing short of bravery. Yet, this audacity has certainly amused me. Ha ha ha. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to take on a Leo kick directly, would they? During his training, Sero had often learned the hard way about the Leo kick, dodging it whenever possible. He would assert that no one understood the power of the Leo kick better than he did. Now, confronted with a kick of equal caliber to the Leo kick, this little tiger dared to absorb it. Such a foolish act truly elicited laughter. Old Leo, why do you not join the laughter? Is it due to your professional training? Could it be that someone has indeed faced the Leo kick head-on? As Sero spoke, a look of terror crept onto his face. He had merely jested, yet could it be that he had inadvertently spoken a prophecy? He was eager to know which brave soul had dared such a feat, and whether they were alive, incapacitated, or unscathed. Leo's expression grew complicated. He wished to deny that anyone had faced the Leo kick directly, to somewhat preserve a certain senior's image in Sero's eyes. Yet, he was also apprehensive that the truth might eventually surface, rendering him dishonest in Sero's perception. For a moment, his face contorted with discomfort akin to constipation. The footage continued to play on the screen. Gaia V2 is defeated by the temporal beast El Robapa. Gaia transformed into its supreme form, first soundly thrashing El Robapa, then unleashing photon blades to transcend it. Gaia V2 suffers greatly under the onslaught of the psychic parasitic beast Bism's clone. Gaia transforms into its supreme form, sweeping away Bism's numerous clones with photon streams, then obliterating it with a supreme punch. Gaia V2 finds itself at a disadvantage against the annihilation demon Blitzblots. Gaia transforms into its supreme form, delivering a photon stream that completely annihilates the obliteration bird. Gaia V2 is utterly helpless against the special electromagnetic wave defense of the annihilation demon Kip. Gaia transformed into his supreme form, conjuring a stream of photons that utterly obliterated Kippu. In the realm of light, Ultraman Father, who had been intently observing the celestial display, began to glean the underlying truth. He had previously sensed that the footage presented by the screen seemed overly favorable to Gaia. However, his inherently suspicious nature led him to approach the situation with skepticism. Indeed, as the video progressed, the screen revealed its flaws. He discerned a pattern. In every battle, Gaia initially engaged his foes in a V2 form, only to be thwarted by the opponent's superior strength, skill, and abilities. Then came a most insidious aspect. After each setback, Gaia would promptly switch to his supreme form. Following this transition, the once disadvantaged Gaia would swiftly regain momentum, turning the tide of battle in an instant. Regardless of his adversary or their might, those who faced Gaia in his supreme form could only expect to be overwhelmed and swiftly defeated. To date, all of Gaia's encounters in this exalted state have resulted in resounding victories, decisive and uncompromising triumphs. Yet, the notion that a champion of justice, embodied by Ultraman, should vanquish the embodiment of evil, the monsters, seems entirely natural, does it not? This understanding is widely accepted among Ultraman supporters, leading them to overlook the rather absurd implications of this reality. As the footage continued to play out, Ultraman Father could not suppress his growing unease. Might Gaia still conjure surprises, delivering even more outrageous and sinister developments? Chapter 39, The Divine Angel Zog. Have Gaia and Aguru perished? In the vast cosmos, various monstrous beings trembled as they beheld the unfolding spectacle. For Ultraman, victory was a foregone conclusion. However, for those who stood as his adversaries, The absurdity of Gaia's prowess became painfully evident. Zolom was formidable enough, surpassing the typical boss in strength. Yet he was vanquished by the supreme photon stream. The weighty Shan was effortlessly subdued by Gaia's singular hand. The silver-eyed Tiger King, Isaac, possessed considerable combat skills. Yet, one high-flying kick reduced him to mere particles of light. Creatures like Mimos, El Robopa, the cosmic ninja beast, the mental parasite beast, and the destruction demon were all beguiling in their own right, yet they paled in comparison to the overwhelming might of Gaia's supreme form. They were truly intimidated. Was Gaia's absurdity not excessive? The V2 form was already potent. What need was there for the supreme form? Were they to be denied any chance of survival? It dawned on me. Regardless of one's numerical values or combat strength, Gaia's supreme form eternally loomed above. Could one truly withstand Gaia's supremacy? Consider it a favor for my sake. Could the root of annihilation exert some influence and impose justice upon this audacious Gaia? The previous Max, Trigger, and Ace had their shadows, yet they too faced formidable foes. However, Gaia's supreme form was utterly unreasonable, becoming an insurmountable mountain in the hearts of countless monsters. Henceforth, the earth, where Gaia resided, would transform into a forbidden realm for these creatures. They believed they had elevated their perception of Gaia to great heights, yet they were unaware that such was merely the limit of their imagination, not the zenith of Gaia's supreme might. The following footage from the celestial screen further augmented their understanding of Gaia. The video continued to play. The root of annihilation unleashed countless derbis from a wormhole, shrouding the skies and enveloping the earth entirely, allowing neither light from the sun nor any signal to penetrate the pervasive darkness. In an instant, all networks and combat forces on Earth were obliterated. Darkness and despair enveloped every heart. The entire planet fell into a weakened state, with even the light of Ultraman's powers dimming. In a bid to bring the dawn of hope to a despairing world, Meng Meng and Fujimiya resolutely transformed into Gaia and Aguru. They launched an assault against the multitude of derbis with unwavering determination. Countless derbis ensnared the Ultramen, weighing them down and making flight arduous. The release of light. Ultraman unleashed a burst of energy to vanquish the derbis. Yet in a blink, the innumerable derbis coalesced, forming a colossal beast, the destruction demon insect, Caesar derbis. Caesar derbis was not particularly powerful, easily dispatched by the cooperation of Gaia and Aguru. Yet in an instant, countless derbis regrouped, giving rise to two new Caesar derbis, though they too were ultimately defeated by Gaia and Aguru. Yet for the countless derbis that blanket the world, the efforts of Gaia and Agil are but a mere drop in the ocean, unless the pervasive darkness that envelopes the earth is dispelled. The emergence of more Kaiser derbis will be relentless. In this current state of diminished light energy, it is only a matter of time before Gaia and Agil succumb to their lack of power. Exhaustion can indeed be fatal. As anticipated, despair begets new despair. The three-headed Kaiser derbis swiftly materialized once more, unleashing a barrage of orange destructive rays that left Gaia and Agil incapacitated. The countdown timer began to flash ominously. Despair loomed over the hearts of all. In a land of light, Mirabius cast a glance towards his dear friend Hikaru. Their eyes met, and they were struck by the familiar sight unfolding in the sky, a sight steeped in despair. Once again, a dark fog shrouded the heavens, accompanied by a blue-hued Ultraman, and they found themselves defeated. Yet, back then, he had the support of close companions and the assistance of Brother Zoffy. What aid could Gaia and Agil possibly expect? The sage had foretold that Gaia would soon transform into his ultimate form, heralding a resounding victory. You impudent monk, the final boss hasn't even made an appearance, and you've already activated the ultimate form. What shall we do when the boss arrives? According to the traditions of our land of light, after vanquishing the lesser foes, the more formidable ones will surely follow, and assistance will arrive. Have you forgotten that Gaia is not one of our own? The father of Ultra fixed his gaze intently upon the sky, doubting that the elaborate setup would culminate in something monumental. At that moment, a radiant blue wormhole tore through the encompassing darkness, akin to a beacon of hope emerging from the abyss. From this wormhole, 3 beams of light shot forth, striking Kaiserderbis with pinpoint precision and instantly reducing them to ashes. Then, from the luminous column, a figure radiating a spectrum of colors descended gracefully from the heavens. The iridescent aura surrounding her imbued her presence with a sense of the divine, like a lighthouse in the night. She was an angel delivering hope from the depths of despair. Upon her arrival, she waved her right hand, restoring Gaia and Agel's energy to its optimal state, a blend of divinity and overwhelming presence. Could this angel truly be a miraculous savior amidst despair, sent to rescue Earth and humanity? She beckoned to Gaia and Agel, who were irresistibly drawn towards her. Suddenly, without warning, she gathered her hands and launched a powerful wave of energy. The tremendous force sent Gaia and Agel flying thousands of meters, obliterating countless structures in their wake. The truth was laid bare. She continued to employ telekinetic beams to torment the two, deriving amusement from their plight. In the face of her overwhelming power, Gaia and Agel stood no chance of retaliation. Amidst her actions, the angel emitted a chillingly triumphant laugh. Agel, undeterred, bravely advanced towards her telekinetic beam, attempting one final effort. Yet, he was merely a cornered beast, and predictably, he was hurled away once more. Gaia rushed forward, striving to catch the incoming Aguru, but the overwhelming impact forced him to stagger backward uncontrollably. Ultimately, both their luminous timers extinguished, and they fell victim to the angel's lethal assault. Yet the angel showed no intent to relent, extracting from their lifeless forms the earth light and ocean light necessary to become Ultramen. It was nothing short of mockery and overwhelming domination. This was the Genesis destruction angel, Zog. The planet of light fell into an eerie silence, as palpable as the sound of a pin dropping. Initially bustling, the square became a graveyard of despair. They had anticipated a savior would emerge, a twist of fate, but instead, they were met with an even more profound reversal. When Zog first appeared, effortlessly annihilating 3 monstrous beings and replenishing the Ultraman's energy, the radiance of divine power led many to believe she was a heavenly angel sent to rescue Earth. Zafi swallowed hard, his voice strained. He chose to aid Gaia and Aguru by replenishing their energy before ultimately delivering their demise, first granting humanity a glimmer of hope, only to plunge them into despair. The cruelty of the Genesis destruction entity was truly insidious, slaying not just bodies but hearts, ensuring humanity's demise in agonizing despair. Seven's eyes burned with indignation. He felt such humiliation towards the Ultra Warriors was utterly unjust. Even if Gaia were granted a chance to transform into a supreme form, it was likely that Zog would dispatch him with ease. Could such an adversary truly be overcome? Ace wore a mask of concern. Even Father of Ultra bore a heavy heart, fearing that the celestial spectacle would not conclude with such an anticlimactic whimper. Leaving behind 2 corpses would indeed be a grim fate. Chapter 40. The Gathering of Monsters' Light. Zog's forced makeup removal. According to the law of conservation of smiles, smiles do not vanish. They merely transfer from one group of individuals to another. At this moment, Belial and the monsters of the universe are filled with joy. Ha ha ha! Zog's performance is truly commendable. Even I was almost deceived by her. With angelic conduct and a radiant image, she makes humanity taste pain and experience despair. Such a wretched disposition is precisely what I adore. This primordial annihilator is indeed a remarkable being. Just the sheer power of Zog's weaponry is formidable. What heights must his own strength attain? He could easily become my ally in ruling the multiverse. Gaia, let us see how you will scheme now. Ha ha ha. The universe prison reverberates with Belial's unrestrained laughter. Meanwhile, the monsters in the cosmos are immensely excited. They had just been praying for the primordial annihilator to intervene and show Gaia a taste of his own medicine. To their astonishment, in the blink of an eye, the overwhelming Derby sea descended. with an unending onslaught from Kaiser Derby C upon Gaia. Ultimately, the primordial annihilator even unleashed his ultimate weapon, Angel Zog, to torment and obliterate Gaia and Egel. They were stripped of their ability to transform into Ultraman, severing all hope. What a delight. I find it utterly exhilarating. Gaia proclaims invincibility? Huh. Which Ultraman dares to claim invulnerability? Ultimately, we monsters hold the upper hand. Without the protection of Gaia and Egel, I shall wreak havoc on Earth within Gaia's timeline. Excellent. Let's go together. While the monsters revel in their triumph, they have forgotten Gaia's unparalleled record of invincibility. The video in the sky continues to play, faced with an unprecedented crisis on Earth. To protect their cherished home, the humans and monsters residing on Earth have set aside past grievances and united like never before. Under the Alchemic Stars plan, the members of Lightning Team, Falcon Team, and Crow Team pilot their respective crafts towards the locations of monsters around the world. Subsequently, these native monsters of Earth unleash their energy without reservation. Through the refraction of their crafts, the brilliance of the monsters is once again gathered. The destination is my dream and Fujimiya. It is also the final light in the hearts of Gaia and Egel Ultraman. The light, an unprecedentedly dazzling and resplendent beacon of hope. It pierces through the pitch-black sky, emanating warmth and reassurance. In the blink of an eye, Gaia descends anew in his ultra-supreme form, while Egel lands in his Ultra V2 form upon the Earth. In the universe prison, Belial's fury contorts his visage. How could these monsters be so foolish? You are monsters. How could you unite to bestow light upon those hypocritical Ultramen? This infuriates me beyond measure. Berillia, filled with indignation, struck the wall with fury, never anticipating that such a scene of despair would be betrayed by the very monsters they once faced. What difference did it make? With Zog's prowess, it would merely mean slaying them both once again. However, those treacherous monsters must not be granted a swift demise. Reblondo's tone was nonchalant. He was far more intent on punishing these traitorous beasts than concerning himself with the fate of Ultraman. He failed to grasp the essence of empathy. Yet Berillia, having once stood as an Ultraman warrior, comprehended far better the extraordinary power possessed by those warriors who reclaim hope amidst adversity. A foreboding sense of dread intensified within Berillia's heart. Gaia and Egel exchanged knowing nods before they launched themselves into the sky with great urgency. Egel unleashed a photon crusher, while Gaia released a quantum stream. Through their combined efforts, the monstrous insect, Debes, was vanquished in the blink of an eye. Darkness receded, and the long-lost sunlight once again graced the earth. The sky cleared. Yet, at that very moment, the devastating Angel Zog reappeared. In a blatant disregard for martial ethics, she launched a surprise attack on Gaia with her wave bomb. However, the current Gaia, empowered beyond his previous V2 form, was a force to be reckoned with. Struck by her attack, Gaia executed a nimble maneuver and stood unscathed. Undeterred, Zog attempted the same tactic once more, releasing another wave bomb. Gaia and Egel responded in unison, erecting barriers that combined to repel Zog's assault. Then, Gaia employed the photon ice blade while Egel unleashed the reclaimer, retaliating against the once mighty Angel Zog. Zog's massive form became the perfect target as the duo's beams struck her, eliciting a wretched cry. Gaia and Egel were relentless, refusing to show mercy to the harbinger of despair and suffering. Quantum Stream, Photon Crusher, another pair of beams surged forth, cutting light bombs. The duo alternated their attacks, unleashing a barrage of light projectiles, blades of radiance, quantum spiral. The earth, rejuvenated by the light of monsters, brimmed with unprecedented energy, fueling Gaia and Egel's relentless onslaught. Under the continuous barrage, Zog emitted a chilling wail. Simultaneously, her once sacred form, cloaked in pure white, began to transform. She could no longer maintain her angelic facade. In the blink of an eye, the angel morphed into a colossal, fearsome dragon, her body swelling from over 100 meters to an imposing height of 600 meters. Where the angelic form had once radiated purity and brilliance, Zog now embodied ugliness and malice, as if Gaia and Egil had forcibly stripped away her divine guise. P.S. The second form of the root of destruction, Angel Zog, stands at a staggering height of 666 meters and weighs 660,000 tons. The dragon is her true form. Observing the unfolding events in the celestial expanse, the Ultramen could not help but exhale deeply, their gazes infused with exhilaration. I had anticipated that the bond between humanity and Ultraman would culminate in the triumph of Gaia and Egil. However, it was unexpectedly the monsters of Earth that illuminated the scene with their own brilliance. How profoundly moving. Seven's eyes glimmered with emotion, for he too possessed numerous monster capsules and cherished companions among them. Indeed, in times of peril, setting aside past grievances, uniting in collaboration, and selflessly contributing. This encapsulates the truth that justice shall invariably prevail over evil. The first generation also gazed with fervor, reflecting on the reality that, regardless of how one conceals an unsightly Otter, there will inevitably come a day when the truth is revealed. Yet, the second form of Zog exuded a far greater sense of oppression than before. I wonder if Gaia and Egil can withstand it? Zophi could not shake off his worries. Fear not, Zophi. All reactionaries are but paper tigers. The father of Ultra spoke with unwavering resolve. The true measure of strength can only be discerned through authentic confrontation. Moreover, I firmly believe that the reborn Gaia and Egil have undergone a profound transformation, unless the root of annihilation personally intervenes. The current dragon of magic should pose no threat to them. A true leader must possess the courage to make decisive judgments. The father of Ultra cast his gaze towards the heavens, eagerly anticipating the ensuing events. Let's hope that he will not be proven wrong. Chapter 41. A half-hearted battle. A horde of monstrous beasts. The video on the celestial screen continued to play. Zog, in his dragon form, let out a piercing roar before unleashing a wave of energy from his mouth towards Gaia and Aguru. The sheer size, speed, and power of this attack, amplified by Zog's formidable dragon form, surged to unprecedented heights. Gaia and Aguru, acutely aware of the danger, did not dare to be complacent. They interposed barriers one after the other, barely managing to deflect this terrifying assault. However, Gaia understood that mere defense would only embolden Zog's arrogance. He had to take the initiative. Thus, Gaia leapt into the air, launching a supreme strike at Zog's menacing dragon head in retaliation. Zog remained unfazed, casually swatting Gaia from the sky as if shooing away a fly. Subsequently, Zog raised his massive foot, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, burying Gaia deep into the ground with an indescribable weight. Witnessing this, Aguru immediately soared forward, unleashing an astonishing burst of strength to shove Zog's colossal foot aside. Seizing the opportunity, Gaia quickly ascended into the sky, escaping his predicament. In the air, the two Ultramen unleashed their most powerful flying kicks yet, aimed squarely at Zog's towering horns, a tribute to their elder brother, Diga, transcending time and space. The impact shattered Zog's massive horn, eliciting a heart-wrenching cry, just as Gaia and Aguru prepared to press their advantage. They were once again sent flying by Zog's razor-sharp claws. Almost immediately, Zog unleashed two more energy blasts that struck the two Ultramen, unlike the previous assaults that had sent them tumbling thousands of meters. This time they merely rolled a few times on the ground, dissipating the force. Yet, if Zog ensnared them with his binding light and followed up with energy blasts, they would surely meet a grim fate. Fortunately, the timely arrival of the dragon god altered the course of the battle. As the guardian of the subterranean dragon vein, he sensed the urgency of the situation and launched an attack against Zog, providing cover for Gaia and Aguru and buying them precious time. Although he too was struck by Zog's energy blast and vanished, his sacrifice ignited a fierce fury within Gaia and Aguru. In their wrath, the two Ultramen pierced through Zog's throat like drill bits, creating a gaping wound. Zog let out a chilling scream, experiencing such agony for the first time. and his ferocity was instantly awakened. He spread his flamboyant wings and, with his massive legs, charged toward Gaia and Aguru with murderous intent. Along his path, countless structures were crushed under his enormous bulk. Gaia and Aguru exchanged knowing glances, their unspoken understanding signaling that it was time to bring this to a decisive conclusion. Photon stream, Aguru stream, stream explosion. Their ultimate lethal beams intertwined, merging into a colossal stream of light with a diameter of 100 meters. The combined power of their beams was unimaginably destructive. With a single strike, they obliterated Zog, the harbinger of infinite despair for Earth, humanity, and the Ultraman, reducing him to mere fragments. Victory! In the cosmos, the myriad of monstrous beings from various races stood utterly dumbfounded. Amidst the chaos of monsters, a traitor emerges, utilizing their own strength to assist Gaia and Egel in their resurrection. Is it truly possible to play such a game? Their audacity is astonishing. Gaia's schemes know no bounds. Yet, in the face of such adversity, they remain resolute, contemplating their plans to wreak havoc upon the Earth within Gaia's temporal domain. With the formidable power of the annihilating angel Zog, the return of Ultraman merely implies another chance to annihilate once more. As they arrive on Earth, their intention is to eradicate those vile creatures that tarnish the reputation of monsters. What nonsense is this? They then bear witness to the scene where Zog, in his angelic form, is forcibly unmasked by Gaia's supreme form and Egel's Ultra V2. Some monsters become anxious, wavering in their resolve. The distant realm of Gaia is not a place they wish to traverse. Recently, I have not been feeling well. Perhaps I shall refrain from going. TCH, a bunch of cowards. Are they truly afraid? Zog's dragon form exudes a far greater sense of oppression than his angelic eyes. Indeed, when the time comes, my presence will surely evoke envy among you. Subsequently, Zog in his dragon form is swiftly overwhelmed by Gaia and Egel. Despite facing such a powerful adversary, not even the timer flickers. The monsters are enveloped in profound silence. No one dares to speak of venturing to Gaia's domain anymore. Oh, my mother calls me home for dinner. Nothing urgent. I shall take my leave. The most vociferous monster, who had boasted the loudest, is the first to flee. In the midst of the crowd, he chooses to follow his heart. How could anyone dare approach a world where Gaia, the Supreme, faces no defeat against formidable foes? At this moment, the land of light is equally hushed. They had presumed that Zog in his angelic form had already overwhelmed them. The gargantuan and far more powerful dragon form of Zog would surely lead to a fierce battle for Gaia and Egel. Even a most devoted believer in Gaia and Egel, Ultraman Father, find himself momentarily speechless. The demise of Zog's second form is simply too abrupt. Ultraman Father hesitates, sensing an unsatisfactory conclusion. It feels rather anticlimactic, almost too hasty. The other Ultraman brothers nod in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. They perceive that Zog's dragon form, although impressive in size, possesses mediocre defenses and unremarkable offensive capabilities, failing to live up to the prestige of a final weapon. Children, you have overlooked a crucial point. Rather than Zog's second form being excessively weak, it is more accurate to say that the reborn Gaia and Egel are extraordinarily overpowered. Ultraman Father, with his extensive experience and keen insight, reflects on Zog's second form's strike against Gaia, a staggering weight of 660,000 tons. Who among us could withstand such force? Perhaps only Max, in his colossal form of 999 meters, could compete with him on a physical level. As Ultraman Father articulates this, he casts a glance toward Max, prompting the Ultraman brothers to nod in acknowledgement, recognizing an insight they had not previously considered. Moreover, in the past, every time the angelic form of Zog S-wave projectile struck them, they would be sent flying several kilometers away before finally coming to a halt. However, upon resurrection, the more formidable wave projectile of the dragon was effortlessly dissipated after just a few tumbles. As I mentioned, their revival signifies a profound transformation. It would not be accurate to claim that Zog has weakened. but rather that Gaia and his companions have grown exceedingly powerful. The words of the father of Ultra, grounded in detail, supported by data, comparisons, and sound reasoning, left everyone thoroughly convinced. In light of this, I have also discerned a detail. After hearing the father of Ultra's remarks, Taro seemed to have a moment of contemplation, as if he had unearthed some insight. "Oh, Taro, do you have any profound thoughts?" Zafi inquired with curiosity, and the other Ultras turned their gaze towards him. Profound thoughts may be an overstatement. I wonder if everyone has noticed that from the moment Gaia attained the Supreme Form to the defeat of Zog, every battle in which he employed the Supreme Form resulted, without exception, in a resounding victory. Furthermore, such a potent form appears to have no limitations whatsoever. The energy seems virtually inexhaustible. As soon as Taro uttered these words, the other Ultras immediately fell into a reverie. Meanwhile, the father of Ultra's eyes gleamed with pride, reflecting, "Truly, my son, your perceptiveness is a trait I have passed down." At that moment, lines of subtitles began to materialize across the celestial expanse. Chapter 42. Is Gaia the shadow of filial piety? Gaia is a cunning opportunist, a rebellious mama's boy. Is it akin to my own experience, where the grand finale only receives a conclusive evaluation after the video concludes? Ace murmured softly, harboring no doubts regarding Gaia's superior ranking. He believed that Gaia faced adversaries and exhibited capabilities far beyond his own. Evidently, the grand spectacle held a plethora of assessments regarding Gaia. Father of Ultra felt somewhat overwhelmed. The Ultramen listed might be indifferent or even smug about their rankings. Yet, as the supreme leader of the Land of Light and the captain of the Cosmic Guard, he must uphold the image of the Ultramen. The words upon the grand screen swiftly captured the attention of all present. Gaia's supreme form, designed to last merely a minute. However, as the most pampered rebellious son of Mother Earth, Gaia possesses limitless operational time on Earth. As long as the planet remains intact, his energy is inexhaustible. Thus, Gaia's supreme form is effectively unrestricted, a glitch in the system. How can such a Gaia not be considered unscrupulous? Gaia's supreme form has engaged in 18 battles. And regardless of the opponent's strengths in power, speed, combat skills, or special abilities, the moment Gaia transforms into his supreme form, victory is assured. No matter how high the opponent's metrics may be, Gaia's supreme form stats will forever surpass yours, even for the boss. Such a commoner, relying on the indulgence of Mother Earth, exhibits this level of prowess. Can such an invincible numerical anomaly not be deemed cunning? This Gaia can indeed be described as the shadow of filial piety. Planet K-76. Upon witnessing the world's monsters uniting their powers to channel their light to Gaia and Egel, Zero immediately cradled his girlfriend, Big Mon, in his hands and affectionately declared, "Big Mon, when I find myself in peril, you will rescue me, won't you? We are the closest of partners." Big Mon joyfully bounced in Zero's palms, offering him a clear affirmation. A moment of camaraderie filled the air. Leo, observing this harmonious scene, was on the verge of tears. Partnership entails mutual assistance. At long last, Zero had gleaned some positive lessons from the Ultraman on the grand screen. Then Leo witnessed Zog being vanquished in an instant by the fused rays of Gaia and Egel. In that moment, he recalled his brother Astra. The bond between them could also unleash the formidable dual flash of the Ultras. Though his brother remained by the side of the Ultra King, unable to meet often, his brother's health and safety were his greatest hopes. Subsequently, Leo contemplated the grand spectacle's assessment of Gaia, the shadow of filial piety. With a doting Mother Earth, it is no wonder this fellow is so invincible. Moreover, he consistently wreaks havoc upon the land. Indeed, that is quite cunning. Simultaneously, Leo pondered whether, as the prince of planet L77, he too could derive energy from his planetary mother. Could his own combat prowess be further enhanced? Then, in the next moment, Leo suddenly realized that planet L77 had long since been annihilated, and that his parents had been brutally murdered. He found himself bereft of the opportunity to honor them. The desire to care for one's parents is rendered futile when they are no longer present. Consumed by sorrow, Leo could not help but feel an overwhelming envy towards Gaia. Though somewhat melancholic, he still had the nurturing embrace of his earthly mother. "Leo, what troubles you?" questioned Ciro, noticing the elder's despondent demeanor despite Gaia's victory. Leo cast a fleeting glance at Ciro, contemplating the boy's ignorance of the fact that Siwen was his father. Given Ciro's obsessive pursuit of power, it was likely he would incessantly seek Siwen's approval. The thought of the bewildered, cane-wielding alien brought a smile back to Leo's lips. "Ciro, you must watch Gaia's video repeatedly and learn from it frame by frame. Filial piety is the most cherished virtue among us ultras." Ciro, perplexed by Leo's sudden fervor, offered a half-hearted agreement, driven by a fear of a flying kick. In the Heisei era, the duel between Gaia and Egil culminated, with Gaia narrowly triumphing due to his superior statistics. The heavens speak the truth. It is your devotion that has granted you these stats. In a genuine contest of skill, I would surely have you searching for your teeth. Egil remarked indignantly, clearly displeased with Gaia's underhanded tactics. "What statistics? It's called strength, do you understand? I suspect you are simply unable to accept defeat." Gaia retorted without hesitation. "Preposterous. If you dare, share your Earth's light with me, so I may achieve the same supreme form, and then we shall see." Egil countered, visibly frustrated by Gaia's opportunistic behavior. Egil's words were indeed bold, leaving Gaia at a loss for an appropriate rebuttal. "Enough, enough. We are all brothers, and quarreling over such trivial matters would only harm our bond. If others were to hear of this, they would surely find it laughable. Heed your elder brother's advice. Let this matter rest." At that moment, Dinah, sensing the end of the spectacle, stepped forth as a mediator. "Gaia, you are quite impressive," he praised, joining in the effort to smooth over tensions. "With the activation of the supreme form, your abilities are enhanced across the board, unlike my brother and me, who only gain strength in specific aspects. It's truly enviable. Moreover, your supreme form has never faced defeat, effortlessly overcoming bosses, something neither my brother nor I can claim. My brother must enter his ultimate form to vanquish a boss, and I am often left to perish alongside them. In this regard, you surpass us." Dinah sighed, showering Gaia with compliments while conveniently omitting any mention of his earlier provocation. "Oh, it's nothing," Gaia replied, feeling somewhat bashful under the praise. "Without Egil's assistance, it would have been exceedingly difficult for me to overcome Zog." Dinah thought to himself, "Do not compare me to you." However, regarding the third brother, Gaia, he conceded that he had indeed misjudged him. His ability to remain inconspicuous while being remarkably powerful was unexpected. His supreme form could undoubtedly be regarded as the zenith of the typical Ultra. Even he, without adopting his radiant form, would likely not stand a chance. Moreover, the spectacle was quite damaging. Initially, a video showcased Gaia as the rebellious son of Earth, ostensibly a guardian, yet truly a harbinger of destruction. Subsequently, it displayed the unparalleled statistics of his supreme form, nurtured by the indulgence of Mother Earth. The imagery of a loving mother juxtaposed with that of a defiant child emerged vividly. Finally, they adorned Gaia with the title of a dutiful son. It remained to be seen how the barrage of comments would portray him. What one fears often comes to pass. A torrent of comments soon flooded in. "Belial, Gaia, you are truly worthless. Without the power of Earth, you are nothing. Merely a fortunate beneficiary, a rebellious mama's boy. Judah, dutiful? Pah! Did Earth grant you power merely for you to wreak havoc upon its emergence? It would be better off without you. I am well versed in the art of destruction. Abolian, no matter how formidable a monster may be, the statistics of the supreme form will always surpass his. Goodness, can you believe this? Gaia is simply too unscrupulous and insidious. Babalion, is this a challenge that warrants laughter? Can Gaia, so duplicitous, still be deemed dutiful? It is truly laughable." Chapter 43. The Crisis of Trust in the Land of Light. Belial breaches the defense. In the moment when the summary evaluation was delivered from the heavens, Father of Ultra felt a sudden jolt in his heart, foreboding that calamity was imminent. Indeed, the plaza of the Land of Light erupted into a cacophony of chaos. Ultramen who had found their parents confronted them with fervor. "Father, you wretched cur, why have you not bestowed upon me sufficient power? Is it that your love for me is inadequate?" Meanwhile, those who had not located their parents deliberated amongst themselves. "Could we not adopt Earth as our surrogate mother? Her generosity has profoundly moved me. If wayward Gaia is so indulged, surely, having been nurtured in the land of light with virtues such as humility, kindness, and filial piety, we could surpass him." Some Ultramen even set their sights on the Ultra Star, pondering the audacious notion of seeking favor from afar. If I could become the most cherished child of the Ultra Star, then not only would I possess unmatched strength, but the position of the Grand Commander would also be mine. Listening to such audacious discussions, Father of Ultra nearly succumbed to darkness, overwhelmed by exhaustion. If this continued, would the Land of Light not become the most dutiful planet in the cosmos? Gaia, Belial, Chowda, and the alien Yapo, are you envious or defiant? If you have the prowess, come to Earth and spar with me. I shall take on 10 at once. Father of Ultra, already distressed by the turmoil within the Land of Light, was further incensed upon witnessing Gaia's shamelessness, which only fueled the flames. His anger surged, and he mentally berated Gaia without restraint. What has come over the Ultramen? Have they indulged in counterfeit spirits or consumed Earth-esque fungi? Why is each one of them acting so irrationally? Especially Gaia. Does he perceive others as fools? Furthermore, Earth has endowed him with such formidable power, enabling him to exploit glitches and transform into a numerical anomaly. Yet, what has he achieved? Could he not undertake actions that would ease Earth-esque burdens? He could make grand entrances and create moments of surprise. Now, he calls for these dangerous individuals to Earth, as if he fears there is not enough peril and suffering already. I, the Father of Ultra, find myself in admiration of your audacity. Gaia, you truly are a devoted son. The comments on the celestial screen continue to flow. Belial, Gaia, do not provoke me. I am no fool. Belial, Ultramen of the Land of Light, I shall reveal a secret. Gaia derives power from our earthly mother. You too, as Ultramen, can similarly draw strength from your parents or the Ultra Star. Belial, do you not desire power as formidable as Gaia's supreme form? Overthrow Father of Ultra. This selfish wretch seeks to monopolize the power of the Ultra Star, obstructing your connection with it. Father of Ultra, Belial, you vile cur, spare me your nonsense. Though Father of Ultra promptly chastised Belial, recognizing the triviality of Belial's sedition, he was acutely aware of the vast population of the Land of Light. In a large forest, one finds all manner of birds. I have heard that our enemies often understand us best, so the words of Beria, confined within the cosmic prison, hold some merit. Indeed, I was merely jesting with my parents moments ago, but now I genuinely wish to honor them in earnest. These words may seem conservative, yet some go so far as to directly challenge the Father of Ultra. Supreme Leader, I do not believe Beria's deceitful claims. Furthermore, I am confident that you are not the selfish individual he portrays. If Gaia can achieve it, there is no reason we, as Ultras, cannot. Therefore, as long as we establish a connection with Ultrastar, all rumors will be dispelled. Yes, indeed, the innocent shall be vindicated. I trust the Supreme Leader will agree with utmost transparency. However, the Father of Ultra wore a grave expression. The current situation was unprecedentedly complicated. It had escalated into a crisis of trust within the Land of Light. He must proceed with the utmost caution. Yet, simultaneously, he felt utterly helpless. While drawing energy from parents could be traceable, there were precedents of Ultras merging to enhance their powers. Gaining strength from Ultrastar left him completely uninformed before watching Gaia's video. How could he know whether Ultrastar possessed consciousness? Now a throng of young Ultras, swayed by Beria's manipulations, clamored to establish contact with Ultrastar. If they succeeded, it could indeed prove beneficial for the Land of Light, strengthening it further. However, should they fail, Beria's words would ring true, and he could only imagine the chaos that would ensue from these unruly young Ultras. Moreover, to prohibit them from attempting would only serve to confirm Beria's accusations, leaving the Father of Ultra in an irredeemable position. Curse Beria, unrepentant even in prison. Perhaps he is simply too idle. Curse Gaia. if he were not so devoted. Beriya would have had no opportunity to exert his influence. Curse the heavens. It is you who incite turmoil. Save me, save me. Just as the father of Ultra was engulfed in worry and despair, a benevolent elder adorned with a crown and a red cloak suddenly appeared beside him. The king of Ultras. Although the land of light had not yet reached the brink of annihilation, the internal crisis of trust had not escaped the king's notice, who recognized the gravity of the situation. A 1,000-mile dam can be destroyed by an anthole. It is imperative to remember that many formidable entities have perished due to internal strife. Understanding this truth, the king of Ultras instantly teleported to stand before the young Ultras. Upon his arrival, the father of Ultra, finding renewed hope, rushed forward with tears brimming in his eyes, filled with the light of expectation. The king has arrived. The skies have cleared, and peace shall reign in the land of light. The previously raucous square, regardless of how the Ultra brothers attempted to silence it, fell into profound silence. This was the unparalleled prestige and influence of the king of Ultras within the land of light. My dear friends, everything Beriya has uttered is sheer nonsense. Strength must be acquired with integrity. Do not seek to attain it through dubious means. Remember, in comparison to our enemies, it is far more vital to place your trust in the Father of Ultra. The legendary hero's succinct utterances resonated like the tolling of a grand bell, instantly quelling the restless aspirations of the crowd in the square. The once boisterous Ultraman bowed his head, adopting an expression of humble contrition. Following his brief remarks, the king of Ultra promptly vanished from the land of light, reappearing on Kingstar. Having resolved the matter, he departed with grace, concealing his identity and renown. In that moment, Ultraman's father was overwhelmed with jubilant excitement, for before leaving, the king of Ultra had imparted a single phrase to him. "Keen, you have endured much, my child." In that instant, Ultraman's father felt that every hardship had been worthwhile, and his resolve surged with newfound vigor. He vowed to strengthen and enhance the land of light, determined not to disappoint the king's expectations. Who can understand the fervent desire to express oneself when one's idol bestows recognition? Thus, Ultraman's father promptly shared this joyous news with his dearest friend, confident that he would be equally thrilled. Ultraman's father, Belial, it is unfortunate that the king thwarted your nefarious plot to divide the land of light. Moreover, the king just praised me. A wretch like you shall never earn his recognition. Belial, on what grounds? Why? Why does he continue to favor you? Keen, I shall tear you apart. If one were to liken their rivalry to that of suitors vying for the affection of the goddess, Ultraman's father would be the considerate and affectionate victor, while Belial would be the despondent loser, left with nothing after his relentless flattery. Oh, but wait, he still possesses the cosmic prison that the king of Ultra personally constructed for him. Meanwhile, within the cosmic prison, Belial furiously pounded the walls, incessantly unleashing dark energy blasts. Muttering why? In a fit of despair. He felt wronged, consumed by jealousy. Ultraman's father's words stung more than a fatal blow. At that moment, the once silent celestial screen suddenly flickered to life, and to Belial's astonishment, his own visage began to materialize upon it. What was happening? Keen had yet to absolve Gaia. Why was the screen now displaying the next review? And why was it focused on him? Chapter 44. Encountering one's biological father. A passive attitude is unacceptable. Is Dijia the father of Belial? In the land of light, Ultraman father wore a proud expression, seemingly envisioning the furious visage of Belial before him. Wait, why do I actually see that detestable fellow Belial in the sky? Ultraman father was taken aback. Commander, look quickly. Belial has appeared in the heavens. Zophi's reminder made Ultraman father realize instantly that it was not merely an illusion, but rather that Belial truly materialized in the celestial screen. Could it be that Belial is the next subject of scrutiny? How could such a fallen being be deemed an Ultraman? Zophi's tone dripped with disdain for Belial. He could not tolerate the existence of such darkness, believing that someone like Belial, who had succumbed to evil, was utterly unworthy of the title of Ultraman. However, in contrast to Zophi's indignation, Ultraman father appeared notably relaxed. Firstly, He had the support of Ultraman King, wielding authority with utmost confidence. Secondly, the celestial screen swiftly shifted its focus, indicating that he would no longer need to expend effort to redeem Gaia's misdeeds. He was rather pleased. Regardless, Belial was an enemy of the Land of Light. No matter what the celestial screen proclaimed, it could not tarnish the image of the Land of Light. This was a solid victory. In the Heisei era, Gaia's face was etched with dissatisfaction. Was the celestial screen malfunctioning? According to tradition, wasn't it supposed to be Ultraman, father recounting the virtues of Ultraman? Why did it change once it reached him? Was the celestial screen harboring some grievance against him? Now, they had even showcased a red-eyed monster. With such a grotesque visage, it was evident he was not a benevolent being. Gaia felt a sense of urgency as he awaited Ultraman father to extol his virtues, now suspecting that the celestial screen was deliberately targeting him. Dinah and the others were equally puzzled. They had anticipated witnessing Ultraman father's discomfort as he struggled to transform Gaia's actions into virtues. Yet, now it had shifted to this red-black monster, robbing them of their amusement. Was it possible that Ultraman father only sought to absolve the individuals of the Land of Light? Egel provided his speculation. Impossible, absolutely impossible. His cousin Diga cannot be considered part of the Land of Light either. Gaia immediately refuted the notion. I believe it is because you're too dark. An Ultraman father simply cannot redeem you. Dinah quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Gaia. Don't be absurd. Ace is far darker than I am. I suspect there is something obstructing him. Just wait, it will come to light. Though Gaia spoke with bravado, inwardly he could not help but reflect. Could it truly be that I am too dark? So dark that Ultraman father's eloquence is rendered futile? No, I refuse to believe it. I am the cherished child of Mother Earth. If I were indeed so dark, how could she dote on me so? At that moment, a line of subtitles appeared before the black-red figure on the celestial screen. Given Belial's profound understanding of filial piety, an Easter egg has been triggered. Let us now present a humorous anecdote regarding his perspective on this virtue. Moments later, Belial's dark, foreboding figure dissipates into the shadows. The screen continues to display a series of images. Before us appears a figure strikingly reminiscent of Belial, particularly with his elongated, peculiar eyes, which are nearly indistinguishable from Belial's own. This is Jeed. Immediately following this, the encounter with his biological father cannot be met with passive resignation. Dinah and Diga, the two jesters, upon seeing keywords such as filial piety and humorous anecdotes, and hearing the phrases biological father and passive resignation, exchange glances. Observing the striking resemblance between Jeed and Belial, they cannot help but recall Gaia's exploits. Their eyes gleam with excitement at the prospect of yet another spectacle. The duo fixates intently on the screen, eager not to miss a single detail. Even Gaia, who often wallows in self-pity and doubts his own worth, is captivated. He too wishes to discover the amusing antics of Belial, who has consistently led the charge against the Land of Light in the comments. After all, Belial has become his hypothetical adversary, as he has already invited him to Earth for a friendly competition. On planet K-76. Look, Leo, even Father of Ultra is hurling insults now. You can no longer reprimand me, Zero remarks, watching the banter between the Father of Ultra and Belial on the screen. Speaking with fervor, without the Father's elucidation on virtue, I find myself directionless in my learning. Zero waits in vain for the desired scene, feeling a bit deflated. Leo, witnessing Zero's shameless demeanor, can only shake his head in exasperation. Then he observes the alternating images of Belial and Jeed on the screen. His gaze sharpens instantly. How is it that this Jeed resembles Belial so closely? Filial piety? Biological father? Could it be that he is indeed Belial's progenitor? Leo is on the right track, albeit with the relationships inverted. It is understandable that he might misconstrue the connections. After all, Gaia is known as the wayward son of the earth. So with Belial appearing first and Jeed following, it seems to suggest a narrative of Belial as the rebellious son. Moreover, as far as Leo is aware, Belial has been incarcerated in a cosmic prison for thousands of years. It is implausible that he could have fathered a son in that time. Old Leo, That dark crimson haze must belong to Belial. But do you know who this Jeed is? Zero suppresses the urge to act hastily, determined to clarify his target. It is undoubtedly Belial. The silver and crimson Jeed must be his biological father. Leo speaks with utmost certainty. Oh, Zero's interest is piqued instantly. If that's the case, neither of them can be virtuous. When I encounter them, I shall confront them both together. In the land of light, the father of Ultra, observing the text materializing on the screen, cannot help but burst into laughter. Belial, you've been stirring up trouble for far too long. This time, the screen cannot overlook your antics. You could scarcely have imagined that one day, your humorous exploits would be scrutinized so thoroughly. Could you? Today is truly delightful. First came the endorsement from the king, and now the amusement brought by his archrival. The father of Ultra exclaimed with delight. His acknowledgement of the celestial canvas reached unprecedented heights. Zoffy, ensure that the upcoming video is viewed with utmost seriousness by all Ultras. They must learn diligently. The father of Ultras said with a smile, you must bring disgrace upon yourself that it becomes known to all. Then he caught sight of Jed's figure emerging, and with the celestial canvas's clues, the smile on his face abruptly froze. Could this Ultra named Jed possibly be the offspring of Belial? Zoffy was equally taken aback. For wasn't Belial confined within the cosmic prison? There was nothing there. Could it be that Belial is hermaphroditic or capable of asexual reproduction? Although such notions seemed absurd, they were not entirely implausible. Is it conceivable that the celestial canvas is revealing events yet to unfold? Perhaps one day in the future, Belial escapes from his cosmic confinement, which would indeed explain the existence of his son. Taro's words jolted the father of Ultra from his revelry. He had been lost in schadenfreude, but upon hearing Taro, he swiftly regained his focus. The celestial canvas's greatest attribute is its connection to parallel dimensions, allowing knowledge of the past and foresight into the future. Then, Commander, shall I continue to relay this information? Zoffy inquired tentatively, noticing the deep furrow in the father of Ultra's brow. Relay it, why not? And it is imperative that we watch closely. We may glean insights into when and how Belial escapes, enabling us to prepare accordingly. The father of Ultra's expression grew grave. Given his understanding of Belial, it was likely that upon his escape, his first act would be to assault the land of light. In the face of such latent peril, he must proceed with caution, not merely for amusement, but to ensure that no potentially crucial detail is overlooked. Belial, let me witness who excels more, your son Jed or my son Taro, and who demonstrates greater filial piety. The father of Ultra lifted his gaze, fixating intently on the celestial canvas. Chapter 45. The formidable, evil Belial. The great comfort of Old Hawaii S7. Cosmic Prison. Belial gazed at the subtitles on the celestial screen, chuckling. My amusing anecdotes? Ridiculously hilarious. Let the celestial screen play on unabated. Having long succumbed to darkness, and having cast aside the so-called virtues of Ultra, how could I possibly be compared to those hypocritical beings from the land of light? He, as Belial laughed maniacally, his gaze fell upon the screen, fixating on a figure strikingly similar to himself. Encountering one's progenitor, one cannot simply bide their time. It was then that he heard a chilling remark that sent shivers down his spine. This fellow named Jeed is my son? It seems that my departure from this wretched cosmic prison is but a matter of time. Yet, why would he stand against me? A flicker of suspicion crossed Belial's eyes. He feigned indifference, yet his gaze remained earnestly fixed on the screen. He may not care for appearances, but he aspired to be the ruler of the cosmos. He certainly did not wish to be ridiculed by the myriad beings of the universe, especially that damned fellow Ken. At that moment, the video on the celestial screen commenced its official playback. On Earth, Belial, utilizing the sublimation device, merged the powers of the Ampella and the Dark Lysial, evolving into his ultimate form, the evil Belial. His body was clad in gray armor, with orange-yellow eyes that exuded a perilous aura. Most importantly, he had cured the hunchback affliction that had plagued him for millennia. Opposite him stood the red and silver-clad Yin Ultraman, proudly wielding the Diga claw, ready for confrontation. The two swiftly closed the distance, engaging in close combat. After deftly evading the initial probing attacks, evil Belial, harnessing his superior strength, seized Dijia. You have inherited my bloodline, yet you choose to oppose me? Belial's voice, raspy and deep, betrayed his dissatisfaction. Dijia retorted without a hint of hesitation. I shall be your adversary. With a surge of power, Dijia broke free from Belial's grasp, rolling away to a safe distance. Without delay, Dijia fused the powers of Belial and the Ultra King, transforming into the regal form. Adorned in a golden cloak and wielding the sacred sword of kings, he emanated an aura of divine majesty. With a fierce swing of the sacred sword, he struck towards evil Belial. Simultaneously, the Dijia claw unleashed an explosive barrage, forcing evil Belial to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Dijia raised the Dijia claw high, channeling energy into a radiant beam that surged skyward, instantaneously forming a vibrant cloud of multicolored light. Subsequently, countless rays cascaded down upon evil Belial like a torrential downpour. The radiant deluge spread forth. A tremendous explosion billowed forth, enveloping the area in thick smoke. However, according to the principle of smoke without harm, all of the light rain's attacks were deflected by evil Belial. Moreover, he took advantage of the obscured vision caused by the smoke, delivering a powerful kick to Jida's chest, prompting Jida to hurriedly defend, leaving his midsection wide open. One could only watch helplessly as Belial's claws struck down upon him. Undeterred by the setback, Jed charged forth once more to engage Belial in combat. Yet, his attacks failed to connect, and he found himself struck by Belial's dark, energy-laden talon, sending him hurtling backward and reverting him from his royal form to his original state. The power of the Ultra King you possess is far too feeble, merely a fraction contained within a capsule. Meanwhile, I am siphoning immense energy from the Ultra King throughout the cosmos. The chasm between us continues to widen, my dear son, even when faced with the blade of destiny. Belial refrains from delivering a fatal blow, opting instead to enlighten and instruct Jed. How can one not consider him a benevolent father? Severely wounded, Zero bravely charged forward, risking his life to inject the Corellian molecular disintegration enzyme into the body of the malevolent Belial, thwarting his continued absorption of the Ultra King's dissipating energy. However, Zero was met with Belial's wrath, as a claw pierced through his chest, dispersing him into particles of light that vanished into the air. Did Jed find himself in a dire predicament? Just then, a colossal blue-green orb descended from the heavens. In Belial's astonished gaze, it transformed into an ultra-warrior draped in a cloak, adorned with magnificent horns. It was none other than the good brother of Belial and the beloved uncle of Jed, father of Ultra. He shook off his cloak and swiftly charged toward Belial on the battlefield. Leave this to me. You retreat and rest for a while. Amidst the struggle with the malevolent Belial, father of Ultra turned back to offer Jed a brief command. Do you intend to thwart my good deeds again, Ken? Belial sneered mockingly. Father of Ultra exerted all his strength to restrain Belial's arms. Belial, I shall not allow you to act as you please. Following that, Father of Ultra unleashed a surge of light energy, constructing a protective cocoon-like force field, momentarily sealing both Belial and himself within an energy space. Upon witnessing this, Belial erupted into hearty laughter. Although he was unaware of who the Dark Lysial was, he was well acquainted with the Dark Emperor Ampullus, a formidable force indeed. The ability to merge these two potent powers into one, transforming into the malevolent Belial, not only cured his long-standing hunchback, but also bestowed upon him an unprecedented air of authority. Furthermore, he continued to absorb the ancient powers of the Ultra King. Had Belial ever fought such a lavish battle? What wave could this feeble little brat, Jed, possibly stir? And that fool Ken, thinking he could simply seal me away with a cocoon of light. Such a foolhardy endeavor. I was just lamenting my inability to find you. Belial seemed to envision the scene of him tearing Ken to shreds, his raucous laughter echoing throughout the cosmic prison. In a land of light, Father of Ultra's expression was grave and solemn. It turns out that Jeter is indeed Belial's son. Furthermore, He never anticipated that after merging with the Ampelins and the Dark Ligial, the malevolent Belial would possess such formidable power. The supreme leader, Father. The Ultra brothers cast their anxious gazes towards Father Ultra. Clearly, they understood that in the face of the overwhelming oppression from the wicked Belial, Father Ultra's fate appeared grim. Do not worry, my children. We must have faith in the heavens. Father Ultra reassured them. Moreover, if given another chance to confront such a ruthless adversary as Belial, I would unhesitatingly choose to do so again. The Ultra brothers exchanged glances. This was indeed their most revered father, a man who undertakes the impossible even when aware of the risks. Even if they were present, they would likely make the same choice. Among the Ultra brothers, Seven was perhaps the most at ease, for he had glimpsed his offspring, Zero, although it was but a fleeting moment. He witnessed Zero striving with all his might against the malevolent Belial. A wave of relief washed over Seven's heart. It seemed that Zero was destined to grow into an exceptional Ultra warrior, capable of standing on his own. Proud of such a child, the elder Father Seven felt immense joy. Simultaneously, witnessing Zero being transformed into light particles caused him a pang of sorrow. He focused intently on the celestial screen, hoping to catch another glimpse of Zero's valiant form in the continuing footage. Chapter 46. The Wall-Hanging Jed. The filial son. Belial's defenses crumble. However, rather than witnessing the scene he longed for, Seven found himself confronted with the distressing sight of his father enduring a beating. Is this not, in its own peculiar way, another form of filial piety? The video on the celestial screen continued to play. Within the intimate realm conjured by Ultraman Father, the malevolent Belial remained unfazed, tauntingly proclaiming, "What is the matter? Have you reached your limit? I have longed to see you in agony, struggling. Yet, after tens of thousands of years, I am still left wanting. Now, I shall make you inhabitants of a land of light, endure the humiliation and despair I once faced." As Belial's words escalated in fervor, his demeanor grew increasingly erratic. In response to Belial's derision, Ultraman Father remained silent, steadfastly restraining Belial's arms. This grip persisted for a grueling 20 hours. However, such intense and prolonged exertion inevitably exacerbated Ultraman Father's old injury. Seizing the opportunity, Belial swiftly shattered Ultraman's cocoon and forcefully flung him aside, causing Ultraman Father to stagger and kneel. "You've aged, Ken." Belial's tone dripped with mockery. "You cannot stop me now." Belial spoke the truth. In his prime, Ultraman Father possessed the strength to contend with him. Though he might not have triumphed over the malevolent Belial, he would not have fallen so easily. Yet, after enduring a long journey and the resurgence of his old wounds, Ultraman Father's condition was worse than ever. As Belial approached, a chilling laughter escaping his lips, he relished the moment of vanquishing Ken. Just then, the cool-down completed, and Jed reformed, appearing behind the malevolent Belial. "You have arrived, young Ultraman." Despite the dire circumstances, Ultraman Father maintained a calm demeanor. Belial whipped around, disdain evident in his voice as he pointed at Jed. "My son, do you still wish to intervene?" "I am Jed. Ultraman Jed." Jed responded, resolutely taking his stance, intent on fulfilling his filial duty to Belial. As the battle between the malevolent Belial and Jed raged on, humanity unveiled their ultimate trump card, the time-destroying god, Saigon. Under Jed's command, Saigon unleashed beams of energy, which Jed immediately complemented with a cross shockwave. Silver and crimson beams intertwined, casting a radiant spectacle. In the blink of an eye, they formed a colossal vortex of energy. "Do you intend to banish me to the dimensional rift? I shall not allow you to succeed." Belial scoffed. Such schemes were child's play to him. As his words faded, he concentrated energy in his hands, releasing a devastating purple beam towards Saigon. With the time-destroying god felled by Belial, the dimensional rift lost its energy support and began to vanish. Witnessing his allies' defeat at the hands of the malevolent Belial ignited a fierce determination within Jed. "From this moment onward, allow me to take charge. You shall be expelled from this universe." It is evident that Jed harbors an intense loathing for his father, Belial. In a fit of rage, Dijia charged forward to engage in a fierce brawl with the malevolent Belial. However, anger alone does not equate to efficacy. The wicked Belial vastly surpassed Dijia in terms of strength, combat skills, and experience. One could say that Belial was merely toying with Dijia, picking up a broken bridge pillar from the ground. The sinister Belial let out a chilling laugh before swinging it vehemently towards Jida's head. Truly a display of paternal cruelty. Dazed and disoriented from the blows, Jida seethed with indignation. Sever the light. He spread his arms wide, unleashing a crescent-shaped cutting beam. The malevolent light slash. In a similar fashion, Belial retaliated with a purple crescent beam, countering Jida's attack with devastating force, shattering his light blade and striking him fiercely. The sonic roar. Leaning forward, Jida emitted a powerful sonic attack from his mouth. The malevolent roar. Belial mirrored Jida's actions, yet his overwhelming strength rendered his sonic wave far superior, propelling Jida through the air. You are nothing but a mere experiment. There was a tone of disdain in Belial's voice. I am your father. You shall never surpass me. So surrender. His meaning was unmistakable. Despite your defeat and your rebellion against me, I am willing to spare you. How could such a Belial not be considered a fatherly figure? Yet Jida either failed to comprehend or feigned ignorance. I will never give up. Today, I shall put an end to this. Jida's indomitable spirit, relentless fighting will, and unwavering resolve to uphold justice resonated with all the Ultra capsules. A radiant, starry aura enveloped him, heralding the emergence of the colossal figure of the Ultra King, accompanied by 4 dazzling beams of light. Jida's burning form, Jida's agile form, Jida's gallant form, and Jida's regal form simultaneously manifested. Both Jida and the malevolent Belial were astonished, but Jida's surprise was one of joy, while Belial's was one of shock. Jida, in his primal form, stepped forward to join his 4 counterparts, rallying them with a resolute call to action. The 5 distinct forms of Jida struck their iconic poses, ready to charge at their father, the malevolent Belial. The 5 Sun Strike. At that moment, faced with 5 formidable suns, Belial found it nearly impossible to contend with their combined might. His stats, skills, and experience became futile. United in purpose and synergy, they unleashed a righteous onslaught upon the wicked Belial. You wretched bastards! Infuriated and realizing he had underestimated the situation, the malevolent Belial finally recalled his ultimate combat device. Yet, it was far too late. Booster Impact Ray. Regal Ultra Destruction Ray. Cross Shockwave. Powerful Explosive Ray. Atomic Shockwave. The testimony of Jida. The 5 suns simultaneously channeled their radiant energy towards their father. A truly poignant moment to behold. Insignificant light, accept it. In the cosmic prison, Barry's curses were incessant. He had initially believed that at the very least, he could humiliate that wretched kin and then put him to death. Yet unexpectedly, that little rascal Jida thwarted his plans once more. Damn the king of Ultra, old Den, who previously favored his good brother Ken, now shows bias towards my son Jida. Old Den, where have you left me? Barry's defenses were at 25. Furthermore, what nonsense is this? Does Jida not even pretend to act? Manifesting both his original form and 4 other variations simultaneously? Is it not enough that one son is filial? Must he summon 4 brothers to collectively honor their father? I am your true father, not your paternal enemy. Am I destined to be honored to death by you? Barry's defenses escalated to 50. And that foolishly malevolent Barya. Why do you persist in your charade? Barya truly is a werewolf, mercilessly chastising even his future self. Why not unleash the ultimate explosive attack upon Jida? What purpose does slaying a mere monster serve? Moreover, Jida is on the verge of honoring you to death, yet you still hold back? Why not reveal the ultimate combat device sooner? Must you provide your favored son with an unfair advantage? Barya's defenses reached a staggering 100. He was infuriated by the biased king of Ultra, the dutiful Jida, and the foolish version of himself from the future. He silently vowed that once he escaped from the cosmic prison, even if he had to feed his genes to dogs or pigs, he would never create such a defiant paragon of filial piety as Jida. Chapter 47. The first and last time I call you father, as the King of Stars. The Ultra King had just returned when the celestial screen began to display amusing anecdotes about Belial. Oh, the Ultra King remarked, slightly astonished. Does the celestial screen possess such capabilities? He gazed intently at the display. His emotions towards Belial, once a promising protege and now an adversary, were indeed intricate. Belial, after languishing in prison for millennia, remained unrepentant. The Ultra King sighed in resignation upon witnessing the malevolent Belial's emergence on Earth. My lord, both the malevolent Belial and Jeed can harness your power. This is, Astra exclaimed in shock. It was understandable for Jida, a nascent Ultra warrior, to gain the Ultra King's endorsement, as his brother Leo was among those who benefited. Yet, how could Belial, a traitor and enemy of the Land of Light, possibly wield the Ultra King's power? Furthermore, he claimed to absorb the energy of the Ultra King that dissipated throughout the cosmos. Could it be that a monumental upheaval had befallen the king in the continuum of time? As Astra, the Ultra King's loyal guard, he was among the few who truly comprehended the king's might. The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. What sort of enemy could possibly bring misfortune even to the king? Was it Belial? No, he was not worthy. Could it be the Ampelins making a resurgence? Perhaps even stronger than before? Never mind, Astra. Let us observe the course of events. Who can predict the future? It may alter at any moment. The Ultra King said with a broad smile, interrupting Astra's turbulent thoughts. He was astonished to witness how much Belial had grown. Even Jida was no match for him now. His relentless pursuit of power was indeed remarkable, though regrettably misdirected. The Ultra Father reminisced about the past with a hint of sorrow, recalling a time when Belial was a young, upright individual. My lord, look, you have appeared again, Astra exclaimed in relief and joy, confident that the legendary king would inevitably make an heroic entrance. The Ultra King, however, displayed no particular reaction. He merely crossed his arms, maintaining his gaze upon the celestial screen, his cloak billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. It seemed as though everything was as it should be, all foreseen by him. Astra, be neither arrogant nor impulsive. Within the Land of Light, the Ultra Father was not surprised by his defeat against Belial. In his prime, he had the confidence to rival the malevolent Belial. However, as Belial had pointed out, he was aging, coupled with the lingering injuries inflicted by the Ampelins. Contending with emerged malevolent Belial and Dark Lugiel was indeed a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, he no longer needed to repeatedly prove his strength through victory. Under his leadership, the Land of Light had grown ever more prosperous and powerful. This was the most compelling testament to his prowess. In a courageous defiance against his fate, Jeed's unwavering conviction unexpectedly stirred the great king, and it seemed that Belial's demise was not in vain. Witnessing the tragic fate of his once dear friend, who was slain by his own son, the Ultra Father could not help but feel a pang of sorrow, despite the fact that it was self-inflicted. It appeared that this time, I have conceded. I acknowledge that Taro does not possess the same filial piety as your son, Jeed, the Ultra Father mused silently. Yet, if he were to discover that Taro had once harbored insidious thoughts, he would surely be at a loss for words. Wait, a sudden realization struck the Ultra Father. The young Ultraman had just finished watching Gaia, demonstrating great filial devotion. Now, witnessing Jeed's extraordinary confrontation with his father, Belial, would only exacerbate the situation. The Ultra Father felt tears welling up, unable to bear the thought of observing the young Ultraman's reaction in the square. Fortunately, the celestial screen continued to play the video. The malevolent Belial desperately wielded the ultimate battle instrument, yet it was merely a futile struggle. The kaleidoscopic rays of destructive energy first shattered the instrument into oblivion, then completely pierced through his very being. The energy of the Ampelera and Dark Lugiel that fused within Belial was utterly dispelled, reverting him to his hunchbacked initial form. You bastard! The fury in Belial's eyes was palpable as he found himself stripped of power. Now was the moment. Fueled by his conviction, Jeed reclaimed his other forms and, with unwavering resolve, charged towards Belial, unleashing the greatest power he had ever mustered, embracing Belial's form with an unyielding grip. Then, rising into the air, Jeed propelled Belial towards the dimensional rift in the sky, an eternal space of banishment, where remnants of shattered cities floated aimlessly. Positioned on opposite sides, Jeed and Belial prepared for their final confrontation. The Decium Fist, the Destruction Fist. Their fists, brimming with annihilative energy, collided with a cataclysmic force. Simultaneously, an unexpected clash occurred between the souls of Belial and his son, as memories of Belial surfaced within Asakura Riku, known as Jeed. Belial's fierce strike landed squarely on Riku's face, who retaliated without hesitation. A testament to the bond of father and son. Power. I crave power. I yearn to surpass those who look down upon me. As Riku absorbed Belial's resentment towards his own contempt, he witnessed Belial's agony upon touching the plasma spark tower. He saw Belial, expelled from the land of light, forcibly fused with Raybland on a desolate planet, descending into a dark and grotesque form. Riku felt the tempest of rage and sorrow that once filled Belial's heart. He beheld Belial's relentless resurrection, driven by vengeance, as he sought retribution against the land of light. Belial's past life unfolded before Jeed like an endless reel of memories. In that moment, Jeed finally comprehended the reasons behind his father's descent into darkness and his current state. Father, who has always strived for strength, what can I do for you? With a tinge of sorrow, Jeed grasped Belial's outstretched hand and then enveloped him tightly in an embrace. Accept this trivial hug. You have been reborn time and again, living in the depths of hatred. Jeed's tone bore a melancholic weight, and his eyes reflected a profound compassion. Upon hearing this, Belial began to struggle fiercely. Then, a surge of purple light erupted from his spine, and through sheer effort, he expelled the spiritual entity of the Rybran Dorian. Belial's spirit transformed back into the primordial Ultraman Belial, the valiant warrior who had once achieved great feats in the Ultraman Wars. Releasing his hold, Jeed said, "You must be exhausted. Let it all come to an end." His voice trembled with emotion, his expression pleading. Meanwhile, within the rift of time and space in the real world, Jeed and Belial withdrew their hands in unison, stepping back. Do not speak as if you comprehend everything. Even in the face of death, you still seek to preserve your father's dignity. You wretched Belial. Dismemberment Ray. Cross-impact wave. While Jeed understood that Belial's descent into darkness was initially unavoidable, the subsequent atrocities he committed were equally unforgivable. Only by eradicating the dark Belial could he restore the once radiant Belial of old. Thus, Jeed unleashed his full power, intent on granting Belial's swift end. The intertwining crimson and black energies culminated in Belial's complete demise. Farewell, father. This was the first and final time Jeed addressed Belial as such. Chapter 48. The Birth of a Mighty Ultraman. Has Jeed's identity been erased? Ultraman father gazed upon the complete demise of Belial. Surprisingly, he did not feel a sense of relief or joy, but rather an inexplicable sense of loss. He reflected on the memories of Belial that lingered in Jeed's mind, recalling the years they had grown up and fought side by side. Those days, even after the passage of millennia, remained indelible in his heart. When absorbed by Reggio, Ultraman father discerned anger and resentment in Belial's demeanor. It must have been a time when, despite being cast out from the land of light, he still clung to ideals of light and justice. Fortunately, under the influence of his son Jeed, in his final moments, Belial's spirit liberated itself from Reggio and returned to the light. Ultimately, choosing to be completely slain by his son may have been the best fate for a being who had committed countless sins and whose hands were stained with blood. Ultraman father sighed softly. Meanwhile, Zoffy rejoiced at Belial's death, for he was a formidable enemy of the Land of Light, a perilous figure who sought to undermine it. Although the video did not elaborate on how Belial escaped from the cosmic prison, his complete eradication rendered the specifics inconsequential. A deceased Belial was a benevolent Belial. As for the Zorabian's claim of rescuing Belial, Zoffy dismissed it with contempt. What a farce! Would a mere Zorabian presume to orchestrate a prison break from the cosmic jail? Did he think so little of the rigorous security of the Land of Light? What would become of his dignity as the commander of the cosmic police force? Commander, Although Jeed is the son of Belial, his act of justice in slaying Belial illustrates his allegiance to righteousness. Furthermore, he has gained your and Ultraman King's approval. I believe this valiant young warrior deserves to be embraced by our land of light. Our cosmic police force is in need of such talent. Zoffy's admiration for talent was not merely due to Jeed's remarkable ability to honor his father in multiple ways. Zoffy asserted that while Belial was guilty, Jeed was innocent and rightfully belonged to our land of light. Taro, sensing his father's hesitation, immediately echoed Zoffy's sentiments in support of his brother Jeed. The other Ultraman brothers soon voiced their agreement as well. This, since it is the collective will, very well. Ultraman father felt no reluctance and readily acquiesced. Belial, your son Jeed, I shall nurture him. Do not worry, go in peace. Thus, in a few brief exchanges, Jeed's identity in the land of light was established. It seemed that Belial's death held some worth after all. At that moment, murmurs from the square about the young Ultraman began to emerge. Jeed is so impressive. How can I become as strong as him? First, you must have a father bold enough to challenge the Plasma Spark Tower and then betray the land of light. Moreover, your father is destined to plunge into darkness, offering you the chance to honor him. Subsequently, your unwavering spirit will surely touch the hearts of the Supreme Leader and the Sovereign, bestowing upon you a formidable enhancement, akin to the mighty power of Jeed. Upon accomplishing this, not only will you acquire this potent augmentation, but you shall also emerge as a hero, vanquishing the traitors, having sacrificed merely a biological father. What bargain? Wouldn't you agree? However, let us deliberate the specifics when Jeed arrives in the land of light. Father, if you truly love me, hasten to touch the Plasma Spark Tower. Father, descend into darkness swiftly. I wish to honor you, as Jeed does. Young Ultraman twirled the 8-pointed chainsaw wheel in one hand while pointing at his father with the other, exuding an aura that suggested he might transform into the chainsaw of light at any moment. Ultraman father, Zoffy, Taro, do you hear them? Are they even speaking human language? Jeed hasn't even arrived, and yet the strategies are already circulating? Upon hearing these words, Ultraman father felt as though the sky had collapsed. He had a premonition that after watching the video, the young Ultramen would stir up trouble, but he never anticipated they would coerce their own father to touch the Spark Tower and descend into darkness. Does the land of light still have a future? He felt an overwhelming desire to curse. Supreme Leader, perhaps we should momentarily delay Jeed's integration into the land of light? If things are already this chaotic before his arrival, one can only dread what will transpire once he truly joins us. After all, he cannot guarantee that he won't fall in love or father a little Zoffy. At that point, he certainly would not wish to be outlived by his own progeny. In the vast cosmos, the various monstrous races, upon learning of Belial's past, could hardly contain themselves. Each time they witnessed Belial charging forth at the forefront of the assault on the land of light, they initially mistook him for a valiant warrior, only to realize he was merely a castaway of the land of light. Who could argue otherwise? He and his son Jeed are, in essence, mere Ultraman squabbling amongst themselves. Disgraceful. This Belial, possessed by Reggio, is reluctant even in his deception. If he is unwilling, I shall take the initiative. Do not shout. You are too inept for Reggio to even consider you. This Belial is truly pitiful, possessing the powers of the Ampelra and Dark Ligiel. Yet he is still overwhelmed by his own son. What a tragedy. And do not cry out. The King of Light grants enhancements, and in this filial contest, anyone present must kneel. Moreover, if Jeed's own father can stoop to such depths, how ruthless must the human heart be? We must maintain our distance from him in the future. The monsters gaze at the unfolding spectacle in the sky, relishing the drama. After all this time, they had no stake in the matter. It was merely a clash between two Ultraman fathers and sons. Regardless of the outcome, they found immense satisfaction. In the Heisei era, Diga and Diga, after watching the video, wore expressions of lingering excitement. Gaia, I believe you and Jeed share much in common regarding filial piety. You honor Mother Earth, while he pays homage to his biological father. Moreover, both of you are embraced by them. It is truly an enviable bond of kinship. Dana poked Gaia, and with a mischievous grin, declared, I did not. Do not make unfounded accusations. Gaia immediately responded with a series of denials. Let me reiterate, that was merely Mother Earth's response to me. Even if it were intentional, such minor wounds are insignificant to her. Yet, Jiddu has genuinely slain his father. Belial, how can they be compared? Gaia grew somewhat agitated. He could begrudgingly accept being called a wayward son. After all, some destruction was inevitable. However, to liken him to Jiddu was a label he could not bear. I shall cease the jest, Dana scoffed, rolling his eyes as he contemplated a new target. Brother, consider Belial's tragic fate. He fell from light into darkness in his relentless pursuit of power, expending so much effort. Unlike you, who not only transitioned from darkness to light, but also ascended in strength. Why not seize this opportunity today to enlighten us on your transformation? Let the brethren witness. Upon hearing Dana call for him, Diga sensed mischief brewing. And indeed, as he listened, he was not disappointed. Speak of what? His dalliance with Yulian. Or perhaps the tale of how he had taken the lives of his former brothers and beloved. Diga cast a deathly glare at Dana. This lad had forgotten the pain after healing, and he was dangerously playful. Curious, are we? Then come closer. Diga's voice dripped with frost. And no, brother, I suddenly have no desire to know, haha. Dana recalled the time Diga had summoned him for a thorough thrashing, awkwardly chuckling as he chose to temporarily abandon his curiosity in favor of self-preservation. It's too late. You must listen, Diga insisted, pulling Dana aside. Please, brother. Gaia, a guru. Come my aid. Gaia and a guru, wary of the impending bloodshed, had already retreated, unwilling to involve themselves in Dana's reckless antics. Brother, look. The sky is changing once more. Diga halted his dragging, curiously tilting his head upwards. After all, Dana could be dealt with at any time. Yet the spectacle above was a fleeting moment that would not be replayed. Chapter 49. The most obscure Ultraman, Hikari. I am merely a scientist. In the cosmic prison, Belial gazed upon the unrestrained unveiling of his past, unable to contain his fury. What the hell? You dare to broadcast my disgraceful demise, and yet you do not spare even these trivial matters? Is there no semblance of privacy or human rights left? His son, Dijia, might comprehend and empathize with his history, but to have his secrets exposed to countless timelines was akin to being stripped bare. This would lead to utter social annihilation. Especially, who has ever witnessed a police officer being held hostage by criminal forces right at the precinct's entrance? Damn it, even his future self was an incompetent fool, succumbing to the ethereal notion of familial affection. Belial was profoundly displeased with his future self's repeated acts of indulgence towards Dijia, which painted the picture of a heartwarming father-son relationship in the eyes of others. Such familial bonds were of no interest to Belial. Fueled by resentment, he resolved that if another virtuous son like Dijia were to be birthed, he would rather live as a swine or a hound. Bujutsu, Great one, I shall fulfill your wish. The more Belial pondered, the more his ire swelled, echoing through the cosmic prison with his impotent roars. Perhaps the only way to quell his rage was to incite Taro to eliminate the father of Ultra as well. Zoda, Belial, I once believed our sibling bond to be unparalleled in the universe. Yet it seems the depths of your paternal affection surpass even that. Aberrans, Belial, no matter how painful the super beasts are, they cannot compare to your suffering. It hurts, it truly hurts, so much that I can only laugh. Ha ha ha. Babel, Dijia is truly a wretched cur. Wait, does that mean you're a dog? I did that on purpose. Heh heh. Belial, Magma. Even if Belial were to be slain by his own son, he would still ensure Dijia secures a residence in the land of light. The paternal love therein brings tears to my eyes. Leo, I'm talking about you. Zarabu, Belial, perhaps I shall not rescue you after all. In the end, you will be outdone by your 5 sons. Zero, Belial, you wait. I too shall have my day of filial piety. Taro, Belial, rest assured, Dijia will be well taken care of in the land of light. Leo, Magma, you son of a... Belial seethed as he observed the incessant stream of mocking comments on the screen. The denizens of the land of light derided him. And now, even those from the dark faction joined in the ridicule. His hands flailed in agitation, desperate to retort, yet the video playing before him left him momentarily speechless. Thus, Ken, damn that Ken, I shall slay you. In times of uncertainty, he vented his frustrations on Ken, remaining ever devoted to this singular pursuit. In a land of light, the Ultramen watched the various malevolent monsters and extraterrestrials ridicule Belial on the screen, their laughter uncontainable. The atmosphere was filled with joy, for even Ultramen relished in the discord among the forces of evil. As Siwen gazed upon Ciro's remarks, he mused to himself, what nonsense is this brat spouting? If you wish to express filial piety, couldn't you extend towards me? Ah, wait a moment. Siwen suddenly recalled that the kind of filial devotion exhibited by Jeed was not something he could afford. Moreover, upon further reflection, Ultra Father was not only his adoptive father, but also his uncle. Thus, considering Belial to be Ultra Father's close comrade, one might argue that he, too, could be regarded as Ciro's grandfather. Therefore, Ciro's devotion to his grandfather Belial seemed entirely reasonable. Yet, could Leo not refrain from using such coarse language? If he were to corrupt Ciro, I would have to remind him of my formidable wrath, along with my long-sealed cane and jeep. Meanwhile, Ultra Father noticed that the focus of the conversation had shifted to Belial and Jeed's father-son bond, effectively overshadowing Gaia's earlier mention, and he quietly exhaled in relief. Truly, Belial was a good brother. Even in such times, he sought to alleviate my burdens. I shall ensure to cherish my dear nephew, Jeed, henceforth. However, the mere thought of those little ultras attempting to emulate Jeed's extreme filial piety made Ultra Father's head throb. Why could the celestial realm not introduce a minor mode? At this rate, the land of light would inevitably descend into chaos, transforming into the most nefarious force in the universe. Just as the land of light oscillated between joy and concern, a fresh development in the celestial realm unfolded. Top 10 Most Sinister Ultras. 6th place, Hikari Ultraman. Following this, an Ultraman adorned in deep blue, embellished with numerous badges, appeared on the celestial screen. A voice soon resonated from the screen. Hikari Ultraman. I am merely a scientist, thus I lack the powers of my Ultra brethren. The instant Ultra Father heard this voice, his gaze darted towards Hikari. How could it be him? That seemed improbable. Ultra Father had contemplated other Ultra brothers, thought of Mebius, and even considered himself, yet he had never imagined Hikari. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not fathom how the diligent and earnest scientist could harbor any sinister traits. Under the scrutiny of the other Ultras, Hikari appeared somewhat bewildered, unsure of how to position his hands. Why am I being scrutinized? Besides, stating I'm a scientist and lack the powers of my Ultra brethren is hardly a fault. Is it? Those words are imbued with sincerity. Beside him, Mebius wore a look of confusion tinged with envy. Hikari had not engaged in any outrageous behavior. Moreover, if Hikari made the list, surely I should be recognized as well. On planet K-76, Leo remarked, "You are swearing again." Ciro muttered softly. Leo, with a smile, retorted, "And what of it? But you mustn't speak." Ciro, oblivious to the magma alien's implication, failed to grasp the humiliation he suffered. The magma alien insinuated that he, too, gained entry into the land of light only through his father's demise. This was nothing short of the utmost insult. Wasn't being a prince on L-77 far superior to enduring humiliation at the hands of this wretched brat? Living in luxury was certainly preferable to being chased by a jeep. Resorting to insults was merely the tip of the iceberg. Old Leo, you scoundrel. You permit the officials to ignite flames while forbidding the common folk from lighting their lamps. Ciro expressed his discontent with Leo's double standards. Leo smiled once more, believing that Ciro merely needed a proper lesson for his impudence. At that moment, the celestial screen presented the latest inventory of figures. Hikaru? Leo stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. The Blue Clan, a scientist. The director of the Bureau of Cosmic Science and Technology, the life stabilization device. Instantly, several keywords came to Leo's mind. The Blue Clan, civil officials. What kind of combat prowess could they possess? Unlike the absurdities of Seven and Max, who were from the Red Clan with formidable combat talent. He himself admitted to lacking the strength of the Ultra Brothers. Aside from the commendable life stabilization device, there seemed to be nothing particularly sinister about him. Leo racked his brain, unable to fathom how Hikari had made the list. Could it be that the celestial screen had aired this time? Or perhaps it intended to commence a reverse inventory. Leo couldn't help but mutter to himself. Reverse inventory? Zero seemed somewhat disinterested. A forward inventory is certainly more entertaining. After all, I am to learn virtue from the esteemed father of ultras. Hiv. Speaking of virtue, why does it feel like something is amiss? What was Gaia's virtue again? Chapter 50. Gaia. How is the weather in the land of light? A crisis on planet Arbel. In the Heisei era, Diga found great amusement in the derisive laughter of the crowd directed at Belial. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Dinah was far from idle. He yearned to revel in the thrill of mischief throughout his endless existence. Hikari? A scientist? Egel, you're also a blue Ultraman, aren't you? Moreover, your human form, Hiroshi Fujimiya, is indeed a scientist, correct? Aren't you merely a counterfeit of him? Dinah, unable to restrain his tongue, began to prattle on. Egel, well aware of Dinah's penchant for loose talk, merely rolled his eyes in disdain, choosing to remain silent. The king of mischief certainly possessed the air of nobility. Dinah, feeling disheartened, shifted his gaze to Gaia. He dared not provoke his elder brother Diga just yet, and his fourth brother Egel was too clever to toy with. Instead, teasing the simple-minded third brother Gaia proved to be the most delightful pastime. Tell me, Gaia, ever since Hikari's arrival, you have been incessantly muttering why. What does that mean? Do you also believe that a scientist like Hikari can stir the waters of fate? Where could he possibly lead us? Before you utter such thoughts, perhaps you should reflect on yourself. Your human counterpart, Takayama, is also a scientist. Have they not also faced his share of challenges? Dinah provocatively stoked the flames, keen to elicit a reaction from Gaia. Preposterous. Am I such a petty individual? Gaia immediately retorted, clearly displeased. Then what do you mean by why? If there is something you do not comprehend, speak up, and we shall brainstorm together. Dinah feigned concern, but in essence, his words translated to, reveal your thoughts, so we may all share in the laughter at your expense. I am inquiring why. Why does the father of Ultra not enumerate my virtues? I had anticipated that after witnessing the spectacle of Belial, it would be my turn to have my virtues acknowledged. Do you comprehend the magnitude of my expectations? Yet, to my dismay, he merely overlooked me. Was it intentional or merely an oversight? Or perhaps a deliberate oversight? Gaia's voice was laden with grievance. Why should they possess what he lacked? The little Gaia was decidedly unhappy. In that moment, he felt as if he had been forsaken by the father of Ultra, like a capricious lover. Dinah, ah well. Diga, Egel, my friend, the curtain has fallen on that chapter. Are you still entangled in this matter? Do you truly believe the father of Ultra speaks of the virtues of Ultramen? Are you not aware of his struggles? Can we not spare a thought for the elderly gentleman? Dinah gently patted Gaia's shoulder, regarding him as one would a simpleton. That question is one only you can pose to him. After saying this, Dinah sent a message. Dinah, father of Ultra, my younger brother Gaia has something he wishes to inquire. As an elder brother, this was the extent of his assistance. Dinah's gaze towards Gaia was filled with encouragement. Father of Ultra, Gaia, do you have something to say? Gaia? Dinah, you are setting me up. In the presence of so many onlookers, how could I possibly express myself? Should I extol the virtues of the father of Ultraman? Such audacity would be utterly shameless. Gaia would never stoop to such depths. Yet now, he finds himself cornered by Dinah, compelled to speak even when silence would have sufficed. Thus, Gaia inquires, is there anything else? I merely wish to know the weather in the land of light. To which the father of Ultraman replies, it is quite sunny. If there are no further matters, I must attend to the celestial display. Dinah, Diga, and Egel gazed at Gaia's utterance, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disdain. Given the opportunity, you prove ineffective, utterly useless. Dinah shook his head in disappointment. Where's the fierce spirit that vanquished Zogu and dutifully defended Earth? Diga lamented, wishing for a more dignified association. Do not dare claim acquaintance with me. It is a source of shame to share a mother with you. Aegel declared bluntly. Gaia lamented, "What can I do? I am filled with despair." Meanwhile, on the dark planet, the Ampelans paid little heed to the continuous stream of videos displayed upon the celestial screen. Though these Ultramen were formidable, they hardly posed a threat to him. Regarding his former adversary Belial, who wielded his powers so freely, he felt a certain indifference. After all, they were merely embracing the darkness. He felt a twinge of regret for Belial's past, yet refrained from mockery. This was indicative of his stature as the Dark Emperor. After all, he was a man who deemed even movement beneath him unnecessary. At that moment, the visage of Hikaru appeared on the screen. "I am merely a scientist. I do not possess the formidable powers of the Ultraman brothers." Ah, how amusing. Even a scientist of the Blue Clan has made it onto the list? The Ampelon regarded this with disdain, considering only 2.5 individuals from the land of light worthy of his attention. The king of Ultramen, the father of Ultramen, and the half that was once the valiant Belial, now fallen into darkness. His newly appointed 4 heavenly kings, the Yabo, cast a sharp glance, recalling that the nefarious Boger had once been entangled with Hikaru. What has this Hikaru done to rank above Ace? I must see where his flaws lie. At this juncture, the screen began to play a video. The Batten race coveted the life stabilization technology developed by Hikaru, igniting a war. Feeling responsible, Hikaru journeyed from the land of light to a planet known as Aber. The planet Aber shone brilliantly, adorned with sparkling crystals and vibrant flowers flourishing everywhere. This enchanting world captivated Hikaru's heart. The spirit of Aber sensed Hikaru's pure soul and recognized him as one of the Ultramen from the land of light. "Are you not a member of the Cosmic Patrol?" "No, I am merely a scientist. Thus, I lack their powers." Immersed in the beauty of Aber, Hikaru openly revealed his innermost thoughts, uttering a timeless classic. He then conveyed to the spirit of Aber his desire to coexist harmoniously with them. Though the spirit of the planet Arbor recognized his pure heart, it unexpectedly rejected him in this matter. According to the prophecy of the sword, this tranquility and peace shall not endure for long. A colossal shadow from the cosmos is destined to descend and obliterate this planet. Countless crystals soared into the air, revealing a chilling scene before Hikaru. In the crimson tableau, a ferocious beast emitted a piercing wail, wreaking havoc upon a celestial body. Hikaru clenched his fists, feeling the profound helplessness of his own inadequacy for the first time. The spirit of Arbor understood Hikaru's sentiments, but still urged him to depart from this place of strife, assuring him that Arbor still held a final glimmer of hope. A new hero, descending from the heavens, would be bestowed with the armor of light and unite with the very essence of Arbor. Hikaru's expression grew grave. He could not stand idly by as the beautiful planet Arbor faced annihilation. "Thus, let me become that hero." He stepped forth, pledging not only to the spirit of Arbor, but also to himself. Subsequently, Hikaru leapt into the abyss of the universe, on a desolate planet within the cosmos. Torquia beheld the video playing across the firmament, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. He was, after all, one of the parties involved in the events on planet Arbor. Once an ardent admirer of Commander Hikaru, he now found himself swayed by the dualities of light and darkness after witnessing his transformation, ultimately embarking on a path entirely divergent from the one he once revered. Commander Hikaru, if you were merely the version of yourself in the Arbor era, though astonishing, you would still fall far short of deserving the epithet of Shadow. So, Commander Hikaru, how many secrets do you still harbor that remain unknown to me? I fervently hope you can surprise me further. Torquia gazed at the celestial display, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Chapter 51. The Armor of Vengeance. Hikari, feeling the double standards of the Black Elder Bay. In the vast expanse of the universe, various monsters and extraterrestrials have erupted in chaos. The technology of life solidification, it appears to be the remarkable capability of the land of light to resurrect endlessly. To think such an impressive cheat was invented by that scoundrel Hikari. It all makes sense now. How could the Ultra Brothers be defeated and yet resurrected shortly thereafter? This is nothing short of a blatant cheat. We're confined to a single life while the opposing Ultraman enjoys unlimited respawns. How unfair! How sinister. What a scientist. You may lack the power of the Ultra Brothers, yet you serve as their progenitor of rebirth. The Bacterians should have demanded Hikari from the land of light from the very beginning, resolving the issue at its root. And as for the Bacterians, their graves must be towering hundreds of meters high by now. Let us instead place our hopes on Bogaru. I propose that we must unite to capture Hikari and compel him to serve us. At the very least, we should eliminate him. Otherwise, who knows what absurdities he may concoct in the future. Indeed, for the safety of our beastly existence, we must strike decisively. A multitude of monsters gathered in response, instantly turning Hikari into countless potential adversaries. In the land of light, Father of Ultra nodded slightly. He had heard of Hikari donning the armor of vengeance following the demise of Arab, though the specific details eluded him. Now, displayed upon the celestial screen, the events became clearer. Dear friends, Hikari, even in the face of peril, demonstrated the courage to stand firm despite lacking power at that moment. This is a quality we should all aspire to emulate. Father of Ultra praised, imparting the essence of true virtue to the young Ultraman. Yet, while it is commendable to possess courage in the face of adversity, one must also maintain composure. Always remember, our land of light is a united and loving family, and it takes a village to support a hero. Therefore, seeking the assistance of the Cosmic Patrol in confronting a formidable foe like Bogaru is not a sign of weakness. After commending the virtues of Hikari, Father of Ultra then used him as a cautionary example to underscore the importance of righteous collaboration. The underbelly of gang-like tendencies was laid bare. Hikari appeared lost in thought. He had contemplated more than once the possibility that had he not succumbed to rage and acted so rashly back then, had he relayed the information back to the land of light, perhaps it would not have been too late. Furthermore, he could have embarked on a quest to find the brave ones. Arab would not have faced destruction, and Torquia would not have succumbed to darkness. Yet, without the subsequent events, he might have forfeited his strength, losing his ability to protect others. Whether this was a blessing or a curse, he had yet to decipher after all this time. The celestial screen continued to unfold. Hikari arrived on a distant planet, encountering a mysterious figure cloaked in red. Facing away from him, Hikari beseeched him to reveal the whereabouts of the superhuman capable of transforming the impossible into the possible, for he sought power sufficient to save Arab. The figure clad in red discerned the tumultuous turmoil within Zakali's heart. He must present Zakali with a formidable trial. With a mere gesture, he summoned dark clouds that swiftly engulfed the previously serene sky. A tempest of fierce winds, torrential rains, and crackling thunder followed in rapid succession. I shall never succumb to such power. I will wield it solely to safeguard the innocent. Zakali once again vowed before the enigmatic figure before him. Can you quell this storm? The unblemished sky mirrored Zakali's pure heart, previously untouched by sin. Yet now it was shrouded in dust, obscured like the heavens above. Thus, the red-clad figure's challenge was to compel Zakali to demonstrate his ability to regain composure and retain his virtuous essence. Zakali gazed skyward, concentrating all his energy to unleash a radiant beam of heat. In an instant, sunlight returned to the earth, altering the weather. How scientific indeed. Meanwhile, the enigmatic figure had vanished without a trace. Bewildered, Zakali searched frantically around him. At that moment, a voice from behind captured his attention. Who are you? As a scientist fervently devoted to his research, Zakali did not recognize the Ultraman warrior before him. I bear many titles. For instance, the King of Ultra. One day, you shall encounter humanity, and the day you are hailed as Ultraman may also arrive. The King of Ultra held great expectations for the young Zakali. No sooner had he spoken than he bestowed a sphere of golden light into Zakali's right hand, which transformed into an aura of knightly valor. Beware, for the purer the water, the more susceptible it is to contamination. Never forget the clarity of your heart, akin to this sky. The King of Ultra once again cautioned Zakali that to wield great power, one must possess an equally formidable spirit. Feeling an unprecedented surge of strength within him, Zakali expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the king of Ultra. He then hastened towards the planet Arbo, for he must save this beautiful world. However, despite his urgency, he arrived a moment too late. The once dreamlike Arbo now seemed to be afflicted by a dreadful virus, with the crimson of war rapidly spreading across the planet. The already arrived Borja ruthlessly preyed upon the life forms of Arbo, leaving the war-torn planet in utter devastation. Sensing Zakali's arrival, Borja immediately unleashed a barrage of energy blasts in his direction. Zakali deftly evaded the attack. Meanwhile, the intelligent beings of Arbo, witnessing Zakali's return, instinctively banded together to launch a desperate counterattack against Borja. They hoped to convey their sentiments to Zakali through this act. Flee, retreat as far as you can. Borja, seeing the prey delivered to him, unceremoniously spread his wings and voraciously consumed the life forms with no hesitation. Fueled by rage, Zakali disregarded the king of Ultra's teachings, desperately drawing forth his knightly sword. His orange eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. Do not wield that power. Your heart is now governed by wrath and vengeance. Recklessly employing that strength will lead to your own destruction. The warning from the king of Ultra instantly resonated within Hikaru's mind. However, Hikaru could no longer afford to hesitate. He could not bear to witness his friend, the beautiful Arbor, meet a tragic end. With all his might, he swung his lightsaber at Bagaru. Yet, not only did Bagaru evade the strike, but he also managed to hit Hikaru in return, attempting to wield immense power with a flawed heart, especially in the face of a formidable foe, could only lead to tragedy. Once again, Bagaru repelled Hikaru, having achieved his purpose of hunting. Thus, he chose to retreat into another dimension, no longer entangled with Hikaru, helplessly watching his enemy escape right before his eyes, while Arbor lay battered and bruised. Hikaru felt an unprecedented wave of guilt wash over him as he pounded the ground in anguish. He longed to protect, but even more so, he yearned for vengeance. At that moment, the resentful spirits of the intelligent beings from Arbor resonated with Hikaru's intense desire for revenge. Waves of resentment surged into Hikaru's body. Moments later, he was enveloped in a layer of seething fury, donning the armor known as the Armor of Vengeance, and the Hunter Knight's sword, born solely for the purpose of revenge, emerged alongside it. Hikaru's voice transformed from initial anguish to a dark satisfaction, filled with an obsessive thirst for retribution. Meanwhile, in the cosmic prison, Belial grew increasingly unsettled upon witnessing the king of Ultra bestowing Hikaru with such power. You grant him strength for killing me, yet you also support his rescue of Arbor? Where was your support during the Great Ultra War? He scoffed. Hikaru is nothing special. If not for the king of Ultra's intervention, he would be utterly ordinary. What combat prowess does the Blue Tribe possess anyway? As a former noble of the Ultra Silver clan, Belial harbored an innate sense of superiority. Such absurdity. He receives power without knowing how to wield it, and succumbs to darkness? Truly pitiful. Now the king of Ultra's reputation is tarnished. Belial, why did I just catch a glimpse of Hikaru in the land of light? Rabondo interjected timely. Why is it that Hikaru can descend into darkness and still be accepted, while I was completely exiled for merely brushing against the Spark Tower? Is it merely because he invented that life-solidifying technology? I have also contributed greatly to the land of light. I have bled and sweat for it. I refuse to accept this double standard. Though Belial was filled with hatred for the land of light, he equally despised being treated with such hypocrisy. He was determined to uncover the reasons behind Hikaru's perceived privileges. Chapter 52. Wishing to provide for Commander Hikaru in his old age, the dual Olympic conflict is imminent. In the land of light, Father of Ultra found it somewhat peculiar that Hikaru had acquired the extraordinary abilities of the Ultra King. However, given the Ultra King's elusive nature and enigmatic whereabouts, it was not within his purview to speculate further, so he chose to ponder it no more. When he witnessed Hikaru succumbing to rage, his body overtaken by hatred and ultimately succumbing to darkness, he found it difficult to accept despite his prior psychological preparations. After all, this was witnessed by beings across the universe and various timelines. First Belial, now Hikaru. They had both succumbed to the seductive pursuit of power, spiraling into the abyss of darkness. Would this not render their land of light a race that would stop at nothing, even descending into depravity for the sake of strength? In the eyes of outsiders, their long-established image of righteousness and virtue was at stake. Although Hikaru later regained his light, the shadows of the past lingered. One day as an Ultra, a lifetime as an Ultra. A dark history is ultimately a dark history. Hikaru, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. As a scientist, his duty was to innovate and create. Concerns about image were matters for the commanders to worry about. Instead, he hoped that Dijia might gain insight from this and find his way back to the light, just as he had. Dream Mirai had also come to a profound understanding. He finally comprehended why the Hunter Knight had appeared so tormented upon arriving on Earth. With Hikaru's innocent heart, he would feel guilt over a war ignited merely by the enemy's covetousness for his inventions. To witness the beloved planet Arab succumb before his eyes, while feeling powerless, must have filled him with immense self-reproach and despair. Had he faced the tragedy of planet Arab, he would surely have pursued Bagaru relentlessly. Zafi had some understanding of the situation as well. He did not reject Hikaru's descent into darkness. Rather, it was a forced plunge into shadow in pursuit of the justice within his heart. In contrast, Belial's soul had twisted in his quest for overwhelming power, ultimately falling prey to Reggio. The two cases were not comparable in the slightest. Yet, the younger Ultras held a markedly different perspective. Did anyone think that Commander Hikaru appeared more striking after his fall into darkness? Is it still acceptable for me to regard Commander Hikaru as a father? He has rendered tremendous service to our land of light and succumbed to darkness for the sake of planet Arab. Such character compels me to honor him and provide for him in his old age. Your intentions are transparent. You wish to honor him? You merely desire to see the commander in darkness, hoping to inherit his powers from the Ultra King and even capture his knightly essence for yourself. And what of it? Do you not wish for the same? Of course I do, but I am more eager to personally experience the descent into darkness myself. At this declaration, a cacophony of thuds erupted, followed by the anguished groans of the young Ultras. Hikaru wiped his fist. He happened to possess some modicum of skill in martial arts. If he were to hear the little Ultraman mocking him again, his sword would not be without its advantages. Oppressing the weak? Hikaru has already fallen into darkness. Is it justifiable to not oppress the feeble? Father of Ultra cast a satisfied glance at Hikaru. This group of mischievous little rascals certainly needed to be taught a lesson. While the little Ultraman of the Land of Light could be managed, other extraterrestrial beings would revel in their freedom. Belial, why is there a distinction made between me and Hikaru? Yapple, wow. Belial, so you're still alive? Zoda, Belial, let me tell you the reason. Perhaps Hikaru is not the dutiful descendant that Jed is. Babel, the Land of Light truly excels at walking down a dark path. Hikaru, I shall portray you next time. Zarabu, Babel, you can be Hikaru, and I shall be Mebius. Let us see who resembles him more closely. Hikaru's gaze revealed a dangerous intent. None of those who mocked him would escape. Although he was indifferent to the opinions of others, such ridicule was unwarranted. Speaking of which, their demise seemed, to some extent, intertwined with A's affairs. Just then, the video on the celestial screen continued to play. Filled with a desire for vengeance against Bogarju, Hikaru wandered through the cosmos, seeking traces of his adversary. Ultimately, guided by the loquacious Vanden of the Big Mouth alien, Hikaru finally discovered Bogarju's whereabouts, Earth. Thus, without hesitation, Hikaru sped toward this equally beautiful planet, anticipating the day he would encounter humanity as the King of Ultra had envisioned. Simultaneously, the cosmic food blogger Bogarju awakened the Goduin and the twin-tailed monster. The two beasts immediately engaged in a fierce struggle for territory. Their internal conflict was precisely the outcome Bogarju wished to witness. Seizing the opportunity while they fought, Bogarju's colossal form suddenly appeared and launched a surprise attack. With his wing-like maw, he swiftly devoured both Goduin and the twin-tailed monster. Thanks to the energy accumulated from consuming life over time, Bogarju evolved into Bogarjamons, becoming even more formidable and terrifying than before. Furthermore, the immense energy stored within Bogarjamons posed a catastrophic threat if recklessly detonated. The consequences would surpass even that of a nuclear explosion. To prevent Bogarjamons from indiscriminately consuming life on Earth, Mebius immediately intervened, engaging him in battle. However, in a moment of misfortune, Mebius was ensnared by Bogarjamons' tail and was swung around in the sky, disoriented. Once again, Bogarjamons opened his maw resembling wings and directly swallowed Mebius whole. Fortunately, the guy's team came to the rescue, piloting their aircraft to strike Bogarjamons, allowing Mebius to escape. Realizing that he could not easily employ his beam techniques, Mebius opted to utilize the martial arts taught to him by Taro to subdue Bogarjamons. With a left hook, Mebius struck Bogarjamons on the head, and seizing the moment of disorientation, he quickly advanced to tightly choke his neck with his arm. Bogarumans found himself gasping for breath, overwhelmed by the formidable strength of Mebius, frothing at the mouth. Mebius delivered a powerful punch to his head, followed by a devastating slam that sent Bogarumans crashing to the ground. Subsequently, with his immense weight, he unleashed a crushing blow upon Bogarumans. Ultimately, he hoisted Bogarumans high above, intending to smash the creature to death. While this may seem cruel, it appeared to be the most prudent choice to safeguard the Earth. However, at that moment, Hikari unexpectedly materialized before Bogarumans. Without warning, a beam of light surged towards Bogarumans. Enveloped in the armor of vengeance, Hikari, consumed by a singular desire for retribution, paid no heed to the potential dire consequences. He believed that only by personally slaying Bogarumans could he quell the hatred within his heart and find solace for the beautiful Abair and his kind-hearted friends. Bogarumans could only meet his end at Hikari's hands, and he was willing to forsake everything for this purpose. Hikari had succumbed to madness. Naturally, the benevolent Mebius could not permit such perilous actions. He had to intervene and prevent the Ultraman, now blinded by rage and vengeance, from proceeding. Ironically, he found himself in the position of protecting Bogarumans, whom he had just pummeled mercilessly. With no possibility of reconciliation between the two parties, the inevitable conclusion could only be resolved through force. Hikari drew his knight's lightsaber, issuing a challenge to Mebius. Unyielding, Mebius summoned his own Mebius sword. The stage was set for an epic confrontation. Chapter 53, Leo's Speculation. Hikari's complete victory. The Fury of Ultra Father. Planet K-76. Zero playfully teased Pigmon resting in his palm. Addressing Leo, "Old Leo, I told you that the dark side adds a threefold strength." Previously, Hikari had been unable to retaliate against Bogarjamons. Yet now he had the audacity to take the initiative against the Cosmic Patrol's Mephius. Ah, how I wish to experience the sensation of succumbing to darkness. Smack! Leo, with a stern expression, struck the back of Zero's head, sending him tumbling. You fool! Such thoughts must never cross your mind. Moreover, Hikari's reckless decision to eliminate Bogarjamons, disregarding the safety of Earth and humanity, is utterly erroneous. Always remember, our duty as Ultramen is to protect. Zero cautiously shielded Pigmon and rubbed the back of his head in dismay. I merely suggested it, old Leo. Why are you being so dramatic? However, he continued, that said, as Mephius is the favored disciple of old Taro, who do you think would prevail in a battle between him and Hikari? The scientist mused. Even if one were to embrace darkness, how much stronger could they truly become? Zero's inquiry plunged Leo into contemplation. Based on the information at hand, Mephius completely dominated Bogarjamons in terms of physical prowess. In contrast, Hikari had faltered against Bogarj, possessing power yet lacking the skill to wield it effectively. It appeared to be a one-sided annihilation in favor of Mephius. Yet, as a beneficiary of the Ultra King's enhancements, Leo was acutely aware of their formidable nature. The extent of Hikari's strength, enhanced by the aura of a knight and clad in the armor of vengeance, remained an enigma. Furthermore, the most notable characteristic of the fledgling Mephius was his brashness. Leo chuckled at the memory of Mephius daring to take his flying kick head-on, thinking he wouldn't truly strike. To his surprise, Leo had not anticipated his audacity. Nothing that this young lad concocted seemed extraordinary to Leo anymore. In that moment, Leo found it challenging to reach a definitive conclusion. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze toward the sky. Soon, the heavens would provide an answer, and he was genuinely curious about the outcome of this confrontation. The battle continued to unfold upon the celestial screen. Hikari aimed to swiftly eliminate Bagaruj Mons to prevent greater sacrifices, and the moment was ripe for action. However, Mephius disagreed. Believing that carelessly detonating the monster would lead to immeasurable loss of innocent lives, he prioritized the dignity of protection. The clash of ideologies saw both draw their light swords. Hikari advanced rapidly, delivering a decisive slash, but Mephius deftly parried. With his first strike thwarted, Hikari swiftly transitioned into a thrust aimed directly at Mephius's chest. Every move aimed for a critical hit, showing no mercy whatsoever. Mephius hastily dodged, taking advantage of Hikari's momentum to create a safe distance. Unyielding, Hikari pursued, launching another strike. In response, Mephius swiftly maneuvered behind Hikari, countering with a powerful kick. However, such an assault proved to be rather ineffectual against Hikaru, clad in his vengeful armor. He merely stepped back a few paces, then, harnessing the momentum from his turn, he delivered a straightforward yet forceful strike towards Ultraman Mebius. The best response to this fierce attack was to evade. However, Mebius's proficiency in swordsmanship could only be deemed mediocre, leaving him utterly incapable of discerning the unfolding situation. In a moment of reckless bravado, he attempted to parry the blow with his own Mebius light sword, resulting in a direct clash. With a resounding crack, Mebius' sword was predictably severed by Hikaru's strike. The immense force sent Mebius staggering, his balance faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Hikaru delivered a kick that sent him flying. A resounding victory. Hikaru cast a glance at the fallen Mebius, showing no inclination to pursue further. Instead, he turned his attention toward the motionless Bogargemans lying nearby. This was his true target. With a flick of his sword, he gathered energy, unleashing a beam that shot skyward. In the next instant, it hurtled directly toward the immobilized Bogargemans. Should the strike land, Bogargemans would surely meet his demise. Yet, with the explosive energy contained within Bogargemans, Hikaru, Mebius, Guys, and all humans within 100 miles would be doomed. At this critical juncture, Ryu, Sakya, stepped forward, exclaiming, "Stop!" Simultaneously, he pulled the trigger of his weapon, determined to thwart Hikaru's reckless actions. He believed Captain Serizawa, too, had devoted himself to the protection of humanity and Earth. Hikaru's assault faltered momentarily, redirecting his ire toward Ryu. Anyone who dared to hinder his quest for vengeance was deemed an adversary. Yet, Ryu's efforts bore fruit, as he successfully awakened Captain Serizawa's dormant consciousness. Hikaru pondered, stroking his head, as the light sword in his right hand dissipated. However, at that very moment, Bogargemans roused from his stupor, rising once more. He launched a surprise electric attack at Hikaru. Caught off guard, Hikaru was struck and fell to the ground, visibly pained. Meanwhile, Mebius had finally regained his composure and rushed forward to intervene. Sensing the peril, Bogargemans hastily retreated into another dimension. Meanwhile, in the land of light, Father of Ultra observed Taro and Mebius, instructing the younger Ultraman on combat techniques to confront Bogargemans, filled with satisfaction. Each challenge required a tailored approach. Different monsters necessitated distinct strategies. Ultimately, it was all in service of better protecting the Earth and its life. This was the essence he wished for the young Ultraman to absorb from the celestial expanse. Not mere notions of mercy, filial piety, or descent into darkness. However, he was utterly taken aback by Hikaru's audacity. With just a flick of his toe, he recognized that the energy-devouring Bogargemans resembled a colossal powder keg. He could scarcely believe that Hikaru was unaware of this perilous reality, yet he continued to recklessly wield his light. Is it merely cloaked in the guise of preventing greater sacrifices? Does he believe that since his demise is imminent, he need not concern himself with the impending deluge? This truly infuriates the captain. Moreover, this scoundrel, having succumbed to darkness, swiftly vanquished the illustrious graduate of the Land of Light. The young Ultra warrior recognized by the father of Ultra. Is this justifiable for a scientist? Is there no sense of justice left? No law to uphold? He can already envision the scene where the young Ultras clamor to embrace darkness. He is setting a poor example for them. At the moment when Hikari once again brandished his sword, aimed directly at Bagarumas, the father of Ultra felt his heart leap into his throat. Zofi and the others turned away, unable to bear witness to the impending calamity. Fortunately, the human known as Ahara Ryu intervened and halted Hikaru's reckless actions. The father of Ultra let out a sigh of relief. If that strike had landed, resulting in the loss of countless human lives, it would have been far graver than the destruction wrought by any monster who would then regard the Land of Light as a bastion of righteousness. Upon witnessing Bagarumas' sneak attack that felled Hikaru, the father of Ultra felt a flicker of satisfaction. This satisfaction stemmed from the tumultuous emotions stirred by Hikaru's reckless behavior, which warranted punishment. It was a relief because had Hikaru truly committed a grave error, the Land of Light would surely not have been able to accommodate him. Yet now, there was still hope for redemption. Well done. This should serve as a lasting lesson. He ought to thank Bagarumas, were it not for his swift retreat. Humph. The father of Ultra cast a sidelong glance at Hikaru, refraining from uttering further words, ultimately choosing to preserve the dignity of the director of the Science and Technology Bureau. Meanwhile, Hikaru, like an ostrich, buried his head in shame, wishing he could vanish into the very ground. Though his actions at that moment were not from the heart, they were nonetheless deeds he had committed. One must stand tall in the face of punishment. Chapter 54. The Dilemma of the Three Rogues of the Heisei Era. The contest of the universe's greatest swordsman. In the cosmic prison, Belial witnessed Hikaru severing the sword of Driambius, then forcefully kicking him to the ground, prompting an excited exclamation from him. Excellent. This is how one succumbs to darkness. Stab Driambius fiercely in the kidneys with your grand sword, just as that rascal Kin stabbed the Ampera alien. Belial felt a profound sense of empathy as Hikaru descended into darkness. However, in the end, Hikaru directed his sword towards Bagarumans. Although Belial felt a pang of disappointment, the thought of the explosive energy contained within the beast ignited a greater excitement within him. Strike. Use your most ferocious technique. Unleash your most powerful beam. Quickly, his anticipation grew, envisioning the scene of devastation as Bagarumans detonated, obliterating everything within 100 miles. Such an occurrence would irrevocably tarnish the reputation of the Land of Light, transforming it into a hypocritical emblem of malevolence. He would become a hero, battling against the dark forces, yet imprisoned by them. Damn you, Ahara Ryu, what are you shouting about? Upon witnessing Hikaru's actions thwarted, the disappointed Belial erupted in anger. Belial, Kin, is this the peace and justice that the Ultramen of the Land of Light protect? To mercilessly beat down one's own kin? To disregard the safety of Earth and humanity? Zofi, Belial, are you introducing yourself? In a Heisei timeline, Diga, Dana, Gaia, and Egel exchanged glances. Wasn't it merely a Bagarumans on the brink of explosion? Was it truly so exaggerated? Dana pondered why Hikaru and Driambius appeared so threatened. He could understand Hikaru's desire to kill Bagarumans, but even if he wished to do so, there were countless perfect methods available. There was no need for mutual destruction, dragging numerous others down with him. Gaia also found it peculiar, questioning the necessity of such actions. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. He surmised that Hikaru's descent into darkness had not only altered his power, but had also dramatically transformed his temperament, rendering him less rational. Diga voiced his thoughts as well. The other three nodded in agreement, acknowledging Diga's wisdom. He was their elder brother, and having once descended into darkness himself, his insights were valid. The trio of rogues struggled to comprehend why the situation had escalated to such a dramatic degree. Diga believed that with his multitude of skills, surely he could find dozens of solutions without difficulty. Dana thought it was as simple as conjuring a black hole to resolve the matter seamlessly. As for Gaia, hadn't he effortlessly neutralized the true eruption of Connell? Was this truly a problem? They possessed an abundance of methods to resolve it. The video in the sky shifted once again. In the cosmos, on the Oshima comet, an alien wielding a long sword was engaged in combat with two sword-wielding tyrants from the magma star. The cosmic swordsman Zamsha, P.S., renowned throughout the universe. Every alien who challenged Zamsha in hopes of achieving fame met their demise at his hands. Zamsha, with a single sword strike, repelled a magma alien, and soon after, another magma alien unleashed a chain hook to launch a surprise attack. Unfazed, Zamsha smiled and remarked, "It is indeed amusing to duel with two opponents." Clearly, he held the Magma Brothers' assault in utter contempt. This was evident as Zamsha effortlessly incapacitated one of the magma aliens, swiftly executing a flowing sword technique that ended its life. Meanwhile, as Zamsha engaged in battle with the magma, the Great Island comet hurtled toward Earth. Upon learning this, rather than being angered, Zamsha felt a surge of joy. He first countered Gauss' attack, shattering the satellite, and then, with another lethal slash, he cleaved the ambushing magma brother in two. More astonishingly, the immense comet was likewise bisected by his formidable strike. Once the enemies were vanquished, Zamsha rode the fragments of the comet, heading straight for Earth. However, he was pursued by the cosmic being, the bulgy alien, who sought to defeat the renowned swordsman Zamsha and gain fame for himself. Yet, Zamsha had no time to entertain such minor threats. His singular objective remained the legendary Hunter Knight's sword. Zamsha and the bulgy alien descended onto Earth, one after the other. Eager to avoid unnecessary entanglements with these oblivious foes, Zamsha drew his Star Slayer blade and initiated the attack. His aggressive swordsmanship brimmed with lethal intent. Showcasing his immense prowess with effortless footwork, the bulgy alien struggled to evade, with no opportunity to counterattack. Before long, Zamsha pivoted and thrust his sword into the bulgy alien's midsection, killing it instantly. 10 steps, 1 kill, 1,000 miles, no trace left behind. I am Zamsha. I shall challenge the Hunter Knight's sword. In the land of light, the Ultramen were initially curious about how Mebius and Hikari would handle the ticking time bomb that was Bogarjiman's. However, upon the appearance of Zamsha, they were immediately captivated by the chilling swordsman before them. What exquisite swordplay, each strike deadly, devoid of superfluous motion. One stroke cleaved the comet in twain, truly befitting the title of Cosmic Swordmaster. Ace, possessing a modicum of swordsmanship knowledge, recognized the skill on display. While the magma aliens may not have been formidable adversaries, facing two at once would certainly not have allowed him such ease. Seven had once been cornered by the magma aliens and two other monsters, fully aware of the magma aliens' capabilities. Indeed, while the bulgy alien was of mediocre strength, Zamsha concluded the battle as if toying with them. Taro, having once faced the bulgy alien, also acknowledged Zamsha's might. Although they all understood Zamsha's power was considerable, none grasped its depth quite like Ultraman Father, who saw in Zamsha an unparalleled mastery of swordsmanship, truly deserving of the title Cosmic Grandmaster of the Sword. Yet Hikari, is it not Bogarjiman's who is the adversary of your Hunter Knight sword? When did you attract such a formidable foe? The video of the Celestial Dome continues to play. Now, Hikaru has shed his armor of vengeance. He is no longer the Hunter Knight sword. The present Hikaru has no desire to betray his companions. And what relevance does the sword have to him? Currently, Hikaru stands as the sole scientist on Earth. However, Zamsha does not trust his words and threatens the safety of the planet, demanding Hikaru to face him in combat. With a swift motion, Zamsha raises his longsword, aiming directly at the base of the protagonists. In this moment of dire peril, the future transforms into Morabius, wielding the Morabium sword to deflect Zamsha's assault. Yet to Zamsha, Morabius's swordplay appears trivial. After merely exchanging a couple of blows, Zamsha effortlessly shatters the blade. The victor, Zamsha, feels no elation, for he recognizes that the sword belongs to a blue figure. Just then, a burst of azure light erupts, revealing Hikaru, now devoid of his vengeful armor. I accept your challenge. Upon seeing the blue figure, Zamsha instantly identifies him as the long-anticipated adversary, the Hunter Knight's sword. Allow me to demonstrate who the foremost swordsman in the universe truly is. The young Ultraman watching the video is filled with fervor. While the dazzling array of combat scenes is undoubtedly captivating, there is something equally enthralling about a true man's duel, a 1v1 clash between swordsmen. Who would not yearn for a climactic battle against a worthy rival atop the pinnacle of the Forbidden City? It is a contest that determines not only superiority, but also the very essence of life and death. Moreover, this duel will decide the rightful heir to the title of the universe's greatest swordsman. What actions did Commander Hikari undertake while pursuing Borja that would attract the attention of a cosmic master like Zamsha? Hikari shattered Morabius's sword, and Zamsha, too, broke his blade. One cannot help but ponder the fate of the Morabium sword. It is indeed perplexing. If we were to measure their prowess against the Morabium sword, who would emerge victorious? It is truly astonishing that the so-called scientist, Commander Hikari, is embroiled in the contest for the title of the universe's foremost swordsman. Morabius? Hikari. Chapter 55. The Timeless Alliance of Red and Blue? An unexpected encounter with the great bird on the return journey. Under the expectant gazes across various realms of the universe, the epic confrontation between the legendary swordsman Zamsha and the once Hunter Knight, now scientist Hikari, the foremost swordsman of the cosmos, commences. One is a master of swordsmanship, while the other wields the extraordinary powers bestowed by the King of Ultra, yet remains oblivious to the past. Everyone anticipates an intense clash of titans. The footage in the celestial sky continues to unfold. With fervor ignited, Zamsha dismisses the pleas of Moebius, determined to settle the score with the knight. Hikari's reputation, forged through genuine achievements and formidable victories, is no mere boast. Having chosen to confront his fate today, he has no reason to retreat. Witness the strength of a scientist. With grace, Hikari places his right hand on his left waist and dramatically draws forth the knight's light sword, akin to unsheathing a treasure blade. In an instant, Hikari and Zamsha charge at one another. The knight's light sword clashes with the star/Maru, resulting in a sharp, resounding snap. To Zamsha's disbelief, the once invincible cosmic swordsman's weapon is severed by Hikari. In this contest of the universe's foremost swordsman, it is Hikari who emerges victorious. Faced with Zamsha's astonishment, Hikari reveals that his sword had already been compromised prior to their duel. He merely struck the weakened point once more, making the break seem effortless. The catalyst for this remarkable feat was none other than Moebius, whom Zamsha had previously underestimated. This is the power bestowed upon Moebius by his guardianship. Contemplating this revelation, Zamsha chooses to depart Earth, leaving the possibility of a future challenge open. In the land of light, the Ultras were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the swift conclusion of the battle displayed on the celestial screen. The previously mischievous little Ultraman fell silent, astonished to discover that beneath the guise of scientist lay the universe's greatest swordsman. Yet, according to Commander Hikari, had not Zamsha's sword already been fractured during his clash with Moebius? Recognizing and exploiting a vulnerability is indeed a testament to exceptional swordsmanship. Moreover, did not Moebius fall at the hands of Commander Hikari? It is perplexing. Despite his formidable prowess, Hikari claims the mantle of a scientist. The Ultras regarded him with newfound scrutiny, realizing the cunning nature of his duality. Even Seven, typically composed, bore a somber expression, admitting his own status as a civil servant. Yet he was of the Red tribe, endowed with some combat aptitude. Meanwhile, Hikari, the scientist seemingly devoid of martial prowess, was, in fact, the universe's greatest swordsman. Such duplicity rendered Moebius's defeat quite justifiable. Father of Ultra, however, did not delve deeply into these nuances, reasoning that the enhancement gifted by the King of Ultra was extraordinary and thus not entirely unexpected. Certainly, such a notion is inherently absurd and rather sinister. At this moment, images began to play once more upon the celestial canvas. Hikari, anticipating an impending crisis for Earth, chose to lend his knightly essence to Mirabiu, a token of their profound friendship. It is truly splendid to have crossed paths with you. Without this encounter, I would not exist as Ultraman. After bidding farewell to Mirabiu and the members of Guys, Hikaru commenced his journey back to the Land of Light. However, en route, he became aware of numerous unidentified flying objects rapidly approaching Earth. As he paused to observe, a colossal bird, emitting a shrill cry, barreled towards him. The cosmic behemoth. This creature, born from a crab-like nebula, towers at 46 meters and weighs 61,000 tons, with a pentagonal maw capable of absorbing various forms of energy as sustenance. Caught unawares, Hikaru was knocked off balance, careening through the cosmos. Witnessing the poignant farewell between Hikaru and Mirabiu, and listening to Hikaru's heartfelt expressions of gratitude, the previously subdued Ultramen sprang back to life. The age-old pairing of red and blue has resurfaced. I shall celebrate the bond between Commander Hikaru and Mirabiu. Take me with you. Commander Hikaru, concerned for Mirabiu's safety, even relinquished the gift bestowed upon him by the King of Ultra as a token of their bond. A truly moving gesture. Indeed, who can deny that this is not love? We, too, possess genuine affection. If only I could be with a handsome figure like Commander Hikaru. Even Zoffy and the other Ultraman brothers exchanged glances that hinted at something awry. Even Father Ultra regarded them with a scrutinizing gaze. You two are rather too close for comfort. Be mindful of your influence on the younger Ultraman. Hearing the captain's remarks, Hikaru and Mirabiu found themselves at a loss for words. Captain, please listen to our defense. It is not as you perceive. Yet, one could hardly blame Zoffy for his suspicions, considering Mirabiu's esteemed mentor and Hikaru's worthy subordinate. Thus, as this thought crossed their minds, Zoffy and the others turned their gaze towards Taro. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Were it not for Taro, who spends his days mingling with Taro Kia, would Mirabiu have been influenced in such a manner? Moreover, the relationships between mentor and disciple, officer and subordinate, are indeed intricate and tangled. As for Behemoth, Jack scrutinized the images upon the celestial screen, recalling some unpleasant memories. His utterance immediately captured the attention of the Ultraman brothers. Hikaru and Mirabiu chose not to concern themselves with such matters. It was far more agreeable to focus on the unfolding events upon screen. If memory serves, you once engaged in a fierce battle with him on Earth, did you not? 7-2 recalled this chapter from the past. Indeed, that was a most arduous confrontation. This colossal cosmic beast not only overwhelmed me with its physical prowess, but also absorbed my spatium ray through its gaping maw. I was compelled to soar towards the sun to replenish my energy. Ultimately, it was only through the aid of the Ultra Bracelet that I managed to vanquish it completely. Thus, when confronting Behemoth, one must refrain from employing rays. Jack candidly recounted his past experiences and generously shared the lessons he had learned with everyone. If only the essence of the Knight of Hikaru were at hand, he could have dismantled Behemoth into pieces with the Knights. However, now, as misfortune strikes amidst tribulation, having lost the essence of the Knight and faced with the formidable Behemoth, it seems, a glimmer of concern flickered in Ace's eyes. Nonetheless, Hikaru, having emerged from darkness into light, remains their ally. Listening to the words of the Ultra brothers, Hikaru couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. How could he possibly defeat Behemoth without using rays? Nearby, Zoffy observed his younger brother's apprehension and skepticism towards Hikaru. As one of the involved parties, he merely smiled in silence, offering no explanations, for soon the heavens would vividly reveal everything. Zoffy turned his gaze towards the celestial display. Chapter 56. With one hand, I lift the great Behemoth. I am merely a scientist, on an unknown planet somewhere in the universe. Torakia squinted at the celestial canopy and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Is someone thinking of me? Is it you, Tyro? Or perhaps you, Commander Hikari? It truly surprises me that after donning the armor of vengeance, you ruthlessly assaulted me, severing all ties. I did not anticipate that upon regaining the light, your strength would remain formidable, earning you the renowned title of the universe's greatest swordsman. It seems that the battlefield is indeed where you thrive. Yet do you not feel you have strayed from the fundamental essence of a scientist? Torikia recalled Hikari's past teachings and reassurances, juxtaposed with his actual combat performance beneath the stars. Now, he perceives those once warm words as painfully hypocritical and fragmented. Fortunately, he no longer yearns for that which is deemed light or darkness. Commander Hikari, having regained the light but lost the chivalric spirit. How much of a universe's swordmaster's prowess can you exhibit against the behemoth? I can hardly wait to witness Hikari being thoroughly thrashed on the battlefield, emerging from darkness to affirm that darkness was erroneous, losing to monsters after emerging into the light, proving that light too is flawed. In the kingdom, Absolution Tartarus had originally planned to venture into the parallel dimension after the video review concluded to retrieve Belial, the Hunter Knight's sword. The assault on the Kingdom of Light was a shared ambition between them and Belial. Furthermore, assisting Hikari in vanquishing Bagaru was a mere convenience. With both literary and martial prowess embodied in these two generals, they could extract valuable secrets of the Kingdom of Light from their lips. Most importantly, Hikari, the inventor of the life stabilization device, possessed extraordinary scientific capabilities, potentially enabling him to address the instability of Ajilawada, thus salvaging the precarious kingdom. However, to his astonishment, before he could act, he witnessed Hikari already restored to the light, reclaiming the heart of Ultraman. Tartarus instantly comprehended that the Hunter Knight's life was solely devoted to vengeance, and Hikari's existence would never betray that path. Titan, you two have arrived? Do you wish to behold the spectacle of the universe's greatest swordsman being vanquished? The little bull, Diablo, caught sight of Absolution Titan wielding a sword and offered a mocking remark. What universe or master? All flash and no substance. Does his prowess surpass that of my universe's mightiest phantom beast fist, the Bullbreaker? Diablo, instead of leading the warriors in rigorous training, have you come here for leisure? Titan retorted sharply, having witnessed Diablo flaunting his great horns and swaying his hips. That alluring dance left him feeling inadequate. I believe you're seeking a fight. Diablo, in a fit of rage, swung his fists, eager to compete with Titan. As it turned out, the damned Libet dance training proved utterly ineffective, and his earnest attempts to lead became a source of embarrassment in his history. Afraid, are you? Dare to act, yet not allow others to speak? Titan, with a swift motion, brandished his sword, adopting a stance that invited the challenge. Although Hikaru is an adversary of the Land of Light, his mastery of the swordsmanship has earned him respect. A swordsman may be vanquished honorably, but must never be subjected to disgrace. Enough of the bickering. Let us quietly finish watching the video in the sky. As the two were on the verge of a fierce confrontation, the intolerable golden figure, Tartaros, intervened. Diabolos and Titan each huffed dismissively and turned their heads away, while the three of them simultaneously redirected their gaze towards the screen above. The video continued to unfold. Hikaru, confronted unexpectedly by the formidable Baymonston, instinctively placed his left hand on his right wrist, attempting to summon the Knight's aura. However, nothing transpired. Accustomed to the presence of the Knight's spirit, he felt a wave of discomfort after bestowing it upon Mephiles. Yet, at this moment, restored to light and reclaiming the heart of Ultraman, Hikaru remained resolute in his convictions. Regardless of the circumstances, he would battle the beast before him until the very last moment. Seeing Hikaru momentarily distracted, Baymonston seized the opportunity to unleash a luminous projectile from its horn towards Hikaru. With agile reflexes, Hikaru evaded the attack and swiftly closed the distance to Baymonston. The chase ensued, with Baymonston fleeing and Hikaru in pursuit, leading to an intense confrontation amidst the meteor field. A luminous projectile struck Hikaru, who retaliated with a spinning kick to Baymonsten's head. Ultimately, amidst the explosive chaos of a detonated meteor, Hikaru seized a moment to grapple Baymonsten's form and plunge towards a nearby asteroid. As Baymonston regained his footing, he hefted a massive boulder and hurled it violently at Hikaru. Hikaru somersaulted to evade the attack. Unrelenting, Baymonston swung its razor-sharp claws and unleashed a barrage of luminous projectiles from its horn. Yet, without exception, Hikaru adeptly dodged every strike. Hikaru clung to Baymonsten's charging body, raising his fists to land blows upon its head. However, Baymonsten's formidable physique shrugged off his attacks, causing Hikaru to stagger backward. In a swift motion, Baymonsten sent Hikaru crashing to the ground with a powerful slap. In the ensuing battle, Hikaru managed only sporadic counterattacks, as he was thoroughly overpowered by Baymonsten. After yet another blow that sent Hikaru reeling, Baymonsten unleashed a relentless barrage of luminous projectiles upon him, leaving Hikaru in agony and unable to rise. The approach of Baymonsten drew ever closer, bringing Hikaru nearer to the brink of death. At this critical juncture, a dazzling red light erupted, and Zoffy appeared before Hikaru. With Zoffy's guidance and encouragement, Hikaru's gaze grew clearer, and his resolve strengthened. When the brilliance dissipated, Hikaru stood shoulder to shoulder with Zoffy, ready to commence the Ultraman tradition of righteous teamwork. In their synchronized efforts, Baymonsten found itself nearly powerless to retaliate, even contemplating retreat. Having grasped the true essence of combat as an Ultraman warrior, Hikaru would not let this opportunity slip away. He must fight until the very last moment. Determined to vanquish the beast, Hikari leapt forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Behemoth staggering backward. With a swift and decisive punch, he struck Behemoth in the abdomen. Undeterred by Behemoth's counterattack, Hikari exhibited no trace of fear. With a flurry of jabs, knee strikes, and grapples, he seamlessly integrated the combat techniques gleaned from his encounters with Mephius, demonstrating an impressive mastery of martial arts. Behemoth found himself utterly defenseless against Hikari's onslaught. Ultimately, the blue-skinned scientist, long synonymous with frailty, astonishingly lifted the colossal behemoth, weighing a staggering 61,000 tons with a single hand. With great effort, he hurled Behemoth onto a rocky surface. The pitiful, desperate cries of Behemoth, combined with his flailing body, vividly illustrated the unprecedented defeat he faced in his confrontation with Hikari. Without hesitation, Hikari expanded his arms and unleashed his signature lethal beam, the thermal load ray. Although Behemoth was dazed from the assault, he had not forgotten his instinct for energy absorption. He opened his abdomen, revealing a pentagonal maw reputed to absorb all forms of energy, attempting to siphon Hikari's ray and convert it into sustenance. Sensing this, Hikari, driven by determination, intensified the output of his beam. Behemoth's gargantuan mouth resembled an abyss, while Hikari's rays and energy seemed inexhaustible. For a staggering 19 seconds, the beam surged forth. In a shocking turn of events, the cosmic behemoth renowned for his energy absorption was ultimately overwhelmed and burst apart by Hikari's relentless ray. The outcome of this fierce struggle had long been predetermined. The finite cannot triumph over the infinite. This is not merely scientific. It is the essence of science itself. Witnessing this spectacle, the Ultra Brothers were rendered speechless. Wait a moment. Didn't you claim to be just a scientist? You lack the power we possess? Aren't you equipped with enhancements? Haven't you been wielding a sword? Was it all just an act for our benefit? Chapter 57. Jack becomes a clown. The Dark Emperor of the Ampelia arrives. Especially Jack Ultraman, who now finds his previous earnest commentary utterly amusing. His face stings from the blows it has received. Just moments ago, he asserted that Behemoth Stan possessed immense physical strength, having once subdued him. Yet shortly thereafter, Hikaru effortlessly lifted him with one hand. Is this some kind of joke? That creature weighs a staggering 61,000 tons. Is this the kind of feat a blue-clad scientist should be capable of? I had just claimed that my spatium ray was wholly absorbed by Behemoth Stan, only for you, Hikaru, to subsequently explode him with your own beam. The most crucial point is that I only triumphed over Behemoth Stan after acquiring the Ultra Bracelet. Yet you, Hikaru, conveniently gave yours away and still managed to fight with such ease? You speak of lacking power and refer to yourself as a scientist. But is reality truly so grim for you? I already feel invisible. I finally found an opportunity to showcase my prowess before others. And now I am left in utter embarrassment. As the Earth Division Chief of the Ultra Space Patrol, Does Jack not care for his dignity? Jack cast a resentful glance at his elder brother Zophi, feeling an anger he could not express. Brother, you could have at least given me a heads up, but instead, you seem to relish in my humiliation. Now that I am the fool, you are at ease. Zophi, sensing Jack's discontent, gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort, as if to say, do not worry. I have made a greater fool of myself more times than you can count. Sev and Ace also bore displeased expressions, having just harbored doubts regarding Hikaru's strength. They had presumed that Zophi's intervention was what allowed them to defeat Behemoth Stan, only to discover that Zophi had merely engaged in some verbal sparring without contributing any actual effort. The Ultra Brothers cast solemn glances at the scientist, and the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Hikaru, noticing the tension, hurried to explain, you must believe me. I truly fought with all my might to defeat that monster. However, his words only deepened Jack and the others' heartache, as if implying that none of them had ever fought with earnest effort. But the issue remains. One might consume 3 bowls of rice in a fit of rage, yet one cannot solve a complex calculus problem under the same extreme emotions. Thus, Commander Hikaru, even exerting one's self has its limits, does it not? Straining yourself is hardly an excuse for lifting Behemoth Stan with one hand, is it? A ade of sincerity cloaked in duplicity. How insidious. Planet K-76. Old Leo, that magma alien doesn't he appear particularly formidable? Pray tell, how did you come to be at odds with them? As Ciro watched Zamsha dispatch a magma with a single strike, he believed that given old Leo's prowess, dealing with such trifles would be but childish play. However, Ciro inadvertently rubbed salt into Leo's wounds by broaching the subject. Leo merely snorted in response, ignoring Ciro, and instead praised Hikaru's combat skills. His swordsmanship is remarkable, and his insight is keen. It seems that during the pursuit of Bagaru, Commander Hikaru has made significant strides in his training. TCH, Ciro, undeterred by Leo's dismissal, pressed on. It's clear that the enhancements bestowed by the Ultra King are of exceptional quality, allowing him to break both Mebius and Zamsha as swords in succession. Now devoid of the chivalrous spirit, I witness Hikaru's true nature revealed. At this juncture, Ciro becomes increasingly superstitious about power, seeking strength through shortcuts. Similarly, Ciro finds himself struck by Hikaru's performance. Leo, with arms crossed and a condescending demeanor, admonishes him. Do you see, Ciro? Even a member of the Blue Clan like Commander Hikaru can attain greatness through diligent training. What right do you have to be complacent? Moreover, do not rely solely on external forces. True strength comes from within. Ciro yearns to retort vehemently. Old man Leo, you speak nonsense. Yet, his rational mind warns him that such audacity would yield dire consequences. Belial, the Kingdom of Light, is once again engaged in a brutal brawl. Beaumont, how does it feel to be hoisted by a scientist with one hand? Beaumont, I was initially in the lead, but then he suddenly uttered words about beliefs, life, and guardianship, leaving me utterly defenseless. Beaumont, when he lifted me with one hand, I was bewildered, almost convinced I weighed not 61,000 tons, but merely 16,000 tons. Joda, look at the mischief these ultra beings from the Kingdom of Light are up to. They've reduced Beaumont to hallucinations. How pitiful. Ciro, lung fog Belial. Next time, I shall join forces with 5 ghettos to take you down. Taro Joda, next time, I will join several brothers to confront you. You boy, 666, no pretense at all. This gang from the Kingdom of Light is truly a menace. Hikaru, at that moment, the screen above begins to showcase a new video. On Earth, a figure draped in a black cloak, embodying the essence of darkness, stands amidst the ruins of the city. Behold, the sun is nearing its demise. From this moment forth, all light shall be eclipsed. Furthermore, the breath of this planet shall cease. Accompanied by his authoritative proclamation, boundless dark energy envelopes the timeless sun, extinguishing its light. Earth, too, succumbs to the shrouding clouds, plunged into an abyss of silence and darkness. He has blocked out light and warmth, aiming to obliterate the very essence of life on Earth. a despair far more terrifying than the arrival of Zog. He is the Dark Emperor of the universe. Ampila. P.S. The epitome of darkness, the utmost hatred for light. The ruler of shadows. Once an invader who conquered the kingdom of light and enslaved the Ultra clan, hailed as one of their greatest foes. In the cosmic prison, Belial, cursing Ciro and Ged, gazes at the emergence of Ampila on the screen. Suddenly, he chuckles. As a veteran of the Ultra War, and now steeped in darkness, he comprehends the formidable power of Ampila more than ever. Even the kingdom of light of Ur could not withstand Ampila's might. Relying solely on Mebius and Hikaru, the annihilation of Earth could very well be just a flick of his wrist, regardless of whether they are scientists, the vengeful armors, or the so-called greatest swordsmen of the cosmos. What significance do they hold now? Without the true power and the ultimate blade, how can you, Jian, protect what you deem your second homeland? Hiv. The glint of mockery danced in Belial's eyes. The fact that Hikaru managed to single-handedly defeat Beaminson, stripped of his enhancements, did earn him a modicum of respect. Yet, he remained unconvinced that Hikaru could conjure any more storms this time. In the Dark Empire, the Dark Emperor Ampila, reclining on his throne with his head propped up by his hand, gazed with keen interest at his own reflection in the sky. Truly, as the great sovereign, your prowess is unparalleled. You have outclassed Zog by several leagues. One of the Dark Four Kings, the Arbolian, immediately lavished praise upon him. First, you shall annihilate the sacred earth in the hearts of the Ultraman clan, delivering them a psychological blow, then once more invade the land of light. Your plan, your majesty, is one that commands my utmost admiration. The scheming cosmic being, Desrem, one of the Four Kings, was not to be outdone. He harbored a dislike for the recent Arbolian. I can already envision the day you shall reign over the land of light once again. The Frostar being, Grozum, cheered enthusiastically. Meanwhile, the malevolent cosmic being, Mephiles, wore an expression of contemplation. As the wisest leader among the Four Kings, he always considered matters comprehensively. With his majesty's pride, how could he possibly venture to Earth alone? At such a time, I, along with the other three, ought to be at his majesty's side. Could it be that those four have already met their demise? A sense of foreboding washed over Mephiles as he concentrated and directed his gaze towards the sky. Chapter 58. The Heroic Sacrifice of Zamsha. The sword of Hikari strikes down the Emperor of Ampila. In the vastness of the cosmos, a myriad of monstrous beings were left utterly astounded. The Dark Emperor Ampila? I had once glimpsed his terrifying presence from afar, a memory that still sends shivers down my spine. Hikari can lift Beamonstan single-handedly, and can even cause it to explode. Yet I find it hard to believe he could inflict any harm upon the Ampila. Are you jesting? Does Hikari even stand a chance? The Ampila once enslaved the land of light, and was a formidable entity on par with the illustrious father of Ultra. Now that he returns, the fall of Earth is merely a matter of time. Indeed, for Mebius and Hikari to compel him to take action themselves is a testament to their prowess. Though perishing at his hands is a bitter honor. But why do we see Hikari and Mebius in the images of the land of light displayed on the celestial screen? Surely, the sinister technology of life solidification must have been devised by Hikari, that duplicitous scientist. The various monsters gazed eagerly at the celestial screen, anticipating a glimpse of the Ampila's splendor. In a land of light, there was a stark contrast between the bewilderment of Belial and the various monsters, who were brimming with confidence in the Ampila, and the more subdued demeanor of Father of Ultra and the Ultra Brothers, who appeared rather indifferent to the videos being broadcast. It was not that they underestimated Ampila, one of the greatest adversaries of the Ultra race. Rather, as witnesses to this war, they were acutely aware of the inevitable outcome. The intensity of this conflict was comparable to the legendary Ultra Wars of Ur, during which every renowned Ultra was mobilized. Ultimately, Mebius, Hikari, and their comrades from Gauss fused into the Phoenix Mebius, and with the aid of humanity and Zophie, they completely obliterated the Ampila. However, they were perplexed. Was this not a retrospective on Hikari? Could it be that Hikari harbors some undisclosed exploits? Great Commander, Has our ultra race truly endured an occupation and enslavement by darkness in our history? A young ultra questioned incredulously, struggling to fathom that such a prosperous land of light could have endured such a dark chapter. Father of Ultra remained silent, gazing contemplatively at the celestial screen, his cape rustling softly behind him. Indeed, Zoffy glanced at Father of Ultra, noticing his tacit approval, and took the opportunity to recount this long-buried history to the young Ultra. The Anpila commanded a legion of monsters, annihilating countless star systems, driven by an insatiable hatred for light, seeking to envelop the universe in darkness. 30,000 years ago, the marauding Anpila set its sights on our land of light. In the initial skirmishes, we suffered relentless defeats, ultimately being completely occupied and enslaved. Yet, under the leadership of the great commander in Belial, and at the cost of innumerable sacrifices, we managed to hold the last line of defense. In the climactic battle, the great commander wielded the ultimate blade, while the Anpila brandished the Anpila blade, and a desperate duel ensued. In the end, the Anpila aliens were left with an indelible scar on their right flank by the ultimate blade. Observe closely, for the golden particles emanating from the right side of the Anpila aliens serve as irrefutable evidence. The commander also bore old wounds, resulting in a stalemate between the two factions. Following this battle, the Anpila aliens retreated, ushering in an era of peace for the land of light. And it was thereafter that our cosmic patrol was established. Whenever Zoffy reminisces about this chapter of history, his heart swells with emotion. Although his age precluded him from witnessing the great Ultraman war firsthand, he harbors a tinge of regret. Yet, he finds joy in the prospect of contributing when the Anpila aliens return to invade Earth. The prowess of the Anpila aliens raises concerns for Commander Hikari and Mebius. But Zoffy implores, not so. I cannot bear to see my beloved pairing vanish. Thank you, Zoffy. I shall never again insult you, he exclaims. Curse those Anpila aliens for choosing to invade before my birth. If they dare return now, I shall make them regret it. The commander shows remarkable mercy, deliberately targeting the kidneys, a technique presumably learned from the esteemed ace. Hikari and Mebius. Zoffy, Ultraman father and ace. They are utterly baffled, wondering how the antics of these mischievous beings have twisted their words. The video from the celestial screen continues to play. The cosmic swordsman Zamsha returns to Earth, wielding a new star slasher. Upon encountering the Dark Emperor Anpila, Zamsha, fully aware of his own limitations, charges forth with unwavering resolve. Yet, as expected, the outcome is grim. The Anpila alien merely raises his left hand, unleashing a powerful energy wave that sends Zamsha hurtling away. Subsequently, he employs the energy wave once more to torment Zamsha, whose strength falters under the relentless assault. With Zamsha subdued, the Anpila alien sets his sights on the Guss Phoenix Nest base. He brandishes his cloak, releasing a dark shockwave toward the base. Should it prove effective, the team members within, including those of the future, are certain to perish. At this critical juncture, Hikari, clad in the armor of courage, suddenly appears, braving the deadly wave with his own body. While he screams in agony, the overwhelming explosive force propels him to Zamsha's side. P.S. The armor of courage shares the same appearance as the armor of vengeance. However, unlike the latter's vengeful essence, the armor of courage is a manifestation of Hikari's noble heart resonating with the spirit of planet Arab, symbolizing light and protection, thus transcending the armor of vengeance and strength. Inspired by the fearless courage of Ahara Ryuma, Hikari and Zamsha rise once more. The foremost swordsmen of the cosmos and the second, facing an unprecedented foe, set aside their pride and grievances, each brandishing their knightly swords and star slasher. They strike forth towards the Anpila alien, executing a technique that epitomizes the pinnacle of their swordsmanship. Such a lethal assault is one that few would dare meet head-on. Evading its edge is surely the wisest course of action. Yet the Dark Emperor Anpila, proud in his demeanor, possessed no notion of evasion within his lexicon. Once more, he extended his left hand, imbued with potent energy fluctuations, effortlessly deflecting the assaults of Hikari and his companion. Despite their relentless efforts, they could not so much as unsettle his hand. Instead, Ampila merely intensified his force, sending the two formidable swordsmen hurtling through the air once again. The laughter of Ampila resonated, a sound laced with both mockery and triumph, ridiculing their futile attempts to challenge him, reveling in his unparalleled dominance. An invincible force without equal. He unleashed a series of heavy energy waves upon Zamsha and the Phoenix Nest base, deeming these feeble insects unworthy of his more formidable abilities. As he prepared to deliver the final blow to the Phoenix Nest, Zamsha, having grasped the essence of protection, resolutely positioned himself to absorb the attack. Ultimately, he was transformed into a myriad of luminous particles under the might of Ampila's onslaught, leaving only his sword, the stark lever, abandoned upon ground. This valiant swordsman concluded his life in a most tragic manner. Zamsha's demise ignited a fierce fury within Hikari. He immediately concentrated all his energy to unleash a lethal strike. The Night Ray at Ampila. However, this overwhelming attack, far surpassing the overloaded beam that vanquished Bamazadin, was effortlessly swatted aside by Ampila, as if swatting a fly. In contrast, a single pulse from Ampila utterly obliterated Hikari's brave armor, instilling an oppressive sense of dread. Yet, even though he was gravely wounded and his strength and energy were nearly depleted, Hikari's gaze grew increasingly resolute and piercing. With determination, he seized Zamsha's relic, the Stark Lever, and charged once more at Ampila. This strike was swift. This strike would be magnificent. Amidst the incredulous and anguished howls of Ampila, Hikari's form vanished, leaving behind a second wound, radiating golden particles, upon Ampila's left leg. A mere scientist had emerged as the second Ultra to etch a scar upon the Dark Emperor, following in the footsteps of the illustrious Ultra Father. Hikari's blade cleaved through Ampila. Chapter 59, Self-Doubt in Belial. The ever-stationary Ampila, the land of light. Silence. The stillness is palpable. The sound of a pin dropping can be heard. It is said that only an adversary truly comprehends the strength of their foe. As one of the most formidable enemies in the history of the Ultraman lineage, the Ampilon people undoubtedly recognize the terror embodied by this foe. While the notion of his invasion of the Land of Light and the enslavement of Ultramen may seem a distant memory to those in the plaza, the footage of him eclipsing the sun and the earth, standing unwavering while effortlessly countering the strikes of two legendary swordsmen and deflecting Hikaru's rays, rendering both Hikaru and Zamsha utterly defenseless, delivers a tremendous visual impact to the inhabitants of the Land of Light. Furthermore, one must consider that even during his peak, the Ultraman Father, upon awakening his true power and wielding the ultimate blade, could only inflict a single wound upon him. True power is a capacity that can exponentially amplify combat prowess, and the ultimate blade is a sacred sword passed down through generations in the Land of Light. Even if the current Ultraman Father were to once again grasp the ultimate blade, whether he could inflict another wound upon Ampila remains uncertain. Yet, that scientist who identifies himself as a member of the Blue Clan has, after a span of 30,000 years, once more inflicted a new injury upon the Dark Emperor. Though he vanished following that strike, such an achievement is indeed a source of pride. The Ultraman brothers gaze upon Hikaru with genuine reverence. After all, he stands before the Dark Emperor. If their previous respect stemmed from Hikaru's esteemed position as the director of the Science and Technology Bureau, owing to his remarkable inventions, their current admiration arises purely from recognition of Hikaru's formidable strength, which has thoroughly conquered them. Naturally, the strong deserve adulation. They silently recall his humble declaration, "I am merely a scientist. I do not possess the strength of the Ultraman brothers." They muse. Director Hikaru is far too modest and low-key. He likely looks down upon our feeble abilities. Fortunately, I discerned his extraordinary potential early on and welcomed him into the Cosmic Patrol. I can consider myself his benefactor, Zoffy thought joyfully. The Ultraman Father nodded in satisfaction, thinking, where's the flaw in Hikaru? He is truly magnificent. Though this slightly contradicts his initial words, it is of little consequence. Our Ultramen from the land of light are all humble. In the cosmic prison, Belial similarly found himself agape. As one of the primary forces once tasked with countering the Ampelon people, he possessed profound insight into their seemingly flawless physique. In the past, he had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet could not inflict harm upon the utterly dark Ampelon. It was precisely this powerful dark energy that had lured him, leading him deeper into the abyss of darkness. Yet now, he is told that the universe's most formidable demon has been marked with indelible wounds by the typically feeble blue clan of Ultramen. This reality begins to shake Belial's faith in dark energy, causing his convictions to waver and igniting a spark of self-doubt. After all, the Ampelon's formidable darkness was the very catalyst for his descent into the shadows, the driving force behind his pursuit of darkness. The Amperians, astonishingly. Could it be that you are indeed correct? Belial is engulfed in a sense of desolation, questioning whether his descent into darkness in pursuit of power was truly the right path. Yet, the doubts that torment his heart may find no answers from anyone. The kingdom. A magnificent strike. Titan praised, yearning to compete with Hikari, to ascertain who reigns as the foremost swordsman in the cosmos. Titan, the Ultra clan stands as our adversary. What do you mean by extolling our foe? The diminutive Taurus, Diablo, expressed his dissatisfaction, for he and Titan were perpetually at odds, always clashing upon meeting. Titan cast a fleeting glance at Diablo, remaining silent. Such a muscle-bound fellow could never fathom the honor of swordsmen. Diablo, the Amperians are not necessarily our allies either, Tartarus interjected, weary of the discord between the two. Oh, is not the enemy of my enemy my friend? What do you mean by that, Tartarus? Diablo found himself puzzled by Tartarus' words. In his simplistic worldview, the enemies of the Light Kingdom were indeed their allies, and the formidable Amperians would make for suitable allies. The Amperians harbor a profound hatred for all things luminous, seeking to envelop the universe in darkness. Let's not forget, our kingdom is also a realm of light, and our absolute clan has gained its immense power as ultimate life forms through light. Thus, a fundamental conflict with the Amperians is inevitable. After speaking, Tartarus fell into contemplation, pondering how to adeptly handle Hikari, lest their future invasion of the Light Kingdom become a troublesome affair. In the Dark Empire, the Amperian, reclined upon his throne, suddenly rose, emitting a series of cold, mocking laughs. Clearly, the images upon the celestial screen, depicting his injury at the hands of Hikari, struck a nerve. As the proud emperor of the Dark World, he could neither accept nor tolerate such indignity. The Dark Four Kings, well acquainted with his temperament, recognized the emperor's simmering fury, trembling like quails, afraid to utter a word. For their grand emperor, the Amperian, was indeed capable of murder. The former evil general, the malevolent Bagaru, once the mightiest among the Four Kings, had subordinates who had followed him for thousands of years, sealing their fates at his command. They had no desire to follow in Bagaru's footsteps. Your Majesty, I believe the scenes displayed on the celestial screen are mere fabrications. With your greatness, how could you possibly be harmed by such insignificant creatures? The Yappa, with wide eyes, spun tales that everyone understood to be false, merely hoping to placate the Amperian. Surely, Your Majesty, it was just a moment of carelessness that allowed Hikari to launch a surprise attack. The Earth and the Light Kingdom will undoubtedly fall under your dominion. Ensnared in eternal darkness, disdainful of the Yappa's deceit, Disraim instead envisioned a promising future. Your Majesty, possessing foresight into the future is indeed a blessing. Should an invasion of Earth occur, the lessons gleaned from our current experiences will allow us to circumvent numerous predicaments, such as the incident involving the wounding of Your Majesty by Hikari. Grozum cautiously proffered his counsel. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his words incited the ire of the Ampelarians. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy was unleashed by the Ampelarian, obliterating Grozum into mere fragments. Fortunately, the Frostborn Grozum, renowned for his immortality and formidable regenerative capabilities, swiftly reassembled his shattered form and, trembling, knelt before the Ampelarian. Are you suggesting that I require strategy and experience to deal with these insignificant ants? The Ampelarian, proud and indomitable, had always relied solely on his unparalleled strength, effortlessly overcoming adversaries such as Hikari and Zamzia without even a hint of evasion, an embodiment of his arrogance. Grozom's remarks were undoubtedly an affront to his dignity as emperor. Even when the day of the invasion arrives, even when Hikari's blade strikes him, even when he is aware of every possible outcome, the Ampelarian would never resort to retreat, no matter the injury or demise. The Melphorans felt an ominous foreboding intensifying within them. Though the subsequent scenes had yet to unfold, it seemed increasingly likely that the Emperor's incursion into Earth would culminate in failure. One even dared to entertain the alarming thought that the Emperor might perish upon Earth's soil. The moment this blasphemous notion surfaced, it was instantly quashed, yet the seed of doubt had already taken root in his heart. Eagerly, he anticipated the next revelation from the celestial screen, yearning to ascertain whether the ultimate outcome would align with his apprehensions. His wait was not prolonged soon. The celestial screen revealed a new development. Yet, the imagery continued to showcase Hikari's iconic azure form, accompanied by the familiar proclamation resonating from the celestial display. Hikari, I am merely a scientist. Chapter 60, On the Surface a Scientist. Behind the scenes, the premier arms dealer of the Land of Light. In the Heisei era, Dina couldn't help but exclaim, brother, third brother. The oppressive aura of the Ampela aliens far surpasses that of Gatangier and Zogu. Diga, Gaia, and Egel nodded in agreement. The exploits of the Ampela were well documented. They invaded the Land of Light and extinguished the sun. Indeed, from a performance perspective, they were more formidable than their previous foes. Moreover, it was utterly unexpected that Hikari had such a hidden prowess, leaving behind scars. According to the celestial canvas, the last individual to achieve such a feat was none other than the father of Ultra, the leader of the Land of Light. It seems Hikari could be considered the second coming of the father of Ultra. First, he defeated his close friend, then became the universe's greatest swordsman, effortlessly lifted the great beak bird, and ultimately struck down Emperor Ampela. Truly, a scientist with a cunning edge. Dina reflected on the past and smirked in conclusion. However, Gaia interjected, his tone somewhat hesitant. However what? Dina teased, fully aware that Gaia might feel slighted by Hikari's ranking above him, especially when the father of Ultra would soon praise his virtues. Clearly, he was enjoying the opportunity to tease Gaia. Gaia rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, am I really that petty? He continued, I believe that if Hikari ultimately defeats the Ampela aliens or plays a significant role in their defeat, then ranking him sixth would be entirely reasonable. Yet, judging by his current performance, it seems a bit forced. Surely the celestial canvas can't be mistaken? Gaia had no doubt about the eventual downfall of the Ampela aliens. Thus, he perceived Ultra as inherently cunning. Could it be that Hikari's low starting point contributed to this? Perhaps his initial weakness, followed by outrageous actions, created a stark contrast. Egel, having listened to Gaia, pondered thoughtfully. There was some merit in his reasoning, albeit limited. I also believe the celestial canvas wouldn't make baseless claims. Perhaps Hikari has other noteworthy accomplishments? Diga, after a moment of contemplation, concurred with Gaia's perspective, feeling that Hikari's virtues did not quite match his rank. Zoda, what nonsense about the so-called Dark Emperor of the universe, the Ampela aliens. It's probably all inflated. Being injured by the father of Ultra is one thing, but being wounded by a mere ant like Hikari? How dare you compare yourself to the great Zoda? You might as well come serve as a foot soldier in my ancient empire. Ha ha ha. Zoda, one of the greatest adversaries of the Ultra clan, felt the performance of the Ampela aliens was unworthy of comparison with his own. It is worth noting that he had withstood Ace's 8-point light wheel for several seconds without a scratch. Meanwhile, Ampela was cleaved into particles. The disparity was evident. Thus, he took the lead in making his disdain known. Then, his outburst stirred a hornet's nest. Belia, Zoda, you speak nonsense. Arbrian, Zoda, you speak nonsense. Grozom, Zoda, you speak nonsense. Dreamias, Joda, you are speaking nonsense. Father of Ultra, Joda, you are speaking nonsense. Zero, Joda, you are speaking nonsense. Hikari, Joda, you are on a path to your own demise. The subordinates of the Ampila aliens protect him out of reverence, while his enemies maintain him. For strengthening an adversary equates to elevating oneself. Zero, on the other hand, finds the situation purely amusing. At this moment, the long-awaited celestial screen finally exhibits new developments. As anticipated, Hikari's voice resonates once more, familiar words echoing through the air. Hikari Ultraman, I am merely a scientist. P.S. While Hikari presents himself as a scientist, he secretly holds the title of the foremost arms dealer of the Land of Light. It appears that my elder brother's intuition was indeed correct. Hikari possesses other intriguing schemes. Dana exclaims in surprise, his face alight with joy, anticipating further entertainment. A scientist? An arms dealer? Gaia and Aguru exchange puzzle glances, bewildered by the connection. His invention of life solidification technology, while applicable on the battlefield, seems unrelated to armaments. Could he have other inventions? Curiosity gleams in Dana's eyes. The term arms dealer carries a grim connotation, evoking thoughts of war, bloodshed, and destruction, which starkly opposes the ideals of the Land of Light. One can only wonder how the Father of Ultra might react. Yet, what concern is it of his? After all, he remains uninvolved, merely a spectator to the unfolding drama. Planet K-76. Zero's eyes reveal intrigue. He suspected that the old man Hikari could not simply be so sinister, and indeed, his hunch proved accurate. The foremost arms dealer of the Land of Light? Zero muses silently. The old man's reputation is indeed formidable. Will Hikari now sell arms? Perhaps he could procure some weaponry and deliver a thorough thrashing to the old man Leo? No, it must be 10 thrashings. With this thought, Zero strokes his chin, casting a sinister smile towards Leo, envisioning a scenario where he overpowers Leo with arms, triumphantly standing atop him. Leo seems to sense Zero's ill intentions, turning to glare with a sharp retort. Zero, who granted you permission to rest? Come, continue your training. If Commander Hikari can single-handedly lift a beak bird and slice through Ampila with your remarkable talent, what right have you to slack off? As long as you can endure, train harder. Now, brace yourself for my Leo flying kick. At that moment, the celestial screen begins to showcase a new video. Hikari invented life solidification technology, granting the Ultramen the ability to resurrect. For this, Hikari received accolades from the Father of Ultra. The star emblem on his chest is a testament to his achievements. Moreover, Hikari Ultraman's second invention is a weapon, known as the Night Sword Flute. The subterranean world. The valiant Victory Ultraman engaged in a fierce battle against the formidable ant-super beast, Alapanta. Channeling his ultra weaponry, he wielded the ancient whip, conjuring a lash of energy in his right hand, and relentlessly struck at Alapanta. It is well known that super beasts lack the sense of pain. Thus, Victory's fierce attacks proved futile. In his fervent eagerness to vanquish his foe, he unwittingly fell victim to the searing flames unleashed from Alapanta's hands, which struck him head-on. In a noble act of valor, Victory chose to endure the entirety of the inferno to shield the woman behind him. Racked by the excruciating heat, he collapsed to the ground as the timer ominously flickered. Victory found himself in grave peril. Yet in this dire moment, a crisp, resonant shout pierced the air. A brilliant blue beam descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the path of the advancing Alapanta, resulting in a tremendous explosion and soaring flames that halted the super beast's advance. Almost immediately, a blue figure descended with great force, coming into view before the onlookers. With determination, he swung his right arm, wielding the knight's lightsaber, striking fiercely at the imperious ant super beast, Alapanta. The super beast fell in response. It was Hikari Ultraman. Chapter 61. The knight's sword and flute strikes Zuter. The military might begins to emerge. With a swift stroke, Hikari rendered the super beast Alapanta motionless. He then turned to face Victory, from whose being countless azure particles surged forth, coalescing into a blue flute. Encouraged by Hikari, Victory placed the flute to his lips and began to play a melodious tune of triumph. As the enchanting music filled the air, Victory deftly transformed the magical flute into sword mode. A surge of formidable power coursed through his body, not only restoring his vitality, but also unlocking a new form radiating in brilliant blue, Victory's knightly form. Eager to test his newfound strength against Alapanta, Victory brandished the knightly sword flute, unleashing a relentless assault upon the once dominant beast. The super beast, which had previously held its ground, now stood utterly powerless before the knightly form. Ultimately, with another flourish of the knightly sword flute, Victory executed a spinning slash, the Knight Victory Strike. This decisive blow obliterated the formidable super beast Alapanta. In a land of light, as the words arms dealer appeared on the celestial screen, Father of Ultra fixated intently on Hikari, expressing his exasperation. What are you up to? Transforming a respectable bureau of cosmic science into a hub for arms trafficking? As a scientist, instead of benefiting Ultramen and humanity, you become the foremost arms dealer? How many unsavory deeds have you concealed right beneath my nose? What have these rascals done to our beloved land of light? However, after viewing the video, Father of Ultra's stance softened. If these developments were aimed at combating monsters, perhaps it was not entirely objectionable. Moreover, the sheer expressiveness of the demonstration did not seem overly exaggerated. Indeed, Father of Ultra harbored concerns that Hikari might create a weapon of devastating power, which would prove difficult to justify. Or worse, if it fell into the hands of the unscrupulous, it could ignite a catastrophic war akin to the one instigated by the Betelgeusians over the life solidification technology. As it stood, the transformation merely allowed for the swift annihilation of super beasts, which could be deemed a fitting endeavor for a scientist. As for the warrior Victory, whom they had never encountered before, Father of Ultra found himself increasingly unperturbed. A flicker of joy crossed his face, but the subsequent video would soon reveal that his elation was, perhaps, premature. The footage continued to unfold. A trio of pitch-black, vengeful energies surged into the sky, intertwining with a deep crimson and vibrant, distorted space. This vengeful energy acted as a catalyst, igniting the powder keg of this twisted realm. A figure emerged, wielding a long sword, clad in spiked armor, crowned with a pair of twisted horns, and bearing a visage reminiscent of the most fearsome demon. Behold, the phantom cosmic emperor, Zutter. Note, Zutter, the commander of the ancient Added Empire, stands as one of the greatest adversaries of the Ultra race, destined to be reborn time and again within the cosmos's distortions, an eternal threat to the multiverse. Encouraged by Leo, Victory once again assumed his knightly form and charged straight into the distorted space where Zoda was born. Victory brandished the knight's sword flute, engaging in a duel with Zoda. However, the Emperor remained the Emperor. After a series of simple probes, Zoda, leveraging his formidable strength and vast combat experience, naturally gained the upper hand. During their sword lock, Zoda delivered a powerful kick to Victory's chest, causing excruciating pain that rendered the Ultra unable to maintain his grip. Subsequently, Zoda unleashed a strike, the Bat Emperor's sword shimmering with purple flames, and struck fiercely at Victory's abdomen, inflicting a grievous wound. Yet, Victory was not one to easily concede. Time and again, he surged forward, only to be repelled by Zoda's might. I shall annihilate the entire universe and all life within it. Zoda's tone dripped with cold malice. What nonsense is this? Victory retorted, seething with anger. The future of all will not be easily snatched away by the likes of you. Once more, Victory summoned the Shepitan Holy Sword. Dual-wielding, Victory commenced a relentless assault, forcing Zoda to retreat step by step. The knight's sword flute and the Shepitan Holy Sword struck Zoda repeatedly, turning the earlier confidence into utter disarray. Then, Victory concentrated all his energy to unleash the knight's ultimate holy light. The dazzling blue radiance immobilized Zoda, while Victory's crystal core resonated, releasing its energy. The once deep crimson distorted space instantly transformed into a golden sea. Seizing the opportunity, Victory aimed to obliterate Zoda completely. Knight Victory's explosive slash. The dual swords struck Zoda's side in succession, and the overwhelming force swiftly defeated the once mighty Emperor Zoda. Father of Ultra watched this scene in astonishment. He had to retract his earlier remark about the knight's sword flute lacking expressiveness. In a moment of urgency, he felt a wave of joy. While he may not know victory, he was all too familiar with Zoda's prowess as an eternal adversary of the Ultra clan. Now, this formidable foe lay defeated beneath the weapon devised by Hikari. Was this serious? Even he would not dare claim he could slay Zoda in a one-on-one encounter. Zoffy gave Hikari a thumbs up. Impressive. This weapon is remarkably effective. The Ultra brothers had faced Zoda and understood the terror of this opponent all too well. Now, with the astonishing power of the knight's sword flute, Hikari undeniably lived up to his reputation as a weapons merchant. This was no ordinary firepower. It was akin to a world-altering nuclear weapon. The Cosmic Guard needed talents like him. If each member of the Cosmic Guard were equipped with such a weapon, wouldn't they soar to new heights? Henceforth, would the peace and justice of the universe not be dictated by our land of light? For those who dare to question, let them ask Zoda, the once phantom emperor, about the sharpness of our knight's sword flute. Little Ultraman cast a fervent gaze towards Hikari. If Commander Hikari can traverse great distances to deliver arms to the unfamiliar victory, could he not also bestow upon us the same favor, even if he refrains from gifting? After witnessing the formidable power of the knight's sword flute, it would be worthwhile for them to bankrupt themselves in purchase. Commander Hikari, as a student, might I request a knight's sword flute from you? You are but a student? You are less than even a beast. Commander Hikari, how much do the arms cost? Please name your price. Once I acquire the arms, my first order of business will be to teach Instructor Taro a lesson. His relentless training has left me in agony. Poor Taro, caught in the crossfire, wore a face full of displeasure. Do you truly believe this group of little Ultramen can conspire without consequence? Commander Hikari, you must not sell your arms to these little rascals. And you, insolent youths, is it your arrogance that blinds you, or am I unable to wield a blade? You, and you, to the arena we shall go for a proper sparring session. Hikari, with an innocent expression, raised his hands in dismay. Why has no one considered my opinion? I am truly not an arms dealer. Chapter 62. Belial, did I truly bring about my own demise? Yet, the cries echoing in Hikari's heart seemed to go unheard. Even if he dared to voice them, the others would merely perceive it as a display of modesty. After all, I am but a scientist, a sentiment Hikari has expressed more than once. Yet, it has become evident that being a scientist is merely a fade. The true essence of his being lies in that of a harbinger of death and an arms dealer. How insidious! In the cosmic prison, Belial bore a perplexed expression. Is this truly accurate? That Ultraman, Victory, who emerged from the shadows, was previously rendered helpless by a grotesque superbeast. Yet, after acquiring Hikari's armaments, he exhibited remarkable prowess in vanquishing Jouter. Certainly, there were additional contributing factors, yet it remains utterly absurd. As one who once donned the mantle of Ultraman, Belial comprehended the significance embodied in the name Jouter. How could a scientist abandon research to engage in battle, only to later delve into the development of weaponry? Does the land of light aspire to embrace hegemony? If this scoundrel were to devise a weapon targeting me in the future, would I truly withstand such an assault? This individual is indeed treacherous. Nevertheless, Belial, who harbors no grudges, recalled Jouter's previous mockery and derision. Hiv. We shall see, Jouter. Temporarily setting aside his concerns regarding Hikari, Belial let forth a chilling laughter. In the Guar Empire, Mold, Gina, and Jouter were equally bewildered. Is the heavens jesting? A seemingly inconsequential individual, wielding the knight's sword flute developed by the insignificant Hikari, managed to triumph over Jouter? Mold and Gina found this notion utterly preposterous. Although Jouter is the third sibling among them, he undeniably possesses the greatest strength. Otherwise, he would not be regarded by Father of Ultra as the eternal nemesis of the Ultraman clan. Jouter, do not despair. That wretched Ultraman merely triumphed because your sister and I were absent. Next time, the three of us shall show them our true might. Indeed, especially that treacherous Hikari. With his double-faced nature, he must be eliminated. Mold and Gina took turns offering words of solace to Jouter, their sibling bond undeniably strong. Yet, Jouter was not troubled by this incident. He held absolute confidence in his own abilities. Having foreseen the future, he was determined not to repeat past mistakes. What truly concerned him was that in his moment of arrogance, he had mercilessly mocked Belial and the Ampelia people. Particularly, he had ridiculed the Ampelia for their reputation overshadowing their actual strength, only to be injured by a mere insect like Hikari. He felt utterly unworthy of being compared to the phantom Emperor Jouter. Now, Jouter, had been vanquished by the very insect he had disdained. Wielding a weapon of Hikari's invention, his previous words echoed back to him like a boomerang, slapping him resoundingly in the face. It had become glaringly evident who truly lacked merit, and whose reputation surpassed their capabilities. Jouter felt as though he had been reduced to a mere jester. How infuriating, Hikari! Why did he not just vanish? The mere thought of the impending barrage of ridicule makes Judah wish he could transform into an ostrich and bury his head in the sand. Belial, Judah, Fauna calling out, "Are you?" I was simultaneously overwhelmed by my 5 sons, yet that was due to the meddling of the Ultraman King, old Dendo. Meanwhile, some have been dispatched by a single weapon from Hikari, and yet they dare to call themselves Phantom Kings? They ought to be renamed Phantom Pigheads. Grozum, Our Majesty was only slightly injured by Hikari's utmost efforts, while some have not even laid eyes on Hikari before being vanquished by his inventions. Who could I possibly be referring to? Judah, care to enlighten me? Taro, Judah, I shall refrain from joining my brothers in attacking you henceforth. You've already been single-handedly taken down by the creations of Officer Hikari. Further assault would merely be bullying and belittle us. Ace, Judah, when the time comes, I shall wield the 8-point light wheel in one hand and the knight's sword flute in the other. Brace yourself. It shall only sting for a moment. Those who commit numerous injustices shall meet their demise, and Judah's vile disposition found itself under siege, yet no one came to his defense. On a desolate planet in the cosmos, Torikia silently observed the taunts directed at Judah on the celestial screen. He bore no concern for Judah's fate. Rather, his focus lay on the inventions of Officer Hikari. The knight's sword flute had indeed aided Ultraman in vanquishing the formidable Judah. From his close friend Taro, Torikia had gleaned insights into Judah's capabilities. Officer Hikari, perhaps you are indeed correct? Your inventions have proven invaluable in the struggle against the forces of darkness. Is it truly possible to safeguard peace and light without relying solely on sheer power? Doubt began to creep into Torikia's heart. Earlier, when he witnessed Officer Hikari's pursuit of power overshadowing his foundational principles as a scientist, he believed his choice of chaos was utterly justified. Yet now, confronted with Hikari's innovative solutions to crises, Torikia found himself engulfed in uncertainty. Officer Hikari, allow me to behold your next brilliant creation. Torikia forcibly quelled the turmoil within and directed his gaze back to the celestial screen. Coincidentally, the screen continued to showcase further footage. Hikari Ultraman's third invention, the Ultra Capsule and Diga Ascension device. Under Belial's meticulous scheming, he assembled an unprecedented legion of monsters to wage war against the cosmic guard of the Land of Light. Amidst this protracted conflict, Hikari developed the Ultra Capsule containing the powers of Ultraman warriors, hoping to turn the tide. Building on this, he created the corresponding Diga Ascension device, which, when scanning the capsule, could unleash the powers of the respective Ultraman. Diga Ultraman is an artificial life form crafted by the Stramalians, Fujin Shudo, using Belial's genetic material. Subsequently, during the Parker Crisis, the Soul State of Belial dispatched his subordinate Fujin Shudo to the Land of Light to steal the Ultra Capsules and Ascension devices to fulfill the plan of resurrecting Belial. Fujikatsu deliberately chose to hand over the Ultra Capsules and sublimation device invented by Hikari to Jeed, aiding him in restoring his Ultraman essence. The intention was to retrieve the Ultra Capsules and extract their powers, ultimately aiming to resurrect Belial. Through Hikari's invention, G harnessed the power of the Ultra capsules, unlocking the forms of primitive, ignited, agile, brave, and the regal emperor. Meanwhile, Belial, utilizing his own Rioni-X strength, crafted monster capsules based on Hikari's invention, consequently transcending into the most formidable evil Belial with the powers of the Amprella and Dark Legial. Together, Belial and Jeed, father and son, acquired their most potent abilities through Hikari's creation, engaging in a climactic battle on Earth, in the cosmic prison. Upon witnessing the familiar silhouette in the celestial dome, Belial was instantly reminded of Jeed's dutiful image. Damn it! He initially thought it was the meddling king of Ultra who had sent Jeed to his doom. Yet unexpectedly, the root of all calamity lay with that despicable Hikari. It was Hikari who invented the Ultra capsules and the sublimation device, thus birthing such a powerful, wayward son. Had it not been for the arms crafted by Hikari, would he have perished completely? Nevertheless, upon further reflection, Belial considered that if it were not for Hikari's wretched invention of the Ultra capsules, he wouldn't have been able to resurrect at all, nor could he have created the monster capsules, unlocking the unprecedentedly powerful form of evil Belial. Thus, one could say that this scoundrel Hikari first saved him and then led to his demise? Wait, was it not he who had dispatched the Strum aliens to steal the capsules and sublimation device? Hence, strictly speaking, he had effectively orchestrated his own downfall. Damn! Even without the Ultra capsules, he would have resurrected regardless. Ultimately, all this chaos was Hikari's fault. Belial clenched his fists in fury. And that wayward Jeed. I shall not permit the Strum aliens to create this wretched offspring any longer. With this thought, Belial sent out a barrage of messages. Belial, Hikari, you insidious wretch, await your reckoning. One day, I shall enact justice upon your malevolence. Chapter 63. Truly a merchant of arms? The Ultraman Medal and the Zeta Enhancer. The Guadi Empire. According to the law of conservation of smiles, a smile does not vanish, but merely shifts from one face to another. Zuda, gazing at the video in the sky, banished his earlier gloom and smiled. It is already a disgrace that Belial was killed by his own son. Moreover, after ridiculing me for an extended period, did he not ultimately perish beneath the weaponry invented by Hikaru? Ironically, the weapon was pilfered by Belial's subordinates and willingly presented to his good son, Jed. It is utterly ludicrous. How dare he mock me through the comments? How can he dare to disparage Hikaru? Mole, Gina, I have come to realize that Belial is arguably the greatest fool in the universe. No, I must retaliate through comments. I must vent my frustration. A mischievous smile adorned Zuda's face, as if he had already devised a plan for his retort. No, perhaps it is better not to. Mole, being more composed, intervened to deter Zuda. Zuda, we actually have no fundamental conflict with Belial. On the contrary, we share a common enemy. Are you referring to Ultraman Hikaru? Gina discerned her elder brother Mold's intention. Precisely. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Why not collaborate with Belial to eliminate Hikaru first? Although he is merely a member of the Blue Clan, the display of his astonishing combat prowess in the sky is undeniable. Furthermore, his inventions are increasingly outrageous. The life solidification technology has rendered the people of the land of light fearless. The Night Sword Flute has directly slain you. The Ultraman capsules and enhancer have triumphed over the combined powers of the Ampera and Dark Legial forces. Who knows what else he may devise in the future? Undoubtedly, this complicates our future invasion of the Land of Light. Therefore, Hikaru is indeed a menace. He must be eliminated. Upon hearing his brother Mold's words, Zuda also retracted his irreverent smile, his face now reflecting contemplation. This is indeed the case. However, if we comment, wouldn't that alert the people of the Land of Light? Their security measures against Hikaru would inevitably become more stringent. How vexing. Can the sky not provide a private messaging function? Would that not allow us a measure of privacy? Zuda vented his frustrations. Yet he understood that the authority of the sky was far beyond his reach. It matters not, Zuda, as long as our strength is formidable enough. One can conquer multitudes. No matter how much preparation the Land of Light undertakes, what difference does it make? Mold clenched his fists, brimming with a sense of dominion over the world. Very well. Zuda, Belial, we have come to know each other through conflict. Why not transform our enmity into harmony and discuss collaboration? Planet K-76. Zero looked left at the knight's sword flute and right at the Ultraman capsule, feeling utterly overwhelmed by the choices before him. The knight's sword flute is indeed striking, and the elderly Leo, who struggles to care for himself, deserves a fitting retribution. The idea of utilizing his own capsules against him is rather enticing. To return the favor and allow him to experience the sting of Leo's flying kick sounds delightful. Witnessing him clutch his chest, half kneeling in agony, evokes a sense of satisfaction in me. I wonder what other intriguing inventions Hikari possesses. I would gladly serve as his experimental subject. Zero, I must caution you. You shall not come into contact with any of Commander Hikari's weaponry. The depths of this matter are too profound and perilous. Until your specialized training is complete, you cannot handle it. Leo seems to have sensed Zero's trepidation and preemptively warned him. Zero smirked quietly, pondering the notion of not being allowed. Observing Jida's dutiful interaction with Belial, he envisions a future where he and Jida are likely to be friends. If you refuse to lend them to me, I shall simply borrow from Jida. Soon enough, I will have you, mighty lion, kneeling in submission. In the land of light, Ultraman Father and the Ultraman Brothers, having watched Jida's past and present, sighed in unison. Jida truly is a child of misfortune. It turns out he is merely a clone of Belial's genetic fragments, and he was utilized by both Belial and Fubuki K, bearing the weight of battling evil from such a tender age. Remarkably, he persevered against adversity and ultimately vanquished Belial, the source of his suffering. Ultraman Father expressed his heartache, recognizing Jida as a resilient and perceptive youth. It is no wonder that both his future self and Ultraman King hold him in high esteem. Then, Ultraman Father glanced at the rowdy young Ultraman clamoring for weaponry in the square. His heart sank. Look at Jida, a teenager confronting Belial. Now observe our next generation in the land of light, thousands of years old, yet whining for toys. There is no pain without comparison. One must measure worth against another. Ultraman Father felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, turning his gaze back to Hikari. He had thought Ace was a handful, but the scientist was even more audacious. While the invention of the knight's sword flute is commendable, proving effective against Zoldar, he had no qualms about that. However, what purpose does fiddling with the Ultraman capsule serve? They have not demonstrated any significant utility in battle and were so easily pilfered by the Strum aliens, ultimately aiding Belial's revival and even besting Ultraman Father. Is it true that Jida and the revived Belial are your showcases? Initially, he thought the notion of Hikari as an arms dealer was a jest, but now, with the emergence of the Ultraman capsules, it appears to be a murky reality. Captain, what conspiracy are Zoldar and Belial hatching? Hikari sensed an ominous premonition as he observed the barrage of comments. Kill you? Or shall I be the one to perish? The father of Ultra cast a helpless glance at Hikari. What can I possibly say about this guy? He truly knows how to stir up trouble. Hikari, it would be best for you to remain in the land of light for now. If you can avoid going out, please do so. Just then, the sky once again displayed a new video clip. The fourth weapon of Hikari Ultraman has been invented, the Ultra Metals and the Zeta Ascension device. Due to the periodic extraction of Ultraman's energy by the land of light, Hikari has created the Ultra Metals, imbued with the powers of generations of Ultra heroes, in response to the potential chaos that may arise in the future. Alongside this, he developed the Zeta Ascension device to complement it. The ferocious cosmic creature, Gynegar, parasitized by Sire Bureau, invaded the land of light. It intruded into Hikari's laboratory as if it were a desolate wasteland, opening its gaping maw to consume the Zeta Ascension device and some Ultra Metals before swiftly departing. Having fled to Earth, Sire Bureau crafted monster metals from the Ultra Metals and unleashed havoc on Earth using the Zeta Ascension device. The pursuing Zeta engaged in countless confrontations with the monsters to reclaim the Ultra Metals. Simultaneously, he fused the powers of the Ultra heroes contained within the Ultra Metals to unlock various forms, such as Alpha Armor, Beta Impact, Gamma Future, and Delta Claw for battle. Chapter 64. The Sincere Hikaru. With the ability to bestow enhancements far and wide, and the prowess to vanquish the Ampila with a single stroke, Father of Ultra remained silent after viewing the video on the celestial screen. His gaze lingered on Hikaru, filled with profound contemplation. He had come to recognize Zeta, the brother of Ace, who had previously intervened to aid him. The earlier Ultra capsules could be justified as a response to the pressures exerted by Belial's monstrous legion. Yet now, what are the Ultra metals? Is there truly no pretense left? Dubbed a measure against the impending chaos, Hikaru had fabricated the Ultra metals. But what is the reality? Had he not created the Ultra metals and Zeta's ascension device, would there have been subsequent equipment losses or the ensuing turmoil on Earth? Thus, does this not suggest that Hikaru was merely indulging himself? Was he seeking trouble for the sake of it? It appears that this scoundrel's inexplicable creation of the Ultra metals stemmed from a desire to become an arms dealer. The father of Ultra grew increasingly skeptical of Hikaru's motivations for his inventions. Moreover, he discerned another troubling issue. Is our prosperous land of light merely a cosmic restroom? Can anyone come and go as they please, taking items with them? Previously, Kei from Fubuki had stolen the Ultra capsules and G's ascension device. And now, the malevolent cosmic beast Diga boldly seized the Ultra metals and Zeta's ascension device. While Kei from Fubuki could at least pass as human, how could Diga, such a colossal monster, traverse undeterred? For heaven's sake, Hikaru, are you not the universe's greatest swordsman? You can cleave the Ampila, yet when a monster invades your laboratory, you cannot dispatch it with a single strike? Or is it that the monsters are merely tools for your arms trade, permitted by your insidious complicity? If this individual did not exist, would the chaos of the universe be halved? Yet he still dares to call himself a scientist? He is nothing short of the foremost arms dealer, the very source of cosmic turmoil. How sinister! It is no wonder the father of Ultra harbors doubts, as the coincidences are simply too convenient. Each invention Hikaru produces is promptly followed by its theft. Furthermore, it appears Hikaru possesses powers surpassing even those of the Ultra brothers. Anyone made aware would be left bewildered, their faces marked with questions. Meanwhile, Zoffy, unperturbed by such thoughts, felt immense satisfaction as he observed Hikaru's inventions. With the knight's sword flute, Victory could effortlessly annihilate the Jouter. Armed with the Ultra capsules, Jeed could defeat the vile Belial, and with the guidance of Ace, Zeta, now equipped with the Ultra metals, could overcome the fusion of the Aberrans Balaba. Each of these three, bolstered by Hikaru's, his inventions, could be said to possess formidable strength. This significantly enhances our land of light and fortifies the cosmic security forces. These inventions are invaluable. Hikaru, splendid work. Zoffy, as the one who recognized Hikaru's potential for the cosmic security forces, felt a sense of pride, giving Hikaru a thumbs up. Continue your innovative endeavors. Strive to see the Ultra capsules and Ultra metals become standard equipment for our cosmic security forces, contributing even more to the peace and justice of the universe. By that time, I wonder which demon would still dare to commit evil. The truth lies solely within the realm of power. Zoffy's face was filled with a murderous aura, harboring a deep disdain for the dark forces of chaos in the universe, such as Belial, Zoldar, and the Ambulance. Upon hearing this, Ultra Father's expression shifted. Zoffy, is this how you conduct yourself as the captain of the Cosmic Patrol, engaging in an arms race? Your thoughts are perilous. Could it be that under your guise, I failed to notice Hikaru's ongoing arms development, acting as an arms dealer? Ultra Father could not suppress his doubts, recognizing that Zoffy, as his subordinate, possessed such capabilities. Hikaru, hearing the commendation from the esteemed leader, smiled somewhat bashfully. Oh no, Captain, you flatter me. Yet, Hikaru felt a sense of joy, believing he had upheld the teachings he once imparted to Torquia, with the intellect of a scientist. Rather than relying on sheer strength, he had safeguarded the land of light, protected the peace of the universe, and defended the dignity of life. Even the title of arms dealer, even the shadowy connotations, he Hikaru bore willingly. Just a few trials and tribulations, after all. At that moment, the sky flickered several times. And then lines of text began to appear. Ultra Father glanced at Hikaru and remarked, "This should be a summary regarding you." Hikaru, feeling a twinge of anxiety, looked up at the sky. Though he feigned indifference, he was eager to see how the sky would portray him. His good friend, Mebius, cast a sympathetic glance at Hikaru, recalling how Ace had been thoroughly ridiculed moments ago, and speculating that Hikaru would not fare much better. With literary prowess, he dispenses enhancements far and wide. With martial skill, he cleaves through ambulances. Consumed by vengeful fury, he descends into darkness, leaving his comrades in despair. With a knight's sword and flute, he extinguishes Zoldar. And through the Ascension device, he manifests the filial killer. Raising the great beak bird with one hand, "I am merely a scientist." Whether the universe is in chaos or not, Hikaru holds the reins. Hikaru, a cosmic swordsman who claims to be a scientist without power, the arms dealer of the land of light. With no particular interest in life, he simply enjoys telling a few little lies. Such is Hikaru, a figure of sincere shadows. Upon viewing such an evaluation, the reactions among the inhabitants of the land of light varied greatly. For the Ultra brothers, Hikaru's irrationality during his dark phase, attacking his comrades and annihilating Earth, indeed provided ample fodder for criticism, bordering on the absurd. The inexplicable loss of other inventions led to turmoil within the universe. While somewhat shadowy, the ultimate outcome was entirely acceptable. However, what they found most intolerable after the video concluded was Hikaru's repeated assertion, "I am merely a scientist. I do not possess the formidable powers of the Ultra Brothers." This statement was undeniably a blatant deception and an overt mockery. It was utterly shadowy, and no wonder the sky characterized him as sincere, perhaps a sincerity taken too far. Meanwhile, the younger Ultras, due to their tender age, held whimsical interpretations. Do you not find Captain Hikaru's guise of a pig eating a tiger to be quite thrilling? Allow me to introduce myself as a scientist, lulling you into a false sense of security before I suddenly draw my great sword and slay you. The victory in the incredulous gaze of my adversary is exhilarating. I'm about to make a decision that defies my ancestors. I shall paint my body blue. During my training with Instructor Taro, I will feign the demeanor of a frail scientist, only to lift him with one hand when he least expects it. I shall emulate Commander Hikari and effortlessly raise the beasts. Such a delightful notion. Among the Silver Clan, let those who desire to take action do so. I shall identify as a member of the Blue Clan, adopting the guise of a pig to outsmart the tiger, striving to be a person of sincerity. Indeed, the Blue Clan is closer to Commander Hikari, and I shall be the one to utilize his future inventions. Nay, safeguard them. Taro nearly stumbled, taken aback by my words. Why must such underhanded tactics be directed at one's own? Father of Ultra, upon hearing the discourse of the young Ultras, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly succumbing to frustration. Even without conditions, one must create them. Is sincerity truly a necessity today? If even my own young Ultras harbor such thoughts, how might other clans perceive our land of light? No. For the sake of the honorable image of our land of light, Father of Ultra must hastily devise a response. In the Heisei era, Gaia stared blankly at the video and its commentary on the sky, slowly remarking, "These inventions of Hikari are increasingly absurd. Is he truly a legitimate scientist? I am astounded, utterly astounded. He is far more cunning than I." Dana, reveling in the spectacle, chimed in eagerly, "Of course, he is not a serious scientist. Others develop inventions to solve problems, whereas Hikari seems to create a series of troubles after his inventions, such as the Ultra Capsules and Ultrametals. What a truly sincere scientist." Dana sighed wistfully, draping his arm over Gaia's shoulder. "But tell me, how do you think Father of Ultra will help him redeem himself? Dear Gaia?" Gaia turned to see Dana's face, barely containing his laughter, wishing to land a punch that would leave him speechless. It was simply that Father of Ultra had not aided in his redemption or commented on his virtues. Does Gaia need such assistance? This rascal Dana takes pleasure in rubbing salt into others' wounds. Chapter 65. Father of Ultraman. He is a sincere, diligent, and peace-loving Ultraman. After teasing Gaia, Dana wore a satisfied expression. He then shifted his gaze to Dinah beside him. Brother, the security of this land of light is even worse than that of TPC. While we at TPC allow aliens to come and go as they please, often it is us who inadvertently invite trouble by bringing things back ourselves. In this land of light, humans, aliens, and monsters can stroll in and out freely, and they can even explode equipment. It is truly disheartening. Dinah understood that Dana was merely being mischievous, but having just witnessed the spectacle, he was in a good mood and had no intention of retaliating. Thus he ignored Dana. As for the aloof Aguru, he would certainly not engage with Dana's incessant chatter. In the cosmos, the once ferocious monsters, who had been entangled and ready to confront the formidable Hikari, suddenly lost their fervor. Most of them possessed only the strength of magma aliens or Bajur aliens, mere minor characters easily vanquished by Zamsha. To challenge the universe's greatest swordsman, Hikari, who effortlessly defeated Zamsha. That would be akin to the Hydra asking Benbow to eliminate the monk and his disciples. It would be like a long-lived elder committing suicide, clearly inviting disaster. Even if they united in an assault, Hikari's arsenal was formidable. Countless Ultramen eagerly awaited the opportunity to acquire such weaponry. The number of monsters was irrelevant. The Ultramen of the Land of Light had never feared such odds. Would these scheming creatures grant us monsters any semblance of mercy? This Hikari fellow repeatedly proclaims himself a scientist, even deceiving his own kin. Then he cleaves Ampela and distributes enhancements everywhere. Truly the greatest deceiver in the universe. If the security in the Land of Light is so inadequate, could we potentially infiltrate and assassinate this scourge, Hikari, to prevent him from developing further weaponry? Yes, that makes sense. Barber, Strum aliens, even Gaynag could do it. There's no reason we can't succeed with our numbers. Let us go. But don't include me. Anyone who dares to go is truly tired of living. You might just play right into Hikari's hands, essentially providing him with experimental data. Indeed, it seems we should avoid Hikari in the future. The monsters ceased discussing how to deal with Hikari. Other Ultramen might kill without much thought, merely ending a life. Yet Hikari is insidious. He intends to turn them into experimental data before their demise. Like a cat playing with a mouse. The cat always delights in the game before finally swallowing the mouse in its desperate gaze. Tragic. In the cosmic prison, Belial was somewhat exasperated. When Zoda proactively sought to reconcile and discuss cooperation, he was initially quite pleased. After all, although he verbally mocked this Phantom Emperor, he recognized his strength and the prowess of his ancient army. Belial had thought that his release from the cosmic prison was just around the corner. Upon the thought of soon conquering the Land of Light and shattering the formidable horns of Ken, a tremor of excitement coursed through him. However, after much ado, it turned out that Zoda hailed from a future thousands of years hence, existing on an entirely different timeline. When Zoda comes to rescue me, by then, I might have long since escaped this cosmic prison, or even worse, been utterly vanquished by that ungrateful son, Jeed. Damn it, is Zoda merely toying with me? I was foolishly elated. That wretched Hikari. It is one thing for him to invent weapons that lead to my demise at the hands of Jeed, but to exploit my powers using the ultrametals? Did he seek my consent? What audacity! Even in death, I am not spared from your treachery. In truth, the era of ultra capsules had already seen the appropriation of his powers. Yet Belial deemed it reasonable for his son to possess such strength and did not ponder further. The more Belial contemplated, the more incensed he became, leading him to unleash a torrent of curses upon the father of Ultra. Damn it, Kin. Look at the chaotic state the Land of Light has become under your leadership. Each Ultra is treacherous, cruel, and hypocritical. Oh, King of Ultra, you truly ought to release me. Witness how I would govern the Land of Light 100 times more effectively than Ken. Belial oscillated between maniacal laughter and frantic shouts, teetering on the edge of hysteria. Belial, Ken, you scoundrel, with a duplicitous and insidious character like Hikari. I wonder how you will defend him. Zoda, indeed. Hikari, you best never emerge from the Land of Light again, for there are ambushes awaiting you. Impura, Hikari, I too shall seek your demise. Babel, Hikari, It seems I need not disguise myself to ruin your reputation. It is already thoroughly tarnished. In the land of light, the father of Ultra, having prepared his remarks, glanced at the comments and called for an end to the raucousness of the young Ultras. Everyone quiet down. Thanks to the earlier words of the king of Ultra, the young ones, in a rare display of unity, silenced themselves, allowing the father of Ultra the space to express himself. As I mentioned earlier, we must focus on the details and look beyond appearances. I wonder what everyone has observed and learned from Hikari's video. Perhaps you might share your thoughts? The father of Ultra nodded in satisfaction before posing his question. Simultaneously, Zoffy took on the role of scribe, transmitting the father of Ultra's words through the comments. The Ultras mused. I saw a little liar and a cunning Hikari playing the fool. It seemed no one was eager to speak up, so I shall share what I perceived. The Ultras chimed. If you speak the truth, you won to be pleased. Hikari is not insidious at all. I see a sincere, diligent, and peace-loving Ultra warrior. Hikari looked perplexed. Captain, are you referring to me? From beginning to end, Hikaru has always identified himself as a scientist. Just look at his inventions. Life solidification, the knight's sword flute, the Ultra capsule, and the metals. Who, aside from him, could possibly develop these groundbreaking studies in our land of light? Therefore, his assertion of being a scientist is entirely justified. Moreover, who decrees that a scientist cannot possess formidable strength, or that one cannot be both scholarly and martial? This is merely your own stereotype. Can we blame Hikaru for this? Certainly not. Upon hearing this, Zoffy could not help but admire the eloquence of the captain's words. He found them to be quite reasonable. However, Captain, how do we reconcile Hikaru's claim that he is merely a scientist, lacking the powers of the Ultra Brothers? Jack still vividly remembers the arduous effort Hikaru exerted when he single-handedly lifted the great beak bird. If he claims such humility, does that not render him a jester? That perspective holds merit as well. At that time, Hikaru had not yet undergone the assessments of the Cosmic Patrol, nor had he fully recognized the potential that lay within him. Ignorance is no crime, and we cannot hold that against him. Furthermore, at that moment, he had yet to acquire the essence of the night. In the face of the glorious achievements of the Ultra Brothers, it is only natural for him to feel inferior. Can we truly deem him insincere? The father of Ultra regarded Jack with an expression that seemed to say, "Why the fuss?" gesturing for him to remain silent for the time being. This also ties into the virtue of diligence that I am about to expound upon. Chapter 66, the heartfelt tribute to the annual Best Actor of Light, Hikaru Ultraman. Upon hearing this, all the Ultras listened intently, ears perked up to absorb the words of the father of Ultra. Hikaru's evolution began after he received the knightly essence bestowed by the Ultra King. During his pursuit of Boger, this knightly essence harbored immense power, akin to the great potential residing within Hikaru. Such power requires relentless refinement and development to truly master. From the very moment he acquired this strength, Hikaru dared not to slacken. He diligently trained and improved himself. Ultimately, he unearthed his potential and triumphed over Beamonstone with bare hands, even leaving indelible scars on the Amperian. Children, true strength lies in the continuous endeavor to elevate oneself. Genuine power is derived from personal fortitude. At this point, the father of Ultra, moved by his reflections, could not help but express his sentiments. He reminisced about the era of the Ultra War. Had he not consistently strived for self-improvement, he might have never grasped the true power or wielded the ultimate blade. And the consequences of the Amperian invasion would have been dire. Hikaru, upon hearing this, felt deeply touched, having first grasped the knightly essence. He had yet to fully explore his potential, which led to his setbacks against Boger. During his subsequent wandering through the cosmos in those hellish days, he was guided by his thirst for vengeance, and as he pondered his shortcomings, he trained ceaselessly, battling to unlock his potential and enhance his mastery over power. This laid a solid foundation for the great battles to come. After a brief silence, the father of Ultra continued. If an ordinary person were to achieve such monumental accomplishments as solidifying life, receiving the commendation of the Ultra emblem, and acquiring formidable power, They might well abandon the tedious pursuit of scientific research. However, Hikaru was not one to do so. Upon his return to the Land of Light, Hikaru continued to forge ahead relentlessly. For thousands of years, he devoted all his passion to the development of technology, diligently fulfilling his duties as a scientist. He successively invented pivotal creations such as the Knight's Sword Flute, Ultra Capsules, Ultra Metals, and the Ascension Device. It was precisely due to Hikaru's diligent attitude that he excelled in both martial and scholarly pursuits. The Ultra brothers nodded in agreement after hearing the father of Ultra's words. Indeed, diligence is paramount. Their battles on Earth were also a journey of self-discovery and enhancement of their powers. The Ultra brothers were not born with the formidable strength they possess now. They merely possessed greater innate talent compared to the Blue Clan. Moreover, who asserts that the Blue Clan must be feeble? Just as the Silver Clan Ultras, the father and mother of Ultra, gave birth to Taro, a Red Clan Ultraman. The affairs of the Ultras are beyond the realm of common reasoning. Anomalies will always exist. And Commander Hikaru is that anomaly, a pinnacle of both martial prowess and intellect within the Blue Clan, previously unnoticed. After listening to the words of Father of Ultra, the Ultra brothers genuinely feel that Commander Hikaru possesses an extraordinary capacity for diligence. In comparison, they find themselves rather leisurely. Father of Ultra continues to elaborate on the third virtue of a love for peace. Hikaru has relinquished his position as the director of the Science and Technology Bureau due to the covetousness of the Bacterians towards the life solidification technology and the war instigated by them. Can this not be regarded as a love for peace? Hikaru, in his quest to protect the beauty of a newly visited planet, traverses both the heavens and the netherworld, solely to safeguard that planet's splendor. Can this not also be deemed a love for peace? To address the cosmic turmoil originating from beings like Joda, Hikaru has developed targeted weaponry. Can this not be considered a love for peace? In order to end the war initiated by Belial, he has invented the Ultra Capsule. Can this not be classified as a love for peace? To prepare for potential chaos ahead, he has researched the Ultra Metal. Can this not also signify a love for peace? Father of Ultra posed 5 rhetorical questions in quick succession, his formidable presence and persuasiveness prompting the assembly of Ultras to nod in agreement. Indeed, all of the aforementioned certainly qualifies. Our Land of Light inherently cherishes peace and pursues justice. Commander Hikaru stands as a paragon among us. I never anticipated that Commander Hikaru has exerted so much effort to safeguard peace, and I mistakenly misunderstood him. Father of Ultra, witnessing the affirmation of his words, silently commended himself. He then seized a moment to continue. Moreover, everyone must understand a fundamental truth. A weapon is merely a tool. It bears no inherent good or evil. Only the wielder distinguishes its purpose. In the hands of Jeed, the Ultra Capsule serves to protect the Earth and maintain cosmic peace. Yet in Belial's grasp, it becomes an instrument of chaos. This entirely contradicts the original intent behind Hikaru's invention. Can we lay the blame on Hikaru for this? The answer is, of course, no. I believe that upon witnessing his creation being misused and abused by ill-intentioned individuals, Hikaru would feel an unbearable anguish. As Father of Ultra spoke, he turned his gaze toward the bewildered Hikaru, who appeared utterly confounded. Anguish? Isn't the essence of invention reliant on feedback from both positive and negative applications to assess its universality? Moreover, as an arms dealer, why should he feel sorrow? At that moment, noticing that the other Ultras were also looking at Hikaru, Father of Ultra shot a piercing glance at the perplexed Hikaru. The message was unmistakable. Hasten to cooperate and do not falter. Consequently, Hikaru swiftly recovered from his daze, dramatically clasping his hands over his heart, sighing repeatedly, and adopting a profoundly pained expression. He was truly a master of performance. Father of Ultra, satisfied, shifted his gaze, transforming his expression from passionate fervor to one of compassionate lamentation. If there were to be a selection for this year's most touching figure in the Land of Light, I would undoubtedly cast my vote for Hikaru. Indeed, I too would vote for Hikaru. Lord Zoffi immediately voiced his support, unwaveringly following in the footsteps of the captain. This steadfast loyalty is the key reason for his continued tenure as the leader of the Galactic Patrol. Do you think it is merely due to his advanced age? Furthermore, who in the Galactic Patrol does not know that Hikari is Lord Zoffi's subordinate? His endorsement is quite justified. Moreover, Hikari has countless armaments awaiting Zoffi as discovery. Upon witnessing the backing from his father and elder brother, the other Ultra Brothers also expressed their agreement, lending their voices in favor. Mebius, as Hikari's close companion, naturally did not oppose. Meanwhile, the younger Ultras, bewildered yet swept along by the enthusiasm of the veterans, joined in the chorus of support. Consequently, the square of the Land of Light was engulfed in a wave of endorsement. Surprisingly, this time, none of the younger Ultras voiced dissent against the father of Ultra. In truth, it was not that they wished to oppose. Even under the father of Ultra's firm persuasion, they still believed that Commander Hikari indeed deserved his commendable ranking as the sixth strongest Ultra. However, the reality is that they had no means to replicate or learn from Hikari's extraordinary experiences. The status of the Ultra King is not something that can be simply aspired to. Those outlandish inventions require innate talent. Besides, who wouldn't want Commander Hikari to craft a bespoke weapon for them? After all, he excels in this field, proving far more generous than the Ultra King. The desire is palpable, and one could easily propose the idea. Commander Hikari's laboratory is utterly unguarded. In the cosmic prison, Belial gazed upon the harmonious scene in the Land of Light, utterly stunned. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. Did that scoundrel Kin truly manage to pull this off? No, he could not allow it. Such a harmonious spectacle must not exist within the Land of Light. Chapter 67. Lord Zoffi engages in a battle of wits. Leo transforms into the tyrant of lions. Belia, increasingly agitated, found himself spiraling into a vortex of anger and contemplation. Consequently, he unleashed a barrage of comments across the celestial canvas. Belia, Kin, no matter how eloquently you speak, you cannot alter the fact that Hikaru once succumbed to darkness. Zoffi, is change truly necessary? Hikaru, as a warrior of light, willingly embraced peril and descended into the very darkness he despised to protect all that is dear to planet Arab. What a noble character indeed. Zoffi, furthermore, Hikaru can reclaim his radiance through his own efforts. And what of you, Belia? Can you achieve the same? I dare say, the Supreme Commander merely exiled you, placing you on a planet adjacent to the Land of Light, where you could even glimpse it from your doorstep. Such an act was born of compassion, with the belief that if you acknowledged and rectified your errors, you could return to the Land of Light. The Deputy Commander of the Galactic Patrol even reserved a position for you. Yet, you allowed yourself to be abducted by the Labrandians right at your own threshold. How shameful! You even conspired with enemies to assault your homeland. Truly, you are the lowest of the low. You must endure your confinement in the cosmic prison. Under Zoffi's relentless barrage, Belia was left defeated. Aber, very well. Zoffi, can you elucidate Hikaru's reckless decision to detonate Bagaru, disregarding Earth safety? Is this the Ultraman that the father of Ultra speaks of when he refers to safeguarding peace? Or do the Ultramen only protect the peace of their favored planets, turning a blind eye to the plight of others? Such glaring hypocrisy is laughable. Zoffi, Aber, you are quite amusing. What you speak of was the doing of the Hunter Knight's sword, not Hikaru of the Land of Light. Aber was rendered speechless. Zoffi, let me ask you this. Hikaru's invention has, in essence, incited chaos across the universe, making him a significant X-factor in the instability of the cosmos. Should he not bear responsibility for this? Should he not be accountable for the monsters that perished and the innocent lives lost? I suggest he atone with his life. Zoffi, cease your baseless accusations. Everything you claim is the doing of those dark individuals who covet Hikaru's inventions, whether through theft or deceit. Hikaru is merely a scientist, one who is oblivious to the matters of the outside world, wholly devoted to his research. Moreover, by your reasoning, should not you, who possess the power to disrupt the universe, be the first to offer yourself in atonement? Zoda found himself at a loss for words. believing himself to be a being of greater strength than Hikaru. Observing the silence of the most vocal dissenters, the father of Ultra expressed great satisfaction with Zoffy's eloquent defense, even offering him a thumbs up in commendation. The Ultraman praised. Hikaru felt a swell of emotion, touched by Zoffy's unwavering support. He realized that this commendable brother was truly there for him. He resolved to craft an invention tailored specifically for Captain Zoffy, a piece of equipment worthy of his esteemed title. Ace, however, wore a somewhat melancholic expression, pondering, "Zoffy, does this mean that love will eventually fade away? Seeing your fervent efforts to explain for Hikari, I almost mistook you for having rescued not me, but Hikari back in the day." The father of Ultra breathed a sigh of relief as he observed the harmonious atmosphere in the land of light, undisturbed by the rhythm of the celestial curtain. At last, he managed to gloss over the Hikari affair, temporarily salvaging the precarious reputation of the land of light. Of course, whether Hikari is indeed sinister or not is well known among the Ultras and other foes. With the tally now more than halfway through, who will be the next target? Might the next one herald a reversal in the count? It is no small feat for the celestial curtain to produce 5 such ominous archetypes. Perhaps it is time to seek some positive examples for comparison among the next 5. The father of Ultra found himself increasingly convinced of this notion. Thus, he cast an expectant gaze towards the celestial curtain, thinking that if it became any more sinister, he would be at a loss for words. Planet K-76. Leo looked on in astonishment at the barrage of comments from Zoffy, who was engaging in a verbal duel on the celestial curtain. The father of Ultra's defense was understandable. After all, the image of the land of light as a bastion of justice must remain untarnished, a burden befitting the captain. But what did it mean for Zoffy, usually so earnest and solemn, to utter such words at this moment? Leo felt an unsettling sense that Zoffy was overstepping his bounds. Could it be that he was unwilling to fade into obscurity, seeking to usurp authority? Yet, that did not seem quite right. Lao, being away from the land of light, was unaware of the specifics unfolding, and so his imagination concocted absurd scenarios. Indeed, the father of Ultra could spin a tale. Hikari, who spoke naught but truth, was forcefully portrayed as sincere, diligent, and peace-loving. If only I were present, I would never allow him to succeed in brainwashing. Moreover, Zoffy had truly surpassed expectations. That remark, "What does Hikari have to do with the Hunter Knight S-sword?" nearly had me in fits of laughter. Ha ha! Ciro was evidently on the verge of losing composure. "Leo, I am now called Ciro." With that, Ciro threw a punch at Leo's face. Ciro, seeking retribution for the beatings he had endured from Leo in recent days, unleashed this blow with unrestrained force. Caught off guard, Leo was struck by Ciro's surprise attack, and the tremendous impact sent him flying as if struck by a vehicle. "Ciro, are you playing dirty?" Leo seethed, ready to confront Ciro, sensing the impending trouble. Ciro chuckled nervously. "Old Leo, you cannot strike me. It was Seven who ambushed you earlier, and now I am Ciro." Ciro adeptly applied Zoffy's recent tactics against the Ibori to Leo. However, mentioning Seven triggered unwelcome memories for Leo. The punch Ciro landed upon him felt reminiscent of the slaps he had once received, and the force that sent him sprawling echoed the sensation of being struck by a jeep. In the past, when Seven had hit him, berated him, and chased him with a jeep, was that truly a matter disconnected from him and Seven? Very well. The more Leo pondered, the angrier he became, his wrath igniting. "Ah, you audacious Ciro, do you aspire to be like Cywin? Very well. I shall grant you that wish abundantly. This is a fate you have unwittingly invited upon yourself, and I was merely lamenting the absence of a legitimate opportunity for retribution." Thus Leo, without any restraint, unleashed his pent-up fury, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that left Ciro crumpled on the ground. He then summoned every ounce of strength, truly unleashing a torrent of punishment upon Ciro. The intensity of his assault clearly indicated that both new grievances and old grudges were being settled in one fell swoop. The sins of the father are being repaid by the son. Moreover, Leo bore no psychological burden. After all, Zero was destined to endure his training. And what is being struck, if not a form of training? You dare claim to be Siwen? I shall ensure you embody Siwen. Ah, please, Leo, cease this assault. I shall no longer pretend to be Siwen. If this continues, it may indeed lead to a fatality. Haha, no. At this moment, you are indeed Siwen. With every strike, Leo found increasing ease and satisfaction. Now, do you dare to deny your identity as Siwen? It is too late. Even a flying kick has yet to take a life. Siwen, rise. Do not feign death before me. And even if you were truly to perish, Commander Hikaru's life preservation techniques would surely revive you. So get up. Leo had fully transformed into a tyrannical lion. Help! Save me! Yet on the desolate planet K-76, not even the loudest cries would reach a soul. Zero now experienced profound regret, an overwhelming sense of remorse. Chapter 68, The Cosmic Trickster, Yin Ultraman achieves notoriety. In the realm of the Heisei era, having just witnessed the redemption of the father of Ultraman and the spirited debates led by Zoffy, both Diga and Diga wore expressions of satisfaction, even tinged with a sense of longing. They relished the absurdities presented by these Ultramen, who spoke with such grave absurdity. Moreover, if one were to be featured on the celestial scoreboard, could they truly be considered serious? Their younger brother, Gaia, had also made the list, and had been subjected to their mockery. Those who seek amusement will indiscriminately deride all. In this context, Belial seemed rather unfortunate. One might think that being humorously outdone by his own son was enough irony, yet he found himself besieged and dominated by extraterrestrial forces right at his doorstep. Truly, a life steeped in tragedy. With a smirk of derision, Diga mused that he had once thought Belial was a formidable figure, only to discover that he was merely a source of amusement. Although he had previously glimpsed Belial's past through the lens of Jade, he was not aware that just beyond lay the planet of light. Thus, it was only under Zoffy's elucidation that he fully comprehended the theatricality of Belial's trajectory. Gaia, take a look at Hikaru. He is indeed a true son of the land of light, tirelessly praised by the father of Ultraman. Sincere, diligent, meticulous, a lover of peace, and a guardian of justice. Even Zoffy, in his efforts to support Hikaru, would stand against the world. With a playful tone, Diga posed a question. Pray tell, what virtues do you possess? After a lengthy build-up, he abruptly shifted his tone, revealing the essence of his inquiry. Damn it, this cannot be overlooked, you scoundrel. Gaia felt a surge of frustration. While he could accept being called filial or even sly by Diga, the incessant reminders of the father of Ultraman's oversight made him profoundly uneasy. It is not the scarcity of recognition that troubles me, but the inequity of it. He lamented, alas, though we are both recognized, Gaia, why is it that some feel utterly out of place? Diga inquired earnestly, embodying the demeanor of a diligent student seeking knowledge. Damn, Diga, you had better not be featured on that scoreboard. Otherwise, I shall find it utterly hilarious. Gaia silently seethed, suppressing his ire for the moment. At that instant, the previously still celestial screen began to illuminate with imagery. Who could it be? Diga cast a curious glance, confident it would not be him. It's certainly one TB me, Diga declared with utmost certainty. And I can assure you, it is not I, Egil asserted, convinced that Gaia had already claimed his place on the list, believing himself to be less duplicitous. In his heart, Gaia continuously chanted, Diga, 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 and began to conjure a spell. They did not have to wait long. As soon the celestial screen unveiled an Ultraman adorned in intertwining hues of red, blue, and silver. Top 10 most devious Ultramen. 5th place, Yin Ultraman. Ha ha ha, Gaia's prayer was answered, and an overwhelming joy flooded his heart, prompting an uncontrollable burst of laughter. Today is your turn as well. Ha ha ha. Gaia decided to watch frame by frame, ensuring that no detail would be overlooked, and then to thoroughly mock the ever-teasing Diga. Egil looked at Diga with an expression of surprise, remarking, who would have thought the boomerang would hit you, bringing you such amusement? Diga, with a comforting pat on Diga's shoulder, said, Diga, you've truly come into your own. Your elder brother's teachings over the years have not been in vain. Faced with his brothers, who were clearly eager for entertainment, Diga remained unfazed. even displaying a hint of delight. How do you know that the following will not be a reverse review, not a celebration of Ultraman virtues, nor an exaltation of Ultraman deeds? 5 on the front versus 5 on the back. That seems quite reasonable, does it not? Dinah pondered his own actions, aside from a minor bug with a miracle type, which could be deemed somewhat sinister. How could he possibly compare to you, Gaia, or Hikari? He believed he embodied the essence of Ultraman, passionate, kind, brave, and just a true guardian. Thus, he experienced the same illusion as Ultraman Father, wondering if it might indeed be a reverse review. Well then, let us wait and see. After Gaia's words, he paid no further attention to the inexplicably confident Dinah, turning his gaze toward the screen of the sky. For he could hardly believe it would unveil anything of this world. The footage continued to play. On a desolate planet, Ultraman Orb was engaged in battle with 2 cosmic demons, Bodhisattva. One Bodhisattva ensnared Orb with its immense strength, rendering him immobile. Seizing the opportunity, the other Bodhisattva dove from the sky, brandishing its venomous tail. If Orb were to be struck by this dreadful stinger and injected with a puppet poison, he would succumb to madness and become a puppet. Sensing danger approaching, Orb turned to look, yet found himself unable to move against the stalemate with Bodhisattva, powerless. The imminent peril was nearly upon him. At that critical moment, a column of light descended from the heavens, landing directly in the path of Bodhisattva. As the beam grazed Bodhisattva, it triggered a massive explosion, obliterating the monster. When the brilliance faded, a warrior of Ultraman emerged, adorned in red, blue, and silver, with golden armor embedded in his chest. With a thunderous sound, the cosmic hero, Dinah Ultraman, made his entrance. Reinvigorated by the resolution of the crisis, Orb felt a surge of encouragement. Although he did not recognize the suddenly appeared Dinah, he sensed, by appearance and action, that this was an ally. He swiftly retaliated against Bodhisattva with a flurry of punches and kicks, then stood shoulder to shoulder with Dinah. At that moment, accompanied by a chilling wail from the sky, a monstrous creature with crimson eyes and a massive beak descended, landing alongside Bodhisattva. It was the volcanic beast Barton, infected by Bodhisattva's puppet poison. The 2 monsters roared in unison and charged toward the 2 Ultramen. Undaunted, the Ultramen responded in kind, advancing to meet the monstrous onslaught. As the confrontation neared, the beasts leapt into the air, evading the Ultraman's assault. Subsequently, Ballascube unleashed a destructive energy blast after gathering power, only to have it shattered by Dinah's bare fists. Batten then spewed forth flames of extreme temperature, prompting Orb to hastily deploy the Ultra Barrier for protection. In the next moment, the crystal embedded in Dinah's forehead shimmered, signaling his transformation into a robust form dominated by hues of red. With unwavering resolve, he concentrated all his might into his left hand, his fist igniting with flames reminiscent of a blazing inferno. He delivered a powerful strike, devoid of any embellishments, aimed at the descending Ballascube. That singular blow, without any additional maneuvers, propelled Ballascube into the sky with terrifying force, culminating in a catastrophic explosion. Meanwhile, Orb found himself in a precarious situation under Batten's relentless assault. Following Ballascube's interference, he was first struck by Batten's searing flames, only to be subsequently knocked to the ground by Batten's razor-sharp claws. Batten then boldly approached, aiming his lethal beak directly at Orb's chest, inflicting immense agony. In the land of light, Zophi, Taro, and Mebius watched this unfolding scene, unable to suppress their concern for Orb. Disturbing memories flooded their minds. As former adversaries of Batten, they fully comprehended the immense strength of this beast. The mere thought of being pierced by such a sharp beak was enough to evoke a visceral sense of pain. Ace, now aware of the agony, reflected on his past encounters with the super beast, realizing he had been oblivious to such peril. Indeed, should Batten seize an opportunity, he could easily impale him with that menacing beak. Taro and Zophi exchanged solemn glances, their eyes brimming with gravity. When it came to suffering, both Taro and Zophi, having once fallen victim to Batten's lethal peck, possessed substantial authority on the matter. Zophi had even earned the moniker Captain Flaming Head after being ignited by Batten's fierce flames. Yet the threat extended beyond mere pain. Ace, dear brother, and Taro, dear brother, Batten's pouch harbored lethal toxins capable of causing death. Mebius shouted, the haunting memories of past torment resurfacing within him. Upon hearing his words, Taro and the others fell silent. Orb was in grave danger. Moreover, countless ballast cubes remained, and Dinah was likely to encounter troubles of his own. It appeared that this battle was destined to be arduous. Chapter 69. 2 fingers flicking away Batten? Zophi and Taro are anxious. If Driambius's words hold any truth, then it is likely that Ultraman Orb will succumb to the torment of pain and toxins, losing his combat capabilities. Should only Ultraman Dinah remain. While he has no difficulty dealing with Ballast Cube, the situation is still daunting. Taro, having witnessed Dinah's swift defeat of 2 Ballast Cubes, deduced that these monsters possess only average strength. However, given Batten's immense strength, searing flames, and his sharp, unyielding beak, Dinah would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious position. Furthermore, the multitude of Ballast Cubes lurking nearby, along with their puppet toxins, adds to the complexity of the battle. Zophi supplemented Taro's unfinished thoughts, clearly sharing his pessimistic view of the unfolding conflict. The young Ultraman, upon hearing the words of these seasoned experts, could not hide his concern. With both the captain and instructor expressing such sentiments, the situation seemed dire indeed. But is reality truly as they presume? The images on the screen above continued to unfold. Orb endured excruciating pain as he extracted Batten's beak from his chest. With great effort, he grasped Batten's beak with both hands, thwarting yet another impending attack. Fortunately, it seemed that this Batten either lacked toxins or had not injected them, leaving Orb to suffer only flesh wounds, without completely losing his combat ability. Yet at that moment, a Ballast Cube dove from the skies, brandishing its sharp tail needle once more. The red puppet toxin coalesced ominously, exuding a dangerous and eerie aura. If Orb could not alter his suppressed movements under Batten's weight, he would inevitably become a puppet himself. Suddenly, Gagula piloted the aircraft, unleashing a relentless barrage of firepower upon Batten. After repelling Batten, he directed his assault toward the diving Ballast Cube. Orb finally found a momentary respite. Meanwhile, the robust Dinah seized one of Ballast Cube's legs with one hand while grasping its tail with the other, lifting it into the air. After spinning a few times, he unleashed his powerful arms, hurling Ballast Cube across the battlefield. The creature crashed violently into another Ballast Cube, igniting a shower of sparks. Both Ballast Cubes emitted cries of agony, clearly overwhelmed by the tremendous impact. Yet Dinah showed no signs of slowing down. He raised his hands before his chest, gathering energy, and in the blink of an eye, a red, ultra-high-temperature energy sphere took form. With a low shout, he unleashed a devastating punch, propelling the energy sphere directly forth. The destructive force obliterated the 2 Ballast Cubes with remarkable ease. And what of Orb? Once again, as he charged towards Batten, he was struck by the volcanic bird's searing flames. The intense heat energy slammed into his chest, knocking him to the ground, leaving him in immense pain. Orb's plight starkly contrasted with Dinah's effortless triumph. With his hands now free, Dinah naturally could not stand idly by while Orb endured the onslaught. He strode forward with a composed gait, passing by the half-kneeling Obu, fearlessly advancing towards Batten. Dinah clenched his right fist and struck it against his left palm, eagerly preparing for an imminent clash. With a flick of his right hand, he extended his index and middle fingers, snapping them like a gunshot against Batten's head. In an instant, a surge of blue electric energy coursed through Batten's body, leaving him utterly paralyzed. The sheer force disoriented him completely. Then, the once ferocious and terrifying volcanic creature, Batten, took flight towards the heavens without daring to glance back. A visage of sheer horror. This scene appeared as though Dana's 2 fingers had propelled him into the sky. Zophi, Taro, Mebius. Zophi, Taro, and Mebius, witnessing this spectacle, shared expressions of disbelief. Surely, this was the stuff of science fiction. They reminisced about the arduous battles they had fought against Batten in the past. How wretchedly Obu had suffered at Batten's hands. Surely Dana had faced Batten in a titanic struggle, emerging victoriously after a fierce contest, right? Even if it wasn't a grand battle. There must have been a serious confrontation. Yet now, Batten was sent flying by merely 2 of your fingers? What then of our encounters with him? What significance did my fiery head carry? Is it simply a display of slapping them in the face? As Zoffi and Taro recalled their previous words, they felt like jesters, unable to maintain their dignity. The other ultras, though silent, regarded Zoffi and the others with peculiar gazes. Compared to the higher emotional intelligence of the ultras, the silence spoke volumes, and the little Ultraman seemed to multiply in presence. Was it this adorable little bird that vanquished Captain Zoffi and Instructor Taro? It hardly appeared formidable. If Dana could achieve this with 2 fingers, surely I could fare better with 4, or at most 8. Not only defeated, but rumor has it that Captain Zoffi and Instructor Taro met a gruesome end at Batten's beak. I speak plainly. Captain Zoffi and Instructor Taro are truly lacking. If they cannot perform, they should step aside for others. Upon hearing these remarks, Zoffi and Taro felt a wave of shame wash over them. Their dignity as leaders of the Cosmic Patrol reduced to dust. Yet, alas, falsehoods cannot inflict harm. It is the truth that cuts like a knife. With fiery determination, Zoffi and Taro fixed their intense gazes upon the crimson figure in the sky, the very architect of this chaos. Dana, we stand opposed to you. Mebius, sensing it was not his affair, let out a silent sigh of relief. Deep down, he quietly thought that his captain and mentor had shown weakness. Their battle with Batten had been devoid of any toxicity, and surely it had been far easier. How could they have lost and perished? Truly, if this chief instructor faltered, Mebius could certainly take his place. Kingdom. Tartarus. Perhaps Hikari's terrifying scientific prowess could indeed resolve our crisis. Moreover, even if this fellow cannot serve our purposes, he must be dealt with. Otherwise, when we launch our assault on the Kingdom of Light in the future, he might conjure some bizarre creations once more. The little golden bull, Diablo, has surprisingly shown some intellect. He is indifferent to how the Father of Ultra may cleanse his name, nor does he care about the multiverse's perception of Hikaru. He only acknowledges that Hikaru is exceedingly formidable, and technological prowess is indeed a form of power. Diablo is not mistaken. I believe I can engage him in a duel of swordsmanship, and should I emerge victorious, I shall invite him to join our kingdom. The little golden swordsman Titan surprisingly agrees with Diablo, breaking his usual contrarian stance. But what if you lose? Diablo inquires. Such a scenario is impossible. I, Titan, am a universe's foremost swordsman. I shall never be defeated. Titan's tone is resolute, brimming with confidence. As the mightiest swordsman of the Absolute family, he is indeed entitled to such self-assurance. Tartaros furrows his brow, contemplating the cooperation proposed by Zoda and Belial. Despite the differences in their respective timelines, could I not utilize our ultimate clan's ability to traverse time and space to interlink them, thus forming a formidable team centered around the ultimate clan to invade the Kingdom of Light? No, that seems unwise. Both Belial and Zoda are notoriously ambitious. Controlling them will likely prove challenging. I shall first observe the celestial tapestry, seeking further information about them, as well as uncovering secrets regarding the Kingdom of Light and the Ultra Clan. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversaries ensures victory in every battle. Dana? A cosmic vagabond, perhaps? Does he possess the ability to traverse time and space, as we do, to repel Barton in such a manner? Dana's power should not be underestimated. The Ultra Clan is becoming increasingly intriguing. Tartaros murmurs softly, while Diablo and Titan have once again descended into a quarrel. Chapter 70. Is Belial in a state of confusion? Has Dana become a cautionary tale? The cosmic prison. Ever since being verbally assaulted by Zoffi, Belial has grown somewhat taciturn and despondent. Could it be that Ken truly harbored good intentions? Have I truly squandered Ken's heartfelt efforts? Belial reminisces about the days spent growing up alongside Father Ultraman, training, becoming stronger, and battling the invasion of the Ampelans. All the beautiful memories, like a vivid tableau, unfurl before his eyes, leaving Belial in a state of mental disarray. The thought that his future self would be utterly vanquished by his own son, Jed, is a conclusion he finds hard to accept. Is there still a chance for me to turn back? Belial's heart wavers, and the Ultraman spirit he had lost for thousands of years begins to stir within him once more. If, at this moment, Father Ultraman were to appear alongside Mother Ultraman, appealing to his emotions and reason, perhaps with a wave of nostalgia, there might be a chance for Belial to embrace the light. However, in the vast emptiness of the cosmic prison, apart from Belial, only the Rebronto aliens remain. Belial, why do you not ponder why? Among all the companions who grew alongside you, Father Ultraman earned the recognition of Ultraman King? Why did Father Ultraman awaken the true power, enabling him to wield the ultimate blade, the heritage artifact of the Land of Light? How did he succeed in winning the affection of Mother Ultraman? And you, why have you utterly failed in every endeavor, in all competitions against Father Ultraman? The voice of the Rebronto aliens resonated deeply, laced with temptation. Indeed, why? Why? Despite my tireless efforts, was I not chosen? Why do they regard me with disdain? Belial's previously wavering heart is once again consumed by jealousy, dissatisfaction, anger, and hatred, evoking a sense of bitterness akin to why was I born to compete with such brilliance? All of this can only signify one truth. Belial, you have no future in the world of light. Your path is destined to embrace darkness. The voice of the Rebronto aliens was solemn and grand, striking deep into the very core of Belial's being. After hearing these words, Belial's gaze grew increasingly resolute. Indeed, you speak the truth. I plunge into darkness to gain power, not for any other reason, but to await my opportunity. I shall reclaim my dignity, not to prove myself superior to Ken, but to demonstrate to him that I will retrieve what I have lost with my own hands. Ken, wait for me. On the day I personally strike the Land of Light. And Mary, you too shall wait. I will unequivocally prove that your initial choice was a grave mistake. With each of Belial's low proclamations, his dark energy coalesces even further, and his aura becomes increasingly terrifying. Dana Ultraman, flicking away baton with 2 fingers? Truly an impressive feat. But in my presence, it is still insufficient. You had best display more of your strength. Otherwise, when the time comes for me to teach you a lesson, it will be utterly unsatisfactory. Bijia cast his gaze once more towards the heavens. On Earth, a monstrous creature with the head of a bird and the body of a human flapped its wings, emitting a piercing and eerie shriek, before its colossal form gradually descended to the ground. It bent down, and countless bluish-white electric currents converged from the earth towards it. The creature was absorbing the superconducting electric circuits left behind by cosmic energy, compensating for its vulnerability to anti-plasma projectiles. Once it had fully absorbed the immense electrical energy, its gigantic beak revealed its true visage, a face strikingly reminiscent of a human female. Subsequently, the beast unleashed a chilling, gender-ambiguous, bone-chilling laughter that sent shivers down the spine. The fearsome creature, known as the Guhuanyao, was a legendary entity dwelling within the ionosphere, feeding off electrical energy and capable of absorbing light energy. The aircraft and armored vehicles of the Super Victory team, upon witnessing this, immediately launched an assault on the Guhuanyao. However, having absorbed the power of the superconducting circuits, the Guhuanyao was utterly unfazed by their attacks. For it, no matter how many energy projectiles were unleashed, they were merely sustenance. After absorbing the onslaught from the Super Victory team, the Guhuanyao even displayed a hint of satisfaction on its female visage. Yet, combined with its terrifying appearance and sinister laughter, it was a sight that instilled dread in all who beheld it. In quick succession, the Guhuanyao gathered plasma energy in its hands, unleashing a barrage of plasma light projectiles upon the city, wreaking havoc. Just then, a burst of radiant colors erupted in the sky. It was Ultraman Dana. He plummeted from the air at remarkable speed, delivering a precise flying kick that struck the Guhuanyao's head, sending it sprawling to the ground, dazed and disoriented. Without a moment's hesitation as the monster rose, Dana crossed his hands to form a cross. Soul Jet Light. He initiated with a dazzling finisher. Yet, He overestimated the potency of his attack and underestimated the Gu Huanyao's formidable absorption abilities. The creature did not block or evade. Instead, it spread its arms wide, completely absorbing Dana's soul jet light. Moreover, the Gu Huanyao's counterattack came with alarming swiftness. It concentrated plasma energy in its hands and unleashed 2 consecutive light projectiles at Dana. At that moment, Dana found himself momentarily stunned by the ineffectiveness of his finisher, and he could not respond to the rapid and fierce assault. He was knocked to the ground, letting out 2 cries of anguish. The Gu Huanyao, relentless in its pursuit, once again gathered electric light between its hands, unleashing a more potent plasma lightning strike directly at Dana. Severely injured, Dana knelt weakly on the ground. As the timer on his chest began to sound a warning, it was not due to the expiration of his activity time on Earth, but rather a result of severe energy depletion from the brutal assault. "Let there be destruction of you and all of humanity," cackled the Gu Huanyao, reveling in its unrestrained malice as it beheld Dana's inability to resist. On the K-76 planet, Zero leaned against a small hill, grimacing and letting out peculiar noises. "Old Leo, was it really necessary to strike me so suddenly? What was that all about? Must you resort to such brutality?" Zero expressed his discontent, still bewildered by Leo's frenzied assault that left him feeling as if he were dancing like Libet. Leo cast a glance at Zero, having just vented his frustrations on Siwen. Feeling an unprecedented sense of relief, he chose to forego punishing Zero for the moment. "Zero, observe the battle unfolding in the sky. This is the very essence of why I train you, to hone your combat skills and cultivate your experience." Leo began to instruct Zero once more. Dana serves as an excellent cautionary tale. Despite knowing that the Tengu possesses the ability to absorb light, he foolishly opted for a light attack. This was a profoundly irrational choice. Consequently, he was severely injured by the Tengu's light projectiles and lightning. You must learn from this. In such a scenario, he ought to have switched to the robust fighting style he employed against Barton, engaging through strength and physical prowess. As a champion of combat, Leo held fighting techniques in the highest regard. He believed that had he been in Dana's position, he would have resolved the encounter with a single flying kick, leaving no opportunity for the Tengu to showcase its light-absorbing abilities. Therefore, this incident underscores that light-based attacks are not infallible. The mastery of combat techniques is indispensable. Do you comprehend? Who could have anticipated Dana's stubbornness, his lack of resilience? Truly a silver-plated spearhead, Zero muttered, casting a slight disdain upon Dana. All right, I understand, old Leo. No need to ramble." Leo nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze back to the sky. "Dana, stop pretending. I know you will soon transform into your powerful red form and unleash your most ferocious punches to vanquish this beast." Leo silently affirmed. Chapter 71. Absorbing Monster Energy? Handcrafted Black Holes? Dina is done with the show. In the land of light, Zoffy and Taro, having just been ridiculed by the younger Ultramen, felt a profound embarrassment as they beheld Dina's awkward predicament on the celestial screen. They smiled, not out of malice, but because as Ultramen themselves, they secretly yearned to witness the defeat of monsters. However, the sheer force with which Dina had flicked away the impact from Batten earlier was so astonishing that both Zoffy and Taro found themselves questioning their own existence. Now, witnessing Dina's struggle brought them a sense of relief, a validation of their own experiences. After all, what Ultraman has not faced defeat at some point? Their lost confidence began to resurface. Mebius nudged Hikari with curiosity, inquiring, "Why didn't T. Dina, like you did with Behemoth, continuously unleash rays to obliterate the Guhua bird? Was it due to the Guhua bird's superior absorption capabilities, or perhaps Dina's stamina was lacking?" Hikari could not readily articulate an answer. Nevertheless, he believed Dina was far from simple, given his tangible victories over Balsib and Batten. He should switch to his red, formidable form to confront the enemy, Hikari speculated, casting his gaze back to the screen. The tumultuous winds swirled up clouds of dust, enveloping Dina's half-kneeling figure. The alarm of the shining timer was drowned out by the Guhua bird's chilling laughter. It was vital that he never give up. You can change this. A motorcycle racer, riding through the chaos, conveyed his thoughts to Dina. Receiving this encouragement, Dina immediately revitalized himself. As the dust settled, his once tricolored form transformed into a blend of blue and silver, marking his transition from the shining form to the miracle form. Transcending impossibilities, he embraced a miraculous shape that defied belief. The Guhua bird, astonished by Dina's resurgence, readied itself once more. Gathering plasma energy in its hands, it raised them high, unleashing a storm of destructive lightning towards Dina. Yet this time, Dina stood resolute, lifting his hands above his head, fully prepared to meet the onslaught head-on. What was he planning to do? Was he truly going to withstand the Guhua bird-esque plasma lightning? Indeed, the cataclysmic lightning struck Dina with precision, but astonishingly, it inflicted no harm upon him. Instead, it invigorated him, serving as a potent source of energy replenishment. Remarkably, Dina's shining timer returned to its normal state. Witnessing such an unbelievable spectacle, the Guhua bird was filled with dread, instinctively retreating. However, Dina would not grant it the chance to escape. Compressing spatial energy into his right hand, he unleashed a powerful energy shockwave. Wave of light. In the instant the Guhua bird was struck, a black hole instantly formed. Under the combined influence of the formidable gravitational pull of the black hole and the shockwave's thrust, the Guhua bird was thrust into the abyss, utterly shattered and completely vanished. In the realm of Heisei, Gaia, witnessing this spectacle, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Of course, with ultravision, there was no possibility of error. He merely found the unfolding events too absurd, far beyond his expectations. He had urged you not to give up, but he never suggested you cheat. Gaia felt a surge of indignation. He had initially anticipated a spectacle of amusement. Can you explain how you absorbed the lightning attacks from the monsters? Do you not find that outrageous? Although Gaia and Aguru had also transformed back into Ultraman with the aid of monster energy, it was an entirely different matter from Dina. Firstly, those monsters were indigenous to Earth, merely releasing energy to be transmitted to the two of them. Secondly, it was through human scientific advancement that this transformation was achieved. Yet, you, Dina, nonchalantly treat the lethal energy of malicious monsters as mere sustenance for yourself? This is simply preposterous. Is this acceptable? Can't you do the same? Dina wore an expression of utter surprise, appearing quite insufferable. He was indeed being a bit boastful. Tiga's gentle laughter echoed from behind Dina, sending a chill down his spine, prompting him to speak more respectfully. Creating a small miracle is hardly unreasonable. Wouldn't you agree, brother? So, does your conjuring of a black hole also count as a small miracle? Aguru felt that the notion of a miracle was somewhat exaggerated. Just a miracle. Nothing to be astonished about. If an Ultraman does not create miracles, can they truly be called an Ultraman? Dina's assertion held merit, as Ultramen are indeed adept at manifesting miracles. However, the issue lies in the fact that others create miracles when faced with formidable foes in dire straits, while you, by contrast, willingly thrust yourself into peril, repeatedly generating miracles? You were well aware that the Guhua bird could absorb light, yet you still opted to employ light-based skills. Surely, there must be something amiss. Gaia felt quite vexed and needed to find a point of contention. Nevertheless, he spoke the truth. Dina's tactical choices were indeed questionable, and calling him a stubborn fool was not an exaggeration. TCH, little brother, is it any wonder you are the younger sibling? I was merely teasing the Guhua bird, sigh. Just having some fun. Dina's words nearly drove Gaia to the brink of exasperation. Across the cosmos, the various monster clans were utterly stunned. Dina had faced off against Batten, showcasing strength, but now, in the presence of the Guhua bird, he was blatantly using his powers, abandoning any semblance of performance. Are we playing or not? Batten, overwhelmed by Dina's might, scurried away, arms over his head, not daring to look back. The monsters were well aware of Batten's capabilities. If Batten fled, it implied that they would likely be thoroughly beaten in close combat against Dina as formidable strength. Well, that's of little consequence. If fighting him up close is too risky, we can always resort to ranged attacks, can't we? Indeed, the monsters are varied and peculiar. Some excel in light manipulation and possess unique abilities, believing they can always find a way to defeat Dana from another angle. However, after witnessing the clash between Dana and the Yami-Yuba, they fell into a profound silence. Have you ever seen an Ultraman absorb a monster's attack to replenish its own energy? Have you ever witnessed an Ultraman capable of conjuring a black hole with mere hand gestures? When energy is abundant, it employs a powerful form, leaving me utterly bewildered. When energy is scarce, it resorts to a miraculous form to siphon my energy. Dana seems to be inherently invincible, which is rather unreasonable. Initially, I had hoped to challenge Dana in terms of light skills, but it appears that I should simply retreat to rest. You may engage him in close combat, yet the likelihood of perishing under the might of his iron fists is high. Alternatively, you could unleash your powers against him, only to be ultimately devoured by a black hole, utterly torn apart. As for my advice, if we cannot provoke him, we should find ways to evade him. After all, we do not exist in the same time and space. He cannot traverse dimensions to hunt us down, can he? Alas, it seems this is the only course of action. I am truly grateful for the celestial canopy. It is not merely cataloging the most formidable Ultraman, but rather serving as a survival guide for us monsters. The assembled creatures sighed in unison, enveloped in a cloud of despair. Luckily, the celestial canopy allows them to enjoy the spectacle, while simultaneously alerting them to the absurdity of their adversaries, safeguarding their lives in an unseen manner. Chapter 72, A Tribute to Jack, Dismembered After Freezing, Planet K-76. Zero gazed at Leo with a look of bewilderment. Leo, did you not proclaim that Dana serves as a negative example? Did you not insist that one must combat with martial prowess and strength? Leo, equally perplexed, felt that his extensive combat experience had led him to his sound judgment. Transitioning to a robust form should have easily dispatched such a frail creature as the Uriai. Yet, to his astonishment, Dana, in a rebellious phase, defied expectations and effortlessly dealt with the monster. The slap of reality came swiftly. He had only heard of monsters capable of absorbing Ultraman's rays, like Bemensutin. Moreover, there are numerous ways for Ultraman to replenish energy, such as charging in a land of light, harnessing solar power, using the Ultraman wristband, or the most common method, the Ultra Charger. However, an Ultraman that could absorb the rays of monsters to restore his own energy was a phenomenon he swore he had never encountered before. Zero, this ability is also a first for me, but it appears to be unique to Dana, a manifestation of his superpower. Do not dwell on it, Leo cautioned, fully aware of Zero's thoughts, preemptively advising him against any misguided intentions. Well, we could always capture Dana for some analysis. Zero muttered sulkily, genuinely envious of Dana's ability to convert monster energy, rendering him impervious to lethal attacks while simultaneously replenishing his own energy, a natural advantage. At that moment, a new video segment began to unfold on the celestial screen. The aquatic life form, Siam, seeks to transform Earth into a water-drenched planet, manipulating an artificial sun in an attempt to melt the polar ice caps. Upon discovering her nefarious plot, Dana instantly transformed and teleported to the ocean floor to thwart her terrifying plans. However, from beneath the oceanic rocks, a crustacean monster resembling a shrimp or crab, complete with varying-sized pincers and armored plating, emerged. The cosmic sea beast, Reggio. This ferocious creature burst forth from the ground, launching an assault on Dana. Taken unawares, Dana was knocked to the ground by Reggio, who relentlessly pummeled him with its large, powerful pincers. The force of the attacks left Dana in great distress. Fortunately, Dana's combat acumen had vastly improved. After initially recovering from the onslaught, he quickly adapted, seizing Reggio's body and transporting the battle from the depths of the sea to the icy surface of Antarctica. On land, Dana could unleash his full potential far more effectively than in the deep sea, with his eyes glowing a fierce red. Reggio was reluctant to engage in prolonged combat with Dana. Its primary objective was to melt the Antarctic ice. Thus, Reggio immediately unleashed a fireball toward Dana. Although Dana evaded, the ice began to shatter and melt under the intense heat. Sensing the shift, Dana, instead of retreating from Reichibesu's next fireball, chose to confront it directly, countering with his own energy blast. Defeating the monster was not the ultimate goal. Preserving the environment and safeguarding the Antarctic ice was paramount. Subsequently, taking advantage of Raichuba's brief moment of vulnerability after unleashing its fiery projectile, Dana executed a leap and delivered a spinning kick that sent Raichuba's crashing to the ground. After deftly evading Raichuba's subsequent attack upon rising, Dana landed another powerful kick to its chest. Following this, he seized Raichuba's by the head and delivered a heavy-handed chop. Then, with a surge of strength, hurled its hefty form away in a magnificent counterattack. However, what Dana failed to notice was the transformation of Raichuba's once crimson eyes into a chilling ice blue during the skirmish. Intent on pursuing his advantage, Dana sprinted towards the spot where Raichuba's had fallen. To his astonishment, Raichuba's abruptly regained its footing and exhaled a cloud of frigid gas. The freezing vapor enveloped the unsuspecting Dana, inflicting severe damage as his timer flickered ominously. Coupled with the already frigid temperatures of Antarctica, Dana was swiftly encased in ice, becoming a lifelike sculpture of frost. Raichuba's approached, brandishing its massive pincers, intent on dismembering the frozen Dana. Despite the Super Victory Team's aircraft launching an offensive from the heavens in a desperate attempt to thwart Raichuba's, one by one, the planes fell victim to Raichuba's flames, which had reverted to their fiery red hue. It appeared that Raichuba's actions were now unstoppable, and Dana's demise was merely a matter of time. In a land of light, Zafi and Taro, who had previously rejoiced at Dana's miraculous abilities in defeating the Yukiana, were now filled with concern for Dana's dire situation. The notion of absorbing monster energy and conjuring black holes was indeed perplexing. Fortunately, they kept their thoughts to themselves, sparing themselves from potential embarrassment. However, upon witnessing Dana encased in ice, their earlier musings were swiftly cast aside as they began to fret over Dana's predicament. The Ultra race inherently fears the cold, and Dana's energy would undoubtedly deplete more rapidly in the frigid Antarctic environment. If the battle could be resolved swiftly, it would be fortuitous, but Raichuba's was heavily armored, boasting formidable defenses. Now, having been struck by its freezing gas, Dana's situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Savans recognized the gravity of the situation, prompting nods of agreement from his fellow Ultras. Among them, Jack Ultraman bore the most profound understanding of the lesson at hand, having once been frozen solid by the chilling breath of a snow monster in a similar icy expanse. The haunting memories of his dismemberment were not easily forgotten. Were it not for the Ultra bracelet, he might never have seen the light of day again. Now, he feared that the same tragic fate was about to unfold before his eyes once more. But without the Ultra bracelet, what could Dana possibly do? Everyone must remember the imperative: never engage the enemy in a frigid environment. Jack left behind a piece of advice and a long sigh, for he could no longer bear to witness the cruel scenes unfolding in the sky. Was Dana truly as helpless as the Ultra Brothers had predicted? The video in the celestial expanse continued to play. At the perilous moment when Raichuba's was about to deliver a final blow to Dana, the valiant Hibikazu arrived piloting the Alpha. Under Hibikazu's desperate protection and cunning distraction, even as he risked his aircraft being struck and himself falling into danger, Raichuba's ultimately succumbed to his scheme. The relentless barrage of thermal projectiles struck Dana, who had transformed into an icy statue. What would ordinarily have been lethal temperatures now became Dana's salvation. In a blinding pillar of light, Dana rose once more. Without hesitation, he charged fiercely towards Raichuba's, the source of his suffering and torment. The counterattack begins now. Chapter 73. Recharging oneself? Dana no longer plays along. Dana deftly sidestepped the colossal pincers of Raichuba's, then swiftly retaliated with a powerful kick against the creature's armored shell. Following this, he crouched low to evade another sweeping attack from the monster's pincers and delivered another strike to Raichuba's with a well-placed kick. With determination, he seized Raichuba's massive pincers, straining to wrench them apart in a display of pent-up frustration. Despite Dana's apparent advantage, the formidable armor of Raichuba's proved resilient. His attacks failed to inflict any critical damage. Meanwhile, the increasingly urgent beeping of the timer indicated that Dana's energy was dwindling, and his condition was deteriorating. After an intense bout with Raichuba's, Dana inevitably found himself under attack, even getting caught in the creature's pincers around his waist. Raichuba's then ensnared Dana's neck with its other claw and hurled him away with tremendous force. At this rate, Dana's already precarious state would inevitably lead to his second defeat. As Raichuba's eyes shifted to a chilling ice blue, seemingly preparing to unleash another freezing assault, Dana gazed thoughtfully at the artificial sun drawing nearer in the cosmos. In an instant, he made a pivotal decision. With great effort, he forced his body to rise, transitioning into the blue-silver miracle form. Dana then leaped skyward, skillfully evading the icy breath released by Raichuba's. Without pausing, he soared straight into the heavens. What was his intent? Was he attempting to flee? The speed of Dana's miracle form was astonishing, propelling him from the ground to the expanse of space in the blink of an eye, positioning him before the artificial sun. Crossing his arms at his waist, he concentrated his energy, unleashing a beam from his right hand towards the artificial sun. Was he planning to use his remaining energy to obliterate the artificial sun and thwart Siam's nefarious scheme? The blue beam struck the artificial sun, but instead of a catastrophic explosion, it reflected a cascade of white energy beams back towards Dana. Bathed in the radiance of the light, his energy remarkably rejuvenated. He was effectively recharging himself. Fully revitalized, Dana felt an unprecedented surge of vitality and swiftly dove from the cosmos towards Raichuba's location. Miracle rocket attack. The rapid impact, infused with luminous energy, sent Raichuba's reeling, disoriented, and staggering backward. At last, Dana concentrated spatial energy in his right hand, unleashing a precise energy shockwave that struck Raichuba's directly. The luminal wave of the void. A black hole materialized, ensnaring Raichuba's and utterly shredding it, eradicating it completely. With Siam's plot thwarted, she immediately darted towards space in a desperate bid for escape. However, against the backdrop of Dana's miracle form's instantaneous movement, her speed was utterly insignificant. Dana promptly teleported from the surface to the cosmos, and in quick succession, unleashed a miracle beam that sliced through the artificial sun, amplifying its luminous energy and obliterating Siam into oblivion. It seems that not everyone can withstand the charging of the artificial sun. The elder of the Land of Light was left astonished upon witnessing this scene. Can you be any more outrageous, Dana? You're not even pretending anymore. Are you actually going to find a power bank for yourself? Especially for Seven, Ace, and Taro, although their settings allow them to absorb solar energy for replenishment. The concept is one thing, while the execution is quite another. Moreover, we are talking about the extraordinarily volatile energy of an artificial sun. How can Dana, while engaged in battle with a monster, suddenly declare that he needs to recharge, only to return fully charged in the next moment? He even dispatches the monster with ease. This is rather absurd, isn't it? It's unfortunate that these elders were worried you might be frozen by the monster and torn to shreds. What was the point of their anxiety? Where's the principle? Where is the martial virtue? Where is Dana? What about the method of utilizing energy replenishment? Captain, I want to learn this. X10, once I master this, my mother will no longer need to worry about my energy in battles against monsters. Are you concerned about your mother's worries? I think you simply wish to show off. The Ultra brothers exchanged glances, and finally, the eldest, Zoffy, stepped forward and spoke. Captain, Dana's ability to transform various energies to compensate for his losses holds critical significance for our Land of Light. It perfectly aligns with the technology of life solidification. If this could be widely adopted, when faced with opponents stronger than us, we could replenish our energy time and again, outlasting them. Even if we are instantaneously defeated, we could resurrect through life solidification technology. Henceforth, we shall no longer fear any darkness. Zoffy's vision was indeed a beautiful one. If it were true, then every Ultra in the Land of Light would become a tenacious, indomitable being, a veritable cockroach that cannot be killed. It is likely that no darkness would dare to emerge easily. After all, even the so-called immortal Chowda can only resurrect once every 50,000 years. The father of Ultra was also somewhat moved upon hearing this. He recalled the time he saved these inept children. Back then, he lost his life due to insufficient energy. If only he had possessed Dana's ability at that time, perhaps there would be no such dark history. All right, Zophie, I understand your thoughts. Allow me to contemplate this further. The father of Ultra decided to wait until after viewing the evaluation of Dana before making any plans, for there might be even more astonishing abilities revealed. At that moment, the screen began to play a new video. Ravi's, a short-haired girl cradling an adorable little monster. The Revisian Dinas is greeting a colossal beast, appearing quite affectionate. On Ravi's, monsters and humans can coexist peacefully, living together. Although the Revisians are not skilled in combat, they possess a unique talent that allows them to communicate with animals, plants, and monsters. Furthermore, they can harness their powers, transforming them into cards for their own use. A peculiar and beautiful planet, yet one fateful day, the tranquil existence on the planet Ravi was abruptly shattered. The self-proclaimed ruler of the universe, the final genius scientist Gibbers, under the guise of experimentation, commanded the malevolent magma aliens and numerous other ruthless extraterrestrials to descend upon this serene and exquisite world. They brought forth flames of war and destruction to Ravi, fulfilling Gibbers' ulterior motive of invasion, disguised as a scientific endeavor. The savagery of the magma aliens rendered the Ravi inhabitants utterly defenseless, forcing them to witness their homeland being ravaged and laid to waste. Towering flames, billowing clouds of smoke, and the unrestrained laughter of the invaders all pierced the soul of the young Ravi girl, Dinas. Yet, she could only clutch the small monster in her arms, trembling in fear as she curled up tightly. In that moment, she yearned desperately for power, for hope. Just then, a radiant beam of light cleaved through the deep crimson sky. Chapter 74. The Unleashing of the Yin Ultraman. Is it a certain victory? In a land of light. Witnessing the once tranquil and beautiful Ravi star engulfed in flames of war, the Ultramen, steadfast in their commitment to goodness and justice, were consumed with fury. Damn that Gibbers. He is nothing short of a madman. His experiments are mere illusions, while his invasions are all too real. I must confront him with the full force of the eightfold light wheel. Ace, known for his fiery temperament, exclaimed with indignation. My brothers, the patriarch of our chainsaw sect, Ace has spoken. We must unite to slay that scoundrel Gibbers. In an instant, the plaza once again reverberated with the long-dormant buzzing of chainsaws. The father of Ultra couldn't help but cast a disapproving glance at the reckless Ace. Could he not exhibit a modicum of composure? However, the one truly incensed was the self-proclaimed scientific savant and cosmic swordmaster, Hikari Ultraman. It felt as though the destruction of the planet Abel, wrought by Bogarju, was replaying before his very eyes, as the equally beautiful and serene Ravi star teetered on the brink of annihilation. Such a tragic spectacle of humanity was overwhelming his senses, making it impossible for him to retain his composure. Unbeknownst to him, the armor of valor gradually manifested upon his form, and his knightly sword was drawn, seemingly of its own accord. To protect these exquisite worlds, he was prepared to forsake his identity as a scientist, indifferent to the scorn that might follow. Sensing Hikari's agitation, Mirabeus hastily approached and grasped Hikari's arm. Do not act rashly. This is merely a video projected by the Celestial Dome, not even within our own timeline. Moreover, since this concerns a recounting of Dina, I am confident that he will soon appear to quell this unrest. Mirabeus's counsel had a calming effect on Hikari. Although his gaze still burned with fury, he reluctantly sheathed his sword and retracted the armor of valor. Hikari returned to the crowd, forcing himself to endure as the video continued to unfold. The screen displayed a scene of brilliant azure light, starkly contrasting against the blood-red sky, radiating an almost blinding brilliance. This light brought warmth and hope to Dina, while it left the magma aliens in shock. As the radiance faded, Dina stood proudly among the three extraterrestrials. Exuding no fear whatsoever, Dina's prowess was far too formidable for the magma aliens. With effortless ease, he engaged them in combat, defeating them with mere punches and kicks. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Soul Jet Ray, annihilating the extraterrestrial threat that sought to bring destruction to Ravi's star. Mirabeus poked Hikari with his finger and remarked, "I told you not to rush. Dinah would take action in due time. How about that? Was I right?" Hikari shot an irritated glance at the smug Mirabeus, choosing to ignore him. While it was indeed commendable that Dinah had vanquished the aliens, Hikari yearned for the chance to personally exact vengeance upon such foes. Furthermore, Mirabeus's words sparked an idea within him. He resolved to develop an invention capable of traversing time and space, allowing him to hunt down these threats across dimensions. In truth, Hikaru was not inherently bloodthirsty. Rather, the actions of the magma aliens had stirred his psychological scars, triggering a response akin to PTSD. The father of Ultra gazed curiously at the celestial screen, aware that this was merely a routine rescue operation. However, given his understanding of the celestial screen, he suspected it was far from simple. "Dana, reveal all your abilities. Do not let me down," he silently urged. "Everyone look, what is Dana doing?" Tero's voice was laced with uncertainty, prompting the others to cease their murmurs and direct their attention to the screen. They were all intrigued to witness what could provoke the usually composed Tero into such a state of disarray. What they saw was astonishing. After Dana swiftly eliminated several aliens, he noticed the fallen Dinah, who lay on the ground, overwhelmed by fear. He sensed her yearning and the light that resided within her. Thus, Dana crouched down, leaning over, and extended his colossal left hand above Dinah. An ethereal, star-like energy cascaded from his palm, enveloping the young Dinah in radiant light. He shared the miracle of his brilliance with her. Infinite light coalesced into a luminous sword, resonating with Dinah's spirit and the light within her. This then manifested into a dazzling, multicolored beam. In an instant, an ultra being adorned with purple patterns and a red timer on its left chest took form. A manifestation of Dinah, empowered by Dana's light. The father of Ultra, Zophie, Hikaru. It was no wonder Tero was astonished. Anyone from the land of light witnessing this scene would find it unbelievable. It is essential to recognize that the transformation into such a form as the Ultras was a feat achieved only after the sun's extinguishment, following countless hours of research by the scientists of the land of light, leading to the invention of the plasma spark tower. This tower, a source of boundless energy, allowed the entire populace to evolve into the form of the light giants after millennia of effort. Yet now, here was Dana, with a mere wave of his hand, conjuring an ultra from nothing. What would the people of the land of light think? How could the plasma spark tower hold its ground against such a display? Was this truly the power of one in the top 5? Was Dana not the very essence of the plasma spark tower? Initially, I thought Dana's ability to absorb monster energy, harnessing artificial suns, and even fabricating black holes was astonishing. Yet, I was mistaken. There is no limit to the absurd. He simply conjured an ultra from thin air. I now understand that those currently on the leaderboard are all operating under extraordinary advantages. Each find to showcase the grandest of them. It appears that Dana, equipped with his plasma spark tower, possesses the most formidable advantage. Since Dinah was brought forth by Dana's own hands, should she not then refer to him as Father? Father, did you also create me with your own hands like Dana did? Zophie listened intently to the discussion surrounding him, frequently casting his gaze towards Father of Ultra. His intentions were unmistakable. "Captain, we cannot afford to overlook a talent like Dinah in the land of light." At last, Father of Ultra could no longer contain himself. "Father of Ultra, Dinah, do visit the land of light sometime. I would be honored to extend my hospitality." Meanwhile, in the cosmic prison, Belial was contemplating how he would confront Dinah if they would cross paths. Would it be a contest of strength and combat? He felt that Dinah's formidable prowess was not in the slightest inferior to his own. What about utilizing energy beams? He sensed that Dinah's miraculous ability to absorb his enemy's lethal attacks to replenish his own energy was quite extraordinary. He pondered whether that black hole generated by the wave of light would consume him as well, tearing him into fragments. Then Belial witnessed Dinah effortlessly defeating an Ultraman. Before he could gather his thoughts, he caught sight of Father of Ultra's comment. How absurd. You actually took the initiative to recruit an ordinary Ultraman, bringing disgrace to the land of light. Chapter 75. Heroes often arise at the most crucial moments. Belial gritted his teeth, not solely due to the embarrassment he felt from the actions of Ultraman Father, but more so because he had yet to realize that he too desired subordinates with the extraordinary abilities akin to those of Dinah, only to have been outpaced by Ken. If Dinah were indeed to be seized by Ken, it would spell disaster for Belial. After all, he perceived Dinah's strength as formidable, and with the ability to conjure black holes, merely establishing a vast army of monsters would be insufficient. Moreover, the thought of Dinah creating a living Ultraman Danas with his own hands led Belial to contemplate that instead of forming a monster legion, he could directly establish an Ultraman army. Damn it, possessing Dinah would be tantamount to wielding control over a plasma spark tower. No, I must secure Dinah. Even the mightiest of beings cannot thwart me. Belial held a fierce obsession with the plasma spark tower. He could not afford to overlook anything related to it. Belial, Dinah, Belial, the ruler of the universe, swear fealty to me, and you shall hold a position second to none. Zoffy, spare us your manipulations. If you have the capability, prove it by escaping from the cosmic prison first. Zero, Belial, you fool, cease your nonsense. You were slain by your own son, Jeed. For Dinah to be your apprentice would be akin to joining the National Army in 49. Leo? When did Dinah become your master? What does that make me? Zero. Dinah is my true mentor. Leo, who are you? We are not acquainted. Tartarus, Dinah, in the land of light. You may merely be a common Ultraman warrior, but in our kingdom, we provide houses, planets, vehicles, spatiotemporal travel, and companions, female absolutions, in abundance. The little golden figure was also captivated by Dinah's ability to conjure Ultraman, which, while not fundamentally resolving the kingdom's current dilemmas, appeared to alleviate the immediate crisis. Diablo, come to our kingdom, and I assure you I will impart the universe's mightiest martial arts, the unyielding bull fist, without reservation. The little golden bull believed he had generously offered everything, showcasing his immense sincerity, yet only served to elicit laughter. Gabora, Dinah? What about me? Do you not intend to address my concerns? After all, we have fought side by side. Gabora felt like a jester, as no one craved the light more than he did, and he had indeed fought alongside Dinah. Yet, Dinah had traveled great distances to deliver light to the Lavian Danas, deliberately overlooking him. What could this mean? Must he call him father before he would relent? Did he find him too coarse compared to the youthful and charming Danas? Gabora trembled with indignation. Dinah was truly lacking in loyalty. Zoda, Dinah, our Guadi Empire is in dire need of talents like you. Empyrean, Dinah, I genuinely possess an empire. Babel, Dinah, grant me some light as well. With that, I could better impersonate Astra. Zarabu, alien. Hey, Dana, don't forget about me. I too aspire to portray Ultraman Mebius in a more splendid manner. Leo Mebius, Babel, Zarabu, you scoundrel. Nevertheless, after this brief interlude, the father of Ultra ultimately did not receive a response from Dana. In the Heisei era, Dana, hands on his hips, swaggered back and forth before his three brothers, utterly unashamed, reveling in his own pride. His demeanor was one of great self-satisfaction, although he was unaware of when he acquired the ability to transform others into Ultraman. He believed it simply because the celestial canopy had proclaimed it so. Gaia, take note. Observe my popularity. Dana had set his sights on the ever-patient Gaia, while the other two, one being his elder brother, whom he dared not provoke, and the other a younger brother who ignored him. Popularity? I reckon you are merely vexing. Gaia huffed, wishing to avoid Dana's pompous display. So many are extending invitations to me, offering olive branches. It truly overwhelms my senses. Dana feigned a look of exasperation, secretly observing the subtle expressions of his brothers. The eldest, Diga, bore an air of indifference, while the third brother, Gaia, seethed with unrecognized resentment, and the fourth, Egil, maintained his usual disdainful countenance. Impatience begets folly. Dana chuckled softly. I haven't even finished my video yet. Who knows? It might become even more spectacular. Just then, the video on the celestial screen resumed. In the vastness of space, a golden mechanical dragon ensnared a spaceship, coiling around it like a constrictor, attempting to crush it with its immense might. Cosmic Dragon Nas. At that moment, a radiant sphere materialized, transforming into Dana. Nas released the ship and lunged at Dana, only to be met with a devastating light beam that shattered him into fragments. Dana traversed a wormhole to arrive at the monster graveyard, surveying the countless beasts lying in wait. He also spotted the fallen figures of the first generation, Seven, and others, with their shining timers blaring an alarm. This scene, reminiscent of a hellish inferno, did not waver Dana's resolve nor diminish his courage. With a commanding shout, Dana charged straight toward Belial atop the mountain, directly engaging him. Capture the leader first. Dana initiated the attack with a side kick, followed by a sweeping leg maneuver and a rapid spinning kick. He intercepted the battle device hurled by Belial, leading to a face-to-face showdown of punches. Belial, witnessing the spectacle, could not help but laugh. Does Dana truly believe he can contend with me without employing his strong form? He clearly underestimates my prowess. Yet, gazing upon the cacophony of beasts in a monster graveyard, it seemed that Belial's release from the cosmic prison was imminent. He could hardly contain his eagerness to lead the monster legion to obliterate the land of light and conquer the universe. Ha ha, I can hardly wait. Belial, do not forget who bestowed upon you this power. Furthermore, Belial, you must remember not to create Jeet again once you are outside. The Lebrondo alien timely reminded him. Upon hearing this, Belial's laughter abruptly ceased. This Lebrondo alien truly lacked perception. It was rather disappointing to bring up such an unfortunate incident at the peak of his joy. The father of Ultra and the others, witnessing this scene, were both astonished and elated. Their joy stemmed from the fact that Dana had indeed arrived in the universe where the land of light resides, which meant he could impart knowledge on how to replenish energy. They could even negotiate the ability to manually manipulate Ultraman. However, their astonishment and concern arose from the shocking revelation that Belial had escaped from prison. Although Belial's escape had been depicted in the previous scenes, it had not occurred within the universe of a land of light, and being aware of the outcome had rendered them relatively unperturbed. Yet now, the abrupt and incomplete imagery from the celestial screen left the Ultras in a state of unease. How had Belial managed to escape? Furthermore, how had he acquired the ultimate battle device? Zophie's eyes brimmed with confusion. This celestial display was truly frustrating. It provided no answers and left them in a state of uncertainty. Zophie, it is no longer merely a matter of Belial's escape, but rather how he achieved the simultaneous resurrection of so many monsters. Moreover, why were only I, the first Ultraman, and Mebius present on site, while all our other warriors were mysteriously absent? 7's face was etched with uncertainty. He harbored vague suspicions but dared not voice them due to their gravity. The father of Ultra bore an expression of deep, unresolved sorrow. It was likely that some ambitious individual had discovered the battle device and utilized it to aid Belial in his escape from confinement. The resurrection of thousands of monsters. Such terrifying power could only have been facilitated by the energy core of the plasma spark tower. Given Belial's animosity towards the land of light, he would undoubtedly strike it at the moment he was free, seizing the energy core. Our warriors would likely find themselves temporarily powerless without the illumination of the spark tower's energy. The father of Ultra's vast experience and understanding of Belial allowed him to deduce the situation with remarkable accuracy. Father, are you suggesting that our land of light, home to so many powerful Ultra warriors, has been breached by Belial alone, who then took the energy core and annihilated us? Taro's face was filled with disbelief. He did not doubt his father's judgment, but he found it hard to accept. Even if their Ultraman brethren were ineffective, what of Max? What about your colossal form? Your countless duplicates, and your galaxy-spanning galaxy sword? And Ace, you two are renowned for your infinite skills. Not to mention Commander Hikari, the celebrated scientist who once wounded the Ampila alien, a master swordsman of the cosmos. Taro could not comprehend how Belial had managed to defeat them all when the Ultra Warriors of the Land of Light charged together. No one could provide an answer to Taro's question. The father of Ultra's gaze sharpened, and he decisively issued commands. From this moment forth, the members of the Cosmic Guard shall take turns standing watch at the Cosmic Prison. It is imperative that suspicious individuals are prohibited from approaching. I refuse to believe that, even under such circumstances, Belial could escape from the Cosmic Prison. Do you think that Father Ultraman is merely trying to prevent Belial from evading capture? In truth, Father Ultraman is concerned about his dear brother not being entirely vanquished by his nephew Jeed. Although freedom is lacking within the confines of the Cosmic Prison, at least he is still alive. Father Ultraman is genuinely distressed for his brother, Belial. Father Ultraman, he truly brings me to tears. The video from the Celestial Canopy continues to play. On Earth in the city, the ferocious monster, Astron, unleashes a molten light projectile that obliterates a U-loader. Just as he prepares to deliver the final blow to the incapacitated driver, Anna, the small but determined Ultraman Dinah, catches his attention. Astron fires multiple light projectiles at Dinah. Yet the explosive force contained within these projectiles is effortlessly swatted away by Dinah, who remains unarmed. The monster, alarmed by this display, immediately turns to flee, digging into the ground with both hands in a desperate attempt to escape. But how could Dinah allow him to escape? Seizing Astron's tail, he dragged him out, lifts him into the air, and executes a massive spin. Subsequently, he hurls the creature thousands of meters into the sky, following up with a soul jetter beam that swiftly annihilates him. The sensation of a novice monster colliding with a seasoned veteran is palpable. Dinah observes the scene with mixed satisfaction. Well done. Such a monster, attempting to flee without honor, deserves a heavy hand. However, did you notice that sharp protrusion atop the monster's head? You mean the monster's horn, right? Dinah is pleasantly surprised to hear praise from his elder brother. Indeed, next time, remember to break that first. It makes the act of vanquishing such monsters far more satisfying. Trust me, you will come to cherish that exhilarating feeling. Dinah's face reflects a sense of nostalgia. The thrill of severing a horn and the agonized wails of the monster are truly enjoyable. In a desolate area on Earth, a creature covered in armor, resembling a colossal beetle, swings its scythe-like appendages and relentlessly charges toward the defenseless Ultraman Zero. Hypogean larva. In the distance, the few remaining humans on Earth are filled with anxiety, their eyes brimming with despair. Is their last hope, Ultraman Zero, destined to perish, sealing the fate of Earth in annihilation? But just then, Dinah, bathed in golden light, materializes on the hillside. With all his might, he braces against the head of Hypogean larva, halting its advance toward Zero. Then, with a tremendous push, he sends the 300-meter giant flying. Rescued, Zero quickly joins the fray, and together, they topple Hypogean larva. Dinah, still with ample energy, even shares his strength with the exhausted Ultraman Gauss. The three Ultraman warriors unite in a concerted effort to besiege Hypogean larva. Upon witnessing this scene, Zero was instantly filled with excitement. Old Leo, your schemes have come to naught. Look how intimately I stand alongside Master Dana, fighting side by side. Perhaps I might truly learn the ability to absorb energy from him. Hith. But rest assured, when the time comes, as long as you respectfully call me Master, I shall certainly impart this ability to you. Leo responded, Are you asking me to call you Master? Zero, do you wish to elevate your status to that of a super apprentice? How absurd. As the king of fighters, do I truly need such methods of energy recovery? Absolutely not. In any case, I hardly possess any skills to expend. What energy could possibly be consumed through mere hand-to-hand combat? Zero still had not grasped the true essence of fighting, and Leo resolved to teach him thoroughly. It was certainly not due to Zero's reckless ambitions to elevate himself. Zero, let the training commence. On Earth, after the fusion of the cosmic sphere Sakya and the S-plasma proliferation reactor, a monster capable of absorbing all energy was born. The S-plasma fusion beast, Sakya Jormos. It manifested a wormhole using plasma energy, transporting Sakya Xaverus into the city. The two monsters wreaked havoc throughout the urban landscape. Meanwhile, the human form of Dakai Ultraman Diga, found his resolve shaken by Agamotha's words. Losing his steadfast heart and conviction, Diga could not transform into Dakai Ultraman to safeguard the Earth. And just then, another wormhole appeared in the sky. After a dazzling burst of light, he emerged. Yes, it is he. Our cosmic hero, Dana Ultraman, has made his entrance. Chapter 76. Is Dana a mortal, a mighty man, or a mere spectator? The fourth is on the verge of emergence. In the land of light, Father Ultraman discerned a commonality from the series of video clips. Aside from his battles with the Yatagarasu and the Reggio, it appeared that Dana's other confrontations were set in alternate dimensions, where various other Ultra Warriors existed. This young man, Dana, certainly harbors an enigmatic nature. Could it be that he possesses the ability to traverse time and space? It remains uncertain whether such a skill is innate to him, acquired later, or achieved through some form of equipment. Father Ultraman pondered this mystery within, questioning if such a power could also be harnessed by those of the Land of Light. If so, they could disseminate their unwavering belief in peace and justice across all universes and timelines. Wherever danger lurks, the Cosmic Patrol would be ready to respond, thus preventing tragedies akin to those of the Arab Star and the Rabi Star. Dana, in his dazzling form, bravely faced off against the formidable Sphiacomus and Traphiza. Confronted by two powerful beasts, Dana found himself at a disadvantage. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he transformed into his robust form to counter the threat. With a formidable physique, astonishing strength, and extensive combat experience, he deftly held his ground against the beast's onslaught, dominating the battle. Meanwhile, after a moment of self-reflection, the resolute Koji regained his focus, dispelling any confusion. Consequently, the formidable Dakai Ultraman, reminiscent of Dana, emerged to join the fray. Learning from Dana, Dakai also adopted a powerful form to engage the adversaries. Together, the father-son duo pressed the beast's back relentlessly. Dana executed a spectacular ultra throw, sending Traphiza soaring into the sky, escaping in haste. Following this, a soul jet ray struck Sphiacomus, rendering it immobile. Ultimately, Dana transmitted his light energy to Dakai Ultraman. This gesture demonstrated that while he possessed the ability to single-handedly vanquish foes, he willingly chose to grant opportunities to the younger generation. Astonishingly, the energy that landed in Koji's hands unexpectedly manifested into two cards, representing Diga and Dana, a dual legend shining composite light wave. Utilizing the newly acquired cards, Dakai unleashed a devastating finishing move, obliterating Sphiacomus completely. Dana, I harbor no objections to you sharing your light energy with Dakai, but why did my brother's card also materialize? Gaia questioned in bewilderment. Wasn't it customary for his brother to reprimand Dana daily? When did their relationship become so amicable? Furthermore, the supposed trio of champions seemed to be a fa as the two shared a bond while Gaia felt like a mere jester. A guru, what about me? Am I just an anomaly? What do you know? My brother previously shared his light with me personally. The surplus was simply overwhelming. So, what is wrong with me imparting a bit to an outstanding junior? Who do you think I am in relation to my brother? We bicker out of love, Dana proclaimed with pride, as it was common knowledge across the earth that he was Diga's subordinate. So, all those times you came to the rescue without your timer ever flickering were due to my brother sharing his light with you? Gaia expressed disbelief. That should indeed be the case. Dana's tone was rather uncertain, yet the brilliance bestowed by his elder brother was undeniably abundant and of exceptional quality. However, to Gaia, his tone reeked of arrogance, a display of ostentation. Is your ability to traverse time and space also a result of your brother's brilliance? Jealousy twisted Gaia's visage. He had the boundless energy of Mother Earth, yet Dana, with his brother's support, achieved the same. He even traversed through various timelines, showcasing his prowess in a flamboyant manner, and he begrudgingly admitted to feeling a pang of jealousy. His gaze towards his elder brother, Diga, was laden with a silent plea, clear in its implication. We are both younger brothers. Dear brother, you cannot show favoritism. Yet, that was not the case. I distinctly recall being inexplicably drawn into a black hole formed by the deceased Sophia's core, after which I inexplicably gained the ability to traverse time and space. Of course, I do not dismiss the possibility that my brother possesses such abilities as well. Dana, for once, answered candidly, only to provoke further mischief with his next remark. The implication was unmistakable. While I may no longer be able to teach you, you can always seek guidance from brother. He is so impressive. He surely can help. Diga, confronted with Gaia's earnest gaze, felt the weight of it and cast a resentful glance at the seemingly unconcerned Dana. That rascal, could he not refrain from stirring trouble? I should have faced Queen Monera alone from the start, instead of rescuing him, allowing him to become a nuisance. At that moment, the heavens began to reveal lines of subtitles. Dana, in his radiant form, may indeed be a match for you. At present, he is merely a mortal. Should he switch to his robust form, you might consider fleeing, for in his muscular state, he would deliver blows that would leave you questioning your existence. In his miraculous form, you may as well await your demise. His humanoid, self-propelling capabilities require no elucidation, while others succumb to black holes. Dana has even unlocked the ability to traverse time and space. With all his might, the cosmic marvel Dana may appear by your side in an instant. This is Dana, named for miracles. There is nothing he cannot achieve. Such a Dana can be deemed the shadow of miracles. P.S. Under Dana's universe, do not dare to extinguish his light, for dire consequences will surely follow. In the cosmos, monsters from various races stood utterly dumbfounded. They appear to have some fighting chance against the radiant form. Yet, how could a mere mortal be deemed capable of contending with the dazzling Dana? This was nothing short of deceit. They had unwittingly been led into a trap. Furthermore, they had previously found solace in the notion that they existed in a different time and space from Dana. No matter how formidable his robust form or how varied his miraculous powers, they believed it bore no relevance to them. Surely, he could not traverse time to eliminate them, could he? Yet now, having watched the video and the celestial appraisal, the monsters felt the urge to weep. Dana could withstand even a black hole. He had even been granted the ability to traverse time and space. And he genuinely used this ability to roam across universes. Regardless of the peril or difficulty others faced, he would inevitably come to their aid. This meant that at any moment, a Dana Ultraman could materialize beside them and dispatch them with ease. This cosmic trickster was far too cunning. Is there no justice in this world? No law to uphold. They can no longer escape. Who could possibly outrun the wall that traverses time and space? From that moment onward, they existed in perpetual fear, devoid of any sense of security. Life had become utterly unbearable. In the cosmic prison, Belial watched the scenes of Dana repeatedly coming to the rescue, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. The fact that Dana could still traverse time and aid others indicated that he had not been vanquished in the monster graveyard, signifying that Belial's efforts had ultimately culminated in failure. If only Belial had known that he had not even managed to incapacitate Dana, he would have been at a loss for words. Even after resurrecting such a formidable legion of monsters, he had still failed. Who, pray tell, thwarted my plans? Was it the King of Light? Or perhaps the legendary Ultraman Noah? Belial pondered, realizing that he must have seized the energy core of the Spark Tower. Otherwise, he would not possess sufficient energy to revive thousands of monsters. Thus, he surmised that no one from the Land of Light could impede his ambitions. Damn be it. If only Dana had embraced me instead of throwing me. Belial's tone dripped with resentment. In the heavens, do you think I am easily intimidated? I am eager to extinguish Dana. I long to witness the outcome. Belial's failed attempts bore a bitter fruit of hatred. Belial, I advise you to exercise caution. The heavens may not be mistaken, for I harbor a dreadful premonition, cautioned the Librando alien, somewhat apprehensive. In the kingdom, Tartarus observed the images on the celestial screen, shaking his head with a hint of despondency. No wonder Dana seemed indifferent to the conditions I proposed. He could traverse time himself, and even had a family. That insufferable Dana, does he truly disdain my universe's mightiest martial art, the bull-breaking fist? How foolish of me to consider imparting my wisdom to him. Once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. The little bull, Diablo, snorted disdainfully, clearly irked by Dana's lack of appreciation. Tartarus looked at the oblivious Diablo and shook his head again, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. Damn it, if I find this unworthy. How can I expect Dana to be tempted? It is akin to a Nobel Prize laureate shunning the world's premier research institutions, only to covet the meager benefits you propose. Isn't that a challenge? Diablo, your foremost task is to uninstall that tomato novel from your phone. With such a hindrance, what can we possibly achieve? Since Dana is so ungrateful, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate him. He must not be allowed to join the land of light and become our obstacle. The little golden sword titan swung his blade, his voice laced with a chilling intent. Tartarus felt a stirring in response to this proposal. He had no doubt of Titan's capabilities. If Dana could be dispatched, it would simplify matters considerably. Yet, he suddenly recalled the heaven's ominous warning. Do not extinguish Dana in his universe, lest terrible consequences ensue. He harbored no doubts regarding the capabilities of the celestial canopy, and he firmly believed that it would not utter such words without just cause. What could possibly provoke such solemnity, even to the extent of being described as terrifying? Perhaps it would be wise to exercise caution. Dina was known for his penchant for traversing various dimensions, so it was unlikely he would frequently remain in the land of light. The more exemplary the Dina showcased by the celestial canopy, the more anxious Captain Zoffi became. It is crucial to note that, in Zoffi's observations, Dina had repeatedly come to the rescue without even a flicker from the timer. To let such a remarkable Ultraman, endowed with abilities coveted by all in the land of light, slip away or be abducted by other factions would indeed be a grave loss. Although it was certain that Dina would eventually arrive in the universe of the land of light to confront Belial, the sooner the better. After all, who can predict the future? It's entirely possible that due to the command from Ultraman Father to reinforce the security of the cosmic prison, Belial might remain confined, which could result in Dina not arriving at all. One cannot deny that Captain Inazuma's concerns were quite justified. Thus, under this apprehension, Zoffi frequently exchanged glances with Ultraman Father. While we may not readily acquire the ability to absorb energy or create black holes, I believe we could attempt to traverse a black hole. What if we, like our senior Dina, were to gain the ability to journey through time and space? That would be a remarkable boon. Are you a fool summoned by a monkey? Senior Dina possesses such fortitude that he can withstand black holes and perform miracles. How could your frail frame manage such feats? What is there to fear? I find his idea rather inventive. After all, we possess life stabilization technology. If we fail once, we shall try 100 times, 1,000 times. One success is all that is needed. Indeed, the mere thought of traversing the universe, rescuing individuals from peril at critical moments, and manifesting our prowess in front of others sends shivers of excitement through me. Commander, you must make every effort to summon Senior Dina. Ultraman Father was still contemplating how to assist Dina in refining his abilities. Although Dina's powers to absorb monstrous energy, create black holes, and traverse time and space may seem somewhat ominous, they did not appear to have any adverse effects on their kind. Instead, everyone admired and aspired to his extraordinary capabilities. Moreover, his continuous journey across the cosmos, rescuing people in their darkest hours, has made him a veritable beacon of hope. To those he saved, humans, aliens, or ultra-warriors, he presents an admirable image, exemplifying the noble virtues of justice upheld by Ultramen. Perhaps the only dissenters are the malevolent monsters for Dina. With his ability to traverse time and space, looms like a sword of Damocles, threatening to vanquish them at any moment. They shall live in constant trepidation, shrouded in shadows. From this perspective, one could argue that it is indeed quite ominous. Yet, is the life of a villainous monster truly worthy of lament? Ultraman Father suddenly perceived Dina as a wholly positive figure, deeming any further refinement unnecessary, and felt entirely at ease. However, upon hearing the nonsensical words of the little Ultraman, a surge of indignation ignited within him. He had indeed allowed this group of youngsters to indulge themselves too much, and now they were constantly seeking trouble. Black holes? It was astonishing that they even dared to entertain such thoughts. You delusional opportunists, each and every one of you, would undoubtedly be crushed to dust by the immense gravitational pull of a black hole. Moreover, is the technology for solidifying life meant for you to squander in such a manner? Furthermore, it is only through strength that Dana can repeatedly emerge victorious in critical moments. With your current abilities, do you truly believe you can traverse the cosmos to save the day and flaunt your prowess? Can you even contend with Belial or withstand the onslaught of a Hyada's larva? That would be sheer folly. Additionally, while I too desire for Dana to join the Land of Light, must I truly beg for such a favor? Is my captaincy not deserving of dignity? At that moment, the father of Ultra completely extinguished any thoughts of further flattering Dana, as he could not afford to lose face as the supreme leader. Little did he know what he was about to forfeit with this decision. Do not go. The father of Ultra sternly admonished the restless little Ultraman before turning to issue a barrage of messages. Father of Ultra, Dana, what are your thoughts? Belial Zeta, Ampullus Tartarus Babel. Dana, what are your thoughts? Button, who can manage this cosmic ruffian? Our innocent monsters must live in constant fear. Zophi, Button, you have already chosen your path to demise. I shall deal with you. Button, Zophi, are you planning to give perm again? Magmar, indeed, we are so innocent, clearly manipulated by Jibers, yet Dana chooses not to confront the true culprit, instead coming after us, bullying the weak. Leo, Magmar, you scoundrel. You are far from innocent. Hikari, Magmar, I shall come for you. Just as the barrage of messages reached a lively crescendo, the once silent sky suddenly began to reveal new words. Top 10 Most Sinister Ultramen, 4th place. Chapter 77. Negotiation Expert Gauss Ultraman. The Path of Transformation Through Reasoning. In the Heisei era, Dina and the others waited in vain for the visuals from the Land of Light to materialize, as well as the commendations from Father Ultraman praising his virtues. Instead, they were met with a barrage of messages from Father Ultraman and a group of others inviting him once more. Thus, Dina's mood began to sour. In truth, he did not particularly care about virtue or image. After all, from the footage displayed on the screen, he felt that his own image was rather positive. However, the numerous misdeeds he had committed in the past had left him feeling somewhat self-conscious, especially since Father Ultraman had not intervened to clear Gaia's name, leading to relentless mockery directed at Gaia. Now, the boomerang of ridicule had returned to strike him. Dina felt a sense of embarrassment and discomfort. Dina, with so many people seeking you, don't you intend to make an appearance and say something? He muttered. I have always taught you to be courteous, especially to Father Ultraman. He is, after all, the leader of our kin in the Land of Light. You may disregard others, but at the very least, you should respond to him. Diga, noticing Dina's grim expression, deliberately sought to provoke him, seeking retribution for the earlier incident where Dina had redirected his ire towards him. My dear Dina, I suspect facing Father Ultraman is the last thing you desire at this moment. How amusing it is, just how you once mocked me. While Father Ultraman may have simply forgotten me, he is clearly being intentional with you. Dina, what does this suggest? It indicates that you are beyond redemption. How ruthless. Pursuing monsters through time and space to vanquish them. I dare say you exhibit far more mercy than Ace. Gaia, reveling in Dina's predicament, relished the opportunity for revenge. Look at you, Dina, leaping through hoops. Now I finally have my chance. With a disdainful huff, Dina dismissed his brother's words as mere background noise. As long as he remained unperturbed, the embarrassment would fall upon others. As for Father Ultraman, Dina resolved that he would rather perish than set foot in the Land of Light even once. Dina harbored a grudge against Father Ultraman. At that moment, the commotion on the screen caught their attention. 4th place among the top 10 most cunning Ultramen. Gauss Ultraman, a highly skilled negotiation expert. Gaia read aloud from the screen, gazing at the image of the blue warrior with sleek lines. If memory served him correctly, had Dina not once rescued this Gauss? Indeed, during the confrontation with the larval form of Hephageton, Gauss had seemingly run out of energy. A guru, observing more closely, confirmed, indeed. Look at that, Dina. The one you saved now ranks above you. Diga teased Dina lightly. Dina found it curious. Gauss appeared benevolent. But what abilities could he possess that surpassed his own? A negotiation expert? What does that even mean? Does Gauss talk monsters to death? Dina imagined the blue Gauss passionately lecturing Raichubas in a lengthy discourse. Then, Raichubas was seized by his words, frothing at the mouth, trembling, and descending into madness, ultimately choosing to self-destruct. If that is the case, then Dina indeed acknowledges that he is more sinister than Raichubas. As for why it is Raichubas, in the world of Heisei's third-rate ruffians, is it not reasonable to think of the amalgamation materials of the five emperors? While Dina was lost in thought, a video began to play on the celestial screen. On Earth, the friendly giant bird, Lidoria, emitted a sorrowful wail, its neck adorned with a multicolored chain of light causing it immense agony. P.S. The chaos virus of light, Chaos, attaches itself to other beings or substances to establish a unified order, transforming them into Chaos beasts, resulting in mutations that render them several times more formidable than their original forms and far more ferocious. As the Chaos virus gradually integrated into Lidoria's being, its original form was compelled to undergo a drastic transformation. The once vibrant eyes morphed into a fierce crimson, and numerous bone spurs sprouted from its body, while its claws became sharper and more lethal than before. Lidoria underwent a cellular metamorphosis, becoming even more brutal and powerful. Chaos Lidoria, the temperament of Lidoria drastically altered. It began wreaking havoc upon the city, and even its closest ally, Musashi Haruno, was not spared. The aircraft piloted by Musashi was struck by a beam emitted from Lidoria's mouth, the thick black smoke billowing from its tail indicating Musashi's perilous situation. If swift action was not taken, Musashi would be in grave danger. Just at this critical juncture, a beam of light shot from the depths of the distant universe, traversing countless light years, accurately striking the aircraft in which Musashi was situated. A cerulean radiance blossomed in the sky, and the figure of a giant emerged before the onlookers. Ultraman Gauss in his moon god form. In the cosmic prison, Belial gazed at the celestial screen with contemplative eyes. Rebrando, do you think this so-called light virus could enhance my power several-fold as well? Observing Lidoria's transformation, Belial felt a mix of curiosity and temptation towards the light virus. After all, he already harbored the Rebrando virus within him, which had granted him a significant boost in strength. A few more parasites would not deter him. As for the accompanying side effects, becoming more vicious and feral, that was precisely to Belial's liking. Alas, Belial, the light virus does not exist within your realm. Rebrando understood Belial's implication and retorted with exasperation. That is true. Belial felt no sense of regret. He chuckled, the once benevolent monster, now transformed into a ferocious entity under the virus's influence, wreaking havoc. This must be the most formidable predicament for those self-righteous Ultramen, right? To let live, witnessing its rampant destruction upon Earth, that contradicts your spirit of protection. To slay it, can you truly reconcile with your conscience? Does that align with your benevolent persona? Furthermore, you would bear the stigma of indiscriminate slaughter. Regardless of the choice, it was indeed a dilemma. How intriguing, truly fascinating. I wonder how this Ultraman named Gauss will manage. Belial was filled with glee, relishing the predicament faced by Ultraman, a rare source of amusement. In the land of light, as Belial had anticipated, Father of Ultra and the Ultra brothers were somewhat anxious. Was Litorius at fault? Certainly. But could one solely blame Litorius? Not entirely. How infuriating. That vile chaos virus has transformed the peaceful and gentle Litorius into such a grotesque and ferocious being. Seven was gritting his teeth, feeling a pang of sorrow. As one who possessed monster capsules, he could not bear to witness such a scene. In the face of this situation, we cannot remain passive. Our only recourse is to swiftly eliminate the monster before us, both to prevent greater sacrifices and to grant him a swift end. Zofie's tone was somewhat grave, clearly indicating the difficulty of making such a decision. However, there was no alternative. The chaos virus had altered the monster S form at a cellular level, rendering the ultra race of the land of light powerless. Perhaps Ultraman Dyna's miracle type possesses the capability to resolve this? After contemplation, Taro ventured a guess. Although Dyna had yet to demonstrate any related abilities, he felt that with the miracle type's myriad of extraordinary powers, it might indeed be possible to alleviate their current dilemma. Yet it was evident that Dyna would not reach them in time. Ace expressed a note of regret, clearly believing that Latorius's fate was sealed. The atmosphere in the land of light was somber. Such an outcome clashed with their ideals, and it was not what they wished to witness. The video on the celestial screen continued to play. Gauss, infused with Musashi's essence, had transformed from his inherently benevolent self into a saintly figure, adopting the moon god form to enter a reasoning mode. As Latorius launched fierce attacks, Gauss dodged whenever possible. When avoidance was not an option, he resorted to striking Latorius's joints with his palms, attempting to evade harm as much as possible. Yet, mere defense could not resolve the pressing issues at hand, and Gauss was constrained by a 3-minute limit on his activity. At last, Gauss made a measured counterattack. However, his most ferocious maneuver was merely to push Latorius back with a deft palm strike. This retaliation only caused the monster to stagger a few steps back. Without even toppling over, the irritable chaos Latorius grew frustrated, eager to vanquish this tenacious foe. Thus, a beam of light erupted from his mouth. Yet Gauss seemed to have anticipated this. He raised his hands to erect a barrier of light, then forcefully pushed back, reflecting Latorius's beam entirely. A reversal of the barricade. Seizing the opportunity, while Latorius was momentarily immobilized, Gauss emitted a piercing ray of light from his eyes, searching for the precise location of the chaos virus. With both hands raised to his chest, he concentrated the energy of light, and then a radiant multicolored beam was infused into Latorius's body. The moon god extracts. Under the influence of this luminous beam, the chaotic virus, akin to encountering its natural nemesis, dissipated like snow before the blazing sun. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into myriad specks of light, extricated from Ladolia's being. Ladolia's finally reverted from its frenzied state to its original, endearing form. The transformation was a resounding success. Accompanied by a few melodious and jubilant chirps, Ladolia's soared towards the island it called home. The onlookers from the Kingdom of Light were utterly astonished, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. They could hardly fathom that what they had perceived as an insurmountable challenge had been so effortlessly resolved by Gauss. Even if they possessed Gauss's celestial ability, they surely could not have achieved such perfection without inflicting harm on the innocent creatures. After all, their combative tactics were far too aggressive to emulate Gauss's gentle and skillful approach. Their brash fighting style would inevitably cause considerable damage to the beasts while attempting to restrain them. Gauss truly was remarkable. Seth's tone was filled with relief. Indeed, it would be wonderful if all disputes could be resolved in such a gentle manner. Father of Ultra sighed, expressing his admiration for Gauss's method of conflict resolution, which far surpassed that of certain others. Ace, Gauss embodies true compassion. You ought to learn from him and refrain from resorting to decapitation and dismemberment at every turn. Reason must be part of the equation. He continued, moreover, Zophie, the universe's defense force could benefit from adopting Gauss's combat style. Perhaps one day we may encounter adversaries akin to Ladolius. As Father of Ultra's words faded, the celestial screen continued to showcase the unfolding events. Confronting the frenzied, ancient beast, Galmady, Gauss, in his moon god form, unleashed a full moon wave, projecting an energy pulse from his right palm that subdued the agitated creature, rendering the once violent beast docile. In the face of the rampaging robot, Igomas, a friend to the children, Gauss absorbed cosmic energy throughout his being and, with a forward thrust of both palms, released a golden shrinking ray, effectively reducing the colossal robot to the size of a toy, allowing him to once again frolic with the children. Against the electric beast, Bodhisattva, which fed on high energy and sought the power source of the tech plasma engine, Gauss employed high-energy shots, transforming his own light energy into a pure energy beam directed at Bodhisattva. He bestowed upon the creature an abundance of high energy, satiating it and calming its fury. Musashi propelled the Gauss crystal, which, under the sunlight, radiated an enchanting brilliance. Musashi once more merged with Gauss, transforming into the miraculous moon god mode amidst the shimmering golden glow, embodying the belief that humans and beasts can coexist harmoniously. Musashi, with a heart full of tenderness and an almost saintly disposition, faced the final form of the light virus, chaos, which had manifested as chaos darkness. Rather than seeking to eliminate it, Musashi yearned to redeem it through compassion. Full moon wave. Gauss extended his right palm forward, releasing waves of purifying energy in an attempt to soothe chaos darkness, seeking to instill a sense of calm and tranquility within him. However, chaos darkness, as the ultimate entity, continued to struggle and resist the comforting embrace of the full moon's radiance. He unleashed a barrage of destructive red energy orbs from his palm, determined to thwart Gauss's seemingly absurd endeavor. Yet, how could Musashi, fueled by noble aspirations, succumb to such trivial setbacks? Despite the unbearable pain that forced him to retreat, the waves of the full moon in Gauss's hand never faltered. Musashi's comrades also launched missiles to intercept Chaos Darkness's energy orbs. Meanwhile, the monsters nearby, including Lidolia's Moguldton and Borgali's, conveyed sentiments of peace and the desire to end the conflict to Chaos Darkness at that moment. Ultimately, through the collective efforts of all, Chaos Darkness ceased his movements and entered a state of serenity. Seizing the opportunity, Gauss unleashed the evolved form drawn from the moon goddess, the ultimate moon goddess. He emitted a cerulean, purifying beam that completely eradicated Chaos Darkness's fury and hatred, restoring him to the original visage of his head, Chaos Head Zero. A gentle, beautiful golden giant, Gauss succeeded in thoroughly transforming the Chaos virus. In the cosmos, the various monsters witnessed Gauss Ultraman's deeds with teary eyes. They had thought that their days ahead would be unbearable. Max's treacherous concealment, Tiga's relentless pursuit, and Ace's merciless slaughter left them in despair. Gaia was somewhat tolerable, as long as they stayed away from his Earth, but the time-traveling Dina, who hunted monsters with lethal intent, truly filled them with dread and anguish. Good heavens! Each Ultraman on the list seemed more unreasonable than the last. They believed all Ultramen were devoid of reason, mercilessly ruthless. Until they encountered Gauss, who treated the monsters with gentleness. They felt a warmth akin to family. Sob, Gauss truly embodies reason. He does not indiscriminately slay us monsters, but instead strives to meet our needs. Tears welled up in their eyes, for he is gentle and compassionate. If only all Ultramen could be like him. Chapter 78. The Yearning of the Ampela Aliens. The physicist Ultraman Gauss. Some monsters, having developed a fondness for Gauss's actions, exist alongside those who remain indifferent. Gauss, so kind-hearted and benevolent, is indeed easy to bully. Perhaps I shall seek him out one day to request some energy for myself. Haha, since you are so merciful, do not blame me. What if I choose to disregard your reasoning? Indeed, Gauss would never resort to violence, and at that moment, I would leap before him, tauntingly exclaiming, "Come and strike me, you fool." Ha ha ha. A gentleman deceives with integrity. Seeing his helpless expression brings me joy. In the cosmic prison, Belial finds himself at a loss for words. Today's Ultramen are increasingly absurd. Viruses have merged with monsters at a cellular level. Yet you claim to purify them with a mere skill? Even the chaotic amalgamation, known as Chaos Darkness, can be entirely cleansed by you? Both Belial and the entity within him, Reggio, feel a twinge of panic. The Reggio alien fears that Ultraman Gauss might employ the moon god extraction, directly removing his soul from Belial's body. It is worth noting that he is somewhat content with Belial as a host. He possesses strength, desire, and a common enemy. Belial, too, is troubled, pondering the day he may encounter Gauss and be met with a full moonlight wave that could ultimately restore the moon god. He worries that the darkness and evil within him might be eradicated, leaving only remorse and love for the land of light. Then he imagines himself weeping before Ken, vowing to mend his ways, begging to return to the land of light. Although such a possibility is exceedingly slim, the transformation of chaos darkness into a gentle and beautiful form makes Belial feel he must remain vigilant. Should he truly appear before Ken in such a guise, it would be a fate more unbearable than death for Belial. To forcibly turn an entity steeped in darkness towards the light, to brainwash you at the very root of your thoughts. Such a Gauss is indeed insidious. Reggio, we must devise a plan to eliminate Gauss. His very existence is our arch-nemesis. Belial's tone is laden with menace. Gauss has ascended to his death list, with priority nearly rivaling that of Ken. Indeed, moreover, before we ascertain a method to dispatch him, we must navigate around Gauss, for his abilities are formidable. The Reggio alien harbors a sense of trepidation. On the dark planet, the Dark Universe Emperor, the Ampila alien, gazes with incredulity, tinged with unexpected delight. Many eons ago, the sun of his home planet extinguished, much like that of the Land of Light. Yet, unlike the Land of Light, his homeworld was not fortunate enough to develop a plasma spark tower, achieving a collective evolution. Instead, he was forced to witness his compatriots perish one by one before his eyes after losing their radiance. The Ampila alien could only transmute his past grievances into a formidable dark power, thus birthing a dark emperor, more loathsome of light than any other in the cosmos. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for all that shines, aspiring to envelop the universe in darkness as the cosmic emperor. Indeed, how could he not yearn for light? He is simultaneously the most loathed and the most longing for light in the cosmos. The wounds inflicted on him by Father Ultraman and Hikari, from which golden particles of light emanate, reveal the deep desire of the Ampila people. Yet, love unfulfilled leads to destruction. It is all a result of helplessness. Now, the Ampila gaze upon the miraculous moon god Gauss, who can purify even the darkness of chaos, a being of equal magnitude to himself. Witnessing the grotesque and fallen chaos transform into a figure of divine beauty, the Ampila cannot help but feel exhilarated. Perhaps I too possess the potential to transform into light. Gauss, the gentle and kind-hearted, would surely be willing to assist me, wouldn't he? Even if there is but a 1 in 10,000 chance. I must endeavor to try. The Ampila silently resolves to pursue this possibility, and his mood visibly brightens. The four kings of darkness exchange puzzled glances. Their emperor is usually inscrutable. What has come over him today? If they were to learn of the true thoughts harbored within the Ampila, their faith might very well shatter. We are on the brink of battle. Why does the emperor falter first? At that moment, the video in the sky continues to play. On Earth, a beast resembling a firefly, Chaos Bag, wreaks havoc in the forests, causing widespread destruction to the Firefly village. The Thunder Fighter, sent to halt Chaos Bag, is ensnared by rays emitted from its antennae, its energy seized. The situation is dire. To rescue Thunder Fighter, Musashi transforms into Ultraman Gauss and engages in combat with Chaos Bag. With a graceful somersault, Gauss positions himself before the monster, extending his hands to form a barrier that deflects all of Chaos Bag's rays. Thunder Fighter is saved and promptly retreats, while Gauss, witnessing this, fluidly backflips to distance himself from the beast. Chaos Bag, now incensed, resolves to eliminate this troublesome foe. The Firefly monster relentlessly unleashes beams from its antennae, attacking Gauss with fervor. However, its strikes are too slow, all evaded by Gauss's agile maneuvers. Seizing an opportunity as he dodges, Gauss swiftly positions himself behind Chaos Bag. In the moment of the beast's momentary distraction, the benevolent Gauss gathers energy and unleashes the moon god extraction, attempting to dissolve the chaos virus within Chaos Bag and guide him toward redemption. Unexpectedly, the moon god extraction proves ineffective against Chaos Bag, who absorbs the energy, transforming it before launching a counterattack in the form of a beam from his eyes toward Gauss. Taken aback, Gauss hastily erects a barrier for defense. Yet the overwhelming energy forces him to retreat step by step. Ultimately, he is struck directly by the beam and, with a cry of anguish, hurtles backwards. It appears that negotiation is no longer an option. Gauss gazed at the approaching chaos bag, his fists clenched tightly around the earth beneath him, a mixture of helplessness and fury coursing through him. When reason fails to persuade, let's abandon discourse entirely. He would resort to physics. Rising to his full height, Gauss raised his right hand, accompanied by a low utterance of "Ha." The hue of his form shifted from predominantly blue to a vibrant red, embodying the Gauss Ultraman's coronal state. Confronted by the ferocious beast, Gauss eschewed the tactical combat style of his lunar god form, opting instead for a more bold and powerful approach, each movement imbued with a palpable sense of strength and impact. His techniques transformed from open palms to clenched fists, striking the insolent chaos bag with tremendous force, sending the creature staggering backward. With no restraint, he unleashed a series of powerful strikes and spinning kicks upon chaos bag, a stark contrast to the defensive and strategic nature of his lunar god form, revealing a warrior reborn. Chapter 79. A Successful Cremation. The deceived Gauss Ultraman by Cows. The cow's bag was left utterly beleaguered by Gauss's methodical exposition of physics. After enduring a series of 3 vigorous kicks from Gauss, the creature was forcefully hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. Rising once more, Cow's bag's eyes shifted from a vibrant red to a calm blue, signaling its intent to unleash a final beam of light in a desperate struggle. With negotiations having collapsed, Gauss showed no mercy. He gathered cosmic energy, radiating brilliance akin to a solar flare. Then, with hands clasped, he adjusted his left hand downward, forming an L shape with his arms. Accompanied by a fierce roar, Gauss unleashed a devastating burst of energy, the Nabuster Ray. The ferocious attack obliterated Cow's bag completely, culminating in a successful cremation. In the cosmos, witnessing this spectacle, other monsters were left agape, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Wasn't Gauss supposed to be benevolent and kind? How could the moon god form and the corona form be so drastically different? Was there perhaps a hint of schizophrenia in Gauss, a second personality lurking within? One moment, he was gentle as a stream, offering purification. The next, he transformed into a wrathful giant, incinerating foes with fervor. Did this mean that any creature unwilling to heed his wisdom would instead succumb to the laws of physics? How unreasonable! It was utterly terrifying. The monsters, who had just moments ago boasted their challenges to Gauss, now cowered like quails, their bravado evaporated. They realized that perhaps listening to reason and minimizing conflict was not such a dreadful notion after all. After all, universal peace had always been their aspiration. Yet, in any vast forest, one might encounter all manner of creatures, including those who dared to defy fate. Cow's bag's demise was purely a consequence of its own folly. If I were in its position, I would feign infection, tricking Gauss into a purification attempt. With sufficient acting prowess, I could deceive him multiple times, siphoning away his energy. What then would Gauss be left to do? He might find himself at my mercy. I would take this opportunity to enlighten him on the principles of physics while simultaneously incinerating him, returning the favor in kind. How delightful! Such a delectable thought. Ah, you truly are a clever little rascal. Brothers, I shall venture forth and test this theory. Just then, the heavens seemed to sense the scheming of these monsters and began to play a new video. On Earth, in a desolate wilderness, the toxic beast Cow's Erigar suddenly emerged. Eager to rescue his fellow monsters, Musashi promptly transformed into Gauss Ultraman. After skillfully blocking and dodging Erigar's attacks, Gauss created distance between them. Subsequently, he concentrated his energy, employing the moon god technique in an attempt to purify Erigar, who was afflicted by the chaotic virus. However, the purifying light yielded less than optimal results, as Erigar's claws shattered it entirely. Gauss Ultraman was taken aback, but remained undeterred. After a moment's hesitation, he once again gathered energy, unleashing the full moon wave, striving to calm the volatile Erigar and guide it toward redemption. However, despite the emitted light waves being longer and more powerful than ever before, and even Gaussian reaching the brink of energy depletion, flickering like a timer, Cow's Eye Ergal showed no signs of improvement whatsoever. Moreover, an astonishing transformation began to unfold. Gauss' Urgel's form was shifting, morphing instantaneously into a fearsome beast shrouded in darkness, as if burdened by sin, resembling the head of Gauss itself. It is noteworthy that the physical manifestation of Gauss' head, through repeated encounters with monstrous creatures, marked a significant progression in its growth and strength. Gauss' Urgel was in fact a disguise, a mimicry of Gauss' head. This sudden turn of events caught Gauss and his companions completely off guard. Maybite raised its hand and unleashed a powerful shockwave, sending Gauss flying hundreds of meters away with a single pulse. Realizing he had been deceived, Gauss, in a fit of rage, transformed into his corona form, attempting to incinerate Maybite through the laws of physics. However, having expended excessive energy while rescuing Gauss' Urgel earlier, he found himself unable to sustain even the corona form. This was all part of Gauss' head's malevolent scheme, exploiting Gauss, or rather Musashi's, compassion to deplete his energy and ultimately defeat him. Once again, Gauss was struck by Maybite's shockwave, propelled several hundred meters away, and subsequently hit by a series of light beams. With his energy nearly depleted, Gauss teetered on the brink of collapse. Ultimately, after exerting his last ounce of strength, he fell, temporarily separating Musashi to protect him from harm. Once all was said and done, Maybite transformed into a light virus and departed the scene. The creature that had just schemed to exploit Gauss' compassion laughed triumphantly, brimming with arrogance. How about that? Was I not correct? Compassion equates to a weakness, and weakness leads to failure. We monsters are not mere mindless brutes. We must be cunning, using the vulnerabilities of the ultras to our advantage. Oh dear, I must inquire if the assessment of Ace by the Celestial Dome also reflects compassion. Could he be deceived as well? Do not approach. Ace does not concern himself with whether the super beasts feel pain. He likely cares not for our suffering either. His ultra decapitation blade could very well rend you limb from limb. Sighing, it was acknowledged that Gauss, being the more straightforward individual, was indeed easier to manipulate. In the land of light, Father Ultra and the Ultra Brothers wore expressions of grave concern. This chaotic virus continues to evolve, and its intelligence is increasing. What a formidable adversary. Zophi spoke with a tone laden with seriousness. How despicable. Gauss' head Maybite is truly vile, manipulating Gauss' compassionate nature. With such immense power, why not engage in an honorable battle? 7's voice was filled with indignation, expressing his disdain for Gauss' head's actions. Damn it. I could see at a glance that Gauss' Urgel was no good. If I must, I will unleash an ultra decapitation blade upon him. Let us see if Maybite can still maintain its facade after I have tore it apart. Without a moment's hesitation, such irritable remarks undoubtedly emanated from the mouth of the meat processing plant director, Ace. What will you do if we refuse to approve? The original replied to Ace, rashly condemning Eligar without discernment. It is truly remarkable how you managed to conceive such a thought. If only Gauss had a bit more energy, or possessed the ability akin to that of Dana to absorb the enemy's rays, it would be splendid. I believe that transitioning into the corona form, with its formidable power, could render the outcome of this battle uncertain. Though the corona form has only graced the heavens once, its exhibition of violent aesthetics, playing with physics and fire, has captivated the attention of Prince Taro, who wields the Ultra Bomb skill. After enduring the initial tension, Ultra Father found solace within himself. He recalled the scene where Gauss purified the darkness of chaos. If he could endure to the end, he must surely navigate this crisis unscathed. Therefore, Gauss, bereft of your transformation abilities, how will you reverse the tide and triumph over formidable foes? Let me patiently await the outcome. Ultra Father gazed at the heavens with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Chapter 80. The Eclipse Form. A transformation of suffering and incineration. A universal ray that defies logic. Will Gauss succumb to despair as the monsters predict, or will he make a triumphant return as the father of Ultra envisions? This question is soon answered by the heavens. On Earth, chaos, in the form of Maybit, rampages through the city, unleashing destructive light projectiles that obliterate streets and towns, effortlessly defeating the human defense forces that attempt to thwart him. He revels in his malevolence amidst the urban chaos. Meanwhile, Musashi and his companions discover Gauss in a forest. But the once mighty warrior is now rendered translucent and feeble due to energy depletion. Using mirrors and flashlights, they reflect sunlight onto Gauss, hoping to awaken the Ultra and halt Mabit's rampage. However, misfortune strikes as the sun is gradually obscured by the moon, ushering in a rare total solar eclipse. The already weakened Gauss teeters on the brink of collapse, like a flickering candle in the wind, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment. As if calamity were not enough, Mabit, sensing the opportunity to eliminate Gauss, swiftly alters his strategy and heads towards Musashi and his friends in the forest. A towering tree crashes down, forcing Musashi to push Ayonoko aside in desperation. Almost immediately, Mabit's colossal foot descends. If it were to strike the immobilized Musashi, the chances of Gauss recovering would be utterly obliterated. Damn it! How could fate conspire to bring about a total solar eclipse at such a critical moment? For beings reliant on light, it is a tremendous disadvantage. 7. Who draws strength from sunlight, feels the weight of despair more acutely than anyone. Danger. Quick evade. Taro, filled with urgency, wishes he could be there to aid Musashi in avoiding harm. As Musashi's life hangs by a thread, in this dire moment, his girlfriend Lidoria's descends from the heavens, launching a surprise attack that sends Mabit flying. Yet, as the corporeal manifestation of chaos, Mabit is not one to be trifled with, and he swiftly overpowers Lidoria's with a few decisive blows. In a twist reminiscent of a Minotaur-themed narrative, Mabit unleashes a virus of light upon Lidoria's, attempting to corrupt her and seize control of Musashi's beloved. Fortunately, having developed an immunity, Lidoria's resists Mabit's nefarious scheme. In the sky, the sun is nearly consumed by darkness. Clutching the Gauss crystal, Musashi draws courage from his friends and Lidoria's struggle against Mabit, his gentle visage now resolute. Though I cannot provide you with light at this moment, the courage of us all will transform into illumination, guiding us toward the dawn. The radiant light of the sun unveiled the moon's concealment, casting its golden glow upon Musashi. In this luminous brilliance, the gentle warrior Musashi transformed once more, merging with the essence of Gauss. The Gauss Ultraman shone brightly across the sky once again. Observing this scene, Father of Ultra nodded slightly, affirming his expectations. Indeed, piercing through the gloom to attain light was a remarkably unique path to rebirth. Gauss first tended to Lidoria's wounds, and then, in a furious roar, he turned red once more. There was no need for reasoning with the obstinate chaos method. Incineration would suffice. However, the evolved chaos method had become a formidable adversary. Démonstrating remarquable combat pro, Gauss Ultraman was visibly suppressed by method, finding himself in an absolute disadvantage. Yet, the gentleness, courage, and hope bestowed upon him by his companions birthed a new radiance. Encased in a cocoon of golden light, Gauss underwent a profound transformation. The symmetrical patterns of red and blue, adorned with golden edges symbolizing a solar eclipse, embodied both the moon's gentleness and the sun's valor. Encapsulating the essence of hope in this eclipse form, if incineration would not suffice, then darkness would prevail as he fought while imparting wisdom. Ha! Ha! The battle cries of Gauss in his eclipse form resonated with deeper authority and valor than before, sounding exceedingly formidable. The conclusion of the total solar eclipse heralded a world reborn in light, symbolizing that the ensuing battle would be as enlightening as the sun breaking through the clouds. With the comprehensive enhancement from his eclipse form, Gauss dominated chaos method in physical combat, rendering the monster utterly powerless. The once invincible chaos method now resembled a mere toy, being tossed repeatedly to the ground by Gauss. Desperate and cornered, chaos method unleashed destructive light orbs from its eyes in succession. However, the very attack that had previously troubled Gauss was countered as he executed a rapid vertical spin, moving towards the monster while deflecting the light orbs with blurring speed. Lightning defense. Undeterred, Chaos Mephit attempted once more to unleash the destructive light orbs with even greater ferocity. Gauss stood fearless, freezing mid-air before rapidly spinning horizontally like a windmill, deflecting all the orbs once again. The Eclipse Windmill. Chaos Mephit, refusing to yield, devised a plan to unleash both destructive and wave orbs simultaneously. Gauss promptly activated his golden light barrier, successfully shielding against the monster's onslaught and even reversing the assault to inflict significant damage upon Mephit. With the fallen foe in a vulnerable state, Gauss teleported, seizing Mephit's legs and lifting him aloft, then casting him hundreds of meters away. Unexpectedly, however, Mephit landed beside Lidoria. The cunning Chaos Mephit resorted to his treacherous tactics once more, seizing Lidoria as a shield, attempting to coerce Gauss into halting his pursuit. How despicable! The Ultra brothers voiced their outrage in unison, and even the father of Ultra could not refrain from uttering a curse. They believed that the narrative following the Eclipse form would unfold in a straightforward manner, yet it unexpectedly took a tumultuous turn. To attack Maybite, one must inevitably step over the lifeless body of Lidolias. Abstaining from the assault would only allow Maybite to escape unscathed. This predicament is akin to roasting Gauss over an open flame, thrusting him into a quandary. Given Gauss inherent kindness and compassion, it is likely he would ultimately concede, albeit such an action would be tantamount to releasing a tiger back into the wild. However, if they were in Gauss' position, what superior choice could they possibly make? Could they truly bring themselves to harm the benevolent giant bird, Lidolias, who had safeguarded them? In that moment, they found themselves unable to provide a definitive answer. Could Gauss indeed perform miracles? Yet, does Gauss' Eclipse form heed their concerns? Moreover, since they have seized him, what right do they have to demand that Gauss refrain from action? Without the slightest hesitation, Gauss crossed his arms to accumulate energy and unleashed a beam of light directed at Lidolias. The Kismia beam. Did he truly disregard the well-being of such a kind creature? No, that is not the case. Gauss' Kismia beam in his Eclipse form embodies both gentleness and strength. It does not inflict harm upon benevolent beings. Instead, it serves as a healing force, while it delivers a lethal blow to those inherently wicked and cruel adversaries. It is a beam of unparalleled prowess, akin to a game-breaking ability. With a single strike, it eradicated the chaos virus within Lidolias, while simultaneously reducing Maybite to mere fragments. This exemplifies Gauss' combat style in his Eclipse form, engaging in battle while imparting wisdom. This spectacle left all the spectators before the celestial dome utterly astounded. Chapter 81. The Merciful Musashi. What concerns me about Gauss? In the Land of Light, the Ultraman brothers were initially filled with trepidation regarding Gauss, deeply contemplating his potential actions. Yet, upon witnessing Gauss gathering energy for his ultimate attack, they felt an unexpected sense of relief mingled with disappointment. Indeed, even the benevolent Gauss seemed powerless in this moment. Was he destined to reach the point of annihilating even Lidorias? Some Ultramen turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight of the impending brutal and heart-wrenching spectacle. How could this be possible? Ace was momentarily flustered. Could the Kuzmium ray autonomously distinguish between allies and foes? By what means did it achieve such discernment? Was it a manifestation of Gauss's subjective will? Taro, equally astonished, found this phenomenon beyond his comprehension. In their worldview within the Land of Light, beam abilities were either designed for destruction or healing. The notion of a single attack possessing the duality of both functions was unfathomable. What a wondrous ability! Perhaps this exemplified the essence of the Eclipse form, embodying both gentleness and strength. Seven let out a sigh of admiration. Furthermore, regardless of the circumstances, Chaos Mephisto was receiving the punishment he rightly deserved. Such a despicable and treacherous being had it coming. Zophi's gaze reflected deep contemplation. How he wished his M87 ray possessed such capabilities. As the most potent attack among the Ultraman brothers, it would eliminate the need for hesitation or the fear of harming allies and innocents. Additionally, he mused, Gauss's Kuzmium ray would prove immensely beneficial in large-scale battles. If a multitude of Ultraman warriors clashed with a horde of monsters, Gauss could dominate the high ground and unleash the Kuzmium ray to his heart's content. It would inflict no harm on the benevolent Ultraman warriors, instead healing their wounds and replenishing their energy. For the malevolent and destructive monsters, however, it would be the most devastating strike imaginable. In such a dynamic, the odds would invariably favor the Ultraman warriors. One could say, Gauss embodied both the healer and the damage dealer. A talent like that was indeed invaluable to the Cosmic Patrol. In the Cosmic Prison, Belial wore an expression of exasperation. Initially, he had felt a surge of joy witnessing Chaos Mephisto's cunning plan to dismantle Gauss. Although he did not expect Mephisto to completely eliminate Gauss, he at least anticipated gaining insight on how to confront him. After all, the purified Gauss had ascended to become his foremost adversary. However, he never imagined that the devious Mephisto would ultimately falter. Had Mephisto deliberately held back? Why take so long to deal with Ladorius? He had unwittingly allowed time for Gauss's resurrection. The Libronians were vexed. If only Mephisto had unleashed all his strategies against Gauss. Now, Musashi's grave was likely several meters high, and Gauss could not possibly return, let alone unlock his formidable Eclipse form. No, Belial negated this notion. As a former Ultraman warrior, he possessed a clearer and deeper understanding of these matters. If Maybite truly managed to swiftly eliminate that little bird, then the Eclipse form, or perhaps even more formidable forms, would soon come into existence. Reggio belonged in vision scenes where Ultramen create miracles in dire straits, and he found himself momentarily silent, fully aware that Belial's words held truth. Regardless of the circumstances, Gauss must perish. Having witnessed Gauss's corona and Eclipse combat prowess, Belial's desire for Gauss's demise intensified. Such a nuisance must be eradicated, lest he be plagued by unrest in the future. What if one day, the Land of Light reached out to Gauss, while he remained trapped within the cosmic prison, immobile? The thought of Gauss arriving at the cosmic prison at the invitation of Ken to purify him was utterly despairing. He shuddered at the mere contemplation. In the cosmos, the previously scheming monsters had now surrendered completely. They had no choice but to comply, for everything they could conceive, Maybite had already accomplished. They had even, by sheer coincidence, taken hostages. Yet, these maneuvers proved utterly ineffective against the darkened Gauss. Ultimately, Chaos Maybite met its demise under the distinguishing light that discerned foes from allies. Their combat capabilities paled in comparison to Maybite's. Venturing forth would only be a futile endeavor. They might not even encounter the Eclipse, but be incinerated by the corona instead. Have you ever heard of a light that automatically distinguishes between enemies and allies? That is simply outrageous. I find it exceedingly perilous. What if my benevolence were to be misjudged by the light? Could I seek compensation from Gauss? Don't jest with me. Do the deceased seek reparations? Besides, do you truly have a clear conscience regarding your own goodness? I firmly believe that the Kizmium light will not mistakenly harm a virtuous soul, nor will it spare a wicked one. So, do you wish to be persuaded by the blue reasoning, or shall you experience the fiery justice of the red? Or perhaps endure a beating while listening to reason? Thus, is the fist the embodiment of Gauss's reasoning? Master Gauss, you need not persuade me further. I shall amend my ways immediately. The split personality of Master Gauss instilled genuine fear among them. Thus, under Gauss's influence or threat, a multitude of monsters with a penchant for peace and kindness emerged in the cosmos. This exemplified Gauss's reasoning, achieving victory without combat. Although some monsters heeded the counsel, many remained indifferent. However, when they beheld the ensuing spectacle, they were utterly dumbfounded. Merciful as Musashi, what concern does it hold for Gauss? On the barren planet of Uran, Musashi piloted the spaceship, patrolling and investigating, striving to uncover the cause behind the transformation of the once beautiful planet into such desolation. Suddenly, accompanied by a tremor that shook the ground, the earth began to collapse violently. Following a piercing cry, a monster erupted from the soil, soaring toward the heavens. In Musashi's astonished gaze, the creature unfurled its wings and rapidly approached him. Scorpius. A light projectile struck the spaceship like a bolt from the blue, leaving no time for reaction or evasion. The violent tremors caused great discomfort to Musashi. Yet what plunged him into despair was the imminent threat of the high-speed spikes charging directly towards the spacecraft, poised to obliterate both Musashi and his vessel in an instant. At that critical moment, a dazzling blue light erupted, propelling spikes away and stirring up clouds of yellow sand. This radiant light traced a graceful arc across the sky before blossoming into brilliance. Eventually, the resplendent glow transformed into the imposing figure of a giant adorned with silver and purple patterns, Ultraman Gauss in his cosmic corona form. At this juncture, Gauss was not merged with Musashi, but stood as his true form. It is worth noting that the cosmic corona represents the form of the corona in cosmic battles, capable of extensively absorbing the energy of a universe as a power supply, exhibiting superior speed and maneuverability. Gauss gazed at the formidable beast before him, striking a battle pose and releasing a deep, resonant war cry, echoing with a sense of solemnity and compassion. Those familiar with Gauss understand that the louder his battle cry, the greater the peril at hand. The beast skippies before him was likely facing dire straits. Chapter 82. The Absurdity of the Gauss Entity. The timid Baltan aliens? In the Heisei era, Gaia gazed at the words displayed in the sky and read them aloud. Merciful Musashi, what concern is Gauss to me? What does this sentence imply? Are not Ultraman's actions governed by our human forms? Gaia wore a perplexed expression, filled with curiosity, just like he and Egel. If it were not for the consciousness of Fujimiya guiding Egel, then how could they, both embodiments of Earth's light and born to combat the primordial forces of annihilation, ever engage in conflict? Dinah appeared contemplative, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor as he left behind his stone statue form, entirely entrusting Diga with the operations. If he could engage in battle with his own entity consciousness, he would not be incessantly fixated on using the powerful form, a being of magic. He had been transformed into a warrior by Daigo's hands. Who could he turn to for reasoning? For the Heisei trio, they were neither the original Ultra beings nor the fortunate souls possessed by the task-oriented entities from the Land of Light. With the existence of human forms, they were undeniably led by the consciousness of those forms. Perhaps Dinah was somewhat exceptional, as he could be considered